What jest? Why is it that others traverse into the world of pirates with magnificent beginnings, while I am relegated to the role of a mere child? As if being a child wasn't enough, why must I become the sister of Luffy, for heaven's sake? Chapter 1. Am I Luffy's sister? What is happening? Why is this bed so hard? It's so uncomfortable to sleep on. A young girl slowly opened her eyes. Although still quite small, she already exhibited traces of extraordinary beauty, leading one to surmise that, barring any misfortunes, she would blossom into a stunning woman who would astonish the world. Ha ha ha, Chica, you're awake? Isn't the ship uncomfortable? Fear not, we shall arrive shortly. You are 2 years older than Luffy, so do take good care of that rascal. He's always proclaiming his desire to become a pirate, and it drives me to the brink of madness. The girl, referred to as Chica, turned her head in confusion towards the elderly man with dark hair who had just spoken. Suddenly, her pupils dilated as a flood of memories surged into her mind. Monkey D. Chica, the daughter of the revolutionary dragon, granddaughter of Garp, 2 years senior to Luffy, yet had always lived in Dragon's shadow. Now she had been entrusted to Garp, who was preparing to take her to Foosha village for a new life. Me. Monkey D. Chica? Luffy's sister? Good heavens, have I traversed realms? What a farce. I do not consent. I refuse to be transported. Chica wore a face of despair, tears threatening to spill. Others might relish the idea of transmigration, but she did not share that sentiment. Though her previous life was far from idyllic, it was still preferable to the perilous life of a pirate. Pirates and bandits abound, and the navy can hardly maintain order. The upper echelons of the world government are rife with corruption, and the dangers of piracy loom large. Well, there's no use lamenting now that I've crossed over. Chica's eyes dimmed, and she lay flat upon the deck of the navy warship. Garp chuckled at the sight before continuing to munch on his sanbei, finding the youth of today quite amusing. Soon the warship anchored near Foosha village, a sight the residents had long since grown accustomed to. Due to Garp's frequent returns, the East Blue had become known as the safest and most feeble of the 4 seas. It was said that any pirate worth their salt wouldn't dare venture here. With a bounty of over 1 million being an extraordinary feat, were there any pirates with bounties in the tens of millions? Chica, we have arrived. Garp guffawed, yanking the lifeless Chica to her feet before hoisting her onto his shoulder and striding towards the direction where Luffy resided. The bandits of the Dayton family. They were one of the pirate factions in Foosha village, and the very place where Luffy and his companions resided. Garp approached the Dayton household and knocked twice on the door. Who is it? Do you not realize that I am trying to sleep at this hour? Dayton's voice echoed from within before she appeared, her eyes widening in disbelief upon seeing Garp. Mr. Garp. Ah, Dayton, I must trouble you once more to look after this girl. Fear not, she is quite well behaved and won't be as mischievous as Luffy. Where is Luffy? Luffy? He has gone off to play with Ace and Sabo and won't return until evening. Mr. Garp, may I inquire who this girl is? Ha ha ha, she is my granddaughter. Dayton, of course. With a heavy sigh, Dayton recognized that a child personally brought back by Garp could only be his granddaughter. First, a grandson and now a granddaughter. Who exactly is Garp's son? Dayton pondered, her gaze lingering on the girl Garp had brought. She was quite lovely and would undoubtedly grow into a beautiful woman, but what was with that vacant expression? She looked like a fish that had been dead for quite some time. As Dayton contemplated, Garp had already placed Chica into her arms and turned to survey the surroundings, his eyes sharpened, an intense observation haki enveloping the entire mountain. I found you, Luffy. With that, Garp leaped into action, and in less than a minute he returned holding a small boy wearing a straw hat. Luffy. At this point, Luffy had already encountered Shanks and was incessantly muttering about becoming a pirate. Soon, he would be declaring his ambition to become the Pirate King. Luffy, this is your sister, Monkey D. Chica. Come, greet her. Garp set Luffy down, who stood there, utterly bewildered. His straw hat tilted and 3 large question marks floating above his head. Sister? Sister? When did I get a sister? Luffy turned to Garp in confusion, only to be met with a stern glare. Why, you're really my sister? Luffy gazed at Chica, who resembled a lifeless fish, and asked with uncertainty. Chica did not respond, merely letting out a deep sigh. Seeing her demeanor, Luffy furrowed his brow and took a step back, extending a finger towards her. To be my sister, you must be stronger than me. I'm going to become a pirate. Bang! Before Luffy could finish his sentence, Garp delivered a swift punch to his head. I've told you you're destined to become a marine. Ow ow ow! Luffy clutched his head, tears brimming in his eyes from the pain. After landing that punch, Garp's expression shifted dramatically. Luffy, didn't you just say that to be your sister she must at least be strong? How about a spar? If you win, Chica won't be your sister. Or she can be your younger sister instead. What? Really? Then I want to be his brother. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though a sister wouldn't do, a younger sister was certainly acceptable. As the youngest among the 3 brothers, Luffy yearned for someone beneath him in the hierarchy. He felt incredibly confident about this battle. After all, he was a user of the gum fruit, and a girl with a vacant gaze seemed no match for him. However, upon hearing the word younger sister, Chika's body trembled slightly. What fish-eyed nonsense was this? The thought of calling Luffy brother sent shivers down her spine. This was utterly absurd. Chika's fighting spirit ignited, and she suddenly sensed an anomaly within her body. The girl known as Chika seemed to harbor a terrifying power within her. Chapter 2, Call Me Sister. Having departed from Dayton's abode, the two individuals arrived at a small clearing nearby, a locale recommended by Luffy, where he frequently engaged in mock duels with Ace and Sabo. Despite wielding the powers of the gum fruit, Luffy had a record of more defeats than victories against his elder brothers, primarily due to his impulsive nature and the overwhelming prowess of their physical techniques. Nonetheless, even with the gum fruit's abilities, Luffy remained a formidable opponent for his peers. However, Mr. Carp harbored immense confidence in Chika. Mr. Carp, will Chika be alright? I know that Luffy is quite the fighter among his contemporaries. Dayton expressed her concerns to Carp, who stood beside her. Rest assured, Chika is quite capable herself. Carp chuckled heartily, entirely unconcerned. As Chika and Luffy exchanged glances, Luffy shouted, launching a gum bullet towards Chika. This speed is somewhat challenging, Chika remarked, her brow furrowing slightly as she effortlessly evaded Luffy's attack. Observing the failure of his gum bullet, Luffy quickly leaped into the air, his legs stretching elastically like a whip, aiming to strike down at Chika. Yet, she dodged with ease once more. This body seems to harbor an extraordinary strength, Chika realized, noting the remarkable differences in her dynamic vision, reflexes, and overall physical capabilities compared to an average person. Shave. Suddenly, Chika vanished from Luffy's line of sight. Bewildered, Luffy turned left and right, trying to comprehend her disappearance. Before he could react, Chika delivered a swift kick to his face. With a resounding thud, Luffy fell to the ground, his rubbery form bouncing several times before finally coming to a halt. 6 forms of the Navy. Carp's eyes sparkled with excitement, recognizing the 6 formidable techniques of the Navy: shave, iron body, paper drawing, moonwalk, storm leg, and finger gun. Mastery of these techniques could allow even a devil fruit user to hold their own. Carp couldn't recall teaching Chika the 6 forms. She must have learned them under Dragon's command. Carp was not surprised that a revolutionary subordinate could master the Navy's techniques, as they were fundamental skills practiced to some extent by nearly all Navy personnel. Thus, it was not unusual for such techniques to be revealed. Mr. Carp, Chika is incredibly strong, Dayton exclaimed, her eyes wide as she recalled Chika's sudden disappearance and reappearance, followed by the kick that sent Luffy flying. She shuddered at the thought of receiving such a blow herself. Chika is far beyond that, Carp continued, his voice growing somber. Being a Navy officer was not necessarily superior, but it offered him a means to assist rather than being a pirate. If Luffy and Chika joined the Navy, Carp could leverage his position to ensure their rapid advancement and protect them in times of danger. However, as pirates, they would be beyond his reach. With these thoughts weighing on him, Carp clenched his teeth, while the battle between Luffy and Chika raged on. Storm leg. Finger gun. It hurts, it hurts. 6 kings. Stop. Sister. My dear sister. Just as Chika attempted to unleash the ultimate technique of the 6 forms, the 6 kings gun, Luffy could no longer endure, repeatedly calling out for his sister. Isn't the gum fruit supposed to grant immunity to physical attacks? Why does it hurt so much? Luffy rolled on the ground in agony, while Chika stood beside him, letting out a sigh and internally chastising herself for getting carried away. Chika turned her gaze towards Carp, who was now approaching them. However, instead of addressing her, he bypassed her to lift Luffy. How does it feel, Luffy? Are you beginning to understand that there are those stronger than you? Carp laughed heartily. I see, but I always lose. Once I fully master the powers of the gum fruit, I will surely win. Luffy retorted defiantly. Luffy, it seems you remain undeterred. Chika, how much strength did you employ against Luffy just now? Carp inquired with a smile directed at Chika. After a brief pause, Chika extended a hand and replied, 50%. 50%? Both Luffy and Carp were incredulous. Chika, there's no need to conceal the truth. We're all allies here. Please be forthright. Carp pressed further. Luffy's intense gaze fixed on Chika, who wasn't deliberately withholding information. She too was uncertain about the nature of the power within her. It was likely a devil fruit ability, but its exact effects remained unclear to her. However, if she truly unleashed it, she suspected she had barely tapped into her potential during her confrontation with Luffy. After a moment of silence, Chika finally voiced her thoughts. Hearing her response, Carp's expression softened with satisfaction, while Luffy felt dazed, as if the gentle breeze brushing against his face was akin to a series of slaps, leaving it bruised and battered. Sister, sister. Ultimately, Luffy embraced this reality, uttering the heartfelt term for Chica, thus adding her to his already illustrious roster of siblings. Luffy! Luffy! Suddenly, two boys' voices echoed from a distance. One was a boy with black hair and a few freckles on his cheeks, while the other, with yellow hair and a black hat, wielded a metal pipe. Luffy's older brother Ace. Luffy's second brother Sabo. Initially, Luffy had been playing with Ace and Sabo, but Carp's sudden intervention had whisked him away. Naturally, Ace and Sabo could not remain passive upon witnessing the scene and hurriedly returned, though they were too far to arrive sooner. As they rushed in, they beheld Luffy's bruised visage, which led them to mistakenly believe that Carp had been abusive. Upon spotting the two boys, Carp cheerfully introduced, "Allow me to present Chica, Luffy's sister, who may very well become your sister in the future." Ace and Sabo what? Chapter 3, Fruit Ability Phoenix? Grandpa Carp. You must be joking. Does it appear as though I'm jesting? Carp's fists, imbued with love, landed squarely on Ace and Sabo's heads. Sabo, it was Ace who said it. Why am I being hit too? Both boys instinctively covered their heads in pain, and Carp decided to leave matters to the youth to resolve themselves. He then turned to Dayton and said, "So Dayton, I'm counting on you." Dayton shrugged in resignation and replied, "3 is already quite enough. I don't mind one more." Carp grinned and began to turn away, but as he took a step, he paused abruptly. "Chica, come with me for a moment." Oh. Chica followed Carp into a nearby grove. "Chica, you must be a wielder of a devil fruit, correct?" Carp gazed at Chica, and although he himself was not a devil fruit user, his extensive experience with individuals of such abilities allowed him to discern their nature with remarkable ease. Chica, not wishing to conceal the truth, especially since Garp was a figure of trust and her grandfather, admitted, "Indeed, I am a devil fruit user. However, I am still uncertain about the specifics of my power." Uncertain about one's abilities? That seemed implausible. Typically, the moment one consumes a devil fruit, a general understanding of its powers should manifest in one's mind. Garp looked at Chica in astonishment, while she closed her eyes, realizing that indeed, a vague impression lingered within her mind, beckoning her to explore the capabilities of her devil fruit. Drawing upon her instincts, Chica endeavored to summon the latent power within her. Gradually, her body radiated waves of heat, and her very essence underwent a profound transformation. A natural type? No, that did not seem quite right. Yet it was evident that Chica did not possess a paramecia type. This sensation bore a resemblance to the abilities of that fellow Sengoku. Suddenly, Chica opened her eyes, and an intense wave of heat enveloped her form. Her body became shrouded in this warmth, her hands transforming into vivid crimson wings, while her feet morphed into sharp, blood-red claws. Her once ebony hair now mirrored the hue of her transformed physique. The former Chica exuded an aura of nonchalance, yet the current Chica emanated an overwhelming presence, imbued with an air of authority. Is she a Zoan-type mythical beast, the bird fruit, Phoenix? Chica murmured the name of her devil fruit to herself. A phoenix, so Marco's immortal bird is not a phoenix after all? Yet, strictly speaking, an immortal bird and a phoenix are not the same creature. Although she was still uncertain about the precise abilities of the mythical beast phoenix fruit, it was reasonable to assume they would not pale in comparison to Marco's immortal bird. An extraordinary regenerative ability? How fortunate! With this power, surviving in the world of pirates should be a relatively straightforward endeavor. Chica's aspirations were quite simple: to survive in this realm. The ambitions of becoming the pirate king, or the world's greatest swordsman, held no allure for her. Even now, as she assumed the role of Luffy's sister, she could not afford to let her guard down. After all, in the original narrative, Luffy's brother Ace had met his demise. As the saying goes, to accompany a king is to be amidst a tiger. Remaining beside the protagonist was no different, where one either ascended to divinity or met their end. "Chica, come join me in the navy." "Ah, ha!" Chica exclaimed, her face a mask of shock. However, upon reflection, it seemed rather normal, yet her astonishment remained palpable. What a jest! Join the navy. On second thought, that didn't sound too bad. For one, being part of the navy was significantly safer than being a pirate. Typically, they enjoyed numerical superiority and were well-equipped, exerting comprehensive dominance over lower-tier pirates. Even when facing higher-tier pirates, few, like the King of the Sea, would dare confront the navy directly. Moreover, with Garp's protection, this identity held considerable weight both within and outside the navy, ensuring she would not face internal ostracism. A future promotion to a logistics rear admiral seemed entirely feasible. As Chica contemplated this, a faint smile crept onto her lips. Yet Garp's next words shattered her burgeoning excitement. Just in time for the Navy's new recruits training camp. You'll have Zephyr teach you. Although he may not be as formidable as me, he is still an impressive warrior. Chica, you will undoubtedly grow stronger. I'll ensure you become a future Marine Admiral. Ha ha ha. Garp chuckled heartily, patting Chica on the back, while she wore a strained smile. Zephyr, the former Marine Admiral known as the Black Arm, had risen through the ranks at 38, his formidable strength quelling numerous pirates. Yet, his most remarkable talent lay in nurturing exceptional Marines. By the age of 42, he had trained Akonu and Kizaru, and by 44 he had mentored Akiji. It was evident that his teaching prowess was unparalleled. The training camp opens in half a year. In the meantime, you should stay with Dayton. Though she is a mountain bandit, her nature is not malevolent, and with your abilities, you should have little to fear. Chica nodded, realizing she was entirely led by Garp's whims. This old coot, despite his age, still possessed a keen intellect. After bidding Garp farewell, Chica retraced her steps alone. Upon returning to Dayton's vicinity, she spotted Dayton alongside Luffy and his brothers, seemingly waiting for her arrival. Sister. You must be Chica, right? We are Luffy's brothers. As you are Luffy's sister, we must clarify our familial hierarchy, Ace and Sabo spoke in unison. Upon hearing this, Chica paused, letting out a resigned sigh. As for our hierarchy, I am undoubtedly your elder sister. Discussing lineage reignited a fierce fire within her gaze. Chapter 4. The Subjugation of Sabo and Ace. Chica was acutely aware of matters of lineage, as she had been the youngest in her family before her transmigration. While the events of her previous life were immutable, the present offered her a chance to alter her circumstances, and she was determined to seize it with fervor. The affirmative response from the two brothers sent a jolt through them. They had not anticipated such a resolute answer from Chica. Recalling Luffy's previous descriptions of her, an air of tension enveloped them. Meanwhile, Luffy, grinning widely, stretched out his arms and shouted, "Sister, go for it. Take down Ace and Sabo." Ace and Sabo shot Luffy a glare, as if to question his sudden rebellion. To this, Luffy merely chuckled, having lowered his own status as a jester. He naturally wished to pull Ace and Sabo down with him. Moreover, he understood Chica's prowess, even if it were to be considered less than a fraction of what she had previously claimed. Merely the strength she had displayed in her battle against Luffy suggested that Ace and Sabo would stand no chance against her. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances, as if debating who would engage first, while Chica, exuding confidence, declared, "You two can come at me together. I have no issue with that." "What? Teaming up? You underestimate us." "Not underestimating, but showing respect. One by one, you stand no chance," Chica replied with a calm demeanor. Currently, if Luffy's combat prowess rated a 10, Ace and Sabo would barely reach 15, while Chica's strength exceeded 100, and that was without utilizing her devil fruit abilities. Without further ado, Ace and Sabo exchanged a knowing glance, nodded, and charged toward Chica in unison. Their martial skills represented the pinnacle among their peers, which was why they had the upper hand against Luffy. However, when it comes to physical combat, Chica, possessing the Navy's 6 styles, utterly dominated the two. "Shave. Where are they?" "Behind you." Upon hearing the voice, the two quickly turned around, but Chica executed another shave, moving at such high speed that they could hardly track her position. Ace and Sabo, back to back, gulped nervously. It dawned on them that Luffy's earlier proclamations were not mere exaggerations. Galefoot. Finger gun. Sister Chica. I concede, I surrender." Under Chica's mastery of the Navy's 6 styles, these two little rascals, much like Luffy, ultimately yielded and lowered their rank. Witnessing this scene, Luffy couldn't contain his laughter, covering his mouth with both hands. Simultaneously, Ace and Sabo delivered a simultaneous punch from above onto his head. "What a cheeky delight, huh? How can you say that? Didn't I tell you before? My sister is incredibly strong." Luffy puffed out his cheeks defiantly, darting behind Chica and making a face at Ace and Sabo. "She is my big sister. She stands up for me." Observing Luffy's antics, Ace and Sabo were infuriated yet powerless. While it was true that Luffy couldn't best them in a fight, they were equally at a loss against him. The gum-gum fruit, lacking hockey in its early stages, could only be harmed by sharp weapons and elemental attacks. Dayton, watching these 4 little mischief makers, sighed helplessly, clapping his hands together. "Well then, everyone has introduced themselves. Let us head back for dinner." "All right." Chica nodded at Dayton, then disregarding Luffy behind her, strode directly home. Luffy, Sabo, and Ace exchanged glances and made their way back home, settling down for dinner. "Sister Chica, what techniques were you using earlier? They seem to have specific names. Like paper chapter?" Galefoot? Ace inquired while eating. Upon hearing paper chapter Galefoot, Chica shot him an exasperated glance and replied, "What paper chapter Galefoot? It's finger gun and Galefoot. These are the Navy's 6 styles. If you join the Navy, you'll be trained specifically in these 6 techniques." Ah. So they are Navy techniques? Never mind then. I have no intention of becoming a Navy officer. Upon learning that these were Navy techniques, Ace and the others immediately lost interest. Although undeniably powerful, they were all aspiring pirates. Using Navy techniques would be utterly unbecoming. Wait a moment. Sister Chica knows the Navy's 6 styles. So does that mean you are part of the Navy? Sabo questioned, suddenly realizing the implication. Everyone, even Dayton, turned their gaze toward Chica, who let out a weary sigh, her soup suddenly losing its appeal. In the future, Grandpa Carp has already arranged for me to join the Navy. In 6 months, I'll be enrolling in the Navy's rookie training camp, so I will only be here for less than half a year. Ah, is that so? Sister Chica is going to be a Navy officer? I won't let her catch me. Please, can't you all refrain from being pirates and spare me the trouble of chasing you? No. My goal is to become the Pirate King. What? I am the one who will become the Pirate King. The Dayton household was filled with a serene atmosphere. And even Chica, who had previously harbored dissatisfaction about her reincarnation, gradually adapted to her surroundings. Over the following 6 months, Chica subjected the 3 brothers to both physical and mental training. The physical aspect was combat, but it was not Chica who initiated it. Rather, the 3 brothers willingly approached her for a beating, a request Chica had never encountered before, voluntarily coming to be a punching bag. The mental torment, however, was a task assigned by Carp, urging Chica to persuade the 3 brothers to join the Navy, a mission that proved exceedingly challenging. Despite her efforts, it was utterly futile. The brothers' resolve was unwavering. Throughout this half-year, the siblings solidified their ranks. Chica as the eldest sister, Ace as the second, Sabo as the third, and Luffy as the youngest. Yet, during these 6 months, Chica's most significant gain was a deeper understanding of her devil fruit abilities. The mythical Zoan type? The bird fruit, in its phoenix form. Similar to Marco's phoenix fruit, it possessed formidable regenerative capabilities, could unleash fiery attacks, and boasted remarkable speed, truly an all-rounder. However, if that were all, there wouldn't be much distinction from Marco's fruit. During these 6 months, Chica uncovered a unique ability of her phoenix fruit, the power to command all birds. As the sovereign of all avians, while Chica could not decipher their exact words, she could grasp their general sentiments and effortlessly direct them. As the half-year mark approached, Carp was likely on his way, and Chica's pleasant days were drawing to a close. Chapter 5. Heading to Navy Headquarters. Sister Chica. We're preparing to clear out the nearby mountain bandits. Sister Chica, do you want to join us? Ace and the others excitedly approached. Chica understood that this was not a noble endeavor. They merely sought to find someone to practice against. And mountain bandits were the perfect human punching bags. I think I'll pass. If I joined, there wouldn't be enough punching bags left for you. Chica waved her hand dismissively. Fair point. Ace and the others waved goodbye to Chica and set off to clear out the mountain bandits. It was indeed unfortunate for the mountain bandits, as they were about to face defeat at the hands of these children. As for concerns about whether Luffy and the others would be harmed by the bandits, Chica had no such worries. That was simply impossible. After Chica's rigorous training, their strength had far surpassed that of their peers in the original storyline, especially Luffy, who was nearing the power level he would possess when setting sail in the original tale. Defeating the weakest bandits in the East Blue would be a walk in the park. Outside Dayton's home, Chica lounged in a folding chair, luxuriating in the rare moments of leisure. Such days were quite pleasant. Just as she was about to drift into slumber, a small bird flew from the distance, landing on her shoulder and chirping a couple of times. Instantly, Chica was jolted awake. What? Grandpa Carp is already here. So soon. Chica scrambled up from her folding chair. According to her calculations, Carp would not arrive for another 4 or 5 days. She raked her fingers through her disheveled hair and let out a resigned sigh. There was no choice but to go. Dayton Grandma. Grandpa Carp is here to pick me up. Mr. Carp? Luffy and the others. Please tell them I'm leaving now. After Chica spoke, she swiftly used shave to depart from Dayton's home. Although her time with Luffy and the others had only been half a year, it had been enjoyable, and the thought of saying goodbye to children was cumbersome. At the harbor of Windmill Village, Carp's dog-headed warship was already docked. Before Carp even leapt from the ship, Chica had already appeared beside the vessel. Chica, how did you know I was coming? Carp looked at the early arriving Chica, puzzled. Even suspecting that she had awakened the observation haki, as the three types of haki do not necessarily require systematic training, and can sometimes be innately mastered by exceptionally gifted individuals. By the way, the three types of haki are observation haki, armament haki, and conqueror's haki. Notably, there is no notion of innate talent for observation and armament haki. With a reasonable training regimen, anyone can master them, although their strength may vary. Conversely, conqueror's haki is renowned as a power that only 1 in a million can awaken, symbolizing royalty. Ordinary conqueror's haki can merely incapacitate the weak, but mastering the advanced techniques of conqueror's haki can significantly enhance one's capabilities. Both observation and armament haki also possess higher-level applications. Observation haki allows one to foresee the future, while armament haki enables the user to penetrate objects from a distance. All officers of the Navy at the rank of Rear Admiral and above wield haki, and some below that rank possess single-color haki. Meanwhile, the pirates predominantly hold haki in the New World, where possessing dual-color haki is indispensable for survival, while conqueror's haki is a decisive factor for pirates aspiring to become emperors and kings. Within the Navy, those who wield conqueror's haki are relatively rare. Publicly, only Sengoku is known to possess it, with Garp and Steelbone Kong's status remaining ambiguous. Qianxia gazed at Garp before her, contemplating that since Luffy possesses conqueror's haki, and Dragon does as well, Garp should likely possess it too. Qianxia, have you awakened your observation haki? Garp inquired straightforwardly, not mincing words. Given that Qianxia grew up by Dragon's side, Garp knew she would certainly understand the concept of haki. Qianxia shook her head. For the past 6 months, she had not deliberately trained, nor did she have the conditions to do so. Thus haki was out of the question. With a casual wave of her hand, hundreds of birds suddenly erupted from the distant treetops, swirling around Qianxia and above. Grandpa Garp, this is a manifestation of my devil fruit ability. A lark perched delicately on one of her fingers as she raised her hand slightly. Without further elaboration, Garp had already deduced the nature of Qianxia's awakening. Truly the granddaughter of this old man. This ability will be perfect for reconnaissance in the future. Garp exclaimed with hearty laughter. Qianxia felt a surge of joy. With this ability, she would have leverage to avoid frontline combat, relishing her role in logistics instead. Following Garp, Qianxia boarded the Doghead battleship. Before setting sail, Garp inquired whether she would not bid farewell to Luffy and Ace. Qianxia merely shook her head nonchalantly, reiterating her sentiment that farewells among children were excessively cumbersome. In her heart was a nearly 20-year-old adult, unable to bear it. Grandpa Garp, let us set sail. All right. This year's elite from the Navy training camp will undoubtedly include Qianxia's name. Garp thought little of it, his heart swelling with joy. The Doghead battleship set off, heading towards Navy headquarters. Leaning against the ship's railing, Qianxia gazed at the sky. Luffy was 7 this year, and she was 10. Marking the imminent commencement of her journey with the Navy. Simultaneously, at Navy headquarters, Zephyr, who had not yet lost his arm, perused the list of new recruits. At that moment, he still harbored hope for the Navy, as each year many exemplary officers emerged from the new recruit training camp. However, the quality of the Navy had notably declined in recent years. Sengoku's insistence on maintaining balance had left the Navy heavily influenced by the world government, threatening to plunge it into complete decay. Zephyr clenched his teeth. At the age of 42, he had lost his family to pirates, transforming his feelings towards them from mere duty to absolute loathing. He had once proposed to resign from the Navy, seeking to eliminate pirates independently, but was ultimately dissuaded by the upper echelons, including Garp and Sengoku. Although he retained his admiral status, he refrained from frontline engagements, transitioning to a training officer role, where he began to cultivate new naval talent. After successfully nurturing Akonu, Kizaru, and Akiji, he formally stepped down from his admiral position to focus solely on his duties as an instructor. Yet in recent years his patience had worn thin. This girl is Garp's granddaughter? I hope she isn't one of those who relies on Garp's status to coast through. Zephyr scrutinized Qianxia's newcomer profile with a serious expression, while on the Doghead battleship, Qianxia suddenly sneezed. I have an ominous premonition. Chapter 6. Zephyr and the attention of the 3 admirals. Navy headquarters, the strongest military organization of the world government, serves as its face and stands as one of the 3 major powers upon the seas. The 4 emperors are formidable, and some of the 7 warlords of the sea are exceptionally strong. Undoubtedly, Navy headquarters boasts the greatest strength as a singular entity. The former fleet admiral, the current fleet admiral, former admirals, current admirals, and overwhelming numbers of sailors culminate to create the institution Qianxia is destined to join. For reasons unknown, upon arrival, Qianxia felt an unexpected calmness rather than nervousness. gazing at the Navy headquarters depicted in the anime and manga. Her excitement overshadowed her anxiety, although new concerns began to surface in her mind. You need not worry. Your skills will surely be considered strong in the training camp. It won't be overly exhausting. Ah. But that is not my concern. Qianxia shook her head. Exhaustion? Mentally, she had endured 3 years of high school training, and physically, she had undergone military training upon reaching adulthood. A mere Navy recruit training hardly daunted her. Thus, her apprehensions lay elsewhere. Upon reaching the new recruit training camp, Qianxia's worries ultimately manifested into reality. Most of her fellow recruits were adults, predominantly male, with very few females, all of whom were undeniably older than her. At 10 years old, Qianxia's stature stood out prominently amongst the recruits, and upon entering the camp, the new recruits turned to gaze at her, their expressions indicating they assumed her to be merely a child visiting. Little sister, are you here for a tour? Do you want to become a Navy officer in the future? Then we are your seniors. By the time you become a Navy officer, we will probably be lieutenants. Ahaha. A burly man chuckled as he reached out to ruffle Qianxia's hair, but she swiftly dodged his hand. I'm sorry, but you are not my seniors. We are contemporaries. Qianxia coldly clarified. Contemporaries? The crowd paused, taken aback by her response, before bursting into uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha, little girl, what are you saying? You don't look like you've even turned 10 yet. The new recruit training camp is no playground. However, I quite like your stubbornness. The Navy must confront pirates. And you are far too young. You should return to your mother, they jested, their laughter echoing around her. Qianxia's cheeks subtly transformed into a professional smile as she placed her hands behind her back, struggling to contain herself. In her mind, she had already devised a series of rapid-fire moves based on the Navy's 6 forms, likely capable of taking down 5 or 6 individuals in one fell swoop. Just as Qianxia was about to act, an imposing aura suddenly emanated from a distance, causing everyone to turn their heads. Approaching was a man with reddish-yellow skin and purple hair, exuding an aura of both age and youthfulness. Former Admiral and Chief Instructor of the new recruit training camp, Zephyr. As the recruits recognized Zephyr, they hurriedly saluted him. Upon reaching them, Zephyr furrowed his brow and inquired, what was all that noise about? Report. We were attempting to send this little girl away. A trembling recruit stammered in response. Oh, it's you, Garp's granddaughter, the youngest recruit in this new training camp. Zephyr immediately recognized Chica, and the surrounding individuals, upon hearing Zephyr's words, were instantly drenched in cold sweat. This girl is truly a new recruit? And she is Mr. Garp's granddaughter? When did such a remarkable figure emerge? Chica's gaze collided with Zephyr's. Although Zephyr lacked the conqueror's haki, the pressure he exerted was still palpable. Nevertheless, Chica was not one to easily succumb to such intimidation. Zephyr, surprised by Chica's resilience in the face of his imposing presence, reflected on his years of teaching. Only the current 3 admirals, Akonu, Kizaru, and Akiji, had managed to withstand his pressure from the outset. Could it be that this girl possesses the potential of an admiral? No, it would be premature to jump to conclusions. Shaking his head, Zephyr led Chica and all the other new recruits to the training camp central field, where their training was about to commence. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, the 3 admirals had gathered together for the first time in a while, summoned by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Take a look at this, Sengoku said, distributing identical copies of a document to Akonu, Kizaru, and Akiji. The document was Chica's new recruit resume. Name Chica. Gender female. Age 10 years. Devil fruit. Zoan type mythical beast fruit phoenix form. Combat skills. 6 styles of the Navy. Suspected mastery of the advanced technique. 6 King's gun. Identity. Garp's granddaughter. Comprehensive evaluation. An extraordinarily gifted genius far surpassing her peers, capable of mastering both forms of haki, with strength warranting direct promotion to the rank of Rear Admiral. Garp's granddaughter. How terrifying, Kizaru remarked with a sly grin as he perused the resume. Ah, indeed frightening. To possess such talent at the tender age of 10? She is undoubtedly a candidate for future admiralship. Akiji expressed his delight at Garp's granddaughter's exceptional abilities. Sengoku's gaze turned to the only admiral who had yet to speak, Akonu. Sakazuki, what are your thoughts? Her talent is commendable. However, a genius remains merely a genius until they mature. Until then, they hold little substantial value for the Navy. Akonu replied sternly. Indeed, if a genius fails to develop, they remain just that, a genius. Yet she is Garp's granddaughter. It would be prudent to keep a close watch on her. I have a premonition that in the future, Garp's granddaughter will wield considerable influence upon these seas. She has the potential to grow. Sengoku's expression turned serious, prompting the 3 admirals to refocus on Chica's resume. Indeed, with such qualifications, if she were to truly develop, the rank of admiral may not be her final destination. Unbeknownst to Chika, Sengoku and the three admirals were now keeping a watchful eye on Carp's granddaughter, while at that very moment, Chika was undergoing grueling training under Zephyr's relentless regimen. Both her physical and mental fortitude were being tested, with the hockey lessons to follow. Chika's confidence, built over 3 years of high school and military training, was gradually stripped away. Today marked the first day. So the task was simple: run 100,000 meters. Whoever finishes last will forego dinner. What? The crowd erupted in disbelief at the announcement, while Chika, lagging at the back of the line and hoping to slack off, thought that 100,000 meters was utterly outrageous, and so she attempted to sneakily employ some shortcuts. Shave. By the way, Chika, you are not permitted to use the 6 styles of the Navy. Ah. Chika fell to the ground, lamenting that even her attempts to take it easy were thwarted. Chapter 7. The goal: dominating the new recruit training camp. The first day of training concluded. Chika ultimately finished at the tail end of the group, ending this devilish running session with one of the lowest results. Of course, the primary reason for her poor placement was her preoccupation with her physical condition. She could have easily secured a top position if she had exerted herself fully. Chika realized her physical capabilities were not as formidable as she had anticipated. There lingered a sense of having once been strong, but now having fallen into disuse. As the duration of exercise extended, waves of fatigue inexplicably washed over her. This must be due to the prolonged neglect of this body before her transmigration. With ample rehabilitation, these issues should resolve. Fortunately, the dormitory had at least arranged a private room for her, allowing Chika to rest adequately. She lay on her bed, gasping for breath, contemplating the grueling days ahead, feeling as though her life had lost its luster. Just as she was about to drift into slumber, a series of knocks echoed through the dormitory door. Knock, knock, knock. Chika, filled with exasperation, opened her eyes and climbed out of bed. Who is it? Akiji. Akiji? Chika's drowsiness vanished in an instant as she sprang up to open the dormitory door. Indeed, it was Akiji, the current admiral of the Navy, possessor of the ice fruit. Akiji entered, holding a small bento box in one hand while waving with the other. I thought you would be last in today's physical assessment, so I prepared some food for you. I didn't expect you to come in second to last instead. Do you want this? Akiji said awkwardly, glancing at the bento. Yes. Yes. Chika naturally trusted Akiji. Not only had she admired his character while watching the anime, but he also had a close relationship with Carp, eliminating any need for wariness. The bento was filled with a variety of food, with Akiji scratching the back of his head in embarrassment as he remarked, I wasn't sure what you liked, so I prepared a bit of everything. Chika appreciated this gesture, as she herself was still uncertain about her culinary preferences. As she ate from the bento, Chika inquired, Akiji-san, did you come just to deliver me a bento? Well, Sengoku mentioned that we admirals should keep an eye on you, and I am also curious about Carp's granddaughter. Akiji replied nonchalantly, I would prefer not to be the center of attention. I personally lean towards a more laid-back lifestyle. Ha ha ha, that makes 2 of us. Chika and Akiji found their personalities quite similar, leading to a pleasant conversation. However, such joyous moments are fleeting, and soon the dawn of the next day arrived. I watched your running yesterday, and I am thoroughly dissatisfied. If this is the caliber of this year's Navy recruits, then the Navy is doomed. Zephyr unleashed a barrage of critiques at the new recruits, and Chika understood that today would once again be a day of suffering. Would it be a run of 100,000 meters? Or perhaps 200,000? She braced herself for whatever lay ahead. After a vigorous reprimand, Zephyr took a couple of deep breaths, clearly having exerted himself too much. Today's running task will be postponed. You will engage in random one-on-one battles. I need to assess your practical combat abilities first. Do not embarrass me, understood? Understood. Upon hearing the words practical combat, Chika's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, the thought that she could not utilize the 6 styles dampened her enthusiasm. By the way, Chika, you may use the 6 styles. Refrain from using anything else. What? I can use the 6 styles. Or do you wish to get beaten? Understood. Chika's peculiar exchange with Zephyr was overheard by everyone around them. Yet at that moment, they could hardly comprehend the implications, as the training in the 6 styles was part of their future curriculum, which they had yet to learn. A few minutes later, the order of the one-on-one battles was swiftly determined through a lottery. Chika's opponent was a complete unknown, a mere passerby, which left her utterly unconcerned. Her foe, too, was unfazed, as he did not believe he could possibly lose to a 10-year-old girl. Since she was not the first to compete, Chika took the opportunity to observe the battles of her peers. It was indeed a brutal spectacle. Without the knowledge of the Marine's 6 powers and the dual-color hockey, the fights lacked excitement. Compared to the unrestricted free combat she experienced before her transmigration, these battles were far less impressive. In the past, they would have been considered extraordinary. But now, Chica felt they paled in comparison to the chaotic skirmishes involving Luffy, Ace and Sabo. The victor is Robert. Next, Monkey D. Chica versus Wallace. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd before the battle even commenced. Turning to see the source, Chica covered her mouth with both hands, unable to suppress her amusement. It was inevitable. Wallace was the name of a fast food restaurant from her previous life, as well as the nickname of a character from Jet Warriors. This did not imply that Chica looked down on Wallace, but rather, it was difficult for her to contain her laughter at someone fighting under the name of a fast food establishment. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Chica apologized as she stepped out from the crowd and into the fighting area, while Wallace also approached, pursing his lips, feeling a sense of offense without knowing why he was laughed at. Little girl, out of respect for your grandfather, Mr. Garp, I shall go easy on you, Wallace declared, his eyes narrowing as he assumed a fighting stance. Go easy? I'm afraid I cannot, Chica retorted. Shave. In an instant, her figure vanished from the sight of all except Zephyr. When she reappeared, it was directly in front of Wallace, her leg lifting to deliver a close-range raging foot. Boom! The terrifying shockwave sent Wallace flying out of the competition area, rolling on the ground for several yards before finally coming to a halt. A swift victory. This showcased the immense power Chica wielded after mastering the Marine's 6 powers, a stark contrast to the inexperienced recruits surrounding her. The new recruits stared in disbelief at Chica, astonished by her formidable strength. Was this truly the power of Garp, the hero's granddaughter? In an unnoticed corner, Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. It was evident that Chica had a high mastery of Shave and Raging Foot. Few in Marine headquarters could reach such a level of proficiency with the 6 powers. What remained was the accumulation of battle experience and the training of dual-color hockey. However, Zephyr also perceived a significant flaw in Chica. Her attacks lacked ferocity. With that last kick, she could have easily shattered Wallace's ribs, but had merely sent him flying. Even when sparring with her fellow recruits, she should not have shown such restraint. As long as no one died, the Marines could heal them. A new training regimen for Chica was clearly in order. Chapter 8. The trio from Windmill Village. While Chica wreaked havoc at Marine headquarters, the trio from Windmill Village found the atmosphere quite dismal. It was evident that Chica's sudden departure had a profound impact on them. The dish we made today is Chica's favorite, Luffy lamented. Damn it. I was looking forward to practicing with her. I finally perfected a special move, and now there's nowhere to showcase it. Big sister can't be allowed to win. Luffy exclaimed suddenly, standing up from his chair, arms outstretched. If she's going to be a Marine, then I must become a stronger pirate. I absolutely cannot be caught by her. Ace and Sabo paused at Luffy's outburst, suddenly enlightened. How can we remain so despondent? Chica is getting stronger, and we cannot afford to stagnate. I need to find a powerful devil fruit, Ace declared. I remember Chica mentioning hockey once. I will find a way to learn it. With my gum-gum fruit, I'm invincible, Luffy boasted. The 3 brothers laughed heartily at the table, until 3 decisive punches landed squarely on their foreheads. Stop acting like fools and eat your meal, Dayton chastised, using her inherited albeit gentle, iron fist to bring the trio back to reality. However, the impact of her punches did little to quell their excitement. The brothers' journey to sea was hastened. At Marine headquarters, the new recruits' training camp. Shave. Iron block. Paper drawing. Moonwalk. Raging foot. 6. King. Gun. Zephyr introduced the Marine 6 powers and their profound secrets. Chica, already adept at these techniques, was forcibly brought forth by Zephyr to demonstrate. With her remarkable display of strength, Chica had unwittingly become a figure of authority among the new recruits in the training camp. This is the Marine 6 powers, a skill essential for all Marines to cultivate. While it is not mandatory for all to master every technique, you are my disciples, emerging from my training camp, and I demand that you learn them, Zephyr declared earnestly. Understood. Run 20,000 meters. Understood. At Zephyr's command, all the recruits began to run laps around Marine headquarters. Just as Chica prepared to join them, Zephyr stopped her. You need not participate. Compared to foundational physical conditioning, you require mastery of other skills, Zephyr instructed Chica. Naturally, Chica was pleased to be excused from the running, as 20,000 meters was indeed exhausting. Mastery of dual-color hockey and the devil fruit is your curriculum. However, before I formally teach you these, you must first attend another course, Zephyr stated, turning his gaze elsewhere. Chika followed his line of sight to see Akiji leisurely cycling towards them. Akiji, you're so slow. Teacher Zephyr. I'm moving as fast as I can. I'm not Kizaru. Akiji replied, though he quickened his pace to join them. Chika. Today's lesson is to accompany Akiji on a mission to eliminate pirates. I require you to personally take down at least 10 pirates. As Akiji's warship departed from Marine headquarters, he casually reclined on a folding chair aboard the ship, a green eye mask covering his eyes as he began to doze off. Mr. Akiji, who are we going after? Chika inquired. I think it's, I can't really remember, but just look for pirates to capture, Akiji replied nonchalantly, leaving Chika somewhat prepared for his non-committal demeanor. As they departed Marine headquarters, Akiji's warship surprisingly headed towards the East Blue. Chika was momentarily bewildered. What pirates could possibly be caught in the East Blue? Wait, there seemed to be only a few noteworthy pirates to consider. Buggy the Clown? That guy possesses the power of luck. Capturing him seems unrealistic. What about Arlong? I recall he colludes with corrupt Marines. The higher-ups likely remain unaware of his actions. So the outcome seems obvious. Just as Chika thought this, she happened to encounter the very man in question. Boss, it's the Marines. What are you afraid of? I am Admiral Creek. Come over here. I haven't had much business lately, so let's seize this. A man clad in golden armor on a pirate ship boldly pointed a finger at Akiji's warship. Admiral Kizaru, the tyrant of the East Blue, is a villain of the utmost depravity, wielding an arsenal of weaponry that places him at the pinnacle of human capability. He is also the first formidable adversary encountered by Monkey D. Luffy in the original work. The Axe King, Morgans, hardly qualifies as a strong foe. Have we already crossed paths so swiftly? Today must indeed be fortuitous. Kizaru removed his eye patch and gazed at the pirate ship before him. The pirates of the East Blue are utterly unaccustomed to the world. Even if Kizaru stood before them, they would not recognize him as a marine admiral. Kizaru regarded Kuro, the pirate captain, with a detached expression. Just as he was about to signal his men to engage in battle, Chika, standing beside him, suddenly spoke, her demeanor drastically shifting. Mr. Kizaru, allow me to take this on alone. Alone? But you despise troublesome matters. This is a mission from Zephyr-sensei, 10 men against an entire pirate crew. I sense little distinction. A rare seriousness glimmered in Chika's eyes. In truth, she had her own methods to address her compassionate disposition. For a modern individual transported to the world of pirates, harboring resistance to such matters is entirely natural. Yet, one must find a way to adapt, lest survival become unattainable. Kuro is a quintessential villain, a man devoid of any moral scruples. If Chika cannot steel herself against such a person, she would struggle to accept herself. Noticing the sincerity in her gaze, Kizaru pondered momentarily before nodding. Very well, go ahead. I have faith in your abilities. Thank you, I too have faith in my strength, Chika replied, then took a determined step forward, executing the moonwalk technique as she approached the advancing pirate ship. This battle would mark her true emergence as an individual capable of thriving in the pirate world. A vital first step towards becoming a powerhouse. With a resounding thud, Chika landed heavily upon Kuro's pirate vessel, raising her chin to face Kuro and his crew with unwavering resolve. Marine Recruit, Monkey D. Chika, hereby declares the eradication of your crew. Chapter 9. The Terror of Kuro. What? A Marine recruit? Is the Navy truly this absurd now? Sending a little girl to her demise? Ha ha ha. Kuro laughed heartily at the sight of the young Chika, while the other pirates aboard the ship noted her arrival. Boss, she flew here. Flew here? Kuro's laughter abruptly faltered. How could a person fly? Unless they were a devil fruit user? He quickly resumed his gaze upon Chika, only to find she had vanished from sight. Shave. 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 Chika darted about using the shave technique, her speed rendering her nearly invisible to ordinary pirates. For them, a single strike from the shave would possess lethal force. One by one, pirates fell unconscious around Kuro, who spun in frantic search of Chika, yet caught not even a glimpse of her shadow. The calm expression previously etched on his face morphed into one of shock, then dread. Show yourself. Come out. Kuro brandished a golden spear, thrusting it wildly into the air, inadvertently striking down his own allies, yet still failing to locate Chika. It was only when all but Kuro lay incapacitated that Chika re-emerged within his line of sight. Vile wretch, you have finally revealed yourself. Vile. I merely employ a more efficient method to achieve my goals. Chika exhaled slowly. The demon man Akin is absent. Akin was the strongest aboard Kuro's ship. Without his equipment, Akin's raw power surpassed Kuro's. It seemed he had yet to join Kuro at this juncture. Chika redirected her attention to Kuro. clad in golden armor and wielding a golden spear, while remaining wary of the poisonous gas. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed the shave technique once more. With no other targets in sight, Kuro realized Chika's intentions were solely directed at him, and he began to spin his golden spear, attempting to intimidate her into retreat. But would this be effective? 6. King. Spears. Chika unleashed the ultimate technique of the Marine 6 styles, causing a terrifying shockwave that pierced through Kuro's golden armor without making contact with the spear. Boom! Kuro's golden spear shattered instantly, and a gaping wound appeared in his armor as he was sent sprawling, bloodied and battered. Is this truly the end? Chika found it hard to believe that the battle had concluded with such ease, especially considering Luffy's struggle against Kuro in the original narrative. Having lacked a proper reference point for combat strength, Chika had remained uncertain of her own capabilities. Now, however, she could finally gauge her prowess. Chika approached Kuro step by step, pondering how to deliver him his final farewell when suddenly, the deck beneath her feet gave way. Kuro's eyes shot open as he produced a golden dagger from seemingly nowhere, lunging towards Chika. Haha. Yet again, I have the upper hand, girl. But Kuro's glee was short-lived. Though his dagger struck true, the wound ignited in a blaze of crimson flames, melting the golden dagger. As the flames receded, the injury vanished. Zoan-type mythical beast, bird fruit phoenix form. Flames of rebirth. Unlike Marco's flames, Chika's fire possessed a more aggressive nature, capable of self-regeneration while simultaneously inflicting damage upon any entity other than herself. I was careless earlier. I never anticipated the deck would suddenly collapse. Well then, I have devised a fitting farewell for you. As she spoke, Chika gathered a small fireball at her fingertip, and with a gentle flick, it engulfed Kuro's form, eliciting anguished cries that echoed in her vicinity. Chika maintained a steady rhythm in her breathing, quietly absorbing the sounds of torment. Once she acclimated to this, she would encounter no further issues. A minute later, Kuro was reduced to nothingness, and Kizaru's warship arrived alongside. Is it over? Let us return, Kizaru remarked with nonchalance. Yes. Chika replied with a slight nod, turning to board Kizaru's vessel, as they made their way back to Marine headquarters. For the East Blue, her actions were undoubtedly a boon, further diminishing the standard of piracy in the region. Marine headquarters. Upon their return, it was deep into the night. Chika shook off the fatigue, clearly feeling drowsy as she rubbed her eyes and headed toward her quarters. Just as she arrived at her door, she noticed it ajar. Who could have entered? No. Who possesses such capability? Chika steeled herself, cautiously pushing the door open. As it swung wide, a lewd face greeted her, nearly sending her into a panic. Kizaru, am I truly that frightful? Kizaru stood before her, hands tucked into his pockets. In truth, Kizaru's appearance was not intimidating. Rather, it bore a certain lewdness. However, paired with his abilities and strength, he exuded an unsettling sense of security, albeit still too lewd. Do not be alarmed. I merely came to check on you. To see the granddaughter of Mr. Garp, the prodigy of monsters, Kizaru said indifferently. Uncle Kizaru, I am not frightened. Uncle? You call Kizaru-sir and refer to me as uncle? That truly hurts my feelings. Chika's lips quivered slightly, revealing that this individual was not merely disreputable in appearance. His tone was equally disconcerting. I recall that Uncle Kizaru is 9 years senior to Admiral Akiji, so the distinction and address is entirely reasonable. Chika endeavored to calm her tumultuous emotions as she responded while making her way back to her bedchamber. Kizaru stroked his chin, seemingly contemplating Chika's earlier reply. Uncle Kizaru, you must have some ulterior motive, right? Surely you are not merely here to visit, like Admiral Akiji? Chika regarded Kizaru with a subtly complex expression. Both of you must be under the instructions of Admiral Sengoku, am I correct? If Akiji's presence was expected, then your arrival is rather surprising. Soon. Won't Akonu be making an appearance as well? I find myself somewhat overwhelmed. Cough cough, I am certainly not as idle as Akiji. I have pressing matters to attend to, Kizaru proclaimed, weaving a web of fabrications with a nonchalant demeanor. Chika retorted. Is there anyone in the entire Navy more idle than you? What is it? Chika, my dear, are you interested in becoming a swordsman? Chapter 10. The Devilish Duel Hockey Training. A swordsman? The Navy headquarters has recently acquired a formidable blade. Would you care to wield it? While it hasn't been reported yet, I could discreetly keep it under wraps, seeing as Sengoku has expressed a desire to look after you. No need for that, truly. I lack any interest in swords. What? A magnificent blade, no less. How astonishing that the youth of today have no fascination with such a weapon. Kizaru's expression was one of disbelief. Chika's countenance twisted slightly. Is it truly so shocking to eschew swordplay? Wait a moment. Swords. Chika suddenly recalled a scene from the theatrical adaptation where Zephyr had chastised Kizaru for his over-reliance on his devil fruit powers, only for Kizaru to produce an elemental sword in response. Moreover, Akonu had previously been depicted as a swordsman, and Akiji had also conjured an ice sword. Surely, Zephyr's curriculum does not include swordsmanship classes, does it? In that case, possessing a fine sword is crucial. If a situation arises where I must face off against Master Zephyr, it could turn disastrous without one. I have reconsidered. I desire that sword. Chika admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring her tone as she spoke to Kizaru. He smirked lecherously. His intention was always to present that formidable blade to Chika, and even if she had declined he would have insisted. Kizaru approached the bedside and retrieved a long sword from beneath the bed, encased in a cherry blossom-colored scabbard. Chidori Sakura, one of the 21 supreme blades, categorized as a demon sword. However, it is considerably safer than other demon swords. It is entrusted to you, future Admiral of the Navy. With that, Kizaru slipped his hands into his pockets and exited Chika's dormitory, leaving her to gaze quietly at the sword in her hands. In the world of pirates, swords are categorized by their forging quality. Supreme blades, great blades, good blades, and regular blades. Notably, a renowned sword can be classified as either a good or great blade, and when enveloped in armament hockey for prolonged periods, it may even evolve into a black blade, thereby enhancing its quality. Beyond these classifications lies a unique category known as demon swords. These swords possess immense power, capable of unleashing terrifying might without reliance on their wielder. However, they often bring misfortune or even death to those who wield them. Chika contemplated the demon sword, Chidori Sakura, pondering what ill effects it might impose upon her. Oh well, it has come to this, I might as well accept it. Unable to unravel the mystery, she chose to dismiss it from her mind, casting the demon sword aside onto the bed and collapsing with a resounding thud. Tomorrow, she has Zephyr's lesson to prepare for. The immediate priority is to rest well. As for the demon sword, she would address it when the time came in Zephyr's teachings. Before long, Chika drifted into slumber. In the dead of night, Chidori Sakura emitted a faint glow, as if engaged in some arcane endeavor, though at that moment, Chika remained blissfully unaware. On the following day, Chika continued to train apart from the other recruits. The third, fourth, and fifth days followed suit, as she was granted private sessions, which she regarded with indifference. The other recruits paid little mind to the circumstances, recognizing Chika's exceptional prowess. The other recruits began their training in the Navy's 6 styles. It was unreasonable to expect Chika to join them, for she had already graduated in that domain. Thus, Chika's training progressed as follows. Monday, training in armament hockey. Tuesday, training in armament hockey. Wednesday, training in armament hockey. Thursday, training in armament hockey. Friday, training in observation hockey. Saturday, training in observation hockey. Sunday, capturing pirates alongside Akiji. There were no rest days, only rigorous tasks. The relentless training in armament hockey had Chika nearly exasperated, though she was oblivious to who her mother was in this world. The training of Chika in duel hockey was not a secretive affair, but rather conducted publicly before the other recruits, who remained unaware of the distinctions between armament hockey and observation hockey. They observed as Zephyr wielded a spiked club, striking Chika repeatedly, while also requiring her to lift heavy iron blocks with her bare hands. To the other recruits, it appeared as though Zephyr was not providing special treatment, but rather subjecting Chika to torment. Nonetheless, Chika's progress was staggering, so remarkable that even Zephyr questioned his own existence. Within just a year, she not only mastered duel hockey but reached a level of proficiency that would not bring shame even in battles against seasoned fighters. "You little monster!" Zephyr could not help but exclaim in exasperation, while Chika lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. At the age of 11, though still quite young, in the world of One Piece, where early maturation is the norm, Chika had already begun to exhibit an unparalleled beauty. Unbeknownst to Zephyr, Chika had received over a dozen love letters and a handful of direct confessions. And what was the outcome? Naturally, she rejected them all. What a farce! She was merely 11 years old. Was it so common for individuals in the pirate realm to be enamored with such youth? It was simply criminal. "Master Zephyr, I believe I have trained sufficiently. May I have a moment's respite?" Chika panted heavily. Zephyr paused for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement. That simple yes startled Chika back to her feet, disbelief etched across her features, even questioning her own ears. "Really? Can I rest now? Am I a liar?" Zephyr retorted with a chuckle, catching Chika off guard, and her joy nearly brought her to tears. Finally, she could rest. Despite having just completed her training in armament hockey, Chica should have been exhausted. It seemed the human spirit is limitless. Well then, Master Zephyr. I shall take my leave to rest. Should there be any further arrangements, do call for me. With that, Chica transformed into a phoenix, bursting forth from the Navy headquarters with a resounding crash. Zephyr watched her hasty departure, chuckling to himself. That girl is something else. Not long after Chica's exit, a sailor approached Zephyr. Captain Zephyr. Yes, please relay a message to Admiral Sengoku. Inform him that Chica's training is nearly complete, and he may proceed with whatever plans he has in mind. Understood. The sailor responded promptly before hastening away towards Admiral Sengoku's location. Upon hearing the news, Sengoku joyfully slammed his palm onto the desk, causing Carp, who was leisurely sipping tea and munching on sunbae, to drop his snack in delight. Ha ha ha. My granddaughter is quite impressive, isn't she? Carp proudly proclaimed. Not just impressive, it's time to promote that girl, Qianxia. Carp, what rank do you think would be appropriate? Sengoku inquired in return. Carp, with a grin, was unfazed by Sengoku's question, as he was well aware that Sengoku already had plans in mind. Promoting her to the rank of major now, then making her a candidate for admiral once she comes of age. And when Sengoku decides to retire, one of the 3 admirals would be elevated to fleet admiral, thus leaving the vacant admiral position for Qianxia. Chapter 11. Reunion with the 3 brothers. Time flies. It can feel both fleeting and prolonged. A year may seem brief, yet for Qianxia, it felt like an eternity. The first thing she desired to do during her holiday was to return to Windmill Town. If there existed a place she could call home since her arrival in this world, it undoubtedly was the Dayton household in Windmill Town. As Qianxia soared through the skies like a phoenix, despite not having received any teachings regarding her fruit from Zephyr over the past year, her comprehension of her abilities had gradually improved, allowing her to achieve complete Zoan transformation. In her fully transformed phoenix state, she was practically invulnerable, boasting a formidable regenerative ability akin to the life-preserving attributes of a Logia user. Unless she faced attacks surpassing her regenerative capacity or endured relentless powerful strikes for an extended period, she was nearly immortal. With the swiftness of a phoenix, Qianxia swiftly returned to Windmill Town, of course reverting to her human form before being seen by others. Dressed in the attire of a naval recruit, she felt the weight of many gazes upon her during her journey. Yet this was inconsequential. She proceeded directly to the small hill adjacent to Windmill Town, and arrived at the Dayton residence. Knock. 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 Who is it at this hour? Dayton's voice echoed from within, and the door swung open. Upon seeing Qianxia standing at the threshold, Dayton momentarily froze, failing to recognize her. I Qianxia, Luffy's sister. Qianxia? Dayton exclaimed, astonished, for Qianxia's transformation was undeniably profound. Compared to a year prior, she had matured significantly, both in stature and demeanor, and her aura had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Qianxia, has Carp sent you back? Actually, ever since Grandpa Carp brought me to the naval headquarters, he hasn't checked on me at all. Upon returning to the Dayton household, confronted with Dayton's bewilderment, Qianxia awkwardly scratched her cheek with a finger. Since joining the recruit training camp, Carp had not visited her even once. How outrageous. Those unaware might think you are not Carp's granddaughter, but rather Zephyr's. Dayton, upon hearing Qianxia's response, was not surprised, knowing Carp's nature. After all, his grandson Luffy had also been raised in a similarly carefree manner. Have Luffy and the others gone out again? Qianxia observed the emptiness of the Dayton home, having anticipated their absence, as it would be unusual for them to remain quiet indoors. As they chatted casually, sipping tea and nibbling on snacks, tranquility enveloped the moment. Training? The Navy? Zephyr, Carp? At this instant, none of it mattered. Qianxia, you must have grown quite strong by now, right? Dayton suddenly asked, eyeing Qianxia in her naval recruit uniform. Stronger? Not at all. I'm quite weak, Qianxia replied, shaking her head, genuinely feeling that she wasn't formidable at all. After all, how could one build self-confidence when constantly being defeated by Zephyr, who showed no mercy whatsoever? As these thoughts crossed her mind, a heavy sigh escaped her lips. Forget about that, she thought. It's a holiday now, and she wouldn't have to see Zephyr. Wait, Zephyr lost an arm. When did that happen? It seemed to have occurred 9 years prior during Luffy's battle with Zephyr, although the timelines in the movies were chaotic. However, considering the context, it must have been in the past few years. At 65, Zephyr led a training ship that came under pirate attack, resulting in the tragic loss of his beloved students. Save for Ein and Bins, while his right arm sustained grave injury, she needed to inform Zephyr about the pirate attack on the training ship. After all, they had been teacher and student. How could Qianxia ignore such a matter? Unfortunately, She had no din mushy on hand. Would she have to fly back? Daiden. I'm sorry, but I need to return to the naval headquarters. As Qianxia spoke, she prepared to leave. Just as she stood up, her observation haki activated. It was the voices of Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. Within moments, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, and the door to the Daiden household was flung open. Ace, clutching a newspaper, burst in excitedly, exclaiming, Daiden, look at this, the news. Qianxia has become a rear admiral. Daiden, nanny? Qianxia herself, huh? I'm a rear admiral? How did I not know this? Qianxia was utterly bewildered, as were Ace and the others. For the protagonist of the very news they spoke of was standing right in front of them. Qianxia sister. While Ace and Sabo were somewhat reserved, Luffy leaped towards Qianxia, but she effortlessly sidestepped him. Amidst the absurdity of the situation, they set aside those discussions. It had been a long time since they last met. Ace, Sabo, Luffy. After a year apart, combined with Qianxia's abrupt departure previously, the three brothers had countless tales to share. But Qianxia was eager to return to the naval headquarters, leaving little time for extended conversation. How about this? Why not accompany me to the naval headquarters? We can chat along the way. Huh? But we're pirates. To be precise, they were future pirates. Were they not currently just that? You can come. I'll get you in. As Qianxia stated this, the trio fell silent, contemplating. After a moment, Sabo stepped forward, declaring, then I'll go. Ace and Luffy, astonished by Sabo's response, quickly followed suit, expressing their desire to join. This outcome was entirely unexpected for Qianxia. She had not anticipated that the three brothers would agree to accompany her to the naval headquarters. It appeared that under her influence, their personalities had shifted to some extent. This was a positive development. If they could join the Navy together, it would be splendid. During her anime watching days, Qianxia had fantasized about Ace, Sabo, and Luffy all becoming naval officers, with the three brothers rising to the ranks of the three admirals. Alright, follow me. Since I came alone, I can't carry all of you back, so we'll need to find a Navy warship to take us. Qianxia was not concerned. After all, hadn't she just become a rear admiral? Borrowing a Navy warship temporarily should not pose a significant challenge, right? More than that. Qianxia was eager to witness the expression on Carp's face when he saw the three brothers at the naval headquarters. He would probably be so overwhelmed with emotion that he might burst into tears. As for whether the three brothers could leave the naval headquarters intact, that was beyond Qianxia's scope of concern. Chapter 12. The Misfortunate Three Brothers. Upon arriving at the nearest naval outpost to Windmill Town, as soon as they reached the entrance, a group of sailors promptly intercepted Chica and her companions. However, their actions were merely precautionary, for they recognized that Chica was donned in the attire of a naval headquarters rookie training camp. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? One of the guards asked. Well, I wish to borrow a ship. If there happens to be one heading back to the naval headquarters, it would be splendid if you could take us along, Chica replied. Her hands clasped together, and a cheerful smile gracing her face. The guards at the entrance were momentarily taken aback. A request to borrow a ship was indeed a significant matter. Do you possess an authorization from a superior? I believe I am the superior, Chica asserted, pointing a finger at herself. The two guards before her blinked in disbelief, and Ace quickly handed over a newspaper to them. The youngest rear admiral. The guards trembled at the revelation, hastily clearing a path and contacting the highest-ranking officer at the outpost. The highest authority present was a lieutenant commander. It was evident that Chica's rank of rear admiral surpassed that of the lieutenant commander, especially as she was directly affiliated with the naval headquarters. In terms of hierarchy, those from the headquarters held considerably greater authority than those from the outpost. Currently, only the vice admirals, the middle commander of the demon-slaying order, the candidates for admiral, and the admirals and marshals ranked above her. While not an insignificant number, it was noteworthy that Chica was merely 11 years old this year. Once inside the outpost, the lieutenant commander hurried to Chica's side. Though it was unusual to salute someone so much younger, the naval code demanded strict adherence to the chain of command. Rear Admiral, the ship you requested is ready. They presented a vessel of moderate size, a naval warship that was likely the finest available at this East Blue outpost. I apologize for the inconvenience. Once matters are resolved, I shall return the ship, Chica stated before boarding the naval warship with Luffy and the others. As the gates opened to the sea, they officially embarked on their journey back to the naval headquarters. Who will navigate the ship? Naturally, it was Chica at the helm. It was hardly suitable to entrust the navigation to three inexperienced youths. Although her sailing skills were rather lacking, her mastery of observation haki enabled her to deftly maneuver through the intricate waterways. Departing at noon, They returned to the naval headquarters late at night. As the three brothers disembarked, they cast wary glances around them. Luffy, be cautious. This is the naval headquarters. I know. Look over there. So many sailors. I'll handle those over there. You two take care of the others. With three formidable iron fists descending from above, following in the footsteps of Garp and Dayton, Chika took on the crucial role of delivering punishment. This is the naval headquarters. Behave yourselves. Understood. The three brothers wore expressions of resignation, while Luffy's face twitched in discomfort as he muttered, "That hurts. That really hurts." "No way, Luffy. Aren't you afraid of getting hit?" Ace and Sabo exclaimed in astonishment at Luffy's pained reaction. "I'm not afraid of Dayton's punches, but for some reason, Garp's fists hurt exceptionally. That last punch from my sister was just as painful as Garp's, and I really want to know why it hurt so much." Luffy lamented, on the verge of tears, questioning whether he had consumed a defective gum-gum fruit. At that moment, the three brothers remained oblivious to the true nature of hockey, having only heard about it from Chika. Armament hockey could reinforce the hardness of one's body, serving as both the strongest spear and shield, with advanced applications allowing for attacks from a distance and internal destruction. Observation hockey could perceive everything in the surroundings, acting as a substitute for sight. Once mastered, it allowed one to evade attacks, with advanced uses enabling glimpses into the future, albeit only a few seconds ahead. Conqueror's hockey, a symbol of kingship, was the only form of hockey that could not be acquired through training. Its standard form could intimidate the weak, rendering them unconscious, while its advanced application could inflict genuine damage in combat. Chika had mastered two of these three forms of hockey. As for Conqueror's hockey, it was rare among the Navy, and Chika had no aspirations of kingship. Her current strength was a result of necessity. However, the days of hardship had passed. Now, Chika felt liberated. Although her power had yet to reach its pinnacle, she possessed the confidence to escape even from the pursuit of the four emperors, provided they did not chase her to the ends of the earth. Was the Navy devoid of freedom? The underlying issue was simply their weakness. Was Garp lacking in freedom? He openly berated the celestial dragons. If one were to argue that Garp was constrained, it would be due to the shackles of his own sense of justice, which had little to do with the Navy. Chika led Luffy and the others to the central building of the naval headquarters, where the least of the officers held the rank of Rear Admiral. Had Luffy and his companions been a touch stronger, they would have realized just how formidable this place truly was, suffused with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Upon arriving at a door, Chika raised her hand and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Before anyone inside could respond, she announced, "It's me, Chika." Silence ensued, only interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching from within. For reasons unbeknownst to Ace and the others, a chill ran down their spines. Was it merely a trick of the mind? Certainly not. As the door swung open, Luffy and his companions were startled, nearly turning to flee, but Chika forcibly halted them. "Where do you think you're going?" "I'm off to see Teacher Zephyr. You three need to find a place to sit for a while. This spot is quite nice. Come on in and have a seat." Chika beamed at them, and emerging from the room was none other than the naval hero, Luffy's grandfather, Garp. Garp looked at the three brothers beside Chika with evident delight. "Chika, well done. I never expected you to actually bring Luffy, Ace, and Sabo to the naval headquarters." Garp exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "I've done my utmost to bring them here before fully instilling the ideals of the Navy. The rest is up to you, old man. I need to see Teacher Zephyr now, so I shall take my leave." With that, Chika turned and dashed away. Luffy and the others attempted to follow her, but they were intercepted this time not by Chika, but by someone even more formidable. "Hey there, little ones. Now that you're at the naval headquarters, come in and have a chat with this old man about your future in the Navy." Garp ushered the three youngsters into the room. As the door closed behind them, the brothers let out a despairing cry, but Chika was oblivious. Having already reached the rookie training camp, where she found Teacher Zephyr instructing the new recruits in armament hockey. From an external perspective, it appeared as though Zephyr was engaging in a one-sided battle, delivering punches to the young trainees with little restraint. Chapter 13, Inyo Outpost. Truly, Zephyr was no soft touch when it came to discipline. Chika mused, offering no sympathy to the students who were being pummeled, for she had endured the same treatment once. However, if there were any differences to note, it was that back then, Chika had been able to evade some of Zephyr's punches. When the pain became unbearable, she could transform into her mythical beast form, to dodge those particularly painful blows. Observing the recruits being used as punching bags by Zephyr, Chika suddenly felt a desire to grab some popcorn and a soda to enjoy the spectacle. "Chika, what brings you back? Didn't I give you some time off?" Zephyr observed the sudden return of Chika, who had left in the morning and returned in the evening. He found it hard to believe that she had simply come back after indulging in her whims. Zephyr-sensei, could we have a private conversation? Chika extended a finger towards a secluded area. Although the new recruits had been knocked unconscious by Zephyr, it was prudent to discuss sensitive matters away from prying ears. Noticing the seriousness in Chika's gaze, Zephyr nodded and followed her to a deserted spot. Zephyr-sensei, you must avoid going to sea recently. I've heard that the waters are rife with ruthless pirates, making it exceedingly dangerous to venture out. Chika said earnestly. What? You made a special trip just to say this? Though I may be older. I was once a vice admiral, Zephyr retorted, though he noted the gravity in Chika's demeanor. She understood that Zephyr was still formidable. But she was aware of the powerful pirates from the original narrative, who had posed a significant threat to him. Whitebeard too, she thought, recalling how Kizaru had described him as possessing the strength of a youthful Whitebeard. Despite Zephyr's might, his age and the presence of other inexperienced Navy personnel could lead to distractions, as had happened before when Zephyr had faced a catastrophic defeat, losing not just his crew but also an arm in the process. This incident could have been mere coincidence or a deliberate act, and thus Chika resolved that once Zephyr heeded her warning and refrained from sailing, she would immediately set out to hunt down Whitebeard too, determined to eliminate him by any means necessary. Seeing the earnestness in Chika's eyes, Zephyr shrugged and acquiesced to her request. In truth, he had no plans to go out to sea anytime soon. However, he had other intentions. I'll promise not to venture out for the time being, but you must agree to one request of mine. I'm looking out for your safety, and you're trying to trick me. Chika's expression shifted, instinctively taking a step back as Zephyr's annoyance grew. How could this be considered trickery when he was genuinely looking out for her? Cough cough. Rest assured, it won't interfere with your vacation, at least not in the immediate future, Zephyr said, clearing his throat to regain his composure. After explaining his plans to Chika, her expression transformed dramatically. It turned out that Zephyr had formed the Inyo organization, a group he had established after departing from the Navy, dedicated to hunting pirates. This new iteration was aimed at targeting the four emperors. The Navy wished to maintain a balance and avoid openly provoking the four emperors. Yet Zephyr's disdain for pirates remained unyielding. After numerous discussions with Sengoku, they decided to create Inyo, composed mainly of the elite new generation of Navy recruits trained by Zephyr, but operating in a manner that did not align directly with the Navy, resembling a bounty hunter organization. This format would allow them to engage in conflict with the four emperors and powerful pirates, preserving the Navy's reputation in the event of defeat. Upon hearing Zephyr's revelations, Chika was taken aback, realizing that her presence had drastically altered the original storyline. After contemplating Zephyr's intentions for a moment, she considered refusing. However, the thought of Zephyr, in a fit of despair, setting sail from Navy headquarters was enough to sway her. Fine, I'll agree, Chika sighed in resignation. She acknowledged her own weakness, realizing that she merely wished to be a carefree presence in the pirate world. Yet her aspirations seemed increasingly elusive. Zephyr observed Chika's demeanor with a subtle smile. He then retrieved a den mushy from his pocket and addressed it. Hey, come over here. Chika was puzzled, uncertain to whom Zephyr was speaking. Hey, a girl? Someone young? Before long, a girl appeared in Chika and Zephyr's line of sight. She had long, blue-green hair and red eyes, and she appeared to be only a few years younger than Chika. Chika, allow me to introduce you to Aine. She is a new recruit from another training camp who recently transferred to my team. You probably don't know her, but my future plan is for you to become a general in Inyo, with Aine serving as your advisor, Zephyr explained with a smile. Initially caught off guard, Chika quickly recognized Aine upon seeing her. Aine was one of the survivors from the calamity during which Zephyr lost his arm in the original narrative. She possessed the ability of the retrospective fruit, allowing her to revert any object she touched back in time by up to 12 years, with the potential for further development. Aine glanced at Zephyr and then turned her serious gaze toward Chika, extending a hand. I am Aine, a user of the retrospective fruit. Currently, I can revert objects I touch by about 5 years, but rest assured, I haven't activated my ability now, Aine stated. It's a pleasure to meet you. But just curious, don't you need to apply your ability to Zephyr-sensei? Chika asked while shaking Aine's hand, casting a glance at Zephyr. Unfortunately, that is not possible. I've tried, but Zephyr-sensei's haki is too strong. My current abilities can't affect someone of his caliber. But I believe that I will be able to do so in the future, Aine replied earnestly. Despite not having experienced the pirate ambush disaster in the original narrative, Chika could sense Aine's deep-seated hatred for pirates, suggesting she had endured her share of hardships. After their handshake, Aine slightly lifted her hand to smooth her hair behind her ear, and said seriously to Chika, I've heard of you, the granddaughter of Captain Garp, the genius that Zephyr-sensei often speaks of. I trust you. Let us work together to eliminate pirates from the seas and restore tranquility to the ocean. Ain's earnestness and determination left Chica momentarily speechless. With someone like her around, Chica realized that her desire for an easygoing existence might be even more challenging to achieve. Chapter 14 Logetown. After a brief exchange with Ein, Chica recognized the depth of respect Ein held for Zephyr, her serious demeanor revealing a strong obsession with eradicating pirates. Additionally, Ein's strength was not to be underestimated. Among her peers, there were few rivals besides Chica. As dusk approached, they bid each other farewell after their brief acquaintance. Recognizing that the time was not yet ripe, the Inyo organization was still in its secretive establishment phase, Ein's abilities were insufficient, and Chica's strength, while formidable, was not enough to confront a vice admiral or the four emperors directly, especially considering that those formidable foes were seasoned veterans, whereas Chica was only 11 years old. After parting ways with Ein and Zephyr, Chica chose not to visit Garp and the three brothers, but returned to her designated dormitory. She noticed the cursed sword gifted by Kizaru still resting nearby. She had initially assumed Zephyr would teach her swordsmanship, but to her disappointment, he had imparted no knowledge in that regard, leaving the sword to gather dust. Once back in her quarters, Chica merely cast a glance at the sword before collapsing onto her soft bed, closing her eyes and drifting into slumber until midday the following day. Having previously risen at 5 in the morning, she found herself rebounding from the lack of an alarm. The next day, around noon, Chica groggily opened her eyes, greeted by sunlight streaming through the window. Startled, she nearly jumped out of bed, but caught herself by the door. How could it come to this? I almost rushed to Zephyr-sensei's side. She self-deprecatingly mused before returning to her room to tidy her disheveled hair and clothing. As she prepared to leave, Qianxia nodded in satisfaction, but paused at the door. She cast a lingering glance at the demon blade leaning against the wall, and after much contemplation, she decided to take it with her, fastening it to her waist. After all, it was a gift personally brought to her by Kizaru. It would be a shame to let it gather dust. Convincing herself, she pushed the door open and stepped outside. The first stop after leaving the dormitory was, of course, the Navy's new recruits training camp. Zephyr was as relentless as ever, unleashing a barrage of words upon the novice recruits. Though his methods were harsh, one could not deny their efficacy. After all, the three admirals of the Navy emerged from his tutelage. Did they rely too heavily on their devil fruit powers? In truth, all three admirals had consumed their fruits only after attaining the rank of rear admiral. Prior to that, they had relied solely on haki and physical prowess. When Kizaru was criticized by Zephyr for depending too much on his fruit, he promptly conjured a sword from his ability and retaliated with a flurry of strikes. Qianxia silently passed by the training camp, dreading the thought of Zephyr suddenly noticing her and dragging her in as a model student. After leaving the recruits' camp, she made a beeline for Garp's office, eager to see how the three brothers, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, were faring. She pondered three possibilities. First, they might have been successfully brainwashed by Garp and joined the Navy, although she found this unlikely. Second, they might have resisted Garp's indoctrination and were now sulking in his presence, which seemed plausible. However, she felt a stronger inclination towards a third possibility. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she spotted the three brothers stealthily peering around in a narrow alleyway of the Navy headquarters. This place was secure. They needed to hurry and escape before Garp discovered them. The consequences would be dire. Sister Qianxia is so infuriating. Once I grow stronger, I will definitely teach her a lesson. The brothers whispered among themselves, attempting to flee, but could such an endeavor truly succeed? Of course not. It was absurd. This was the Navy headquarters, where almost everyone possessed observation haki. The three little rascals probably thought they were unnoticed. But the personnel inside the building likely ignored them simply because they were children. Yet it was possible that Garp genuinely hadn't spotted them, given his notorious tendency to doze off at any moment. Qianxia sighed in resignation, swiftly executing a shave to appear behind them, rolling up her sleeves, and delivering 3 righteous iron fists to their heads. Who said they wanted to teach me a lesson? It was Sister Qianxia. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. It was Ace. Ace's face froze as he locked eyes with Qianxia, who unleashed another righteous iron fist, this time landing squarely on his face. Thud. Ace was sent flying, but Qianxia hadn't used haki, merely relying on her physical strength, which was not enough to cause him any serious harm. Ace groaned as he slowly rose from the ground, clutching his face and exclaiming, "It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. I ask you, can't you just stay in the Navy? What's so appealing about being a pirate?" Qianxia said, hands on her hips in exasperation. Freedom. Of course, it's freedom. I want to become the Pirate King. Luffy exclaimed, grinning widely. Ace and Sabo echoed similar sentiments. Qianxia felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Luffy's nature had been wholly influenced by red-haired Shanks, and he was as stubborn as ever. There was no persuading him. It wasn't because he was destined to be the Pirate King that he was free. Rather, it was his freedom that made him the Pirate King. And with his strength, even if he weren't a pirate, he would undoubtedly be the freest man in the world, she mused softly. The three brothers failed to catch her murmurs, and Qianxia couldn't be bothered to elaborate. They would surely come to a better understanding of the Pirate King's freedom as they matured. Before that, she would let them have their fun. She stepped aside, granting the three brothers a path forward. They paused, momentarily confused by her gesture, unsure of her intentions. Well, are you not going to hurry? Do you truly want to be caught by Grandpa Garp when he wakes up? At her words, the brothers shuddered and hastily fled. Watching their retreating figures, Qianxia felt a peculiar sensation, as if she were not their sister but their mother. Before I even turned 20, how could I possibly have such an impression? Never mind, I should leave as well. If Garp discovers that I allowed them to escape, I might be in quite a predicament. With that thought, Qianxia quickly followed in their footsteps, arriving ahead of them on the Navy warship they had arrived on. As the three brothers boarded the ship, Qianxia swiftly set sail back to Foosha village. However, upon returning, she decided to visit one more place before resting. The birthplace of the Pirate King, Gold Roger, at the entrance of the Grand Line, Logtown. Chapter 15. The Young and Strapping Smoker. Why am I headed to Logtown? Wouldn't it be more pleasant to remain in Foosha village? Qianxia leaned against the railing of the Navy warship, exhaling a weary sigh. Luffy and the others had already been returned to Foosha village, and now she was venturing to Logtown alone. What was her purpose for going to Logtown? In truth, it was nothing of particular significance. Primarily, she wished to pay a visit to the execution platform of Pirate King Roger, as well as to acquire the Snow Walk and the Sandai Kitetsu. The Snow Walk, one of the 50 fine blades, is characterized by its black lacquered blade, adorned with a chaotic small T-shaped edge, and a relatively exquisite and ornate scabbard. Noted for its lightness, the Sandai Kitetsu, one of the cursed blades, is classified as an ordinary fine blade, with its first and second generations being the Great Kitetsu and the Supreme Grade Kitetsu, respectively. Although Qianxia wielded the demon blade Akazakura, she had never used it. Now, with two easily accessible blades laid out before her in Logtown, she thought it would be a good opportunity to acquire them while enjoying a leisurely visit. As if sensing her intentions, the Sandai Kitetsu at her waist suddenly trembled. Qianxia immediately noticed this change, and glanced down at the demon blade, which promptly stilled. Staring at the blade in her hand, the air around her felt as though it had solidified. You truly are a demon blade, she mused. Beads of sweat trickling down her cheeks. A blade trembling without cause. Indeed a true demon blade, remarkable in its own right. In truth, Qianxia felt a twinge of fear regarding the supernatural. She had even begun to contemplate whether she should toss the blade outside, or weigh it down with a pile of objects while she slept in the future. Soon enough, Qianxia arrived in the waters near Logtown. In this region, she could distinctly sense an increase in the number of merchant ships. The presence of pirates lingered, albeit of a lower caliber. Muttering under her breath, she acknowledged that identifying their presence was relatively easy, but she had no intention of intervening. Dealing with them was a matter for the Navy of Logtown. The Navy warship anchored at the harbor of Logtown, and Qianxia hopped off the ship with a light-hearted leap, startling the nearby Navy personnel responsible for registration. Is that height? Jump down. The bewildered sailors whispered incredulously, astonished that a recruit from the branch could display such audacity. As Qianxia was about to offer a brief explanation, and subtly assert her identity, a white-haired man suddenly emerged from behind the group of Marines, patting their shoulders with both hands. The 6 styles of the Navy is a skill mandated for training at the Navy headquarters or among high-ranking Marines, significantly enhancing physical capabilities. If you elevate your ranks in the future, there may be an opportunity to learn such skills. Smoker. The surrounding Marines immediately saluted upon recognizing the white-haired man. After witnessing this scene, Qianxia was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Smoker? The infamous Smoker? Surely, this youthful and fair-skinned individual before her could not be Smoker. In the original narrative, Smoker made his first appearance at the age of 34, and now he should be around 25. While 25 is indeed still youthful, the stark contrast was simply too much for Qianxia to contain. On the contrary, Smoker furrowed his brow at Qianxia's laughter, utterly perplexed by her sudden amusement. Major General Qianxia, is there something dirty on my face? Smoker inquired with a serious tone. Major General? The Marines surrounding Smoker were instantly stunned, and once they regained their composure, They hurried to salute Qianxia, albeit with visibly trembling hands. In the Navy, rank holds immense weight. The hierarchy is structured as follows. Seaman 3rd class, 2nd class, 1st class, corporal, sergeant, staff sergeant, chief petty officer, ensign, lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, brigadier general, major general, admiral and fleet admiral. This hierarchy reflects the stringent nature of the Navy, and Qianxia's sudden leap to the rank of major general indicates the immense expectations that Sengoku and the others hold for her. However, Qianxia felt an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain looming over her. Ahem, it's nothing. You are Smoker, right? Would you be so kind as to show me around Logtown? It's my first visit, and I am quite curious about the place where the pirate King Roger met his demise, Qianxia said, clearing her throat and attempting to sound composed. Tour? No problem, but I must warn you, the sight of Roger's execution is quite underwhelming, Smoker replied before turning to lead Qianxia. Logtown, the birthplace and final resting place of Roger, is regarded as the catalyst of the great pirate era. He is the architect of the current chaos plaguing the seas. Yet the real culprits lie within the corruption of the world government. Despite the Navy's relentless efforts to eradicate pirates, the emergence of numerous pirates from the very civilians they protect renders their actions futile. The Navy finds itself caught between the justice of the people and the justice of the world, leading to a state of utter chaos. As Qianxia contemplated this, she shook her head vigorously, chiding herself for pondering such profound matters when her goal was simply to live a carefree life. Major General Qianxia? Major General Qianxia? Huh. What is it? The site of Roger's execution is just ahead. Smoker calmly pointed forward, prompting Qianxia to snap back to reality and look ahead. The execution platform of Roger struck Qianxia with its imposing height. Why is it built so high? Are they afraid someone will attempt to rescue? If that's the case, they ought to make it sturdier. I have no doubt that a single punch from me could reduce that wooden platform to mere dust, she mused. However, she also recalled that those who had witnessed Roger's execution had gone on to become remarkable figures themselves, such as the Yonko Shanks and Buggy. Observing the execution platform, Qianxia found it unexpectedly lacking in intrigue, especially since Roger was not present. Just as she was lost in thought, a peculiar sensation washed over her from behind. Qianxia whipped around, and in the bustling crowd of Logtown, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure clad in black. It vanished. But it was undoubtedly not a figment of her imagination. She was certain someone had been observing her with intent. A black cloak, Logtown, a swiftly disappearing formidable presence. Wait a moment, could it be? Qianxia's face suddenly froze in realization. Could it be my father, Dragon? Chapter 16. The Revolutionary Dragon Apologies, Smoker. Could you wait a moment? Of course. As soon as Smoker's words left his lips, Qianxia had already vanished from his sight. Observing her rapid departure, Smoker's first thought was of the 6 styles technique known as Soru, but he quickly dismissed it. Soru generates explosive speed through rapid foot movements. And given the proximity of Qianxia's disappearance, he had not sensed her approach at all. Qianxia has mastered a form of high-speed movement surpassing Soru, Smoker mused. And with that thought, he couldn't help but pull out a cigar and take a puff. As a disciple of Zephyr, how could such a vast disparity exist? Smoker found himself questioning his life choices. In reality, he too was among Zephy's students, considered an elite within the Navy, yet when compared to Qianxia, he felt utterly outmatched. Could he truly remain stationed in such a pivotal location as Logtown? Smoker gazed up at the sky, contemplating whether he should resign from his post and return to Navy headquarters for further training under Zephyr. However, he quickly dismissed the notion, knowing that if he were to return to Zephyr, the likely response would simply be, get lost. With that thought, Smoker shook his head in frustration. Perhaps he should consume a devil fruit. He had heard rumors of a natural-type devil fruit recently captured by a nearby branch, the smoke fruit. He needed to devise a plan to acquire it. Meanwhile, Qianxia had dashed from one end of Logtown to the other. Even with her observation hockey fully activated, her ability to sense that individual's aura remained unstable, intermittent, and difficult to fully capture. If you really are my father, could you please stop running? Playing a game of cat and mouse with me, are you? Qianxia said, her irritation mounting. Suddenly, she halted, raised a hand, and let out a sharp whistle. Instantly, every bird in Logtown was compelled to respond to her whistle. Though it was neither a telepathic communication, nor a mental connection, there was no denying that the avian creatures of Logtown had been assigned a singular task: to locate the revolutionary dragon. The townsfolk marveled at the miraculous sight as countless birds soared into the sky, seemingly searching for something with remarkable coordination and rhythm. What is happening? Wow, how spectacular. Quick. Capture this moment. The birds are flocking to a phoenix? Humph, it's probably the work of some devil fruit user. Smoker gazed up at the bizarre phenomenon in the sky and immediately deduced that it was the doing of a devil fruit wielder. The black-cloaked figure also quickly realized what was happening, but by the time he grasped the situation, it was already too late. I found you. Qianxia's gaze sharpened as her body transformed into a phoenix form, propelling her towards the figure in black at a speed surpassing sorrow. In just 2 or 3 breaths, Qianxia reached the black-cloaked man, reverting to her human form as she descended before him. Is it unnecessary to run anymore? You are not a pirate. Qianxia, slightly out of breath, turned to face the man in the black cloak. You have indeed regained your memories. Although it was initially quite hazy, at this proximity, I can ascertain with absolute certainty that the man before me is Dragon. Simultaneously, the memories from her previous life that she had not inherited surged forth. Qianxia, the daughter of the revolutionary dragon, had lived amidst revolutionaries since childhood, receiving instruction from various masters in close proximity to Dragon himself. She had learned the Navy's 6 styles from a defector of the Navy who had allied with the revolutionaries. Among her skills, Qianxia had mastered Fishman Karate and the Dragon Claw technique, and had consumed the most precious Zoan-type devil fruit, the bird fruit in its phoenix form, captured by the revolutionaries. However, during an unfortunate incident, Qianxia fell into the sea, where the greatest weakness of a devil fruit user lies, being submerged in water or coming into contact with sea prism stone. When the revolutionaries rescued her from the ocean, she had lost her memories, even her personality. After careful consideration, Dragon entrusted her in this state to Garp, hoping that Qianxia could find solace in a peaceful environment. A torrent of memories flooded her mind, causing Qianxia to instinctively grasp her head with a hand. Goodness! It truly hurt. Nonetheless, despite the multitude of memories, they amounted to less than a decade. Before her reincarnation, Qianxia had been nearly 20 years old, so she quickly acclimated and absorbed these memories thoroughly. Taking a couple of deep breaths, Qianxia once again looked toward the man in the black cloak, who had removed his hood, revealing a face marred by a prominent scar. The revolutionary dragon, the world's most dangerous man. It appeared that his memory restoration was not yet complete. Thus he suggested, you should rest well. When you grow a bit older, we can have a proper father-daughter reunion. Before Qianxia could utter a word, a ferocious whirlwind enveloped the surroundings, compelling part of her form to transform into the phoenix shape to withstand the tempest, lest she be swept away. As the whirlwind dissipated, Dragon's figure had long since vanished without a trace. Qianxia hurriedly activated her observation haki to scan her surroundings. Yet she found nothing. Is this the might of the world's most dangerous man? But why did he flee so hastily? There were no admirals or Yonko around. It was unwarranted. With one hand pressed against her forehead, Qianxia let out a resigned sigh. Undoubtedly, Dragon was also a devil fruit user, if Qianxia's guess was correct. He wielded the wind fruit of the Logia type. Oda's designs for devil fruits follow a discernible pattern, with the 3 natural disasters of the Neon Country, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tornadoes, corresponding to the pirate side's Whitebeard and the Navy's Akonu, making it quite reasonable for the tornado to represent Dragon from the revolutionary faction. Regardless of the specifics of his abilities, one thing was clear. Her father's power was indeed formidable. Chapter 17. Attire and Enchanted Blades. The exchange with her father lasted no more than a minute. A truly remarkable feat. Shaking her head, Qianxia departed the area to reunite with Smoker. Initially, she had thought that after such a lengthy interval, Smoker might have left, but to her surprise, he remained in place. Upon seeing Qianxia return, he immediately removed the cigar from his mouth. Major Qianxia, you're back. Yes. Will you take me to explore other places? She inquired. To be honest, I was stuck in the Navy headquarters training camp, and it was dreadfully dull. Qianxia stretched her arms, yawning heartily. Smoker wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment. Then I shall take Major Qianxia to a splendid location. Where might that be? Lead the way. As Smoker guided her, Qianxia pondered where he would take her. For the original narrative did not elaborate much on this locale. Major Qianxia, we have arrived. Oh, let me see. What is this place? Qianxia gazed at the storefront ahead, momentarily stunned to find that it was a women's clothing store. She quickly turned to Smoker, as if to say, did you mistakenly lead me here? But Smoker insisted that he had not erred. By the way, Major Qianxia, although you hold the rank of major, you are still merely a teenage girl. At this age, do you not enjoy wearing beautiful clothes? Smoker queried, puzzled. This left Qianxia momentarily flabbergasted. Beautiful clothes? Who wouldn't like them? However, since arriving in the pirate world, she had had no inclination to consider such matters. In Windmill Village, there were no fashion boutiques. At the Navy headquarters, she was met with one simple naval uniform after another. There was even a time when she questioned her own gender. Reflecting on this, Qianxia quietly reached into her pocket, while Smoker, perceiving her intent, also rummaged through his pocket to reveal a small pouch, his salary from the Navy for the month. Just as he was about to assert his masculinity and declare that he would pay this time, he witnessed Qianxia pulling out several money cards issued by the world government. These had been given to her by Uncle Kazuru, Mr. Akiji and Grandpa Garp, but previously she had no desire for money. Hence this was her first time contemplating the use of these cards. Well, I shall go in first. If there is anything else, do not hesitate to call for me. Qianxia turned to Smoker, who had already swiftly tucked away the pouch he had just revealed. His face glistened with beads of sweat, as he thought to himself that he had narrowly avoided embarrassment, compared to the pouch he had just shown. The 3 money cards in Qianxia's hand contained an amount of berries that far surpassed his monthly salary. As Qianxia stepped into the clothing store, the busy staff inside were instantly captivated by her presence. Oh my, how utterly adorable. My goodness, I think I've just seen an angel. Navy uniform? Little sister. Are you still a cadet? But that uniform does not suit your charming demeanor. Come here, let me help you choose some outfits. A throng of female staff rushed toward her, and for some inexplicable reason, Qianxia suddenly felt intimidated, despite having faced pirates without fear. Observing the women, who were evidently enamored, she realized just how alluring she had become. The acknowledged most beautiful woman in the pirate world was Boa Hancock, the empress of the Kuja pirates, whose allure was amplified by her devil fruit, the sweet fruit. Yet, even at 11 years old, Qianxia's beauty had already reached a level akin to that of the empress, captivating the hearts of all, regardless of age or gender. For the next half hour, Qianxia found herself in a flurry of outfit changes, resembling a living mannequin. However, it must be acknowledged that her striking looks allowed her to pull off nearly any ensemble. Clad in exquisite garments, Qianxia elicited enthusiastic screams from the staff. Ultimately, she purchased 16 pieces of clothing, benefiting from a generous 50% discount, with a few items gifted to her for free, resulting in an overall expenditure that was remarkably modest. Thank you for your patronage. We hope to see you again. With a chorus of cheerful farewells, Qianxia emerged from the clothing store, now adorned in her newly acquired attire. This is a rather elegantly designed long dress with a shawl, which at first glance might seem to hinder combat. However, upon testing her movements, Qianxia discovered that it did not impede her in the slightest. As she exited the clothing store, she instantly garnered the attention of numerous passers-by, including, of course, Smoker. Clearing his throat, Smoker understood that he could no longer follow Qianxia. He feared that if he continued trailing her, he would be ensnared by her captivating beauty. If there are no further requests, I shall take my leave. Well, thank you for your efforts. Qianxia waved goodbye to Smoker. In truth, she had not intended for him to accompany her any longer, as she was about to head to the weapon shop to procure the Sandai Kitetsu and Yukiana. Let me think, the weapon shop should be in this direction. Approximately. Relying on her memories from the anime, Qianxia strolled through Logetown. Fortunately, Logetown was not large. Even if Qianxia were unfamiliar with the area, a little wandering would allow her to locate the weapon shop, especially since she was not directionally challenged like Zoro. Upon entering the weapon shop, the proprietor initially intended to merely glance at her, but once he did, he found himself unable to divert his gaze. Little girl, what brings someone of your age to my weapon shop? Naturally, I am here to purchase a sword, Qianxia casually replied, before turning her serious attention to her surroundings. After all, 9 years had elapsed since the original story, and it was certainly possible that the Sandai Kitetsu might not be present here now. Ah, found it. Qianxia's eyes gleamed with determination as her lips curled into a slight smile. She hastily moved to a small corner of the shop where the Sandai Kitetsu lay quietly among various other blades. Young lady, that sword is. Boss. I'll take this sword, Qianxia declared, reaching for the blade and liberating it from its sheath. What emerged was a cursed sword adorned with ghostly patterns. Simultaneously, the cursed sword she wore at her waist, the Shodai Kitetsu, trembled in response. Chapter 18. Should I also try the three-sword style? Little girl, do you even know what kind of sword that is? Ah, the Sandai Kitetsu? You know what this sword is and still want it. The shopkeeper's expression was one of shock. It was common knowledge that all swords belonging to the Kitetsu lineage were formidable, yet their wielders often fell victim to a curse, with some suffering untimely and mysterious deaths. Absolutely do not wield cursed swords, especially the Kitetsu. This was a principle known to every swordsman. The shopkeeper had thought that by sharing the tale of the Kitetsu, he could frighten this naive girl into relinquishing the sword. However, Qianxia remained utterly unfazed. Well, it does look quite nice, but you say it's cursed? Wait a moment, let me show you something. Slowly, Qianxia set the Kitetsu down and reached for the cursed sword, Shodai Kitetsu, that hung at her side. As she removed it from her waist, the Shodai Kitetsu emanated an overwhelming, sinister aura. The Sandai Kitetsu? Perhaps the first generation is somewhat acceptable, but the Sandai Kitetsu is merely a sibling? Even before she fully unsheathed the Shodai Kitetsu, its malevolent energy overshadowed that of the Sandai Kitetsu, leaving the shopkeeper in a state of shock. Who would have imagined that such an endearing girl was a bearer of a cursed sword? Compared to my blade, the Sandai Kitetsu is rather mediocre. Shopkeeper, please sell me this sword, Qianxia said with a smile. The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment, then sighed resignedly. He truly had not anticipated that the cursed sword, which had lain dormant in his shop for so long, would ultimately find its way into the hands of a young girl. Countless swordsmen had previously visited his shop and discovered the Sandai Kitetsu, but as soon as he recounted its origins and identity, they would immediately abandon their pursuit, often feeling a sense of dread towards the very hands that had grasped the blade. Please wait a moment. The shopkeeper turned and retreated into the depths of the shop, soon returning with a simple yet elegant white-sheathed long sword. Yukiana, this is my family heirloom. Young lady, I see you are no ordinary swordsman. Since you dare to wield a cursed sword, you may as well take this renowned blade as well. The shopkeeper's demeanor was resolute, and Qianxia did not linger. After all, she had come to acquire both the Sandai Kitetsu and the renowned sword, Yukiana. Accepting Yukiana from the shopkeeper, Qianxia nodded slightly in acknowledgement. After completing her payment, she turned to exit the weapon shop once more. As she left, she once again drew the attention of many onlookers. While a significant number were still captivated by her beauty, there were also several who were intimidated by the three swords she bore at her waist. Three-sword style. Observing her current state, Qianxia immediately recalled Zoro's three-sword style from the original story. With one sword in her left hand, one in her right, and one held in her mouth, she envisioned herself as a practitioner of the three-sword style. Perhaps I should also try the three-sword style? Qianxia mumbled, her mind conjuring an image of herself with her mouth agape, clutching a sword between her teeth. Just as this thought formed, she abruptly shattered it herself. No, no, no. How could I attempt the three-sword style? The two-sword style is already quite impressive. To fight while holding a sword in my mouth is simply out of the question. Shaking her head vigorously, Qianxia concluded that the three-sword style was truly a technique only Zoro could master. In reality, she could not even begin to comprehend how Zoro executed the three-sword style. How could one wield power with a sword held in the mouth? Zoro's jaw strength must be extraordinary. And when swinging the third sword, wouldn't his head have to move as well? Wouldn't that affect his line of sight? Although later on, one could compensate with observation haki, Qianxia believed that she would still aspire to be an ordinary one-sword style swordsman, or at most, a two-sword style. Considering she was not even worthy of being called a swordsman yet. Strolling leisurely through the streets of Logtown, she felt as though she was taking a break. Yet there was no sense of relaxation. Instead, an overwhelming emptiness loomed over her. Heavens! Could it be that constant pressure has led to the development of a corporate worker syndrome? Upon this realization, Qianxia suddenly pressed her hands to her head, resolute not to succumb to such a bizarre affliction. Otherwise, her future would be bound to a relentless 996 work schedule. I must relax, I must relax, I must relax. I feel more at ease now. Qianxia abruptly halted, closed her eyes, and focused her energy, taking deep breaths in and out. After 7 or 8 cycles, she deemed herself sufficiently relaxed. Back to Windmill Village. Stretching her body, Qianxia began to make her way toward the harbor of Logtown. However, just a few steps into her journey, a thunderous explosion erupted from not far behind her. Boom. Whirling around, Qianxia saw a throng of citizens fleeing from the direction of the explosion. The surrounding noise was cacophonous, but upon activating her observation haki, 2 words crystallized clearly in her mind. Pirates. Is someone causing havoc in Logtown? Do they not know this is the entrance to the Grand Line, heavily guarded? Despite her thoughts, her feet betrayed her, and began moving towards the source of the explosion. Good heavens, I must be developing corporate worker syndrome. With a heavy heart, Qianxia closed her eyes tightly. With a burst of speed, she arrived near the explosion site. There, she witnessed a disheveled man wielding dual swords engaged in combat with a white-haired man. The disheveled man was unfamiliar to Qianxia, but the white-haired man was none other than Smoker. The Navy is merely a collection of inept individuals, utterly incapable of matching my prowess. The disheveled man shouted vehemently, brandishing his twin blades with reckless abandon. Wherever his sword struck, The marks were not merely 1, but 2, 3, or even 4. As each of his assaults echoed with compounded ferocity upon his target, undoubtedly a manifestation of the devil fruit's power. At this moment, Smoker found himself unconsumed by any devil fruit. His martial skills nowhere near the adeptness portrayed in the original timeline, leaving him to retreat under the relentless pressure of his adversary, utterly disheveled and defeated. How infuriating! His attacks are chaotic, akin to a rabid dog, yet each strike inflicts a potentially fatal wound. How is it that I am being overpowered by such a foe? If only I possessed such abilities. Smoker pressed a hand against his abdomen, where his opponent had struck, cornered and desperate. Smoker was trapped in a dire predicament. Chapter 19, Smoker's Downfall. Farewell. To the somewhat competent Navy. The Twin-Blade Man taunted Smoker before decisively slashing towards him. Just as Smoker believed his end was nigh, a fiery inferno descended from the heavens, striking him directly. Flames of rebirth. Qianxia soared through the air in a phoenix-like form. Her flames could heal or harm, serving as a protective shield while simultaneously mending wounds, a truly versatile fire. The somewhat competent Navy has been vanquished. Now, let the truly capable Navy contend with you, shall we? After declaring this, Qianxia delivered a powerful kick to the Twin-Blade Man, sending him hurtling nearly 100 meters away. Smoker, retreat for now. I shall take over. Major Qianxia. This man is formidable. Fear not, I could never be bested by such a mundane opponent. Qianxia spoke with an air of nonchalance, leaving Smoker momentarily stunned by her dismissal of the threat. What does she mean by a mundane opponent? I was just defeated by someone of this caliber. Yet, Qianxia's intent was not to belittle Smoker. For her, this adversary truly seemed trivial. The Twin-Blade Man slowly rose from the ground, his expression one of sheer disarray after being struck by Qianxia. Yet he remained defiant, convinced he had merely fallen victim to a sneak attack, insisting he would never lose to a mere girl like Qianxia in a fair fight. You only managed to ambush me once. How arrogant you are. The Twin-Blade Man sneered through gritted teeth. Qianxia merely smiled faintly, as if to say that the truth of his arrogance would soon reveal itself. Observing her calm demeanor, the Twin-Blade Man felt a surge of trepidation, gritting his teeth as he charged toward her. Tiger's Fang Torrent. The Twin-Blade Man unleashed his sword technique's secret art, though Qianxia could hardly discern it as anything remarkable. Merely quicker and wilder than before, far too ordinary when compared to Zoro's 3,000 worlds. His twin blades left dozens of scars on Qianxia's body, and Smoker, watching in disbelief, widened his eyes. Qianxia, has she been hit? Yes, she replied. It's a pity. Qianxia's form ignited with crimson flames, the flames of rebirth, signifying her transformation into a mythical beast. The damage inflicted by the Twin-Blade Man visibly healed at an astonishing rate, a stark reminder of her previous encounters with Zephyr's Iron Fist. Does he lack even the basics of hockey, relying solely on the powers of a devil fruit? I'm sorry, but you are not merely a mundane opponent. You are exceedingly dull. Qianxia regarded the trembling figure of the Twin-Blade Man, now visibly quaking in fear. You are also a devil fruit user. Well, of course, but I could defeat you without relying on my powers. With that, Qianxia reverted from her mythical state, slowly raising her fist. Hockey enveloped her fist. Qianxia's fist, now shrouded in hockey, swung toward the man before her, who hastily crossed his blades in defense. The clash of her hockey-infused punch and his twin swords produced no dramatic collision. His blades shattered almost instantly, while her fist struck his face with such force that it knocked out his front teeth. Boom! The Twin-Blade Man spun in the air for 720 degrees before crashing to the ground, unconscious. Such was the extent of his prowess. After all, he was but a fool dancing through the first half of the Grand Line. Qianxia had expected at least a basic understanding of hockey, yet he possessed none. How disheartening. Qianxia dusted off her hands in satisfaction, signaling the end of the skirmish. Turning to Smoker, she noted he had already bandaged his wounds, though his eyes lacked their usual luster, clearly affected by the recent defeat. It was understandable, having been bested by an opponent. Only to see a mere 11-year-old girl dispatch him effortlessly would surely bruise the pride of any elite Navy officer. Cough cough, Smoker, you are not weak. I believe if you had understood your opponent's abilities from the start, you would not have succumbed to such a foe. Major Qianxia, there is no need to console me. I have already made a decision. What decision? I intend to consume a devil fruit as well. Smoker had resolved to partake in a devil fruit, recognizing that while Zephyr had once cautioned against over-reliance on such powers, they undeniably presented the swiftest path to strength. There exists a notion that hockey determines the upper limits of strength, while the mastery of the devil fruit sets the lower bounds. Though this idea may not be entirely accurate, It certainly underscores the significance of the devil fruit. Qianxia did not contest Smoker's choice, though she pondered whether he would choose the smoke fruit, notorious for its feeble offensive capabilities. The smoke fruit, well, if developed properly, it might not be so weak after all. I shall take my leave now. Qianxia regarded Smoker, slightly awkwardly pointing toward the distance. Tidying up is, after all, my responsibility. Smoker nodded in agreement before proceeding directly toward the twin-blade pirate. Watching Smoker depart, Qianxia realized she had inadvertently altered the trajectory of the original timeline once more. If Luffy were to set sail to Logtown 9 years hence, he would likely encounter a far more formidable version of Smoker, the White Hunter. However, this was no longer a matter of her concern. All Qianxia desired was to return to Windmill Village for a well-deserved respite. Who knows when Zephyr's Inyo organization will be established? Based on the original timeline, it would be at least 9 years away, but with Qianxia's involvement, there was no doubt that the timeline would be hastened. There would be little time for leisure in the years to come. It was imperative to seize the moment. With this mindset, Qianxia made her way to the harbor of Windmill Village, boarding her navy warship and leisurely returning home. As they made their way back to Windmill Town, Qianxia, originally leaning against the battleship's deck, was admiring the breathtaking beauty of the sea. Suddenly, a diminutive wooden boat intruded upon her gaze, upon which sat a man bearing an absurdly large sword upon his back. Chapter 20. The World's Strongest Swordsman. Qianxia gazed at the distant small boat, and instinctively rubbed her eyes with vigor. What in the world? Who is that? It was none other than the legendary world's strongest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, commonly referred to as Hawkeye. As Qianxia observed this extraordinary individual, her lips involuntarily twitched slightly. What astonishing luck! How could I possibly encounter such a character? Would it not be better for him to remain in the New World? What business does he have near Logtown? Without hesitation, Qianxia retreated from the ship's deck and moved inside the naval battleship. She had no desire to cross paths with Hawkeye. Although he was not inherently dangerous, she preferred to avoid any entanglement with such high-caliber figures. Who knows what troubles might arise? Ironically, her actions caught Hawkeye's attention. Just as Qianxia's figure vanished from the battleship's deck, Hawkeye not only spotted her but also noticed the 3 blades she bore at her waist. A swordsman of the 3-sword style? A naval battleship? How intriguing! Hawkeye mused, rising from his seated position and effortlessly leaping several meters onto the battleship's deck. Upon hearing the sound of his landing, Qianxia's heart quaked. She cautiously peeked out from within the battleship, their eyes meeting. My goodness! How did you get up here? This is a naval battleship. Even for you, the warlord of the sea, it seems quite audacious. With a gulp, Qianxia swallowed hard. After a brief moment of contemplation, she sighed, accepting the reality of the situation. Hawkeye, what brings you here? Emerging from her hiding place, she found Hawkeye's gaze fixated on her, or more precisely, on the 3 swords at her side. The famed blade, Yuki, the cursed sword Sandai Katetsu, and another blade, which also appeared to be cursed. Girl, are you a practitioner of the 3-sword style? Hawkeye inquired with an intrigued smile. I'm afraid I am not a swordsman at all, let alone a 3-sword style practitioner. Qianxia replied, watching Hawkeye with caution, unwilling to become the object of his interest. Haha, cursed swords are not wielded by just anyone. Only exceptional swordsmen can handle them without being influenced. Even if you are not a swordsman now, you will undoubtedly become a remarkable swordsman in the future. Hawkeye responded with a smile. Hearing his words, Qianxia instinctively lowered her gaze to the 2 cursed swords at her waist. Sandai Katetsu began to tremble slightly, while Akazakura seemed to yearn to leap from its sheath. Simultaneously, a desire to draw the cursed swords and engage in battle with Hawkeye surged within her. Was I influenced by the cursed swords? No, I have not succumbed to their influence. Qianxia exhaled slowly, firmly convinced that this burgeoning emotion was not one of slaughter, but rather a pure desire for combat. Suddenly, she recalled that the original owner of this body had lived near dragons, inundated from a young age with various combat knowledge. Indeed, the original owner was no ordinary individual. Qianxia was not being influenced by the cursed swords. Rather, she was influenced by herself. Before the world's strongest swordsman, a fierce desire to battle such a formidable opponent welled within Qianxia. Mr. Hawkeye, may I have the honor of sparring with you? I mean a friendly match. Not a battle or duel. Closing her eyes, she grasped the 2 swords at her waist. A spar, you say? A mere duel of swordsmanship, without the infusion of hockey? Hawkeye's interest in Qianxia deepened at her words. Precisely. Qianxia exhaled softly, drawing her 2 swords. Cursed sword, Sandai Katetsu. Cursed sword Akazakura. 2 cursed swords, a 2-sword style. Come forth, the world's strongest swordsman. How fascinating. Let me witness your potential, Hawkeye stated, unsheathing his own weapon, the legendary Black Blade Yoru. The two faced each other. Qianxia's pupils narrowing as she stepped forward and charged at Hawkeye. Her speed was remarkable, yet Hawkeye's dynamic vision was equally impressive. In mere moments, Qianxia had unleashed 7 or 8 strikes, all of which Hawkeye effortlessly parried. As expected of Hawkeye. But how about this? Qianxia retreated a half step, pulling her blades back before unleashing a powerful strike that sent forth a wave of sword energy. Surprise flickered in Hawkeye's eyes. After all, mastering sword energy was akin to becoming a swordsman of repute, despite its current feebleness. In the realm of swordsmen, the ability to project sword energy was a hallmark of a true swordsman. Many spend their lifetime striving for this singular achievement. Observing Qianxia's earlier technique, it was evident that this was her first time wielding a sword, her technique rudimentary. Yet, the fact that she could produce sword energy amidst such unrefined swordsmanship was nothing short of miraculous. Qianxia's sword energy was easily deflected by Hawkeye's blade, exploding against Yoru and creating ripples that slightly distorted their surroundings. In that fleeting moment, Qianxia shockingly discarded her 2 cursed swords, hurling them as flying knives. What? Hawkeye was baffled by her action. He swung Yoru at the incoming swords, effortlessly knocking them onto the battleship's deck. In that brief instant, Qianxia had already closed the distance between them, drawing forth the renowned blade Yuki from her waist. Renowned blade Yuki, while it was merely a quality blade, lacking the unique effects of the enchanted sword Enma, Yuki possessed one defining trait. It was exceptionally light, much lighter than most swords, allowing for swifter strikes. Qianxia's Yuki lunged toward Hawkeye, her attack genuinely startling him. A bead of sweat trickled down Hawkeye's cheek, and a subtle smile graced his lips. With breathtaking speed, Yoru swung to intercept Qianxia's lethal blow. Hawkeye's eyes flickered. He had discovered another opponent capable of clashing with him in swordsmanship. Though she was but a fledgling, she might one day rival the red-haired Shanks and become a formidable adversary. Chapter 21. Under Hawkeye's gaze. Truly, I am still far from the world's strongest swordsman. Qianxia set down her blade. Realizing that continuing the sparring would yield no meaningful insights, she had come to recognize the disparity in their skills. You are indeed still quite distant, but you have exceeded my expectations. I never anticipated you could unleash sword energy, nor that you would so unexpectedly relinquish your 2 cursed swords. Were I in your position, I would never forsake my weapons. Yet this too is a form of swordsmanship. You have effectively showcased the advantages of Yuki. This 3-sword style is unlike any I have witnessed before. Hawkeye gazed at Qixia, increasingly pleased with what he saw. In his perspective, swordsmanship was not confined to the singular path of the one-sword style. Rather, it encompassed a myriad of possibilities. Although Qixia's 3-sword style appeared somewhat unorthodox, it nonetheless represented a distinctive form of swordplay. Coupled with her remarkable instincts during combat and her raw talent to unleash sword energy, she embodied a unique gift in the art of the sword. You, if I am not mistaken, are the youngest Rear Admiral the Navy has been buzzing about recently, Qixia. Am I right? Have you reached adulthood yet? Apologies, but I am merely 11, Qixia replied, casting a sideways glance at Hawkeye. Despite her early maturing physique, the gap between 11 and 18 was still substantial. Only 11? The future holds great promise for you. I eagerly anticipate our future encounters. Hawkeye mused with a soft chuckle, sheathing his black blade, Yoru back upon his back. At this moment, Qixia's fervor began to wane. Upon hearing Hawkeye's words, her heart involuntarily sank. It dawned upon her that she had caught the attention of the legendary swordsman. If one day Hawkeye were to storm into the Navy for a duel with her, and the other Navy personnel were to witness this scene, it would undoubtedly create a frenzy. The tranquil and peaceful days she had envisioned would be irrevocably altered. Well, actually, I don't. Until next time, future great swordsman, Hawkeye concluded, stepping away and leaping back onto his small wooden boat with swift grace. He arrived in haste and departed just as swiftly. Qixia felt an awkward twitch at the corner of her mouth. Had it not been for the pain, she would have slapped herself. The die was cast, and there was no turning back. With a resigned sigh, she strode back into the Navy warship, continuing her journey back to Windmill Village. Soon, Qixia returned to Windmill Village and made her way directly to Dayton's home. She retrieved a folding chair and a sunshade, settling outside Dayton's house to bask in the sunlight. I must calm down, a nap will suffice, Qixia murmured to herself, slowly closing her eyes and drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, Hawkeye arrived at an island frequently visited by red-haired Shanks. True to expectation, Shanks and his crew were currently engaged in a lively celebration. Shanks, once a member of GOLD, Roger's crew and now one of the 4 emperors, had wagered one of his arms on Luffy, leaving him with only one. Before losing his arm, he had been Hawkeye's greatest rival in swordsmanship, but following the incident, Hawkeye ceased to spar with him. Upon Hawkeye's arrival, the members of Shanks' crew were not astonished. Instead, they cheerfully invited him to join their festivities. Hawkeye merely exchanged glances with them before making his way to Shanks' side. Well, if it isn't Hawkeye, what a surprise to see you here. Care for a piece of grilled meat? Shanks grinned, offering a freshly cooked morsel to Hawkeye, who declined and simply sat beside him in silence. Today, I encountered an exceptional swordsman. I speak of innate talent, Hawkeye stated calmly. Oh, a swordsman whom the world's greatest swordsman deems exceptional? Who might that be? Shanks inquired with curiosity, munching on his meat. Her name is Chisha, full name Monkey D. Chisha. Monkey Chisha? Ah, the recently acclaimed prodigy of the Navy, Carp's granddaughter, and Luffy's sister, correct? I have heard of her. I was quite taken aback when I learned of Luffy having a sister. It caught me off guard when I read about it in the papers, Shanks recalled, chuckling at the memory, remembering how Carp and Dragon had skillfully concealed this information. A secret weapon of the Navy, perhaps? I estimate that within 10 years, she will disrupt the current state of the seas. 10 years? I doubt it will take that long, Shanks replied thoughtfully, having swallowed the last bite of his grilled meat. The current world situation was precariously balanced, although the four emperors, Big Mom and Kaido, harbored ambitions of becoming the Pirate King. They remained restrained due to Whitebeard. Shanks himself was a proponent of balance, wishing to maintain the status quo. The Navy's Admiral Sengoku also advocated for equilibrium, turning a blind eye to the four emperors while enlisting 7 powerful pirates to form the Shichibukai, thereby curbing ordinary pirates and establishing the current triadic restraint. However, this balance would eventually be disrupted, with the catalyst being Whitebeard's demise. Someone would inevitably seize the position of four emperor, and both Big Mom and Kaido would no longer be able to contain themselves, resulting in turmoil. I have no choice but to take action, Shanks declared, rising from his seat and dusting off his clothes. Hawkeye observed him with a puzzled expression. Shanks, what do you intend to do? What will I do? I haven't decided yet, but I plan to hold discussions. We must prolong this balance for a while longer, Shanks replied, his previously jovial demeanor gradually shifting to seriousness. This was a significant matter. Shanks was preparing for negotiations, and the target of those negotiations was clear to both Hawkeye and the surrounding members of Shanks' crew. The world government, specifically the 5 individuals wielding the highest authority within it, the Gorosei. Chishasis. 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 Oh my goodness, who is it? Chisha was abruptly awakened from her dream, her bewildered gaze scanning her surroundings, only to find Luffy and his brothers. Chishasis, teach us hockey, Ace implored earnestly. During their time with Carp, they had been introduced to the concept of hockey, armament hockey, observation hockey, and conqueror's hockey. The 3 brothers were eager to learn, but Carp had insisted he would only teach them once they joined the Navy. Unable to reach Carp, they turned to Chisha instead. You wish to learn hockey? What a bother. I won't teach you, Chisha replied with a lazy demeanor, sinking back down. Are you joking? Hockey is incredibly difficult to learn and teach. It's my vacation time, and if I truly teach you, I am certain that Zephyr will summon me back to work as soon as I finish, she thought. However, Ace and the others were not about to concede so easily. If a gentle approach wouldn't work, they would resort to force. Chishasis, let us duel again. This time, we will surely last a minute against you, Ace and the others shouted earnestly. Last a minute? Before being captured by Carp, Luffy and his brothers had insisted on sparring with Chisha multiple times, but they had never lasted beyond a minute. So, Chisha had once told them that if they could endure for a full minute in their upcoming duel, she would grant them a small wish. Although she had little faith they could achieve it. Now with Ace bringing it up, Chisha felt a flicker of interest. Do you really think you could last a minute? Of course. We can. Alright. You seem spirited. Qianxia rose from the folding chair, realizing that since everyone else was so spirited, she too must summon her own energy. The 3 brothers watched eagerly as Qianxia stood up, their fists clenched in excitement, for they had long since devised a strategy. It was clear that they could never defeat Sister Qianxia in a direct confrontation, so their only recourse was to employ cunning. They believed that enduring for just a minute should be well within their capabilities. Luffy and his companions exchanged glances, already envisioning their triumph in sustaining themselves against Qianxia for a full minute, after which she would impart to them the secrets of hockey. They imagined themselves setting sail as pirates, instantly rising to fame upon the vast ocean. Such dreams were delightful, yet Qianxia could only lament the harshness of reality. The 3 brothers followed Qianxia to a flat area on the back mountain, where they would engage in some playful antics, aiming to last a minute under her watch. Luffy. No mistakes, okay? She admonished. I won't mess up. I'm incredibly reliable. Luffy replied confidently. Together, we three brothers are invincible. However, instead of standing close together, the brothers spaced themselves apart, leaving Qianxia puzzled about their intentions. Let the battle commence. Shave. With that, Qianxia vanished, reappearing behind Luffy, who quickly turned around only to be met with Qianxia's iron fist, enveloped in haki, striking him squarely in the face. Thud. Luffy's face crumpled inwards as he was sent flying by the force of the blow. Luffy! Ace and Sabo cried out in alarm, witnessing the pivotal point of their plan being obliterated in an instant. Stay calm, it's your turn next, Qianxia declared, lifting her legs and unleashing 2 kicks. However, Ace and Sabo demonstrated their growth by successfully evading her attacks, though it did little to hinder Qianxia's swift elimination of them. Finger pistol. Qianxia appeared before the two, sending a strike to each, rendering them unconscious in an instant. The Luffy brothers have been utterly vanquished, she exclaimed, shaking her head. I told you. You're still too inexperienced. As she spoke, she clapped her hands together, reflecting on how simple it was to defeat them. With her current strength, even if she were to encounter the likes of Whitebeard's second-in-command Ace, or the revolutionary figure Sabo 2 years later, Qianxia believed she might stand a chance. Of course, if they were the recently depicted Flame Emperor Sabo, or the Sun God Luffy from the latest manga, she thought it likely she would only be able to escape. Turning her gaze to the 3 brothers sprawled on the ground, she sighed in resignation before making her way down the mountain. Half a day later, the brothers gradually regained consciousness, Ace and Sabo clutching their chests while Luffy covered his face. That hurt. Sister Qianxia is terrifying, he exclaimed. I never expected the gap to be so vast. Is Sister Qianxia even human? Sobbing, he added. Why did she hit my face? It hurt so much. The 3 brothers found themselves in a rather pitiful state. They had meticulously planned their approach, even devising multiple strategies, yet all had crumbled in an instant. Just as they prepared to return home, they noticed 2 books that had appeared on the ground. Ace, the only literate one among them, picked up the books and opened them, revealing titles such as Fundamentals of Armament Haki and Fundamentals of Observation Haki. These were Qianxia's notes, mandated by Zephyr during her training, though now they seemed obsolete, and she had casually discarded them for the brothers. After all, there was no possibility of teaching them face-to-face. That would never happen in this lifetime. Having shed the notes, Qianxia returned to the Dayton family home, tidied her belongings, and departed from Windmill Village. She had come to realize that staying there would not allow her any genuine respite, particularly with the 3 brothers around. Thus, she resolved to embark on a journey, viewing travel as a form of leisure, especially since her funds were sufficient. She had no need for a naval warship, returning it to the Navy branch while borrowing a humble little boat akin to the one owned by Mihawk. Thus, Qianxia reclined on her small vessel, provisions at her side, embarking on her drifting adventure. Yet it was not aimless drifting. She intended to head straight for the New World. Though perilous, the pirate world was irresistibly captivating, with myriad islands each promising extraordinary tales. After all, the essence of the Pirate King's journey was not merely combat, but adventure. As she pondered this, Qianxia felt a sense of relaxation wash over her, envisioning a bright future ahead. Yet, would her devilishly fickle luck truly allow for a smooth journey? Chapter 23, Whitebeard. The New World. This term refers to the latter half of the Grand Line, the waters beyond the Red Line, dominated by the 4 emperors, the 4 most formidable pirates who reign over the most perilous seas. The intensity of the New World is on an entirely different level compared to the first half of the Grand Line, where most pirates lack any mastery of haki. However, in the latter half, any pirate of note possesses haki. Those who don't are invariably devil fruit users, for otherwise survival is impossible. Nevertheless, Qianxia felt no trepidation given her current prowess. With the dual-colored haki cultivated by Zephyr and the enhancement of a top-tier Zoan-type devil fruit, even though she had achieved the rank of Rear Admiral at a young age, it was not an unearned title. She genuinely possessed the requisite strength. Moreover, if she couldn't win, she could certainly flee. Reclining on her small boat, Qianxia crossed her legs and perused a comic book she had purchased along the way, finding it quite amusing. She never expected the pirate world to offer such entertainment. It was a delightful surprise. Some might deem Qianxia too lackadaisical, neglecting serious matters. Yet this was simply her nature. Not everyone who ventures into the pirate world aims to become the strongest. For now, Qianxia merely wished to live her life leisurely and peacefully. Of course, unforeseen challenges seemed to arise with alarming frequency, leading Qianxia to suspect that someone might be targeting her. surely it couldn't be fate itself. As she drifted through the new world, occasional troublemakers would emerge, but they were effortlessly dispatched by Qianxia. As long as the 4 emperors did not appear, the 4 emperors were not mere cabbages by the roadside. Encountering them was far from easy. After finishing her comic, Qianxia placed the open book over her face and dozed off, soon drifting into slumber. In her dreams she had matured, and the timeline of the Pirate King had merged with the original narrative. Her strength was formidable, and she had no concerns for her safety. Inyo was no longer under her jurisdiction, and she had become a true idler. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy had set sail, becoming the masters of the sea. While the Revolutionary Army overthrew the world government, all the storylines seemed to be progressing toward a beautiful conclusion, and Qianxia found herself carefree, enjoying a life of abundance on the ocean. Ha 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 ha. She laughed joyfully, oblivious to the figures drawing near her side. Hey hey hey, wake up. Wake up. A hand gently patted her cheek. Though it didn't hurt, the persistent slaps were relentless, forcibly rousing her from her dreams. Who is it? Marco. Even if you are Marco, you can't Marco. Qianxia suddenly awoke, more awake than ever before. As she opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings, she discovered Marco in his beast form standing beside her, while the Whitebeard pirate ship loomed not far off. Is this truly happening? Qianxia found herself questioning her very existence. Was encountering a Yonko this easy? No, it wasn't that the Yonko were easy to meet, but rather that her luck was akin to some twisted fate. Looks like you're awake. My old man is looking for you, so why don't you come with me? Marco remarked, grinning as he pointed towards the Whitebeard ship, where the infamous Whitebeard himself, adorned with vials of medicine, stood. Isn't this tantamount to forcibly seizing a maiden? Qianxia pondered, just as Marco reached out to grasp her arm, only for her to swiftly evade him. I can manage on my own, she declared, promptly transforming into her phoenix form and soaring gracefully from the small boat onto the deck of Whitebeard's ship. Marco observed Qianxia's transformation in bewilderment, blinking in surprise. Zoan type? How is it so similar to my own abilities? He mused, simultaneously shifting into his phoenix form and returning to the Whitebeard ship. The moment Qianxia alighted on the pirate vessel, an overwhelming aura enveloped her, the most formidable presence being the Yonko himself, Whitebeard, directly before her. His eyes, filled with gravity, fixated on Qianxia. Despite his frail state, punctured by vials, he emanated an aura of immense pressure. Gura, Carp's granddaughter, there's no need to be so alarmed. I mean you no harm, Whitebeard bellowed with laughter, causing Qianxia to realize that the gazes and pressure surrounding her were more akin to curiosity than hostility. Carp's granddaughter. Qianxia nearly forgot that she bore this identity, as Carp had assumed no grandfatherly duties since bringing her to the Navy headquarters. She placed a hand over her chest, exhaling slowly as her prior tension dissipated, replaced by a desire for battle. You again? Quickly, Qianxia suppressed her bloodthirsty spirit. Battling Mihawk was one thing, but confronting Whitebeard? Please, I truly wish to remain inconspicuous. Whitebeard immediately noticed Qianxia's peculiar change, though he could not fathom its cause. After all, who could guess the intricacies of her situation? Having barely subdued the remnants of her original self's combat instincts, her demon blade, Yakizhen, began to stir again. A peculiar energy emanated from the blade's surface, reaching out to Qianxia's right hand. Clang. As Qianxia reacted, Yakizhen had already been drawn from its sheath. What on earth? It can't affect my mind, yet it directly influences my body. Bewildered, Qianxia had never anticipated the blade's bizarre nature. The surrounding pirates immediately adopted defensive stances, only to be halted by Whitebeard's raised hand. Yakizhen, while it may not be the supreme great blade, in terms of demonic essence, it is undoubtedly the mightiest. Gururara, do you wish to duel? I shall oblige. Whitebeard proclaimed, rising from his seat and drawing his weapon, the supreme great blade, Songyun Xia, taking a deep breath as he swung towards Qianxia. In response, Yakizhen, guided by Qianxia's arm, met the oncoming Songyun Xia with a decisive slash. This was not merely a clash between Qianxia and Whitebeard, but rather a confrontation between their weapons. In an instant, the surrounding sea convulsed, yielding waves of tumultuous energy. Chapter 24. The Salted Fish Attempts to Turn Over. Yakizhen. When discussing the highest quality demon blades, one would undoubtedly mention the third generation of Onitachi. Yet when it comes to the most intense demonic essence, none can claim the title over Yakizhen. 30 years ago, there existed a swordsman wielding Yakizhen, who regrettably could not tame the blade. In a single night, the sword became stained with the blood of thousands, none of whom were weaklings. The incident garnered significant attention, both large and small. It involved thousands, yet most who knew of it perished. Only a few pirates were aware of this, Whitebeard being one of them. Ordinary individuals would be controlled merely by bearing this demon blade, while even the most elite warriors dare not wield it. Kizaru remained oblivious, merely aware of its notoriety. Had he known, he would have shattered it before ever allowing Qianxia to touch it. At this moment, the clash between Whitebeard's Tsongyun Xia and Qianxia's Yakizhan unfolded. A duel of weapons, one a supreme great blade, the other the mightiest demon blade, shaking the very ocean around them. As both sides remained locked in tension, Whitebeard unleashed a sudden burst of strength, sending Yakizhan flying from Qianxia's grasp, and with it, the sea's tremors subsided. Thank you, this demon blade is far too sinister. Just a moment of distraction, and it almost ensnared me, Qianxia remarked, rubbing her wrist where she had held the sword, addressing Whitebeard. Child, merely resisting the influence of this blade is commendable. As for truly mastering it, I would recommend you hone your swordsmanship. It may prove beneficial, Whitebeard advised, chuckling as he set aside his Tsongyun Xia and resumed his seat. The members of the Whitebeard pirates collectively exhaled, their earlier tension dissipating. They had feared a significant conflict was imminent. Truly, the old man is impressive. The crew's admiration for Whitebeard deepened, while Qianxia silently retrieved the sheath and resheathed Yakizhan. I must say, as a navy officer, your assistance may not be entirely appropriate, Qianxia remarked. Gurara. No one ever dares to question my actions. I act as I please, for I am a pirate. Whitebeard replied, his laughter growing heartier. Contemplating Whitebeard's words, Qianxia fell into a brief silence. Thank you, Whitebeard. With that, she transformed fully into her phoenix form, spreading her wings and departing from the Whitebeard pirate ship. This encounter left Qianxia profoundly shaken. She realized her current strength was still woefully inadequate. Though she might escape from a Yonko or an admiral using her fruit abilities, she was not alone now. For instance, during the Marineford War, if Ace were to become Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander again, and the timeline converged to replay that conflict, could her mere presence alter Ace's fate? Clearly the answer was no. She would need to possess admiral-level strength, not just the ability to contend with an admiral, but to grow even stronger. Qianxia's once lethargic eyes began to glimmer with renewed vigor, akin to a salted fish that had only recently regained its life, hinting at a potential transformation. East Blue. Outside a certain village, Qianxia traced her fingers along a map, having traversed countless paths to finally arrive at her destination. The dojo where Zoro trained as a child, under the tutelage of Shimatsuki Kushiru, a master swordsman hailing from Wano country. Chika yearned for a systematic approach to mastering swordsmanship. She contemplated returning to the Navy headquarters to seek instruction from Zephyr, or consulting the renowned Mihawk. However, the latter option was unequivocally unattainable, and the thought of troubling Zephyr, who she presumed was currently preoccupied, weighed heavily on her conscience. In a moment of reflection, an idea struck her. There was indeed a certain individual who could undoubtedly aid her in her quest for sword mastery. With determined steps, Chika ventured into the village. After inquiring with several local villagers, she finally arrived at the front of a dojo. It was indeed a challenging endeavor, although Chika was not directionally challenged. Locating such a place solely based on the subtle hints from an anime had proven to be quite laborious. Taking a deep breath, she lifted her hands to lightly pat her cheeks, urging herself to muster her spirits. Just as she was about to push open the dojo's grand entrance, 2 individuals emerged, one from behind her and the other from the doorway ahead. Behind her stood a middle-aged man wearing glasses, exuding a warm, benign demeanor. In front of her, stepping out from the dojo, was a green-haired boy, wielding a sword in each hand and skillfully balancing a third sword in his mouth. Yasukuro, Chika thought, recognizing him. Zoro. Hey, what brings you here? Are you here to challenge the dojo? Zoro questioned, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Wait, are you also a 3-sword style swordsman? As Zoro extracted the sword from his mouth, he initially assumed Chika had come to challenge them, but upon noticing the 3 swords at her waist, his excitement surged. He was a practitioner of the 3-sword style, a discipline often met with skepticism despite his prowess, which surpassed that of most of his peers. This was the first time he had encountered another who wielded 3 swords. Any notion of a challenge was instantly forgotten. Apologies, but I am not a 3-sword style swordsman. I merely carry 3 swords, Chika clarified, turning to Yasukuro with earnest intent. Please, teach me the art of swordsmanship. Both Zoro and Yasukuro were taken aback, as even Yasukuro had presumed Chika was there to issue a challenge, sensing her formidable presence. Who would have thought she had come seeking a mentor? You must be quite strong, even without practicing swordsmanship. Few could rival you, Yasukuro remarked. Not at all. Despite my appearance, I am rather inexperienced. I am often bested in combat, and recently an old man overwhelmed me. I am now fervently seeking a structured training regimen in swordsmanship, Chika declared earnestly, placing a hand over her heart. Constantly overwhelmed in battle? That must be Zephyr. And the old man who overpowered you? Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. She thought, her words ringing true, filled with genuine emotion. Yet, such statements were evidently insufficient to persuade Yasukuro. Please leave. A female swordsman cannot reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. And judging by your age, you should have begun your training by the age of 13. But I am only 11. 11? At such an age, you are considered old? Yasukuro exclaimed, nearly dropping his glasses, while Zoro displayed a look of disbelief. Chika replied, what? I'm merely a bit precocious. Is that so wrong? Chapter 25. Indeed. Her bone age was that of an 11-year-old. Yet her skeletal structure defied belief, possessing a hardness that rivaled that of males. While it was often said that ordinary females could not attain the apex of swordsmanship, Chika seemed to possess a potential that warranted consideration. Yasukuro, examining Chika's hand, discerned the truth. Her bones were exceptional, a gift not born of mere training. He regarded her as if she were a glimmering diamond. Meanwhile, Zoro furrowed his brow, reminded of his childhood rival and friend, Kuina, whose unparalleled swordsmanship he had never managed to surpass. Yet, she was merely a girl, and as time progressed, the physical demands of rigorous training would take their toll. This truth had been imparted to him by Yasukuro, who was also Zoro's master. Now, Yasukuro was suggesting that this girl possessed a talent that Kuina lacked, that she could reach the summit of swordsmanship. Zoro felt a deep sense of indignation, lamenting for the lost potential of Kuina. Master, I shall take my leave, Zoro declared, striding away from the dojo in a huff, consumed by thoughts of departing to sea. Determined to honor Kuina's memory, and become the world's strongest swordsman. Yasukuro paid little mind to Zoro's exit. After exchanging a few words with Chika, he invited her inside the dojo. By this hour, most of the other students had already departed, leaving only Zoro, the most diligent of practitioners, to be the last to leave. Once inside the dojo, Yasukuro wasted no time. His expression turned serious behind his glasses. What is your background? I can sense that even without sword practice, your other abilities would make you a formidable opponent. How can an 11-year-old possess such strength? Yasukuro inquired earnestly. Have you mastered Haki? Chika was not surprised. She had surmised Yasukuro's strength, given his origins from Wano, and it was only natural that he would possess both forms of Haki. I am a rear admiral in the Navy. My name is Chika, she replied nonchalantly. Yasukuro paused, momentarily taken aback, but his expression soon softened. He was not well versed in Navy news, but he had heard whispers of a young rear admiral among the students at the dojo. He had assumed this young officer was in their 20s. Yet here stood a mere 11-year-old. What kind of training does the Navy provide? An 11-year-old prodigy? Why do you wish to learn swordsmanship? To master my blades, Chika answered, drawing her 2 cursed swords and 1 renowned blade. Yasukuro's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of 2 cursed swords. Is it true you wish to control cursed blades? I may not be able to assist you fully, but I will teach you earnestly. Will you truly teach me? Chika asked, her eyes sparkling with hope. Such a remarkable raw gem has traveled all the way to this secluded corner to seek me out. As a swordsmanship instructor, it would be exceedingly rude not to oblige. Yasukuro replied with a warm smile. At that moment, a series of footsteps echoed from within the dojo. Though Chika's observation Haki was not fully activated, she could discern the approaching presence merely by sound. Before the owner of the footsteps appeared in their line of sight, both Chika and Yasukuro turned to face the source of the sound. After a brief pause, a young girl rushed in, wielding a wooden sword. Her lips pursed and her eyes fixed intently on Chika. This girl was none other than Yasukuro's daughter, Kuina. Qianxia gazed at Kuina, momentarily taken aback. She had meticulously calculated the timeline upon her arrival. Kuina had perished at the tender age of 11, while Zoro was 2 years her junior and Luffy 2 years older than Zoro. In fact, even at the moment of Qianxia's recent return, Kuina should have already departed from this world. Was it true that Kuina had never died at all? In the original narrative, Kuina's demise was attributed to a fall down the stairs, a rather absurd fate for a prodigy of her caliber. Kuina. Father, I have heard your words. This person has reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, correct? I shall challenge you. Kuina bit her lip, her eyes brimming with tears that seemed poised to spill at any moment. She yearned to defeat Qianxia to earn the validation of Kushuru, and to prove to herself that, even as a daughter, she could attain the zenith of swordsmanship. Kuina. You are being foolish. No, Mr. Kushuru, allow her to compete with me, Qianxia interjected, gesturing with a serious expression toward Kushiru. Having encountered similar situations prior to her crossing, she deeply empathized with Kuina's feelings, and at this moment such emotions could not be suppressed. They must be released. Qianxia retrieved a practice wooden sword and stepped toward the center of the dojo. At this time, Qianxia was 11, Luffy was 8, Zoro was 10, and Kuina was 12. Kuina was even a year older than Qianxia. Moreover, Kuina's dedication to swordsmanship far exceeded Qianxia's, having trained since childhood. Nevertheless, Qianxia understood that this battle had already reached its conclusion. It was her victory. Kuina's heart was in turmoil. Gripping the wooden sword tightly, she fixed her gaze intensely on Qianxia. She could not afford to lose. She had never been defeated by boys her age, let alone girls. Her desire for victory was overwhelming, and she charged toward Qianxia with swift determination. A frontal assault. Slash. Turn. Rise. Cut. Her sharp swordplay was undeniable. Such a combination of strikes would surely fell any peer. Yet, Qianxia was no ordinary opponent. Even without utilizing haki, her systematic training within the Navy and her unique physical constitution endowed her with exceptional dynamic vision and reflexes, forming the foundation of her swordsmanship. Every strike from Kuina was deftly parried by Qianxia, as if she wielded an impenetrable shield. Kuina's attacks appeared dull in comparison. I will not lose, I will not lose. I must prevail. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air as Kuina's sword was deftly knocked from her grasp, soaring into the sky. Chapter 26. The Pursuit of Swordsmanship. Kuina was a genius. Had she maintained her composure and fully concentrated on Qianxia, while Qianxia would still have triumphed, it would have been immensely more challenging. However, at this moment, Kuina's overwhelming desire to defeat Qianxia had rendered her heart chaotic. For Qianxia to conquer Kuina, she simply needed to exploit one of the numerous flaws that had emerged from Kuina's disarray, delivering a decisive blow. And indeed, that was precisely what Qianxia did. Seizing upon a single opening, she swung her sword with remarkable speed, and in an instant, Kuina's wooden sword was sent flying. The outcome was evident. Kuina's pupils contracted as disbelief washed over her, staring in shock at the hand that had just held her sword. Defeated, utterly and completely. Was this truly the extent of my talent? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, tears streamed from her eyes. She raised her hands in an attempt to stem the flow, but the harder she tried, the more they cascaded forth. Kushiru, witnessing his daughter in such distress, felt a pang of sympathy, yet Qianxia stood firmly between them, preventing him from approaching. Let it out. Weep until you find clarity. Qianxia's tone was remarkably calm. Indeed, it was exceedingly subdued. Listening to her words, Kuina, with tears still falling, turned and hastily exited the dojo. Whether to continue or to cease, Mr. Kushiru should allow her to make that decision. Qianxia's calm demeanor was not born of coldness, but rather from her own similar experiences. Solitude often afforded the best opportunity for reflection and clarity. Having spoken, Qianxia turned her attention back to Kushiru, marking the commencement of her own swordsmanship training. Kushiru's instruction was far from exhausting. In comparison to Zephy's teachings, it felt akin to a leisurely retreat. Yet this very ease troubled Qianxia. Zephy's lessons were a whetstone. If one diligently honed their skills, they would undoubtedly become sharper. However, Kushiru's methods were different. Sometimes, even with earnest practice, significant improvement was elusive, and one might even regress. The key was enlightenment. Fortunately, Qianxia was no fool. Though she did not experience meteoric breakthroughs, she steadily progressed step by step. Initially, Zoro had expressed discontent upon Qianxia's enrollment under Kushiru, refusing to train alongside her, maintaining a distinct distance during practice. If Qianxia was to the east, Zoro positioned himself to the west. If she was to the south, he took the north. Even in the dojo's center, he would practice outside. As for Kuina, she ceased speaking to Qianxia from that day onward. Despite Qianxia residing in her home, their exchanges dwindled to a mere handful of fleeting glances. Of course, Zoro was unaware that Kuina was still alive, and Kushiru explained her withdrawal as a means to cultivate Zoro's latent potential. Days turned into months, and months into years. During Qianxia's first year, she practiced tirelessly. In her second year, she balanced training with leisure. By the third year, Kushiru had effectively set her free, stating that he had nothing more to teach her, and it was now up to her own understanding. Qianxia often felt tempted to roll her eyes at the old man. Yet she acknowledged the wisdom she had gleaned from him. He had become her second mentor. Zoro departed from the village in the third year, proclaiming his intent to set sail and become the world's strongest swordsman, fulfilling the dream he shared with Kuina. On the day he left, Qianxia did not see him off, but Kuina did, though Zoro remained oblivious to her presence. It is worth mentioning that, although Zoro held disdain for Qianxia, he frequently sparred with her. And in over 2,000 matches, he had never once emerged victorious. This year, Qianxia turned 14. The snail communicator she carried suddenly came to life. This particular device had been gifted to her by Zephyr, and she had specifically requested a compact model. It was the first time it had emitted sound. Hello, Qianxia. Inyo has officially been established. Really? So soon? How could it be too soon? I delayed a bit to recruit more elites. Otherwise, we could have called you last year. Zephyr's voice was brimming with joy, as Inyo was the culmination of his efforts over many years, and its completion was undoubtedly a source of great delight. The remaining tasks involved appointing the Inyo generals and ensuring its formal operation. Recognizing the elation in Zephyr's tone, Qianxia refrained from expressing any discontent. Indeed, 3 years had passed, and she found herself reminiscing about the Navy headquarters. Very well, I shall return to the Navy headquarters soon. Qianxia had just finished her conversation with Zephyr before hanging up the phone. After the call, she settled in the dojo's backyard, picking up the tea she had prepared earlier and taking a delicate sip. As expected, she still found it hard to appreciate tea. Listening to the sounds of her fellow apprentices practicing their swordsmanship within the dojo, she realized that she had grown accustomed to the rhythmic clashing of blades to the point where it could lull her to sleep. It was time to depart. Surely her strength was now sufficient. Qianxia glanced down at the 3 swords beside her, murmuring softly to herself. Over the past 3 years of rigorous training, she felt she had truly exerted herself. Unlike Zephyr, who had forced himself to become stronger, Qianxia had pursued her training with a sense of self-motivation. Major General Qianxia? If her abilities were to be assessed now, the rank of Major General would be far too modest. Rising slowly, she stretched her arms, her gaze falling upon a small pond in the backyard that reflected her current appearance. Though she was only 14, she had developed similarly to an 18-year-old on Earth. Standing over 1.7 meters tall. While this height might seem impressive, in the world of One Piece, it was hardly remarkable, as individuals exceeding 2 meters were more common than one might imagine. More important than height, however, was her beauty. If 3 years ago Qianxia had possessed the grace of an empress, now she stood beside such a figure without feeling out of place. Had she been on Earth, countless admirers would likely have flocked to her, though she had no intention of entertaining such pursuits. All right, I must bid farewell to Mr. Zhang Shiru and return to the Navy headquarters, Qianxia stated, yet she did not leave immediately but remained in place. Her mastery of observation haki detected a small white rabbit nearby, which was now stirring restlessly. Eventually, the creature hopped into view, revealing not a mere rabbit but Kuina, clutching a wooden sword with a bandage across her face. She was still diligently honing her swordsmanship, refusing to succumb to despair. Now 15, Kuina's appearance was not far behind Qianxia's, though she was less concerned with her looks, appearing somewhat tomboyish. Kuina's eyes fixed on Qianxia, her lips pressed together, revealing visible signs of conflict and embarrassment. Finally, gathering her courage, she lowered her head slightly and shouted nervously, Can I go with you to the Navy headquarters? Chapter 27, Kidnapping Kuina. You wish to accompany me to the Navy headquarters? Qianxia expressed her surprise, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. She had anticipated a challenge from Kuina, eager to prove herself after 3 years. Yet this desire to join the Navy puzzled her. This was evidently the result of much contemplation on Kuina's part. She acknowledged that she could not match Qianxia in innate or cultivated talent, yet she refused to accept that her limits were set. She believed she could grow stronger. And since her father, Zhang Shiru, had little to teach her, she had turned her aspirations towards Qianxia. To Kuina, Qianxia had transformed from a rival into a goal, even an idol. If I follow you, I believe I can continue to grow stronger. Please, allow me to accompany you and witness more formidable warriors, Kuina declared earnestly, one hand pressed against her chest. After all this time, this is what you've come up with. Qianxia sighed, covering her face with her palm, though she felt unexpectedly pleased with Kuina's decision. It was certainly better than succumbing to despair. Kuina was a prodigy in swordsmanship, and Qianxia wished for her to thrive. Then come along. While I cannot guarantee your strength will increase, I assure you that it will be an extraordinary journey. The individuals we will encounter are quite perilous. A headache loomed as she contemplated the formidable foes ahead. The 4 emperors, admirals, CP0, and the world government. The ambitions of Inyo extended beyond pirates. The corruption of the world government would also require addressing, inevitably leading to confrontations with admirals and CP0. The future appeared daunting. However, Kuina remained unfazed, blissfully unaware of the thrilling challenges that awaited her. Even if she did know, she would likely choose to follow Qianxia regardless. Very well, let us speak with Mr. Jingshiru. And then we shall set off. Although Kuina had chosen to accompany Qianxia, their relationship still bore an awkwardness, but Qianxia cared little. As long as Kuina was with her, there would be ample opportunities to mend their rapport. The two approached Jingshiru, discussing their plans to depart. Jingshiru had anticipated Qianxia's departure, yet he was taken aback by the revelation that Kuina wished to leave as well. Are you truly certain about this? Jingshiru inquired earnestly. And Kuina nodded solemnly. She had made her decision, one forged over 3 years of contemplation, and it was as resolute as could be. Very well, go ahead. But do take care. Jingshiru sighed, turning away from Kuina. She bit her lip and turned away as well, following Qianxia on their journey to the Navy headquarters. Ah, you came here on this. Upon arriving at the harbor, Kuina gaped at the small wooden boat that floated serenely on the surface of the sea. Oh my. After 3 years, I can't believe the boat is still here. Isn't it wonderful? It may be small, but it's cozy enough for two. Qianxia grinned as she stepped into the little vessel, while Kuina hesitated for a moment before sighing and joining her. It was indeed spacious enough for two, albeit quite cramped. Paddles? We don't need those, just hold on tight. Huh? Hold on tight? Qianxia extended a finger, waving it in front of her. One hand hovered just above the water's surface. Suddenly, a surge of crimson flames erupted from Qianxia's palm, propelling the boat forward with an explosive force that surpassed even a warship's speed. Kuina, gripped by fear, clung tightly to the edges of the boat. She had never witnessed Qianxia's formidable navigation skills, and the experience nearly brought her to tears. The swiftly moving boat overtook numerous warships, fishing boats, and pirate vessels, leaving their crews in stunned disbelief, questioning whether what they saw was real. Can't you slow down? Ha, don't worry, everything will be fine. Don't you find the wind exhilarating? Absolutely not. 20 minutes passed in a blur. As Qianxia eased the acceleration, Kuina's hair had turned into a wild mass, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. Yet, rather than complain about Qianxia, her attention was utterly captivated by the sights ahead. We have arrived at the Navy headquarters, Qianxia exclaimed, joyfully extending her arm towards the island barely a kilometer away, revealing the Navy's grand stronghold, the headquarters laid bare before their eyes. Already? So soon? Is this really the Navy headquarters? Wow. Kuina found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Having lived her entire life in her village, she had never encountered the grandeur of the outside world, and the immense majesty of the Navy headquarters truly astonished her. As Chica and Kuina approached the Navy headquarters in their small wooden boat, warships swiftly sailed toward them. Upon witnessing this, Kuina instinctively tightened her grip on the sword at her waist, only to be halted by Chica's raised hand. Do not be alarmed. This is the Navy headquarters. And those are Navy warships. Likely colleagues come to welcome me, Chica explained calmly. Upon hearing this, Kuina's expression turned to one of confusion. Although they had spent 2 years together, their limited communication left Kuina with only a basic understanding that Chica was a Navy officer. Did ordinary Navy personnel truly warrant such a grand reception upon returning to their base? As the warships drew nearer, sailors emerged onto the decks, each adorned with the Justice Cloak. In the Navy, this cloak was not worn by just anyone. Only those who had attained at least the rank of lieutenant were permitted to don it. When Chica's eyes met those of the sailors, a familiar sensation washed over her, although she could not immediately place it. Upon confirming Chica's identity, the sailors immediately raised their arms and executed a precise salute. Rear Admiral Chica. Welcome back to the Navy headquarters. Their synchronized voices echoed across the sea. At that moment, Chica finally recognized them as her fellow trainees from the Navy's new recruit training camp. Had they all attained the rank of lieutenant now? A slight smile graced Chica's lips, while Kuina blinked in astonishment behind her. Rear Admiral? Chapter 28. Chica's rematch with Zephyr. Chica, you are a Rear Admiral? Yes. Is being a Rear Admiral impressive? Chica's initially proud demeanor faltered, for Kuina's inquiry stemmed from genuine ignorance, rather than any intent to belittle. To Kuina, the ranks of the Navy were simply a blur of Navy personnel, admirals and marshals. Well, it's 2 ranks below Admiral. Chica hesitated before giving a rough explanation. Kuina's expression shifted to one of surprise, yet Chica guessed that she still did not fully grasp the significance. Let's go. They will take care of the boat. With that, Chica stepped forward, effortlessly leaping onto the nearest Navy warship without even employing the moonwalk of the 6 forms. The lieutenant aboard quickly called for a rope to be thrown to the wooden boat, intending to pull Kuina aboard. However, before they could do so, Kuina had already followed Chica onto the deck with remarkable ease. The lieutenant paused, contemplating this unfamiliar girl's impressive abilities. But then it occurred to him that anyone who could keep pace with a prodigy like Chika must also possess extraordinary talent. Chika and Kuina completed the final kilometer to the Navy headquarters aboard the warship. Upon disembarking, a wave of nostalgia washed over Chika. It had been 3 years since her last visit, yet the place remained unchanged. Rear Admiral Chika, Instructor Zephyr is waiting for you over there, a lieutenant said, pointing toward a specific location in the central building of the Navy headquarters. Chika nodded, fully aware of where he indicated, and promptly made her way in that direction, with Kuina hastily following, only to be stopped by the lieutenant. Apologies, but Instructor Zephyr has requested only Rear Admiral Chika. It's all right. She can come with me. Chika quickly interjected, raising an arm protectively in front of Kuina. The lieutenant, having heard this, nodded slightly and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Chika glanced back at Kuina saying, "Let me be clear, you can still back out now. If I were going to give up, I would have done so 3 years ago." "Very well then. Follow me." Chika sighed and led Kuina toward Zephyr's office. Knock. 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 No sound emanated from within, replaced instead by the hurried footsteps of someone approaching. Bang. The door swung open with a crash, and Zephyr emerged, nearly bursting with joy upon seeing Chika, as if he wanted to lift her into a hug. "Chika, you've finally returned. Hey, didn't I come back quickly?" "Quickly? You little rascal. If I hadn't urged you, would you have ever returned? Not a single message in 3 years?" As Zephyr spoke, he playfully swung a fist toward Chika's head, but in an instant, she dodged with remarkable speed. You actually managed to evade that? Please, 3 years have passed. I couldn't possibly remain stagnant, Chika retorted, rolling her eyes at Zephyr. This only ignited Zephyr's competitive spirit. Well, 3 years have passed and you've grown bold, haven't you? Let's have a match at the new recruit training ground. Bring it on. As their eyes met, sparks of electricity seemed to crackle between them, and they made their way toward the training ground. Kuina watched in bewilderment, softly murmuring to herself, "Are their relationships really that hostile?" At that moment, an elderly man with white hair stepped out of the room, none other than Garp. He observed the duo moving further away. "Child, do not judge solely by appearances. Their relationship is far from hostile. In fact, it is even more affectionate than that of a grandfather and granddaughter. How envious I am. By the way, who might you be?" At the Navy headquarters, in the vast training ground, Chika and Zephyr stood at opposite ends, both brimming with determination. One aimed to impart a lesson to her student, reminding her that experience holds its own weight, while the other sought to repay the kindness bestowed upon her 3 years prior. The bond between mentor and student was profound. A crowd of former Navy recruits gathered at the periphery, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of this master and apprentice showdown, which would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression on their lives. "I want to go easy on you, Instructor Zephyr," Chika declared with a smile, stretching her limbs before firmly gripping the 2 cursed blades at her waist, while Zephyr grinned, his fists clenched, the powerful haki swirling around his arms. Garp was known as the hero of the Iron Fist, while Zephyr was referred to as the Black Arm. Both were masters of haki, yet their styles revealed distinct differences. Garp concentrated his haki in his fists, utilizing only his punches, whereas Zephyr channeled his haki through his arms, making them both his defense and weapon. Chika exhaled slowly, drawing her cursed blades from their sheaths, the faint sound of a blade song echoing from their edges. Over the course of 3 years, Chika may not have achieved perfect mastery over the cursed blades, but they had certainly become more obedient to her will, and she could now harness their unique properties to a certain extent, such as with the technique Demonic Energy Shockwave. Chika's lips curled into a subtle smile as the malevolent aura emanating from her 2 cursed blades surged forth, fiercely radiating in all directions. The surrounding recruits, taken aback by the sudden display, instinctively stumbled back several paces, with some even plopping down onto the ground in shock. Even Zephyr could not help but feel a shiver run through his heart, as the oppressive aura enveloped him. Although Chika did not possess the Conqueror's haki, the effect of her malevolence was no less impactful. If unleashed upon the new recruits in full force, it could easily incapacitate them, much like the Conqueror's haki would. However, Zephyr's resilience was remarkable, as the majority of Chika's dark energy coalesced around him, yielding a surprisingly moderate effect. With that in mind, Chika declared, enveloping malevolence. The surface of her 2 cursed blades became shrouded in layers upon layers of sinister energy, intertwining with her armament haki. Even Gungshiro found himself lamenting under the weight of her onslaught. "Zephyr-sensei, do be cautious." With a swift whoosh, Chika lunged towards Zephyr. Chapter 29 Surrender? This isn't how it's done. Black Phoenix. Chika soared into the air, wielding her twin cursed blades, which merged with her sword aura to form an eerie, black phoenix-like energy, hurtling towards Zephyr. His eyes narrowed as he crossed his arms, channeling his armament haki to its zenith. The clash between her cursed blades and Zephyr's ebony arms unleashed a flurry of black lightning at the point of impact, causing the expansive training ground beneath them to fissure dramatically, while ominous clouds above hinted at impending chaos. What a terrifying strike, murmured Kuina, her eyes wide with astonishment. She had never witnessed such an attack before. Was this the realm Chica had now attained? But there was more to come. After Zephyr successfully deflected Chica's Black Phoenix, he immediately transitioned into a relentless series of close-quarter assaults. His arms, wielded as weapons, proved far more agile in combat compared to Chica's dual blades, resulting in a cacophony of resounding clashes as her blades met his strikes. I must not fall into Zephyr's rhythm, Chica thought, quickly retreating a step. Zephyr's gaze sharpened, and he followed suit almost instantaneously, launching a fist imbued with a piercing sound. Bang! Chica blocked the blow with her third-generation sword, the Sandai Katetsu, and as Zephyr unleashed another punch, she forcefully swung her sword, sending his first fist reeling while simultaneously deflecting his second. Cursed blade, bloodstained cherry blossom. Meanwhile, Chica's other cursed blade, concealed by her previous strike, advanced toward Zephyr. Cursed aura, bloodstained cherry blossom. Navy 6 styles, iron block. Zephyr inhaled deeply, combining his armament haki with the iron block technique of the Navy 6 styles, rendering his body exponentially more resilient than steel. When Chica's blade struck, it felt as though she were cleaving through an immense object rather than a living being. With a resounding thud, Zephyr, infused with dark energy, was sent hurtling away by Chica's strike. Yet he managed to plant his feet firmly into the ground, stabilizing himself after a mere few dozen meters. Goodness! You truly are tough, Sensei, Chica marveled, glancing at Zephyr and then at her own hand, which felt slightly numb from the recoil. Child, had I not reacted swiftly. Did you intend to cleave me in twain? Zephyr, still somewhat shaken, touched the spot where Chica's blade had struck. Had he not been quick to employ the iron block technique to reinforce his physical foundation with armament haki, that blow could have indeed split him in two. I trust that Zephyr-sensei will be just fine, Chica replied with a cheerful wave of her hands, confident that Zephyr could withstand her previous onslaught, albeit uncertain of how he would manage to do so. You little rascal, Zephyr said, though his gaze towards Chica was filled more with satisfaction and surprise than exasperation. Originally, he had anticipated that Chica's 3-year absence would lead to some degree of complacency in her training, lowering his expectations to merely hoping she would possess the strength of a vice admiral, who could have foreseen her capabilities exceeding his expectations. After all, Chica was a devil fruit user, and she hadn't even unleashed her powers yet. The threat she posed to Zephyr was palpable. Could it be that her full potential rivaled that of an admiral? Zephyr's speculation was not entirely accurate. While Chica had indeed surpassed the threshold of a vice admiral, she had not yet reached the realm of an admiral. He pondered this as Chica crossed her arms, the energy swirling around her cursed blades intensifying further. Zephyr-sensei, this is my strongest attack. Surrender. Truly, as expected of a teacher. Then I shall proceed. Surrender? Zephyr-sensei, what did you just say? I'm afraid I didn't quite catch that. You little imp, I've already conceded. Must you make me repeat myself? Chica blinked in disbelief at Zephyr's response. Had she truly bested her teacher? Surely, this could not count as a victory. Chica felt a twinge of disappointment. The excitement of winning was overshadowed by her teacher's dismissive attitude. Is it so hard to let me defeat you openly? She thought. Yeah. Perhaps it was for the best. The final strike she had prepared was indeed too formidable to unleash fully, and she could not ascertain whether Zephyr would truly withstand it. If he couldn't, Chica had no desire to bear the title of a wayward disciple. Thus, the battle between Zephyr and Chica concluded with his concession. Did this imply that Chica had attained the strength of an admiral? Certainly not. After all, Zephyr was no longer in his prime. Had it been the younger version of himself, the outcome would have likely been reversed. Moreover, even possessing admiral-level strength would still leave her short of her ultimate goal. Meanwhile, Kuina had engaged in conversation with Garp, learning much about Chica's character that had previously eluded her understanding. Wait, Chica is this strong? Was it all forced out of her? Kuina gasped, astonished. Haha, indeed. It was I who brought Chica to the Navy headquarters. Though she was reluctant, she still honored my request. And it is precisely because of this that our bond has flourished, Garp chuckled. At this moment, I'm now resembling her character from the original story, with a tall and striking figure clad in a stylish black military cloak, approached Kuina. Unlike her previous melancholic demeanor, her eyes now sparkled with confidence. Turning to observe Chica conversing with Zephyr, Ain placed her hands on her hips and sighed. I never imagined she would grow to this extent. Thankfully, I too have made significant progress. Otherwise, I would have been embarrassed as her aide. Despite having aged 6 years less than in the original timeline, Ain's fruit abilities have matured to a level on par with that of the original narrative. With just a mere touch, he can forcibly revert his target by 12 years. The Inyo organization is finally poised to commence its operations, and I am determined to eradicate all pirates from this vast sea. Chapter 30. Journey to the Inyo headquarters. Kuina gazed at Ain, uncertain of his true strength. Yet she could ascertain that he was undoubtedly a formidable figure. Gradually, through the discussions of those around her, Kuina began to comprehend their intentions, and what the Inyo organization truly entailed. With this newfound understanding, she started to harbor doubts about her own capabilities, pondering whether her strength alongside Chica might render her a burden. Ain, noticing her unease, smiled and reassured her, just accompany me as my vice admiral. By the way, do you know how to harness the dual hockey? If not, it's time to catch up. You won't survive in the new world without it. Understood. I will strive to improve. Kuina responded, her confidence rekindled as she nodded vigorously in affirmation. Meanwhile, Chica and Zephyr engaged in a conversation about the very core of the Inyo organization. The Inyo headquarters is located in the New World? That's audacious. Chica exclaimed in surprise. The Navy's headquarters is situated in the first half of the Grand Line, while the Inyo headquarters lies in the perilous second half. However, Zephyr remained unfazed, confident in their strategic placement. Rest assured, the geographical location is secure and defensible. Even if 2 of the 4 emperors were to come, it would not pose a significant problem. How can I possibly believe that? Chica shot Zephyr a skeptical glance, his face flushing with irritation. He urged Chica and Ain to embark immediately to witness the Inyo headquarters firsthand. Having previously visited the Inyo headquarters, Ain took the lead on this journey. Fortunately, his affable nature ensured that Kuina did not feel overly awkward accompanying them. As for the relationship between Chica and Ain, it was indeed quite unique. While they had met once, Chica had seen the One Piece movie, allowing her to understand Ain quite well. Conversely, Ain had secretly observed Chica for a considerable time during her early stages, leading to an unexpected depth of mutual understanding. The trio boarded a rather ordinary fishing vessel, departing from the Navy headquarters. Their mission was to visit the Inyo headquarters, which was ostensibly a non-Navy, pirate, and bounty hunter faction. Sengoku did not wish to expose any ties between the Inyo organization and the Navy. Chica, where have you been for the past 3 years? Even the Navy's intelligence agency has failed to gather any information about you. I was in a small village in the countryside, seeking guidance from Kuina's father and systematically studying swordsmanship. Unbelievable. You actually dedicated yourself to training? You have no idea how many times Zephyr has lamented over the past 3 years, insisting you were merely slacking off. He warned that if you returned without the strength of a vice admiral, he would send you back to the training camp for a complete overhaul. Ain chuckled, while Chica felt a chill run down her spine, relieved she had committed to her training. Otherwise, her fate today might have been grim. By the way, let us not waste any more time. Teach Kuina the dual hockey, will you? Ha, me. Why hasn't Kuina learned it yet? Haven't you two been living together for the past 3 years? Ain inquired, puzzled. Chica and Kuina exchanged awkward glances, silently acknowledging that they had hardly spoken during that time. I lack the talent for teaching. Fine, I'll take it upon myself. Ain turned to Kuina, her demeanor shifting from that of a neighborly sister to a commanding presence. Before we begin, do you know what observation hockey and armament hockey are? They should be something akin to sword energy, right? Wrong. Absolutely incorrect. Ain's tone escalated, causing Kuina to take a half step back in surprise. Hockey is the latent potential within the human body. Armament and observation hockey are powers that anyone can awaken, while Conqueror's hockey can only be awakened by those who are unrestrained and free-spirited. Most of us in the Navy train in armament and observation hockey. Armament hockey serves as both the strongest spear and the most formidable shield, a dual-purpose tool that enables ordinary individuals to contend against Logia-type users effectively. Observation hockey, in simpler terms, heightens one's 5 senses, allowing perception of everything around them. However, I've heard that once mastered to a certain extent, observation hockey can lead to many extraordinary phenomena, such as precognition. Ain possessed a natural teaching ability, devoid of any trace of Zephyr's influence. As she elucidated the existence of dual hockey with clarity, her hands remained active. She produced 2 small blades from her attire. One was imbued with armament hockey while the other was not. Ain gently touched the 2 blades, demonstrating that she exerted no force. Yet the blade imbued with armament haki effortlessly sliced through the other. Incredible. The degree of enhancement is astounding. Kuina gasped, her eyes widening as her entire worldview seemed to be shattered and reformed. As for observation haki, I decided it was best experience firsthand. She closed her eyes, while Chika, observing from a distance, smiled at Kuina and encouraged, feel free to attack Ein with all your might. Using your sword is perfectly fine. Using my sword is acceptable? Kuina hesitated but ultimately drew her sword. After a moment of contemplation, she charged earnestly at Ein, delivering a serious slash. Just as Kuina's sword was about to strike Ein, she elegantly sidestepped, evading the blow with grace. Continue. Kuina, momentarily stunned, renewed her focus and swung her sword again. Yet all her attempts were effortlessly dodged by Ein. This is observation haki. What are your thoughts? Ein opened her eyes with a smile. Kuina remained speechless, overwhelmed by the revelation of armament and observation haki. Realizing that this was the source of her disparity with Chika, Ein's training session was abruptly interrupted when her observation haki detected a pirate ship appearing on the horizon. For any ordinary Navy personnel, this would necessitate immediate action to apprehend the vessel, especially for someone like Ein, who harbored a profound disdain for pirates. Chika, you need not intervene. Allow me to handle this. Chapter 31. Inyo headquarters, huh? Have pirates appeared? Where? Kuina turned curiously to survey the surroundings, unable to spot any pirate ships, but she quickly realized it must be sensed through observation haki. Upon hearing Ein's intention to act independently, Chika waved her hand dismissively. She had also sensed through observation haki and recognized the pirates as merely a group of ordinary ones, with bounties ranging between 30 to 40 million. Please contact the Navy on our behalf. After all, we are not operating as the Navy right now, and we need someone to come and apprehend these pirates. Ein, having spoken, retrieved a hooded cloak from the ship to obscure his visage. Although continuing to operate under the guise of a naval officer to confront the pirates posed no issue, he was acutely aware of their proximity to the island housing the Inyo headquarters, and feared unnecessary complications. I shall return shortly, Ein declared, and with that he stepped forward, employing the moonwalk technique to soar into the sky, swiftly darting towards the distant pirate vessel. At that moment, the pirates aboard were blissfully unaware that peril had silently approached. Ha ha ha, Captain, we have arrived in the new world. It looks no different from the first half of the Grand Line. Those cowardly pirates boast of its terrors. But I believe they are simply timid. The pirates, brimming with enthusiasm, exchanged grand aspirations while indulging in copious amounts of alcohol, completely oblivious to the presence of an unexpected visitor aboard their ship. A new sovereign? The only rulers of the seas are the Navy. Hubang. The pirate who turned to confront Ein was instantly slammed onto the deck, producing a resounding crash, and the previously inebriated pirates turned their attention to Ein. Their minds abruptly clear. Why, you, who are you? Brothers, draw your guns. They hastily retrieved their weapons, unleashing a barrage of bullets from their pistols. Ein stood utterly unmoved, showing no inclination to evade the onslaught. The bullets struck his form as if meeting steel, clattering harmlessly to the deck one after another. Monster. A devil fruit user. It must be a devil fruit user. The crew, ignorant of haki, hastily categorized Ein among the ranks of devil fruit users upon witnessing his indifference to their gunfire. Pirates born in the first half of the Grand Line typically had bounties around 30 to 40 million. Such was their caliber. Ein nonchalantly drew 2 flintlock pistols from his attire, and in an instant, the air was filled with explosive sounds from the pirate ship, loud enough for even Kuina to hear. Before long, Ein leaped back from the pirate ship, shedding his cloak and shaking his head. What's the verdict? The entire crew has been decimated, but I spared their lives. Let the Navy handle the aftermath. Just as he finished speaking, the Navy, previously contacted by Chika via transponder snail, came into view. To minimize complications, the group promptly set sail once more towards the island housing the Inyo headquarters. A day and a night passed, and finally, Chika and her companions arrived at the island where the Inyo headquarters was situated. Nestled within the calms of the New World, the sea was riddled with numerous concealed whirlpools. Should one be ensnared by them, escape would be futile. Furthermore, many colossal sea kings lurked beneath the surface, and any loud noise or disturbance could provoke them. Some sea kings could even rend a warship asunder with a single bite. No wonder Zephyr dared to establish the Inyo headquarters in the New World. Such a geographical position was undoubtedly easy to defend and difficult to assault. Even if a Yonko crew approached, it was likely that only the calamities of the constellation and the Yonko themselves could successfully reach the island, while the remaining forces would find it impossible. This notion was further solidified as they disembarked and discovered numerous concealed cannon ports lining the island's perimeter. Upon setting foot on the island, Chica and Ein were immediately met with dozens, if not hundreds, of probing gazes. Almost simultaneously, a multitude of figures surged towards them. Draw the cursed blade, let the malevolent energy spread. As the figures drew near, they were swiftly subdued by the malevolent aura emanating from Chica. While Ein executed a series of rapid movements, pinning their heads to the ground. The entire process transpired in mere seconds. Once Ein had subdued them all, the duo realized they were clad in the justice cloaks of the Navy. Did we accidentally injure them? In the center of the Inyo headquarters. Within the office, Chica and Ein sat awkwardly on the sofa, while a throng of bandaged Navy officers stood before them. I apologize. Who could have anticipated you were here to surprise us? Chica scratched the back of her head, her embarrassment palpable. Indeed, this is not a surprise, it's a fright. Ein crossed her arms, adopting an indignant tone. The Navy officers before them could scarcely lift their heads, primarily due to their commander having been knocked unconscious at the outset. A truly humiliating affair. Sensing the somber atmosphere, Chica cleared her throat. Just as Kuina beside her placed a hand on her shoulder and shook her head. Let the two of you refrain from speaking. I shall handle this, Kuina remarked earnestly. With that, she turned and approached the demoralized Navy officers, their gazes meeting in a shared understanding. There is no shame in this, truly, Kuina declared, leading her fellow officers out of the office. What transpired afterward between Kuina and the Navy remained unknown to Chica and Ein, yet it proved effective, as the officers soon regained their spirits. Meanwhile, Chica and Ein resumed their serious discussion, deliberating the current state of affairs at sea and Inyo's inaugural steps into the maritime realm. At present, the seas were under the tenuous balance of the Navy headquarters, the 7 warlords of the sea, and the Yonko. Inyo must not align with any of these 3 factions. Chica, I believe we should first refine our organization before undertaking extensive actions, Ein asserted solemnly. Refine? Yes, refine. For instance, we could masquerade as a large bounty hunter organization. Chapter 32. The Future of Inyo. Bounty Hunters. This concept was prevalent in the early narrative of One Piece, but was later abandoned by Oda. In the original work, Zoro was a bounty hunter, a profession dedicated to capturing wanted criminals in exchange for bounties, either alive or as severed heads. In the early arcs of One Piece, bounty hunters were undeniably significant, as Luffy's increasing bounty raised concerns for Nami and Zoro about formidable bounty hunters seeking to claim Luffy's head. However, this concept was discarded later in the narrative. Not only were there no formidable bounty hunters, but they were given little to no screen time. Temporarily disguising our Inyo organization as a bounty hunter group is an astute choice, allowing us to rationalize our actions against pirates. As our reputation grows, we may even attract some powerful freelance experts. Ein had meticulously devised the Inyo strategy, not as a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a plan that had been in the works for a long time. What does it mean to be an aide? This is what it means to be an aide. Chica needn't strain her mind. Simply nodding along, the foundational layout for Inyo's future 6 years was thus established. In these 6 years we must firmly establish Inyo upon the seas, becoming the 4th great power of the ocean. And from this foundation, launch our assault on the Yonko. Ein harbors grand ambitions. All 4 emperors are her targets, and of course the world government stands among them as well. Zephyr, a man of discernment, understands why today's pirates are so formidable and numerous. It is indeed due to the malignant presence of the world government. As long as the government remains unchallenged, pirates will continue to emerge in droves, and who suffers in the end? Naturally, it is the common people. As Zephyr's student, Ein is acutely aware of this reality. However, at this moment, addressing the world government seems less pragmatic than dealing with the 4 emperors. The future will necessitate establishing connections with the revolutionary army, which is a daunting thought. As Ein ponders this, she absent-mindedly scratches her head. Although she had conceptualized her plans, actual execution proves to be a formidable challenge. One step at a time. How can she establish contact with the revolutionary army? Their stealth capabilities are no less impressive than her own. With a sigh of frustration, Ein expresses her dismay. Suddenly, her companion, Qianxia, appears taken aback. Wait, the revolutionary army. Allow me to handle that, she awkwardly offers, extending an arm. Qianxia, do you have a way to contact the revolutionaries? What's going on? Tell me. Ein's eyes light up with excitement as she presses for details. This inquiry only heightens Qianxia's embarrassment. Well, actually, Dragon, the leader of the revolutionary army, is my father, she admits, sheepishly scratching her cheek. The daughter of Dragon. Qianxia herself had nearly forgotten this aspect of her identity. Since her reincarnation, she had only met Dragon once, and that encounter was fleeting, with little conversation before he departed. So, what kind of father-daughter relationship exists between Qianxia and Dragon? It is quite nuanced. There is undoubtedly a bond inherent in their bloodline, but it is limited to that. Ain, upon hearing Qianxia's revelation, is rendered speechless. In all her years, few things have managed to leave her so flabbergasted, and this disclosure ranks among the most astonishing. You are Dragon's daughter? Wait, the granddaughter of Garp? So Dragon is actually Mr. Garp's son? My goodness, this is the first I've heard of it. Ain exclaims, her astonishment palpable. The existence of Garp's son is a matter of speculation, especially considering he has a granddaughter. Yet the identity of Garp's son remains a mystery within the Navy. The granddaughter of the naval hero, the daughter of the revolutionary leader Dragon, a disciple of Zephyr, who is currently a high-ranking officer in the Inyo headquarters at the tender age of 14, possessing terrifying strength comparable to that of an admiral. Heavens, Qianxia. Did you step out of a novel? Ain gazes at Qianxia with newfound awe, momentarily feeling as though they inhabit entirely different worlds. Well, in a certain sense they do. Blushing at Ain's astonishment, Qianxia covers her face with her hands and hastily changes the subject. Let us not discuss this any further. Let us continue our conversation about Inyo. Oh, by the way, should I make an appearance? If we wish to promote the Inyo headquarters, the best way would be to capture some highly bountied pirates in front of many people. Ah yes indeed, we must do so. But I would prefer if you didn't make an appearance just yet, Qianxia. As a general of our Inyo headquarters, it is best to maintain an air of mystery. Therefore, I plan to select a mid-ranking officer from within Inyo to handle the pirate eradication. In that case, let us send Kuina. Qianxia interjects suddenly, and pauses, initially intending to refute the suggestion, but upon reflection, she realizes that Kuina might indeed be an excellent choice. Lacking notoriety and employing techniques that are not of the Navy's style, there is no need to worry about exposing Inyo's connection to the Navy. Her strength is also substantial. Capturing a bounty of around 1 or 200 million should not pose a significant challenge, and can serve as training as well. Not merely a good choice, but a perfect one. The two exchange glances, and in a moment of mutual understanding, they decide upon it. Kuina, upon learning of the plan, readily agrees. You can count on me. I will give it my all. This is my first task since arriving here, Kuina asserts, understanding that this is a place where she can truly grow stronger. To remain here, she must demonstrate her worth. 1 week later, Kuina stands aboard a specially designed Inyo battleship, accompanied by several former Navy lieutenants, as they depart from the Inyo headquarters to seek out the notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Her destination is the Sabo archipelago, a gathering place for supernovas among pirates, where numerous high-bounty criminals are concealed. Kuina's mission is to stir up chaos in the Sabo archipelago and achieve fame. Standing on the deck of the battleship, Kuina gazes calmly at the horizon, her mind drifting to Zoro. I wonder when we will meet again. I hope you've made significant progress by then. Perhaps we can have a spirited match like the old days, though I'm sure I'll still win. She muses, her long sword gathering a thin layer of haki. Chapter 33. Zoro's Shock. Sabo archipelago. Known as both the Island of Failure and the Island of New Beginnings, many infamous pirates from the first half of the Grand Line often linger here, as venturing further leads to the New World. Kuina stands on the deck of the Inyo battleship, draped in a specially designed cloak symbolizing the Inyo organization. The ship's flag is distinctly marked with an inverted Navy emblem and a pirate skull pierced by a sword. Kuina, we have arrived at the Sabo archipelago, announces the executive officer behind her, pointing into the distance. They are now near the archipelago. Next they have two options. 1. Quietly enter the Sabo archipelago and covertly capture pirates. 2. Make a grand entrance and capture pirates with absolute speed and strength. Logically, one would choose the first option. But Kuina exclaims, let us sail directly in. Our goal this time is to gain fame, swift victories capturing high-bounty pirates. Understood. With Kuina's command, the Inyo battleship accelerates towards the Sabo archipelago. Even before reaching the archipelago, Kuina leaps into the air and lands at the entrance. The station Navy personnel are momentarily confused by this scene, as the flag on the Inyo ship is not a pirate flag, leaving them unsure of how to respond. Fear not, we are not pirates. Rather, we are here to deal with pirates, Kuina reassures them before scanning the surroundings. Having memorized the appearances of the high-bounty pirates reported in the recent news, she activates her observation haki and begins her search. As the Inyo ship docks, other members jump off the vessel, swiftly entering work mode. With observation hockey activated, there's no room for leniency. 10 million bounty pirates? A single punch takes them down. Over 100 million bounty? You there, stop looking this way. You're the one we're after. Upon spotting a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, Kuina wastes no time with words and strikes with her sword. The pirate, with a bounty exceeding 100 million, was utterly bewildered, pondering whom he had offended. Though he was indeed a pirate, it was evident that he was being deliberately targeted. Ignoring the pirate's dismay, Kuina launched a relentless assault, fully focused, sparing not a moment's hesitation. This pirate had never encountered such an adversary. He found himself devoid of the will to fight and after just a few exchanges, turned to flee. However, in that fleeting moment of escape, he unwittingly presented Kuina with the opportunity for a decisive blow. With a resounding thud, she seized his head and slammed it to the ground, swiftly rubbing it against the surface. The method of this rubbing was unclear even to Kuina. She simply struck with ferocity. By the time she lifted him again, she doubted whether the Navy would even recognize his face afterward. Known as the powerful King Buck, hailing from the West Blue, he was infamous for his extraordinary strength, having committed numerous heinous acts, including the abduction of maidens and arson. With a bounty of 12 million berries. Moments later, the former Navy lieutenants who accompanied Kuina apprehended several other pirates, each with bounties exceeding 10 million. It was astonishingly swift and effortless. The reason the Navy refrained from dealing with the multitude of pirates in the Sabaody archipelago lay in the presence of the world government's slave auction house in that region. A gray area where the Navy, being a military force under the world government, could not intervene forcefully. Otherwise, with their might, they would have long since vanquished the pirates there. As Kuina wrapped up her endeavors, the gathering Navy, alerted by the commotion, soon arrived. And Kuina promptly presented the nearly unconscious pirates before them. These are pirates. Please take care of them. And do not forget to compensate us for the bounties, she remarked, clapping her hands and exhaling deeply. The Navy, observing the defeated pirates on the ground, who were so battered they could hardly recognize their own mothers, hastily retrieved the bounty notices to confirm their identities. After 5 minutes of scrutiny, they finally established that these individuals were indeed pirates, and their bounties were substantial. We will pay the bounties, stammered the Navy officer at the forefront, his voice trembling as he gazed at the imposing group led by Kuina. Upon hearing this, Kuina turned around, revealing her black cloak. The Navy's cloak bore the word justice emblazoned on the back, while the Inyo cloak was straightforward and unambiguous, clearly displaying the name of their organization. Inyo. We are an organization dedicated to combating pirates. Remember this name in our attire. In the future, many members of Inyo will arrive with the heads of pirates to claim bounties, so do not mistake us. With Kuina's swift and decisive actions, Inyo's prominence surged instantly, a feat also attributed to Ein, who had leveraged financial power to engage several media outlets, resulting in a flurry of reports about Inyo circulating around the world. In the East Blue, a recently notable bounty hunter dragged a pirate with a bounty of 1 million berries to a Navy branch. Oh, isn't this the pirate hunter Zoro? Captured another pirate? With your skills, why not join us as a Navy officer? I believe you'll be a lieutenant in no time. A Navy officer, responsible for bounty settlements, remarked cheerfully. Yet Zoro remained unfazed, coldly replying, I have no interest in the Navy. I'm merely making money while striving to become stronger. Very well. As long as you don't turn to piracy, the officer conceded. Soon, the Navy branch settled the 1 million berries and handed them to Zoro. Just as he was verifying the amount, a naval seagull arrived, delivering the latest newspaper to the officer. The world seems remarkably tranquil these days, the officer casually commented as he unfolded the newspaper. For reasons unknown, Zoro felt an inexplicable urge to glance at the newspaper. He slightly turned his head toward the officer, and the back of the paper, facing Zoro, featured a news article about Inyo, accompanied by a photograph. Kuina? Sorry. Let me take a look at that paper, Zoro exclaimed, his eyes widening as he snatched the newspaper from the officer's hands, scrutinizing the section on Inyo with keen interest. The photograph depicted Kuina clad in a Inyo cloak, one hand wielding a sword while the other gripped a bruised pirate, exuding an air of nonchalance. Could it be? Kuina is alive. Chapter 34. An Unexpected Reunion. While Kuina diligently worked to elevate Inyo's reputation, Qianxia and Ein were calmly sipping tea. Were the two merely idling? Please. Can this be considered idling? This is simply a well-deserved respite. Kuina is doing remarkably well, and is quite motivated, and remarked, sipping his tea while perusing the newspaper articles featuring Kuina, a gentle smile gracing his face. Of course she is motivated. Kuina is fiercely dedicated. She was merely hindered by her physical limitations previously. Now, having trained in the dual-color hockey, she is eager to find formidable opponents to sharpen her skills. Qianxia was not surprised by Kuina's fervor. After all, she had been increasingly stimulated by Zoro's high-growth potential. Her father's belief that a girl could never become the strongest swordsman, and finally, by Qianxia's relentless encouragement. In such circumstances, Kuina had not abandoned her swordsmanship. A person so resolute could become a formidable warrior despite a lack of natural talent. Moreover, Kuina possessed considerable talent, and Qianxia believed she could potentially reach the level of the Whitebeard cruise captain, Flower Sword. The trajectory of an individual's growth is not always linear. Sometimes, a small opportunity can lead to a profound transformation. Calmly sipping her tea, Qianxia found herself reflecting from the perspective of a seasoned expert, assessing others. Amid their tea drinking and conversation, they inevitably discussed Inyo, for with Ain present, it was challenging to broach other topics. Yet, Qianxia bore no resentment, as there was little else worth discussing. What do girls typically chat about? Before her reincarnation, Qianxia admitted to being quite the recluse, with few friends in the real world. Topics of romance? She had hardly discussed such matters before her reincarnation, and had yet to identify her ideal partner. Qianxia? Qianxia? Qianxia. How, what is it? Qianxia, lost in thought, was jolted back to reality by Ain's voice. She cleared her throat awkwardly, as Ain's discussions often delved into profound topics, causing her to inadvertently drift into a state of daydreaming. I was just mentioning the matter of skilled individuals in the civilian sector. You've been out and about these years, right? Have you heard of any exceptional talents? Is there a way to bring them to our side? Ain inquired with eager anticipation. Perhaps due to Qianxia's remarkable insights during their previous discussion about the Revolutionary Army, Ain now regarded her as omniscient, thus consulting her on various matters. Civilian experts? I have heard of a few, but I am uncertain of their current whereabouts. We'll have to take it one step at a time. Qianxia replied thoughtfully after a brief pause. When it came to civilian experts, the first person who came to Qianxia's mind was Fujitora. In the future, Admiral Fujitora, a wielder of the gravity fruit from the Paramecia class, possesses the formidable ability to manipulate gravity to drag meteors as weapons, showcasing unparalleled destructive range and control over the battlefield. However, his current whereabouts remain a mystery. Upon hearing Qianxia's response, I nodded with delight, reflecting on Qianxia's connections with several skilled individuals from the civilian realm. Ain's standard for such skilled figures was akin to that of a rear admiral. Had she known that Qianxia's aspirations were aimed at an admiral, she would likely have leaped from her seat in sheer excitement. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the office door. Ain turned her head towards the sound and called out, "Come in." The door swung open, revealing a man and a woman entering the office. "What? Smoker? What are you doing here?" Qianxia exclaimed, pointing in astonishment at the duo. The newcomers were none other than Smoker and the strikingly similar Dashiki, who seemed to have been molded from the same template as Kuina. Smoker, taken aback by Qianxia's shock, scratched his head awkwardly, remarking that it was a long story. It turned out that after his last encounter with Qianxia, Smoker had visited the nearest naval branch to acquire the recently intercepted smoke fruit. Upon becoming a devil fruit user, he ultimately decided to return to naval headquarters to reunite with his mentor, Zephyr, in hopes of being retrained. Initially, Smoker feared that Zephyr would dismiss him, but surprisingly, Zephyr not only welcomed him back but also subjected him to a rigorous training regimen, honing his hockey and crafting a unique weapon, the 10-punch, using sea stone. As Smoker believed he had earned the right to return to work in Logtown, Zephyr halted him and flashed a devilish grin. "This is how I arrived at the Inyo headquarters," Smoker thought, realizing Zephyr's sudden kindness was not without ulterior motives. "Oh, don't think too negatively. Zephyr's treatment of you signifies his trust. After all, not everyone is permitted to enter Inyo headquarters," Qianxia reassured, stepping closer to Smoker and patting him on the shoulder. Meanwhile, Dashiki stood beside Smoker, her posture rigid with nervousness, afraid to utter a word, as she recognized that her presence here was entirely by virtue of Smoker's influence. In the current Inyo headquarters, her former naval rank was the least prestigious. Indeed, they bear a striking resemblance, Qianxia mused as she scrutinized Dashiki closely, noting the uncanny likeness to Kuina. Could they truly be unrelated by blood? Concurrently, Ain also took notice of Dashiki, unaware of this new figure until now. Upon seeing Dashiki, she nearly mistook her for Kuina's return. My goodness! Is it possible for two individuals to resemble each other so closely? Ain exclaimed in astonishment, rising from her seat to observe Dashiki alongside Qianxia. Overwhelmed by the attention from these two esteemed individuals, Dashiki's mind raced with self-doubt, questioning her appearance. Just as she mustered the courage to inquire, another figure emerged behind Smoker and Dashiki. "What are you all doing blocking the doorway?" The voice belonged to Cairo, who had just returned with Kuina. When Kuina's gaze met Dashiki's, both women froze momentarily, their first instinct being to assume they were looking into a mirror. However, they quickly dismissed that notion. Their second reaction was to believe the other was impersonating them, leading them to simultaneously draw their swords. "Who are you?" Chapter 35, A Duel Challenge. Kuina and Dashiki stood facing each other, each convinced that the other was mimicking her, and drew their blades. Qianxia hurriedly positioned herself in front of Dashiki, exclaiming, "It's a misunderstanding. You two merely share a striking resemblance." "Just a resemblance?" Kuina and Dashiki paused, momentarily taken aback by Qianxia's assertion, then resumed their scrutiny of one another. After a brief silence, they both declared in unison, "Impossible. This person is practically a replica of me. How could such a coincidence exist?" They simultaneously dismissed Qianxia's perspective. Qianxia felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. While the situation was indeed absurd, the world they inhabited was rife with such peculiarities. Not to mention, when she watched One Piece, she could count countless characters sporting Nami's face. Have questions? Take them to Oda, who told that rascal to only draw Nami's face in later arcs. Your faces are already quite distinctive. Qianxia's mind brimmed with sarcasm, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts aloud. Ultimately, under the persuasive eloquence of Qianxia, both women begrudgingly accepted this reality. "I can hardly believe there is someone who looks exactly like me," Kuina remarked, examining Dashiki closely, attempting to discern any differences. A sentiment echoed by Dashiki. However, their efforts proved futile. While the original timeline would have revealed Dashiki's glasses as a distinguishing feature, in the present, Dashiki and Kuina bore no discernible differences. "At least their auras differ," Ain interjected, clapping her hands with a smile. "Everyone stop dawdling in the doorway and take a seat. There are plenty of spots in the office." The group nodded and sought places to sit, with Smoker following suit. Yet, just as he was about to settle onto the sofa, an unsettling realization struck him. He was the only man among 5 individuals. Smoker immediately felt uncomfortable, straightening his posture and clearing his throat as he feigned seriousness, stating, "I just remembered I have something to attend to. You all continue without me. I'll take my leave." As he turned to exit, Ain attempted to persuade him to stay, but Qianxia gestured to halt her. "Smoker is surprisingly pure-hearted. Let him be," she said, propping her head with one hand. Qianxia understood Smoker's feelings. In truth, if given the choice, she would also prefer to vacate the premises, even if it meant creating tasks for herself. "Ain, at least give me something to do. Otherwise, why summon me here? So far, I feel like nothing more than a mascot." "Oh, but you are indeed a mascot, Qianxia," Ain replied, chuckling as she waved her hands in jest. Qianxia became momentarily petrified. Observing this exchange, Ain quickly clarified, "Qianxia, you are our admiral. Your presence must align with your status. For matters of non-royal significance, you may remain here at headquarters as our mascot." A mascot? Had someone suggested this to Qianxia 3 years prior, she would have eagerly accepted the role, relishing the perks of free food and comfortable living with attentive service. But now she felt diminished. Leaning back on the sofa and gazing at the ceiling, a sudden idea sparked in her mind. She sprang upright, excitement gleaming in her eyes as she turned to Ain, ready to share the delightful thought that had just crossed her mind. Upon hearing Chika's words, Ain's immediate reaction was to question whether his ears had malfunctioned. After the revelation that the Revolutionary Army's dragon was Chika's father, this was the second shocking revelation that left Ain astounded. "Chika, you actually have a connection with that fellow?" In a certain part of the New World, a modest wooden vessel drifted aimlessly on the waves, carrying a man renowned as the strongest. He bore a colossal sword upon his back, as if in search of something. It had been years since the young swordsman had made any noteworthy stir. As a member of the Navy, his low profile was somewhat surprising. Mihawk, with his eyes closed, murmured to himself. Ever since the red-haired Shanks lost his arm, he had not encountered an interesting opponent. The Whitebeard pirate swordsman was decent enough to clash with momentarily, yet Mihawk had little interest in his swordsmanship. Suddenly, a new seagull soared overhead, dropping a newspaper at his feet. Mihawk nonchalantly reached out to take the publication. Initially, he felt no particular curiosity about the news, but it soon exceeded his expectations. The 4 pages of the newspaper were predominantly filled with stories regarding Inyo. While Inyo had recently gained fame, it was quite unreasonable for them to occupy so many headlines at once. Clearly, something unusual was afoot. A general from Inyo had audaciously challenged the world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk himself. Mihawk could not help but chuckle softly at the idea of someone daring to challenge him, though he did not take it to heart. Countless individuals aspired to challenge him. Who was this general from Inyo, anyway? Just as he prepared to dismiss the news, his eyes suddenly trembled as he noticed an accompanying image. The figure in the image donned a black cloak and a hood, rendering their gender and age indiscernible, with the most striking feature being the 3 swords affixed to their waist. In a world where most swordsmen adhered to a single or dual sword style, less than 5% practiced dual wielding. Those wielding 3 swords were generally regarded as mere performers. Yet, the individual Mihawk focused on was indeed a 3-sword style practitioner. The cursed sword Sandai Katetsu, the cursed sword Akazaya Sakura, and another renowned blade. Ha ha ha, girl. Have I finally awaited your return? As Mihawk gazed at the newspaper, a jubilant laugh escaped him, tilting his head back in delight. 3 years had passed since Chika last faced him in combat. For an ordinary person, 3 years might not yield significant growth, but Chika's journey had been far from typical. Mihawk anticipated the fruits of her training over these years, although he internally believed that Chika might not yet compel him to unleash his full strength. His body felt a long-lost surge of fervor. He promptly set sail toward the designated duel location indicated in the newspaper. On a desolate island in the New World, numerous vessels had congregated in the surrounding waters, primarily pirates, journalists, and Navy personnel eager to witness the clash between Mihawk and the previously unknown general from Inyo. Chika, the protagonist of this impending battle, had already arrived on the island, patiently awaiting Mihawk's arrival. Dressed in the attire of a Inyo general, Chika stood beneath the shade of a large tree. Given her prior identity within the Navy, the uniform included a hooded design that obscured her face from all but the closest inspection. I wonder how far I am from Mihawk now. Shouldn't be too much, right? She murmured softly to herself. Uncertain of her current strength, she pondered the implications of having defeated Zephyr, considering his advanced age. Under the tutelage of Gung Shiro, Chika had formally learned sword techniques, rapidly mastering all that outsiders could impart, to the point where Gung Shiro declared that there was nothing left to teach. Only her own understanding remained. Casting a glance at the 2 cursed swords sheathed at her waist, Chika contemplated how best to approach her duel with Mihawk. Beyond the island, myriad vessels lingered at the periphery, pirates, media reporters, and Navy members. Typically, encounters between pirates and the Navy would devolve into pursuit or conflict. However, on this occasion, they turned a blind eye to one another, choosing instead to observe the spectacle unfolding before them. The anticipation surrounding the Inyo general and the long-reigning strongest swordsman Mihawk was palpable, promising an extraordinary event. As time ticked away, the fervor of the crowd only intensified until a small boat's appearance sent a wave of excitement rippling through the assembly. Look, it's Mihawk. This is my first time witnessing Mihawk in person. Is that a sword he carries? How peculiar. Can such a weapon truly be wielded? The humble wooden vessel glided through the throngs of ships, seemingly unremarkable. Yet it harbored one of the last men bestowed with the title of the strongest. Silence. This is my duel with her. Do you think this is a circus? Mihawk exclaimed, unable to contain his irritation at the surrounding clamor. Rising from his small boat, he slowly drew the legendary black blade Yoru. Observers with keen insight felt a chill run down their spines, hastily retreating to a safer distance, while others remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. With a simple swing, an unnamed strike, Mihawk merely directed his blade in a certain direction, unleashing a colossal crescent-shaped blade of green energy that surged forth with terrifying speed. In that instant, those who had been slow to react finally grasped the severity of the situation. Yet it was too late. Boom. The green crescent blade cleaved through all vessels in its path effortlessly, leaving no resistance in its wake. After slicing through the ships, the energy continued unabated, disappearing into the horizon after an indeterminate distance. This was the power of the world's strongest swordsman. Kazan also observed from a distance aboard a Inyo warship, gazing with disbelief at the spectacle. It was not Chika who astonished her this time, but rather her intended target, Mihawk. Is this what my childhood ambition aimed to achieve? As for Mihawk, having completed his strike, he refrained from delivering a second. The vessels that had encircled the island had retreated, or at the very least, moved to a distance Mihawk deemed acceptable. Turning to the island, he utilized his small boat as a springboard, leaping to an exaggerated height before landing at the edge of the isle. His golden eyes fixed intently ahead as he strode purposefully toward the island's center. Chika sensed Mihawk's approach, turning her gaze in his direction until he soon came into view. Mihawk, you have finally arrived. After 3 years of absence, you returned to my sight in such a manner. You truly are a remarkable girl. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us see how much you have grown in these 3 years. Hawkeye gripped his formidable black blade, Knight, tightly in one hand, emanating an overwhelming aura that radiated outward in all directions. Qianxia, undaunted, unleashed the malevolent energy conjured by her 2 demonic blades, which collided with the oppressive force exuded by Hawkeye. The surrounding trees rustled ominously as the 2 warriors locked eyes. With a decisive step forward, Hawkeye initiated his assault. A massive arc of verdant sword energy was hurled from the black blade in his grasp, but Qianxia was not to be outdone. She wielded her 2 demonic swords and struck straight against the green blade, altering its trajectory and sending it soaring into the sky. Black Phoenix. The energies of her 2 demonic blades intertwined, and with a graceful, cross-like flourish, a sword aura, resembling a black phoenix, erupted forth. This was one of the unique sword techniques that Qianxia had mastered over 3 years, possessing terrifying power. She had once used this very move to level a mountain. Faced with such a fearsome attack, Hawkeye's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed another unnamed slash, though this time the sword energy took the form of a majestic eagle. Is that Zoro's eagle wave? No, it can't be. The eagle wave is a skill Zoro learned from studying Hawkeye, yet this technique belongs to Hawkeye himself. The clash of the Black Phoenix and the Emerald Eagle created a tumultuous spectacle, momentarily distorting both forms into pure sword energies colliding. Trees on Qianxia's side were swiftly reduced to splinters, the ground fracturing with numerous fissures, while on Hawkeye's side, the trees were ensnared by black flames, transforming the earth into a sea of darkness. Boom! The sound of a tremendous explosion resonated from the point of impact, echoing clearly even to those tens of kilometers away. The geographical alterations wrought by their clash left spectators speechless. It was said that top-tier masters could rend the sky and sea asunder, leaving behind permanent scars on the battlefield, scars that were nigh impossible to heal. Clearly, both had reached such a realm. As the onlookers marveled, Hawkeye and Qianxia had already entered a close-quarters confrontation, exchanging blows in rapid succession. Despite wielding a colossal sword, Hawkeye's agility was no less than that of Qianxia's dual blades. She realized that if she truly wished to triumph over this formidable foe, she would need to devise some unconventional tactics. Chapter 37. Rejecting the Heroic Rescue. In truth, the outcome of this battle had become inconsequential. Once concluded, whether in victory or defeat, it would undoubtedly become a sensational news story, marking a significant chapter in the annals of swordsman history. While others might think thus, Hawkeye certainly did not share the sentiment that victory or defeat lacked importance. He was, in fact, experiencing a rare surge of excitement. Who could have anticipated that the sapling from 3 years ago had burgeoned into such a formidable entity? He had believed that Qianxia would need another decade to evolve into a rival worthy of his competition. Yet now he recognized his mistake. Perhaps he had been overly arrogant. For that sapling had grown into a towering tree at an astonishing pace. Red-haired, we were both mistaken. This girl Qianxia. She may very well bring an end to it all. With both hands gripping the Black Blade Knight, Hawkeye forcefully slashed down toward Qianxia, unleashing a wave of green sword energy that spread across the ground, causing countless fissures to erupt. The once sizable island was now crumbling little by little, having already lost approximately 1/5 of its mass. Neither Qianxia nor Hawkeye noticed this devastation, for Qianxia's focus was entirely on the battle at hand. Demonic energy entwined. Demonic energy stained with cherry blossoms. With each clash of Qianxia's dual blades against Hawkeye's black sword, the island's disintegration accelerated further. Hawkeye raised his sword, aiming a vertical strike at Qianxia, when suddenly, a smile graced her lips. Confused, Hawkeye furrowed his brow just as his black blade cleaved through Qianxia's form, splitting her in two. What? Qianxia is dead? Impossible. She had successfully defended against previous attacks. There was no way she could have failed to block that last strike. Such thoughts raced through Hawkeye's mind, yet there lay Qianxia's lifeless body upon the ground. He turned to survey his surroundings, employing his observation haki, but found no trace of her. Was it possible that this was all real? A flicker of self-doubt crept into Hawkeye's heart, and as this doubt arose, the image of Qianxia being cleaved in two and her voice echoed repeatedly in his mind. Hawkeye shook his head vigorously, but as time ticked by, the intensity of this phenomenon grew. He squeezed his eyes shut, channeling most of his energy into resisting this bizarre mental assault. At that moment, Qianxia appeared behind him. Ghostly wails of the demonic energy. This was the most potent and most unscrupulous technique Qianxia had devised using the malevolent energies of her dual swords, capable of forcing the opponent into a state of negative emotional hallucination. Naturally, Qianxia would also suffer some backlash from this move, so she was truly reluctant to employ such a self-destructive tactic. With her left and right hands gripping a demonic sword each, she swiftly launched an attack from behind Hawkeye. Yet in that instant, the blind Hawkeye spun around, using his black blade, knight, to parry both of Qianxia's swords aside. Such remarkable reflexes. But alas, I may still fall short in raw strength, yet I am a touch more unscrupulous than you. As Hawkeye opened his eyes, he found a white longsword poised at his throat. Famed sword, Snow Walk. With his black blade knight holding Qianxia's swords at bay, where had this Snow Walk come from? The answer was simple. Qianxia had bitten it between her teeth. One could not help but note that Zoro's action had indeed rendered her dental health precarious. After only a brief period of holding the Snow Walk, both rows of her teeth were trembling. Qianxia and Hawkeye's faces were mere inches apart, separated only by the blade, creating an oddly surreal tableau. Initially taken aback, Hawkeye soon found himself unable to suppress a laugh. Again is it? 3 years ago, you used your dual demonic blades to mask your ambush with Snow Walk. Now you employ them once more to draw out my black blade, launching an assault while biting Snow Walk. You are truly fascinating. At 35 years of age, Hawkeye had never encountered someone so intriguing. After a minute, Qianxia, still holding Snow Walk, could no longer maintain her grip, and spat it out with a poo. Oh dear, I can't hold on any longer. My teeth just can't manage such a thing. But Hawkeye, I suppose this round goes to me? She said, coughing slightly. Indeed, you have won. I am not one to shy away from defeat. Rather, losing signifies that I have room for improvement. From this day forth, the title of the world's strongest swordsman shall rest upon your shoulders. Hawkeye replied with remarkable nonchalance, completely devoid of any childish resentment. However, the title of the world's strongest swordsman? I can hardly bear that mantle. This time, I merely won with a slight trick. In a true fight, I would likely not be your match. Besides, I have already fulfilled my purpose. You may keep the title. Qianxia waved her hand dismissively, showing no interest in the accolade, finding it more of a nuisance. Yet, the outcome of their battle went unrecorded, rendering the result a mere contest between the two of them. Qianxia tidied her clothes and sword, preparing to depart, while Mihawk remained enraptured in the joy of his own failure. Just as Qianxia was about to turn and leave, the ground beneath them suddenly collapsed, transforming into a mosaic of tiny fragments, utterly unfit for footing. Mihawk, unable to leverage his strength to leap back to his small boat in time, plummeted with a splash into the sea amidst the debris. Naturally, as a proficient swimmer, he quickly surfaced. He turned his gaze around, yet found no trace of Qianxia. For a moment, he feared that she might not know how to swim, or was perhaps a devil fruit user. He was prepared to dive down to search for her when a call from above snapped him back to reality. Do you need me to help you to your little boat? Qianxia's voice resounded from above. Mihawk promptly raised his head to look, witnessing Qianxia in a half-mythical Zoan state. Her arms transformed into fiery wings as she soared gracefully in the air. She had consumed the bird fruit, phoenix form. Although Qianxia seldom utilized her devil fruit abilities, it was crucial to remember her status as a user. During her rigorous training under Zephyr at the Navy headquarters, she had undergone intensive preparation for maritime challenges. When the ground crumbled beneath her, her body instinctively activated her mythical Zoan transformation to take flight, even before her mind could process the situation. Thank goodness. The thought of falling into the sea and being rescued by Mihawk was too humiliating to bear, causing her cheeks to flush at the mere idea. Little did she know, Mihawk was a dream come true for many. Had the earlier opportunity been presented to them, they would have undoubtedly jumped into the water, allowing him to play the role of the gallant hero. Qianxia, you are truly not very feminine. Chapter 38, After the Duel. In the end, Mihawk declined Qianxia's offer for assistance, and opted to swim back to his small boat on his own. Qianxia initially interpreted this behavior as a manifestation of male pride. With a resigned shake of her head, she bid farewell to Mihawk and flew back to the Inyo warship. Though the journey had its twists and turns, the outcome was decidedly splendid. The battle between Qianxia and Mihawk was subsequently documented in various newspapers. While the ultimate victor remained unclear, the fact that neither party bore any scars led everyone to conclude it was a draw. Qianxia, the general of the Inyo headquarters, was bestowed with the title of the world's strongest female swordsman. Why the designation of female? Initially, Qianxia found it perplexing. After all, she was dressed so modestly. How could they discern her gender? The answer emerged from a photograph taken by a reporter, which captured Qianxia with her hood slightly askew, revealing her face along with a stray lock of hair. No boy could possibly have such long hair. Thus, the Inyo general must be a woman. This conclusion left Qianxia feeling quite exasperated. Upon returning to the Inyo headquarters, Qianxia found herself increasingly troubled, as Ian began discussing Mihawk in her ear. If it had merely been a straightforward conversation about her duel with Mihawk, it would have been one thing, but Ian shockingly steered the discussion towards romance. Qianxia, I see you have a rather good rapport with Mihawk. Why not try to win him over? With Mihawk's assistance, combined with your prowess, we could immediately attempt to challenge the 4 emperors. Ian said with a grin. Qianxia nearly choked on the water she had just sipped at Ian's words. Mihawk? Absolutely not. Her head shook vigorously, as if powered by an electric motor. Ian, are you in love with love? My goodness, you are nothing like your original character. Ian, I recall you despising pirates the most, don't you? Mihawk is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Mihawk? A pirate? Well, I do loathe pirates. Mihawk doesn't truly qualify as one, Ian replied, raising a finger to point at his own cheek. Ian had once heard from Zephyr that Mihawk was a swordsman who set sail in search of formidable opponents, renowned for his pure swordsmanship and rarely finding any rivals after embarking on his journey. He had repeatedly challenged powerful pirates and highly skilled navy swordsmen, gaining considerable prestige on the seas. Not belonging to any faction, be it pirate, navy, or bounty hunter, Mihawk ultimately became one of the 7 warlords due to a secret agreement with the world government, the details of which remain unknown. In any case, Qianxia, just give it your best shot. Get lost. After a brief exchange of playful banter, Ian finally ceased his incessant murmuring in Qianxia's ear and busied himself with the affairs of the Inyo organization. Qianxia, meanwhile, closed her eyes and reclined on the sofa, genuinely in need of rest, as her confrontation with Mihawk had drained her of an immense amount of energy. The world's strongest, huh? More than that. I prefer the tranquility of everyday life. East Blue. Upon seeing the news report about Kuina, Zoro could no longer restrain himself, abandoning all previous pursuits of pirates to instead seek out everything related to Inyo. However, Zoro's information-gathering efforts proved ineffective. Details about Inyo were virtually non-existent, as the organization was shrouded in mystery, appearing and vanishing suddenly. During his search for Inyo, Zoro also pondered whether he might have misread the situation, for there exists a theory that 7 identical individuals could inhabit the world. Yet, this notion was swiftly dismissed as he perused the latest newspapers. 3 swords. 3-sword style. Aside from myself, I know of only one swordsman who employs the 3-sword style. Is it truly possible for such coincidences to exist? Resolutely, Zoro returned to the dojo where he had once trained in swordsmanship, confronting Kushuru to inquire directly whether Kuina had indeed not died. However, Kushuru remained silent, withholding the truth. Gritting his teeth, Zoro swiftly turned away from the village. Although he received no definitive answers, this only solidified his belief that Kuina was still alive. I must find Inyo. It is my only lead. Thus, the bounty hunter Zoro withdrew from the hunting world, and where he went to gather information remains a mystery. On the opposite end of East Blue, the 3 brothers, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, immediately recognized Qianxia as the 3-sword style swordsman upon receiving the newspaper. Sister Qianxia is a general of the Inyo organization? Wait, isn't she part of the navy? The 3 exchanged glances, unable to suppress the gulp of excitement that surged within them. It seems we might have stumbled upon something monumental, the brothers whispered nervously. Indeed, they had uncovered something of great significance, for the relationship between the Inyo organization and the navy constituted a top-secret naval matter. Luffy was 11 years old, while Ace and Sabo were 13. There remained 6 years until the timeline of the original story. However, the 3 brothers were now eager to set sail, and if all went according to plan, their departure would be hastened by Qianxia's influence. By the way, it is worth mentioning that the current strength of Luffy and his brothers had already surpassed what was expected at this point in the original timeline. All 3 had mastered Haki, with Sabo excelling in armament Haki, Ace possessing the most balanced Haki, and Luffy having the weakest overall. Of course, Luffy had the advantage of the gum fruit, which his brothers did not possess. Luffy, Sabo, in a few years, I plan to set sail, Ace stated seriously, gazing at Luffy and Sabo. Luffy and Sabo were not surprised, as Ace had mentioned it to them several times before. In fact, their own plans to set sail were not far behind Ace's. However, a significant issue loomed before their departure. The 3 brothers turned their heads quietly toward the interior of Dayton's house, where an elderly man named Garp was seated in a chair by the dining table. Head tilted back, eyes closed, with bubbles emerging from his nostrils as he dozed. Garp, I haven't had much work lately, so I decided to take a break and come back to look after you 3 little rascals. How about it? Are you happy? Touched. The 3 brothers. Touched. Really deeply touched. Chapter 39. Dragons call brawling. The den mushy on the table suddenly rang, causing the bubble on Garp's nose to pop with a soft sound. He drowsily opened his eyes and let out a heavy sigh. Garp, I'm on vacation right now. I already told Sengoku not to contact me unless it's important. Who in the world is calling me? Muttering under his breath. Though clearly annoyed, Garp reached out and answered the call. Garp, hello? Who is this? This is Garp. Dragon Father. Garp fell silent for a moment, his mind racing. After about 5 or 6 seconds, it finally dawned on him who was on the other end. Garp, you brat. Last time you sent Chiesa over. You had someone else deliver the message. Why call directly this time? He remarked, picking his nose casually. The caller was none other than Garp's son Dragon, the revolutionary, and father to Luffy and Chiesa. Known as the world's most dangerous man, Dragon had not been in contact with Garp for decades, which was why Garp hadn't immediately recognized his voice. Dragon, father, do you have Chiesa's contact information? Garp, no. Without a second thought, Garp refused. Unfazed. Dragon repeated the question several times, but Garp, stubborn as ever, showed no regard for his son's request. Dragon, Chiesa is my daughter. Garp, Chiesa is my granddaughter. Dragon, I need to get in touch with Chiesa. Garp, I don't know. Dragon, is it that you don't know, or you want to tell me? Garp, I want to tell you. Though physically apart, the tension between Garp and Dragon was palpable, as if they were standing face to face. On Garp's end, his blazing aura seemed to set the entire Dayton household ablaze, leaving Dayton and the 3 brothers trembling outside, too afraid to enter. Meanwhile, on Dragon's side, the revolutionaries around him paused their work, staring in bewilderment at their leader. In their eyes, Dragon was always composed, capable of handling any situation flawlessly, while also being the strongest combatant in the revolutionary army. Yet in those few minutes, he had repeatedly slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Was their father-son relationship really that strained? Not exactly. Garp's anger stemmed largely from Dragon's prolonged silence. While Dragon had avoided contact to prevent the Navy from tracking the Revolutionary Army's base through their communications. After nearly half an hour of arguing, Garp's anger had mostly subsided. The conversation felt as though it had made up for all the words left unspoken over the past decade. Garp, fine, you win. You brat. I'll give you Chiesa's contact information. But I'm warning you. Don't try to drag her into your revolutionary affairs. She's busy enough as it is. With that, Garp relayed Chiesa's Den Mushy number to Dragon, who let out a heavy sigh of relief, feeling the half-hour argument had not been in vain. Once Garp hung up, Luffy and his brothers cautiously peered inside from the doorway. Luffy, Grandpa. Who were you talking to just now? He asked, a mix of fear and curiosity in his voice. Garp shot him a sidelong glance and replied irritably. That would be your irresponsible father. Honestly, dumping you here for me to raise, and then Chiesa too, completely irresponsible. Dayton, standing outside sweating, thought to herself that Garp had no room to talk about irresponsibility. Meanwhile, Luffy's interest was instantly piqued upon hearing that Garp had been speaking to his father, a man he had never seen or even heard of until now. Luffy, Grandpa, who is my dad? Garp, an irresponsible, dangerously reckless man. Luffy, but who is he? Garp, join the Navy and I'll tell you. Luffy, forget it then. Inyo headquarters. Chiesa was sprawled on the office sofa, enjoying a rare, deep slumber. She dreamed of a life where she had never been transported into the world of One Piece, living an ordinary, mundane daily existence. It was the kind of dream she used to cherish, but now it felt unsettling, too monotonous, repeating the same tasks day after day like a machine. In reality, Chiesa's brow furrowed slightly as she turned over. Across from her, Ain was diligently handling various documents for Inyo. Suddenly, the Den Mushy on the table between their sofas, the one belonging to Chiesa, began to ring. Brawring. IHM? Chiesa's Den Mushy? And looked up, puzzled. It was the first time she had heard Chiesa's phone ring. Usually, it was hers that never stopped. Should she wake Chiesa? Ain glanced at Chiesa, sleeping soundly after turning over, and decided to answer it herself. After all, Chiesa's Den Mushy had been given to her by Zephyr, so the caller was likely someone from the Navy, perhaps Instructor Zephyr, Mr. Garp, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, or another naval acquaintance of Chiesa's. Ain, hello? Who is this? Chiesa is asleep right now. I'm her aide, Ain. You can tell me what this is about. She picked up the receiver and answered the call. There was a pause on the other end, long enough for Ain to wonder if it was a prank or scam call. Just as she considered hanging up, a voice finally came through. Dragon, this is Dragon. Please hand the receiver to Chiesa. Thank you. Instantly, the atmosphere in the office grew heavy. Ain froze. The Den Mushy gripped tightly in her hand. Dragon? The dragon? The revolutionary? Chiesa's father? The world's most dangerous man. Until now, Ein had only seen him on wanted posters. His voice carried more impact than she had ever imagined. At the same time, Chiesa drowsily opened her eyes. Awakened by the sheer boredom of her dream, she really had grown spoiled. Her daily life now required a dose of excitement to feel fulfilling. Chiesa HM? Ein. What's with that expression? She asked, tilting her head curiously at her aide's peculiar look. Ein ch Chiesa. Your father. On the phone. Chiesa, father? On the phone? Ha, father. On the phone. Chapter 40. Contact with Father Chiesa. Hello? Father? Nervously, Chiesa took the den mushy from Ein's hand. In her fluster, she nearly fumbled and dropped it. Curse be it, how did that unyielding father suddenly come calling? Ah. He previously mentioned that we would reminisce when you grew a bit older. My goodness, 3 years have passed. Is this what he considers growing up? Qianxia stammered a hesitant greeting to Long on the other end of the phone, while Ein, seated beside her, raised both arms in silent support. There was no escaping this situation. She had to confront it. As Qianxia managed a faltering greeting, Long paused for a moment before responding with a smile. I saw the news. You must be the general at the Inyo headquarters, right? Sharing the spotlight with that eyewitness? Your rate of growth truly astonishes me. Huh. How do you know this, father? Did Grandpa Carp tell you? Qianxia asked, puzzled. The Inyo headquarters was confidential, and the only way for Qianxia to have her identity as a general recognized was through the 3 swords she carried at her waist. Yet when she last met Long, she had not yet acquired the Sandai Katetsu and the renowned sword Yuki. Even within the Navy, there are infiltrators from the Revolutionary Army within the Navy. Qianxia couldn't help but give herself a mental slap. How could there not be spies in the Navy? Long likely knew every move she made at Navy headquarters. It was terrifying. What a devilish father you are. Qianxia involuntarily shuddered, and Long, unaware of her thoughts, felt a strange sense of insult. Qianxia. The Revolutionary Army is planning a significant operation soon. Would you like to take part? Your Inyo is aiming to enhance its visibility, isn't it? Once this operation is complete, I assure your prominence will rival that of our Revolutionary Army. What? Such a fortunate opportunity. Before Qianxia could respond, Ein could not contain her excitement and exclaimed. However, after her outburst, she quickly realized her indiscretion, clearing her throat awkwardly and gesturing for Qianxia to continue. You carry on, she said. Long, startled by Ein's enthusiasm, thought it remarkable that Qianxia had such an ardent companion. Qianxia, you trust the people around you, right? Long's tone turned serious, causing Qianxia and Ein to furrow their brows, sensing the gravity of the forthcoming discussion. Without delay, Qianxia extended her observation haki, enveloping her office in a protective sphere. Excellent. There was no one else around. Ein had recently cleared the area. Rest assured, it's just Ein here. I trust her completely. Qianxia placed the phone on her desk, allowing both her and Ein to listen intently. Ein produced a small notebook and a black pen from somewhere. Mr. Long, please proceed. Ein spoke earnestly, even adopting the peculiar title for Long. The phone on Long's desk caught the attention of a few of his confidants, who stifled chuckles at Ein's address, only held in check by Long's glare. Mr. Long grimaced, exhaling a resigned sigh. If it were up to me, I wouldn't want to involve Qianxia in this matter, but the Revolutionary Army truly needs her. Currently, the Revolutionary Army's combat strength cannot be described as formidable. It is merely adequate, yet it pales in comparison to the 4 emperors and the elite forces of the Navy headquarters. To defeat the world government, one must contend with CP0 and the Navy's admirals. However, given the current strength of the Revolutionary Army, achieving this seems utterly implausible. Long was indeed troubled. The organization he founded was, in some respects, outclassed by his daughter's newly established Inyo. Upon reflection, the Inyo organization under Qianxia's leadership boasted her as a top-tier combatant. If it came down to it, Zephyr could barely be counted among them, and the high-level fighters were all drawn from Navy headquarters. Moreover, anyone entering Inyo was at least a lieutenant, indicating a shortage of soldiers. In terms of configuration, Inyo could be regarded as the 5th emperor of the New World, lacking only in reputation. Subsequently, Long revealed the considerable effort he had expended to personally contact Qianxia. Who would have imagined that his endeavors were entwined with the world government and the celestial dragons? Recently, a celestial dragon from the Holy Land sought to shed their identity and escape, but was thwarted by other celestial dragons, facing even life-threatening peril. Long hoped Qianxia and her comrades could assist in rescuing this celestial dragon. This was not an act of compassion. If they could successfully liberate this individual, They would gain access to invaluable intelligence known only to celestial dragons and the core of the world government. An opportunity the Revolutionary Army could not afford to miss. As long as the Navy headquarters remained intact, there would typically be at least one admiral stationed there 24/7, with CP0 in similar attendance, making the rescue operation exceedingly difficult. Therefore, Qianxia, I need your assistance. Upon hearing Long's request, both Qianxia and Ian fell into a contemplative silence, exchanging glances laden with unspoken communication. What to do? How to proceed? Qianxia's lips curved into a slight smile. This was indeed an exceedingly challenging endeavor, bordering on the impossible. Yet for her, it held a considerable chance of success, and an opportunity to witness the so-called Holy Land's splendor. Leave this to me, father. I will take the lead. By the way, who will you send to assist me? One of the 4 army commanders, Crow. No, that won't do. Let me handle this alone. Qianxia's smile twitched slightly as she quickly corrected herself. The Revolutionary Army. As soon as Qianxia uttered these words, Long turned his gaze to the army commander Crow, who happened to be passing by. Crow stood there, looking utterly dejected. I haven't even met her, and I'm already being shunned. Chapter 41. The Greatest Crisis. Qianxia did not intend to target Crow. The 4 army commanders of the Revolutionary Army truly lacked prestige. Firstly, there was Bello Betty, the Eastern Army commander, a paramecia type who could enhance the morale and strength of the weak. Secondly, Mori, the Western Army commander, with an unknown fruit ability that allowed him to alter the hardness of rocks, making them as soft as the sea. Thirdly, Lindbergh, the Southern Army commander and a scientist known for his peculiar inventions. Lastly, there was Crow, the Northern Army commander, who possessed the Crow fruit ability, seemingly a mythical Zoan, whose strength was more suited for transportation and communication. As a mythical Zoan user of the Phoenix fruit, Qianxia's speed was exceptional, making her adept at escape. If her allies were not of sufficient caliber, they would only hinder her efforts. In the Revolutionary Army, Long approached Crow, offering a few words of comfort, while Qianxia began devising her rescue plan for the Holy Land, though she ultimately dismissed her own ideas and opted to follow the path provided by the Revolutionary Army, allowing her to enter the Holy Land alone. Although the Revolutionary Army's strength may not be formidable, their cunning methods are truly remarkable, as evidenced by their successful maneuver to infiltrate the Holy Land with Qianxia, a feat that even Ein found astonishing. Cloaked in black, Qianxia stealthily wandered through the sacred grounds. Aware that while the Revolutionary Army had facilitated her entry, she was bound by a time constraint. She had but 1 hour to locate the Celestial Dragon and escort them from the Holy Land. Time was of the essence. With her eyes closed, Qianxia concentrated her observation haki to its fullest extent. However, the moment she unleashed her powers, she sensed an overwhelming presence nearby, causing her to retract her haki in alarm. A formidable adversary lurked in the vicinity. Though she could not ascertain their identity, she was certain that a powerful figure was close by, and she assumed they remained unaware of her presence. Was it CP0? Or perhaps a Marine Admiral? Her mind raced through the possibilities. In any case, she knew she had to proceed with caution. Utilizing the geographical intel gleaned from her earlier use of haki, Qianxia began to delve deeper into the Holy Land. Along her path, she encountered world government operatives and patrolling Marines, but these posed no threat, as she adeptly evaded detection. Yet, her current speed was insufficient. She needed to hasten her pace. Turning her gaze towards a colossal edifice, she deduced that it must be the Holy Palace, a place accessible only to the celestial dragons. And she suspected that the one she sought to rescue was imprisoned within its walls. Determined, Qianxia prepared to accelerate towards the Holy Palace, but suddenly, a tall figure emerged behind her. What are you doing here? The voice queried. Startled, Qianxia spun around to find a hand reaching out towards her. Instinctively, she raised her arm to block the advance, but upon contact, a chilling pain surged through her body. Ice time. It was Akiji. Panic surged within her. The Holy Land would undoubtedly be guarded by a Marine Admiral, but she was uncertain who it might be. In her mind, she hoped it was Akonu, not because he was weak, but because her Phoenix abilities would afford her a better chance of escape compared to Akiji's freezing control and Kizaru's lightspeed pursuit. If it were Kizaru, even her swiftest efforts would be futile. Akiji's ice control was no less daunting, and time was a luxury she could not afford. As her arm transformed beneath her clothing, utilizing the regenerative flames of her mythical beast form to heal her injury, Qianxia swiftly retreated, creating distance between herself and Akiji. I'm an intruder, I see? How unfortunate for you. I'm on duty today. Would you kindly remain still? Akiji observed her leisurely, knowing that all he had to do was stall until the Holy Land's guards arrived. For Qianxia, the situation was dire. The Inyo plan had been devised by Sengoku Garp and Zephyr without the knowledge of the three admirals, and while Akiji was aware of her phoenix abilities, she could not reveal them openly in his presence. The two cursed blades she carried were similarly problematic. They were almost synonymous with the Inyo admirals and would easily betray her identity. There was no choice but to draw her least-known sword, Yukizo. Pointing Yukizo at Akiji, her mind raced for an escape strategy. A swordsman, are you? I don't recognize that blade, so allow me to play with my own, Akiji drawled, conjuring an ice blade of his own. As a disciple of Zephyr, he was a hidden swordsman in his own right, not numerous but sufficiently capable. The two locked eyes, and Qianxia took the initiative, launching her attack with one sword style, Phoenix Dance. Her blade struck Akiji's ice sword, cleaving it in two. Yet Akiji remained unfazed, having anticipated her move and transformed the ground beneath her into ice, creating an escape route. Phoenix Flame. Qianxia unleashed a brilliant burst of fire from her other hand, sending it crashing into Akiji. She could not afford to reveal her Phoenix Fruit's true capabilities, but the extension of her flames was permissible. After all, who in this world could not wield fire? The flames enveloped Akiji, a minor distraction at best, but sufficient to buy her some time. After unleashing the flames, Qianxia decisively turned and fled into the Celestial Dragon's holy palace, pushing her observation haki to its limits, creating an aura of perception that allowed her to sense everything around her, while simultaneously making her presence known to others. Would Qianxia locate the Celestial Dragon first and successfully extricate them? Or would Akiji break free from the flames and apprehend her? In that moment, every second was critical. Qianxia, having traversed the pirate world for 4 years, faced her gravest crisis yet. Chapter 42, Stay Away. Qianxia's Phoenix Flames did not grant her much time. Akiji swiftly extricated himself from the fire. Mera no mi? No, that can't be it. And that last strike's force, though I froze it. It shouldn't have possessed the strength to sever my ice blade. Could it be that this intruder has healing capabilities? He muttered to himself as he made his way towards the holy palace. Despite his lack of fondness for the celestial dragons, duty called. If this intruder were to assault any within the palace, it could jeopardize his position. Ice Age. Akiji raised his hands in a unique gesture, unleashing a frigid wave of cold that surged toward the holy palace, directly targeting Qianxia, who had fully activated her observation haki. Meanwhile, Qianxia successfully located the imprisoned celestial dragon. In her heightened state, identifying individuals was hardly a challenge. I don't know who you are, but thank you, the celestial dragon began, but Qianxia quickly interrupted, thrusting a piece of paper into their hands. Follow this route to escape. Someone will be waiting for you. Before the celestial dragon could express gratitude, she had already ushered them away. If everything went smoothly, she would ensure their safety, but Akiji was close on her heels. Having just sent the celestial dragon off, Akiji pursued her and faster than him, his icy aura closed in. Demon Blade Pass. Phoenix Fruit Pass. Observation Haki and Armament Haki, okay. Renowned Blade Yukizo, ok. With this configuration, it's an impossible battle. Qianxia raised her hand, slamming it onto the ground as Phoenix flames spread, halting Akiji's icy advance. Your strength is commendable. You must belong to some major power, perhaps the Revolutionary Army? Neo. Akiji casually suggested, causing Qianxia's heart to skip a beat. Did he know of her affiliations? Do you not understand that there are always those beyond the horizon? I am merely a wandering hero, fighting for justice. Qianxia boasted, her composure unwavering. Hearing a sound of surprise, Akiji was taken aback, while Chika felt an overwhelming sense of apprehension. The longer she lingered, the more perilous her situation became. Yet she needed to buy time for that celestial dragon. This moment felt like a deliberate act of self-destruction. Chika reflected on the reckless decision that led her to undertake such a hazardous mission, filled with regret. Yet in this world, one could not procure a remedy for remorse. The two adversaries exchanged glances when suddenly, an ice spear materialized from the wall behind Chika, sharply aimed at her back. However, she was not one to succumb to such an attack. With a swift motion of her renowned blade, Snow, she severed the ice projectile effortlessly. Observing that he could not resolve the situation with haste, Akiji relaxed, placing his hands in his pockets and quietly watching Chika. Before long, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from outside the holy palace. The guards are here. Ah, intruder, your farce comes to an end. Is that so? Chika inhaled deeply, pressing one hand against the adjacent wall. Instantly, the entire palace was adorned with crimson markings resembling fissures. As the two parties stood in opposition, Akiji's icy tendrils continuously probed Chika, while her phoenix flames gradually spread throughout the palace. This entire sequence was only possible due to Akiji underestimating Chika, granting her this opportunity. The flames spread, culminating in an explosion. Phoenix burst. In an instant, the crimson fissures triggered a chain reaction of explosions throughout the holy palace. Akiji's pupils contracted. In that moment, he understood that he had underestimated the situation, losing at least 5 years' worth of wages. Ice Age. Akiji unleashed all his chilling energy, minimizing the devastation caused by the inferno. However, the palace would have to be renamed the Ice Palace, as even a third of the sacred ground was now blanketed in thick ice. Seizing the moment, Chika hurriedly escaped the palace, attempting to employ moonwalk to soar away. Little did she know, mere steps from her escape, several figures utilizing moonwalk emerged behind her. CP0. If the Marine Admirals are the world government's mightiest sword, then CP0 is its strongest shield. The CP0 agents, treading upon the air, swiftly advanced towards Chika, who wore a bewildered expression. You all, don't come any closer. Yet amidst the brilliance, Chika wasted no time, clenched her fists, and retaliated with a fiery punch aimed at the pursuers behind her. Boom. The immense flames struck the airborne CP0 members. Yet the damage was negligible, merely obscuring their vision. But this was precisely the outcome Chika desired. In midair, Chika swiftly drew her 2 cursed blades, their dark energy entwining with her haki, as she prepared to execute an unusual maneuver. Do you recall her battle with Zephyr upon her return? After a prolonged stalemate, she intended to unleash her most powerful sword strike, only to have it evaded by Zephyr's unexpected surrender. Now she was ready to unleash that very technique. Demon's Feast of 1,000 Monsters. The dark energy from her twin blades erupted forth, conjuring a myriad of grotesque creatures that surged towards CP0. Each beast possessed unique abilities. Some wielded illusions, others inflicted bleeding, while yet more knocked foes back. If her previous attack against Mihawk was the most underhanded, then this was undoubtedly the true apex of Chika's arsenal. The anguished wails of the myriad monsters filled the air. Even those who were not struck by the attack would suffer a form of psychological torment from the cacophony. Before CP0 could recover from the flames of her fiery punch, they were engulfed by the demoness feast, the extent of the damage unknown to Chika. Regardless, she swiftly turned and fled. Having exhausted the powers of her twin blades, she knew that if she did not escape, her fate would be dire. Just as she turned, a sharp ice pillar erupted from within the holy palace. Akiji had followed closely behind, an absurd turn of events. Gritting her teeth, Chika transformed one foot into her phoenix state, channeling nearly all her remaining strength into that kick. True phoenix stamp. Marco, you're copying my signature move. Chika, nonsense. I am the phoenix. With tremendous force, she struck the towering ice pillar that surged towards her from the ground. Bang! In an instant, the pillar shattered into countless massive ice shards, sending Chika hurtling backward from the force. Fortunately, halfway through her flight, she regained her senses, patted her cheeks, and steeled herself to continue her escape from the Holy Land. Meanwhile, Akiji stood at a distance, watching as Chika flew beyond the boundaries of the sacred ground. In truth, had he pursued her, he might have caught up, but he felt an unsettling familiarity. Had this intruder crossed paths with him before? No, perhaps she resembled someone he knew. Akiji, having trained in the same school, sensed something amiss, though whether he recognized Chika remained uncertain. Chapter 43. The World's Most Dangerous Criminal. After departing from the Celestial Dragon's Holy Land, Chika lost track of how long she had been flying. She only knew that shortly after leaving the Holy Land, a fleet of Navy warships pursued her, with cannonballs soaring past that were even larger than she had anticipated. Fortunately, as a former member of the Navy, she was well acquainted with their strengths and weaknesses, eventually managing to evade capture. Escaping from both CP0 and Akiji was likely an unprecedented feat, leaving the world in shock. However, Chika had no energy to revel in her success. Once she reached a desert, exhaustion overwhelmed her, causing her to plummet to the ground, gradually losing consciousness. Just as she fell into the sands, a girl with blue hair riding a large yellow bird approached her. After a brief discussion with the bird, it hoisted Chika onto its back, carrying both the girl and Chika away. As they sped away, Chika's body bounced violently, and even in her unconscious state, the dreams were dizzying enough to nearly make her ill. When Chika finally regained consciousness and opened her eyes, an unfamiliar ceiling greeted her gaze. Dazed, she turned her head to the side, only to be confronted by a gigantic bird head looming in front of her. Startled, she became fully alert, her haki enveloping her fists, and she instinctively swung at the creature. However, at that moment, the door of the room swung open, revealing a cheerful blue-haired girl who entered. Big sister, you're awake. The girl exclaimed, her face beaming as she quickly approached Chica, placing a tray of food on the bedside table. Who are you? Nefertari Vivi. Simply call me Vivi. 3 days ago, I stealthily ventured out and witnessed you suddenly plummet from the heavens, landing with a thud. I genuinely feared for your life. Dear sister, so I hastily brought you back. The royal physician examined you and declared that you required no treatment, merely rest due to exhaustion. The girl innocently spoke. And upon hearing the name Vivi, Qianxia instantly recognized her identity. She was the princess of the Alabasta kingdom. It was also the very place where Luffy and his crew first encountered the formidable warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Alabasta is no ordinary kingdom. Its royal lineage descends from the celestial dragons. However, they chose not to reside in the Holy Land from the outset, willingly relinquishing all the privileges that their celestial dragon heritage could offer. The mere thought of this was overwhelming. Qianxia had intended to rise from the bed, but the intense pain coursing through her body swiftly quelled that desire. Indeed, she had pushed herself too far. Escaping from the Holy Land was one thing, but to attempt it again would surely tempt fate. Her physical condition was undeniably dire. She needed to report her situation to Ein and the others, lest they grow concerned. Princess Vivi, could you possibly prepare some more food for me? Of course, how much do you need? Feeling slightly embarrassed, Qianxia requested that whatever could be provided be brought forth, as she urgently needed to regain her strength. At that moment, she thought little of her modesty, hastily grabbing food from the nearby cabinet and shoving it into her mouth, only pausing briefly to chew before swallowing. Ultimate technique. Life restoration. This is a supreme skill that allows one to control the energy in every part of their body and allocate it at will. It can alter one's physical form, transforming hair and other features into weapons, and by consuming copious amounts of food, one can rapidly harness that energy to restore stamina and heal injuries. Watching Qianxia devour her food, Vivi stood momentarily stunned before quickly summoning more sustenance. With Crocodile yet to rear his head, the Alabasta kingdom was undeniably affluent, and food supplies were amply available. Qianxia continued to consume plate after plate without a hint of stopping, and as she did, the pain in her body gradually subsided. After devouring approximately 70 or 80 dishes, her pace of eating finally began to slow. Vivi stood by, her hands clasped together, gazing at Qianxia with envy. Big sister, how do you manage to eat so much? What? You mean my appetite? How can you eat so much and not gain weight? Vivi indeed was a young girl. Her concerns vastly different from Qianxia's. Perhaps it was rather peculiar for Qianxia, at 14, to think so. This is life restoration. To put it simply, the food I consume does not convert into fat, but is completely utilized, transformed into my energy. I don't quite understand. Vivi pondered for a moment before breaking into a giggle, scratching the back of her head. In the original story, Princess Vivi should be of similar age to Luffy, and the calamity that befell Alabasta occurred 3 years prior, meaning Crocodile's machinations had yet to unfold. Qianxia muttered to herself, contemplating whether to deal with Crocodile now. After all, her current abilities, it seemed uncertain. The fluctuations in Crocodile's power were significant. Alabasta had been defeated by Luffy, yet during the Marineford War, his strength was adjusted to a level where he could be recruited by Doflamingo. In the film version of Baratai, it was even suggested he was evenly matched with a young Baratai. It was utterly absurd. If one were to consider the latter's film version of Crocodile's strength, in a desert setting, Qianxia was far from confident, especially since Luffy was the protagonist. Just as Qianxia was lost in thought, a messenger pigeon flew in from outside the room, gently pecking at the glass of the window. Vivi dashed over, opened the window, and received the newspaper. Oh, the Holy Land has been bombed? My goodness, how impressive. Isn't the Holy Land where the celestial dragons reside? To think someone could bomb it and escape, Vivi exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Qianxia pondered how quickly her actions had been reported. She leaned towards Vivi, her eyes fixed on the newspaper in her hands. The sight nearly caused her to choke, and she instinctively pounded her chest. My, what have I just seen? Shock? The Holy Land of the Celestial Dragons has been bombed. Is it a distortion of humanity or a decay of morality? Even the admirals could not intervene. The world's most vile criminal is the revolutionary dragon. Thus she is the world's most dangerous criminal. With a bounty of 12 billion berries, no limits on life or death. So, in addition to my identity as a member of the Navy, Inyo, and half of the Revolutionary Army, I now have another title? Qianxia sighed in resignation. There was no point in dwelling on it, as discussing it further would only lead to tears. Chapter 44. The World's Shock. The world's most dangerous criminal. That is a title I cannot bear. Qianxia sighed helplessly, yet in light of the chaos caused in the Holy Land, it was indeed fitting for her to be labeled the world's most dangerous criminal. Following the emergence of this event and title, the entire world was thrown into disarray, with the most significant turmoil occurring among the Navy, the Revolutionary Army and Inyo. At Navy headquarters. What a joke! How could Akiji fail to capture a single person? Akanu's face twisted in rage. He was well aware of Akiji's capabilities, and it was precisely because he understood Akiji's power that Akonu was so incensed, believing Akiji must not have been serious, thus allowing the criminal to escape. Beside him, Kizaru remarked, "How terrifying." Yet he likely thought that had he been in Akiji's place, he would have kicked the criminal while casually saying, "Have you ever been kicked by light?" Fleet Admiral Sengoku felt utterly frustrated, although he was informed about Inyo. He had no idea that Qianxia was behind the chaos in the Holy Land, and was currently deep in thought, pondering where such a character had suddenly emerged from. In the Revolutionary Army, at their base. If the Navy was enraged, the Revolutionary Army was utterly bewildered. Shortly after the news broke, Dragon received the newspaper from his subordinates. Father is the world's most vile criminal. Daughter is the world's most dangerous criminal. Truly a remarkable pair. The members of the Revolutionary Army teased Dragon upon seeing the newspaper, and he bore no anger. He was genuinely delighted that his daughter had received such an honor. Well done. A smile appeared on Dragon's face, a sight his comrades in the Revolutionary Army had never witnessed before, albeit a rather frightening one. Meanwhile, aside from the Navy headquarters and the Revolutionary Army, the happiest individuals were those few at the Inyo headquarters who were aware of Qianxia's mission. Initially, they were quite anxious, especially when signs of battle emerged in the Holy Land. Kuina was ready to draw her sword and rush in to save her. But Ein stopped her. What are you going to do? Go to your death? Calm down and wait for Qianxia to return. Ein's words helped Kuina regain her composure. Indeed, her strength was far from sufficient to engage in a ruckus in the Holy Land. During this waiting period, they witnessed a third of the Holy Land being frozen, along with Qianxia soaring through the air, chased by towering ice columns. What transpired after Chika's Phoenix Seal remained unclear to them, as the collision of Akiji's ice pillar with Chika's Phoenix Seal resulted in an explosion, enveloping the entire area in mist. Initially they worried that Chika had been captured, but fortunately, the newspapers reported that she had successfully escaped, which greatly relieved them. Their spirits soared, and now all that remained was to await Chika's return. Shifting the perspective back to Alabasta, Chika had regained her strength through the life restoration technique. Although the news had labeled her as one of the most dangerous criminals, she had discarded the disguise she wore during the chaos at the Holy Land into the sea while in flight. Now her identity had reverted to that of Chika, a mere victim of circumstance or a rear admiral in the Navy. Thank you so much. Without your assistance in bringing me back, I fear I would have encountered serious trouble, Chika said, having enjoyed a hearty meal and letting out a satisfied burp. Growing increasingly fond of the girl who had rescued her and provided her with sustenance. Is there anything you desire? I will certainly help if I can. Chika inquired with a smile. Princess Vivi, without a moment's hesitation, raised her arm excitedly and answered, "Well, I want to learn about life restoration." Chika was momentarily taken aback by this response. Was Vivi seeking to learn this technique to avoid gaining weight? Chika could somewhat understand her reasoning, but mastering such a skill was no simple feat. It was far more challenging than the 6 forms of the Navy. I'm afraid that's not feasible. It's not that I wouldn't teach you, but rather that you wouldn't be able to learn it. It's quite difficult. Perhaps we could choose something else? Then never mind. I don't really want anything, actually. Observing Princess Vivi's innocent demeanor, Chika was reminded of Old Sans actions. By the way, have you ever heard of the Baroque works? Chika promptly asked, only to be met with Vivi's shaking head. Indeed, it seemed too soon. She would have to rely on Ein to help search for traces of Crocodile within the ranks of the warlords of the sea once they returned. As Chika pondered this, a series of knocks echoed from the door of the room. Vivi immediately sprang to her feet and hurried to open it. Princess. The king wishes to meet this young lady. My father? All right, I'll go. Chika did not hesitate. After all, it was natural for a father to want to confirm the identity of the stranger whom his daughter had rescued. Are you feeling all right, big sister? Vivi asked, her concern evident. Rest assured, I'm in excellent health. Chika replied cheerfully, waving her hand as she followed the guard towards the royal hall. Nefertari Cobra. This was Vivi's father, a ruler whose philosophy was that the nation is the people. He was considered a good king. However, he had one significant flaw. He was overly protective of his daughter. If he were merely a typical doting father, it would be bearable, but he was an exceptionally frightening one. At times, He would don disguises alongside Icarus to stealthily observe Vivi. The two had once successfully repelled some ruffians attempting to abduct Vivi, showcasing his dual nature as both a caring father and a rather inappropriate old man. He had even led the Straw Hat Crew's male members to spy on women in the bathhouse, and had once barged into Vivi's dressing room, only to be met with a beating from Titi. Chica mused on this, while far away at the Revolutionary Army's base, Dragon suddenly sneezed loudly, pondering if someone was thinking of him. Upon entering the royal hall, Vivi's father sat regally on the throne, exuding the aura of a sovereign. I mean, no offense, miss, but I am simply concerned for my daughter. Could you please tell me who you are? He inquired earnestly, his gaze fixed on Chica. According to Vivi's account, Chica had fallen from the sky, yet the physician described her injuries as merely extreme fatigue, with no serious harm. How could such a person be an ordinary individual? It was highly probable she was a terrorist, perhaps even a pirate. Chica understood the urgency of clarifying her identity, lest she be associated with the world's most dangerous criminal, who had recently caused mayhem in the Holy Land. Taking a deep breath, her demeanor transformed instantaneously. Placing a hand on her chest, she flashed a professional smile and introduced herself. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chica, full name Monkey D. Chica, a Rear Admiral in the Navy. Rear Admiral? Vivi's father exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. Ah yes, I remember you. The youngest Rear Admiral in history, reported 3 years ago. The vigilance in his eyes vanished in an instant. After all, Alabasta, a nation that dutifully paid its tribute to the world government, was under the protection of the Navy, and thus, they held a favorable view of their protectors. Vivi, upon hearing the title Rear Admiral, appeared equally exhilarated, her eyes sparkling with admiration. A Rear Admiral? How impressive! No wonder you could fall from the sky and remain unscathed. Under normal circumstances, a Rear Admiral would sustain injuries. I merely happen to be an exception. Chica replied with a cough. You've seen the recent news, haven't you? That criminal who wreaked havoc at the Holy Land? I was assigned to apprehend him, but alas, he was far too formidable for me. Chica coughed emphatically mid-sentence, startling Vivi, who quickly interjected, but big sister, didn't you say you were fine? Injuries, internal injuries. That man was exceedingly powerful. Every strike inflicted internal harm upon me. Others may not perceive it, but it doesn't hinder my mobility. Just causes me to cough when I get overly excited, Chica explained, her performance worthy of an Oscar, spinning a tale without a hint of embarrassment. If not for the cough, Chica might have wished to cough up blood to enhance the authenticity of her act. However, both Vivi and her father were thoroughly convinced, to the point where Vivi's father even became emotional, tears streaming down his face. Oh, I am so sorry. I previously suspected you were a dangerous and wicked pirate. You are truly a hero. Not a problem, not a problem. I don't mind. Chica graciously accepted the king's apology, as she was neither a pirate nor truly a criminal. One matter does not negate another. This time, Vivi saved me, and I owe you a debt of gratitude. I will certainly repay it. But I have matters to attend to and must be on my way. Won't you stay a little longer? Vivi pleaded, clinging to Chica's sleeve, reluctant to part ways. Although their time together was brief, childhood friendships are often easily forged, especially after hearing tales of Chica's heroics. Bending slightly, Chica gently ruffled Vivi's hair, realizing that in Vivi's eyes, she was perceived as a great hero, and thus, why not reinforce that impression? Vivi, I am a member of the Navy, tasked with eradicating pirates. I must now pursue that criminal and eliminate the pirates who roam these seas. I am quite busy, but when I have the time, I will surely return to see you, all right? After speaking, Chica extended her pinky, and Vivi understood the gesture, promptly linking her own pinky with Chica's. It's a promise. Big sister, you must come back. You cannot lose to those pirates. Do not be deceived by my appearance. I possess considerable strength, and the average individual is no match for me. With a cheerful smile, Qianxiao affectionately tousled Princess Vivi's hair. Then, standing tall and straightening her posture, she formally bid farewell to the king before turning her back on the kingdom. Although she yearned to confront the sand crocodile immediately, she recognized the superiority of leveraging her organization's Inyo intelligence network over embarking on a solitary quest. Utilizing the moonwalk technique, Qianxia swiftly traversed the sea, effortlessly dispatching pirates encountered along the way, and soon returned to the island that housed the Inyo headquarters. No sooner had she set foot in Inyo than Ain suddenly burst forth from the office, leaping onto Qianxia and knocking her to the ground. Qianxia, you are incredible. You did it. Do you realize the magnitude of what you have accomplished? Ain exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement. Of course I'm aware. But it has truly exhausted me. Thankfully, Akiji did not engage me in a prolonged battle, Otherwise, you might not have seen me again. Upon hearing Qianxia's words, Ain's excitement was abruptly doused, akin to being splashed with cold water, as she grasped the perilous nature of the situation, her heart racing in fear from a distance. Qianxia began to comprehend her own capabilities. She could escape unencumbered from anyone aside from Kizaru. In a hardcore one-on-one confrontation, she felt she was still unfit to challenge an emperor or an admiral. She sensed a deficiency within herself. If she could identify and rectify it, she could ascend to the realm of the emperors and admirals. However, she struggled to articulate what exactly was lacking. Qianxia speculated that this void stemmed from her devil fruit powers, recognizing that her mastery over them was still superficial. Currently, her phoenix powers were nearly on par with Marco's, yet she believed there were additional capabilities yet to be unearthed, much like Luffy's fifth gear Nika. Inside the office, Kuina was present as well. She feigned indifference to Qianxia's return, though had Ain not been quicker to leap at Qianxia, it might have been her. The era of Sundra is over, Qianxia mused. She and Ain settled onto opposing sofas, discussing the successful rescue of a celestial dragon by the revolutionaries, who were currently interrogating him. Qianxia also informed Ain of her intentions to investigate the sand crocodile, to which Ain enthusiastically agreed, noting that the sand crocodile was a mere pirate, one of her targets. Recent inactivity from the sand crocodile meant that the investigation would take some time. Qianxia was untroubled by this. If they could not locate him, they could simply wait for him to emerge, particularly since, according to the original storyline, he would inevitably target Alabasta for its information regarding Pluton. After a brief discussion, Ain suddenly shifted the conversation to the four emperors. Qianxia, shall we discuss the four emperors? Which one should we target first? A startled Qianxia thought, I can't even match a four emperor yet. Ain, let us develop cautiously and avoid rash actions. Chapter 46. The most abundant resource is time. The four emperors. The world's strongest man, Whitebeard. The world's strongest creature, Kaido. The world's strongest female pirate, Big Mom. And the master of conquerors, Haki, red-haired Shanks. These four individuals dominate the latter half of the Grand Line, exerting absolute power over the seas. Defeating them is not impossible, but it is exceedingly difficult. Qianxiao asserted that she needed to attain 4 emperor-level combat prowess before they could even discuss confronting them. However, Ain did not genuinely intend to assault the 4 emperors. She merely wished to contemplate future plans. Among the 4 emperors, Shanks and Whitebeard's positions were uncertain, while Kaido and Big Mom each controlled their territories. Thus, if they were to engage, it would be more rational to target either Kaido or Big Mom first. Ain began a thorough analysis of the strengths of these 2 emperors, demonstrating that reading extensively had its merits. Her analysis flowed seamlessly and accurately. Kaido, the world's strongest creature, excelled in close combat, ranged combat, physical defense, recovery speed, devil fruit mastery, and haki, making him a versatile warrior. Additionally, Wano, his domain, was notoriously difficult to assault, rendering Inyo's chances of success less than 1%. Consequently, Ain dismissed Kaido from consideration. Qianxia nodded seriously, recalling her astonishment at Kaido while reading the manga. Each swing of his club had taught Luffy a new skill, and under such overwhelming tutelage, Luffy had barely managed to defeat him. Kaido's strength indeed justified his title as the world's strongest creature. Next, they turned their attention to Big Mom, the only female among the 4 emperors. Not a member of the giant race, she nevertheless possessed a physique comparable to theirs and demonstrated prodigious talent. Had she been recruited into the navy, she could have risen to the rank of admiral. Had she aligned with the world government, she would have become the mightiest CP0 agent. She boasted the strongest defense among the 4 emperors, earning the nickname Iron Balloon, with no known effective means of breaching her defenses. Ain leaned towards targeting Big Mom, but as she considered the formidable defensive capabilities of Big Mom, she realized that without a method to circumvent her defenses, she might prove even more challenging than Kaido. Hunger pangs, she remarked. Hunger pangs? Yes, when Big Mom is hungry, her mental state deteriorates, and her defenses drop. Oh, and she possesses a photo album. If that album is destroyed, she will also go berserk. Qianxia placed a finger thoughtfully on her lips, sharing the intelligence she had gathered. Ain was taken aback, as these were insights she had never encountered before. Qianxia, how do you know all this? Cough, don't underestimate me. I have my own intelligence network, Qianxia retorted, puffing out her cheeks and placing her hands on her hips. Ain regarded her with skepticism. She was well aware of Qianxia's intelligence capabilities and questioned how she could have established her own network. However, she chose not to delve deeper, recognizing that everyone harbored their secrets, and the more secrets Qianxia possessed, the better. Given this, I have an idea, though it will require time to implement. Ain rubbed her chin thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. Qianxia had also arrived at a similar conclusion. To confront Big Mom, they needed to focus on her desserts. A slight smile crossed her face as she calmly declared, "Let us proceed. After all, time is something we have in abundance. We are still young." Indeed. There's no need to rush. Time is our ally. As I always say, let us develop cautiously and avoid recklessness. And so they continued to develop their plans. And 4 years slipped by. Qianxia transitioned from the age of 14 to 18. Her long black hair cascading down to her waist, her stature commanding, and her beauty rivaling that of the Empress herself. Within the Inyo headquarters, it became a common sight for colleagues to be so captivated by Qianxia's presence that they collided with walls. During these 4 years, Inyo experienced meteoric growth, establishing itself as a formidable bounty hunter organization, claiming a substantial presence on the seas. Indeed, one could say that Inyo had become a paradise for all bounty hunters. Regrettably, these bounty hunters remain oblivious to the fact that within the hallowed ranks of the Paradise organization, not a single member truly considers themselves a bounty hunter. For them, vanquishing pirates is merely a means to hone their skills, a preparation for the day when they can contribute more significantly in the battles against the 4 emperors. At the Inyo headquarters in the office, Chika, standing at a height of 1.7 meters, reclines on the sofa, perusing a newspaper. Opposite her, Ayan, donning a pair of glasses, diligently attends to recent documents. "Chika, would you mind lending a hand with the paperwork? I find myself somewhat overwhelmed." Ayan gazes wistfully at Chika, who is sprawled upon the sofa. Chika sets aside the newspaper, offers Ayan a warm smile, and replies, "Ayan, I have unwavering faith in you. In matters of paperwork, you are invincible." Ayan shakes his head, letting out a soft sigh. Such requests have become a daily occurrence, one to which he has long since grown accustomed. Ayan manages internal affairs, handling the documentation, while Chika oversees the training of the remaining combatants. However, Ayan engages in this task daily, whereas Chika does so only occasionally. Chika insists that her reluctance to assist is not due to laziness. Rather, Ayan's documents are often overly complex, and her involvement would only serve to impede his progress. She continues to scan the newspaper, flipping to the next page after finishing the current one. Suddenly, she stumbles upon an article that captures her attention. A new wave of pirates emerges, with the top bounty awarded to a rookie who has received a staggering 500 million for the first time, codename Fire Fist Ace. Chika springs up from the sofa, her voice rising several octaves. "Ace? Fire Fist? It's truly Ace." The accompanying image in the article confirms it. There he is, striking a flamboyant pose, a fist ablaze with flames. In the end, they failed to prevent Ace from setting sail? Old man Garp truly is unreliable. He can't even keep a child in check. With an expression of exasperation, Chika notes that the phone bug on the table suddenly begins to ring. Recognizing who is likely calling, she answers, and as anticipated, it is Garp. "Chika, we have a serious problem." I know, Ace has set sail, right?" A moment of silence ensues on Garp's end, and Chika's heart sinks. An ominous premonition creeping in. Could it be that Luffy and Sabo have also ventured out to sea? Chapter 47. The Sky Island, an unexpected foe. Chika had initially believed that under her intervention and Garp's superior oversight compared to the original storyline, the 3 brothers would eventually set sail, albeit later than in the original narrative. Yet, this was occurring even sooner than anticipated. "Garp!" Chika exclaims furiously into the phone bug, prompting an awkward expression from Garp on the other end. "I assure you, it was not my intention. Those 3 brats are masters of timing, seizing every opportunity. Apologies. It was unintentional. Chika, if possible, could you help bring Luffy and the others back?" Fine, Chika sighs in resignation before hanging up. She is genuinely concerned for Luffy and his friends, not out of fear for their safety, but because they might end up following the same perilous path as depicted in the original narrative. Luffy is the protagonist, and Sabo at least survived in the original. But Ace poses a significant dilemma. "Ayan, I'll be back shortly," Chika exclaims as she tidies her attire. Ayan waves her off casually, signaling to maintain their anonymity outside. Chika strides briskly out of the Inyo office building, and with a leap, transforms into her phoenix form, soaring into the sky. With Ace now a supernova, he is likely near Sabaody Archipelago, or has already entered the New World. As for Luffy and Sabo, their strength has long surpassed their counterparts in the original timeline, with no adversaries in the 4 seas, possibly having already entered the Grand Line. Nonetheless, for precautionary measures, a visit back to East Blue is warranted. With such thoughts occupying her mind, Chika ascends higher in her phoenix form, swiftly breaching the cloud cover, flying at a speed unimaginable for years prior. The sound of rushing air reverberates around her, and soon she finds herself back in the waters of East Blue. Just as she prepares to descend, her gaze catches sight of, oh no, rather a multitude of bizarre entities, prompting her to halt midair. What does she behold? Dozens of enormous islands, not floating upon the sea, but suspended in the sky. Sky Islands? Clearly this is not the case. While Chica had enjoyed the Sky Island arc, she immediately recognizes that these floating islands are something entirely different. However, they do seem somewhat familiar, having traversed into this world for 8 years. Chica's memories of the original story have grown hazy, retaining only certain pivotal scenes and plot lines. This appears to be the creation of a formidable individual. But for now, there is no time to dwell on this. Luffy and his troublesome companions are of utmost importance. As Chica mutters to herself, intending to disregard the floating islands and descend towards significant plot locations in East Blue, it seems their master does not intend to let her go easily. Suddenly, the previously tranquil floating islands undergo an eerie transformation, swiftly converging towards Chica. Is this directed at me? She muses, her brow furrowing slightly. Yet, she remains unfazed by the approaching colossal islands. Not to mention, the impact of these islands against her airborne form would pose no threat, and their speed is woefully inadequate. Chica effortlessly ascends higher to evade the island's assault, only to find herself encircled by the massive landmasses. Good heavens! To control so many gigantic islands with such finesse, this devil fruit ability truly belongs to you, the legendary pirate known as the Golden Lion, who stands shoulder to shoulder with Roger and Whitebeard. As she takes in the grand spectacle, Chica cannot help but recall the identity behind this chaotic scene. The Golden Lion, one of the legendary pirates. He was once renowned alongside Whitebeard and Roger, wreaking havoc in Marineford after Roger's demise, only to be subdued by Garp and Sengoku. After being imprisoned for years, he escaped at the cost of severing his own legs, yet was ultimately defeated by Luffy in the film series. As her thoughts conclude, an elderly man with golden hair approaches, floating gracefully. Notably, he is missing his legs, replaced by 2 of his famed swords affixed to his lower body. Though we bear no grievances, having discovered my floating island, I regret to inform you that you shall not leave here alive today, the Golden Lion proclaims. Hovering in the air, gazing down at Chica with arrogance. TSK, TSK, TSK. To abandon your prized dual swords and navigate with your aged form. Do you truly believe you still possess the strength of your former days? Chica retorts, unperturbed. She is aware that the Golden Lion has long since lost his prime strength, and over the past 4 years, she has not been idle. A living legend, a miraculous devil fruit ability? Yet Chica remains confident, believing that even without Luffy's protagonist aura, she need not succumb to the Golden Lion. Both Chica and the Golden Lion exude confidence in equal measure. In Qianxia's eyes, the other party appeared as nothing more than an arrogant old man, while in the Golden Lion's perspective, she was merely an inexperienced young girl. However, as the Golden Lion gazed at the confidently poised Qianxia, he felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. Navy, what is your name, girl? The Golden Lion scrutinized Qianxia intently, a shadow that bore no resemblance to her gradually overlapping with her figure. Menki de Qianxia. To his astonishment, he realized she was the granddaughter of that rascal Carp. In an instant, a fierce flame ignited within him. After all, it was Carp and Sengoku who had once pummeled him for an entire day at Marineford, dragging him into prison thereafter. Previously, on the high seas, Carp had frequently disrupted the Golden Lion's plans, making him one of the Golden Lion's most detested adversaries. Initially, there had been no enmity between the Golden Lion and Qianxia, but now a genuine grudge had formed. If I were to cripple you, I wonder how mad Carp would get. Just the thought of it excites me. A glint of malice flickered in the Golden Lion's eyes. Wave slash. The Golden Lion raised his foot with force, unleashing a sharp golden ripple with the edge of his step. Qianxia swiftly drew her renowned sword, Snow Walk, deftly deflecting the incoming sword wave. The misdirected wave crashed against the island under the Golden Lion's control, creating an impression as if it aimed to cleave the very land itself. Is this the extent of your abilities, Golden Lion? Qianxia taunted, a hint of disdain lacing her words, a result of the subtle influence she had absorbed from Ian over the past 4 years. Huh? Ian doesn't he taunt people? She mused. Apologies, but when Ian personally engages pirates, his taunting prowess is absolutely unparalleled. Judging from the Golden Lion's earlier strike, Qianxia surmised that his strength had significantly waned. If that blow represented his full swordsmanship, defeating him now would be exceedingly simple. Observing Qianxia's nonchalant reception of his attack, the Golden Lion's expression shifted slightly. Having spent so long on this Sky Island, he had entirely neglected the news from below. Had Carp's granddaughter truly matured to such a degree? Chapter 48. Qianxia vs. Golden Lion. Had the Golden Lion kept abreast of the news, he might not have been so astonished, for in these past 4 years, Qianxia had simultaneously held positions in both Inyo and the Navy, actively engaging in both realms. Thus, at times she was utterly exhausted, while at other moments, she found herself lounging on the sofa, idly perusing news articles, most of which pertained to Inyo and the Navy, as the pirate's audacity had been considerably curtailed. Her rank within the Navy had naturally progressed from Rear Admiral to Vice Admiral. Originally, Sengoku had intended to promote her to Demon Slayer Vice Admiral, but Qianxia had declined, citing her overwhelming busyness as an excuse. The truth was that she preferred not to be surrounded by a cadre of older men during Navy missions. The older gentlemen were understandably dismayed. At 18, Qianxia had achieved an enviable level of strength, manpower, financial resources, appearance, and status. She was nothing short of perfect. If one were to pinpoint any imperfection, it would be her character, which was far from demure. With determination, Qianxia stepped forward, snowwalk in hand, charging directly at the Golden Lion. For a moment, the Golden Lion found himself momentarily intimidated by her fierce aura, failing to launch an offensive or defensive maneuver. Instead, he resorted to utilizing his fruit powers to maneuver rapidly through the air, evading Qianxia's assault. Yet, amidst his swift movements, a thought flashed in his mind. Why am I fleeing? As a contemporary of Whitebeard and Roger, a sovereign of the seas, am I being intimidated by a mere girl? He pressed a hand against his chest, incredulous that he could act so disgracefully. Abruptly halting, he regarded the approaching Qianxia with a solemn expression. This girl must be up to something. Indeed, the Golden Lion was correct. From the outset of their battle, Qianxia had employed one of her abilities, demonic aura. This aura possessed a curse-like quality, instilling fear and terror, akin to a different form of conqueror's haki. Grinding his teeth, the Golden Lion charged at Qianxia, employing the dual swords affixed to his legs to engage her in close quarters. However, he found himself unable to subdue her. If he persisted, he might find himself in peril. This girl's swordsmanship is formidable. Realizing his techniques could not overpower Qianxia, he immediately unleashed the full might of his most cherished devil fruit power. Lion's Dominion, Land Convergence. Suddenly, the tempestuous weather on a nearby island transformed under his control, manifesting as a colossal lion's head that viciously lunged at Qianxia. The lion's maw opened wide, effortlessly swallowing her whole. Before the Golden Lion could bask in his triumph, the interior of the lion's head erupted with countless sword energies, forcibly shredding it into fragments. Qianxia gracefully descended from the air, landing on the ground. Had this technique been used against her 4 years prior, it might have posed a challenge, but now, it was merely a matter of slicing through a few more sword energies. Boring. The Golden Lion has proven weaker than I anticipated. I have no desire to squander time on him. Just as she prepared to convince the Golden Lion to surrender, contemplating whether to utilize her fruit and swordsmanship to swiftly conclude the encounter, her pupils suddenly shuddered. The surrounding air had inexplicably grown damp, and as she looked up, she was taken aback to see a massive sphere of seawater hovering above her. The Golden Lion forcefully swung his arm downward, sending the seawater sphere hurtling toward her. To a devil fruit user, seawater represented one of the 2 most lethal weapons. Being struck by this attack was absolutely unacceptable. Qianxia's gaze sharpened as she swiftly drew 2 additional blades from her waist. Black Phoenix. In an instant, a black phoenix materialized, cleaving the enormous seawater sphere in 2. As she stood there wielding her dual blades, the Golden Lion was struck by a sudden recollection of a newspaper he had fortuitously glimpsed years ago, which had contained information about a general from Inyo headquarters. The Inyo headquarters general, of unknown origin and gender, suspected to be female, wielded 3 swords but primarily utilized a dual sword style, with her main weapons being cursed blades, her strength rivaling that of Mihawk. Girl, you are actually a general of Inyo. Although the Golden Lion was unfamiliar with Inyo, he understood that it was not a navy organization. Yet Qianxia, as Carp's granddaughter, held the title of general within Inyo headquarters. Sengoku of the Navy headquarters. Carp, you 2 are playing a grand game. The Golden Lion grasped the entire situation, while Qianxia, thrust into a corner and forced to draw her dual cursed blades, let out a resigned sigh. I initially intended to capture you and send you to prison, but it seems you cannot leave here alive today. As she spoke, she sheathed her cursed blades, her words echoing the menacing threats the Golden Lion had issued at the onset. Should she allow the Golden Lion to escape, her identity would be compromised. She did not believe he would keep her secret. Thankfully, Qianxia had long since grown accustomed to taking lives. The number of pirates who had perished at her hands over the years was incalculable. Adding one more to that tally was of little consequence. The Golden Lion regarded the gradually emerging murderous intent of Qianxia with a scornful chuckle. No matter how formidable Qianxia might be, amidst this archipelago, the Golden Lion deemed himself invincible. Hey, given your awareness of my profound dread of the sea, you must recognize that I am a power user. Yet, even without having unleashed my abilities, what is there to boast about? As Qianxia's words fell, her body began to erupt in a conflagration of phoenix flames enveloping her entirely. Over the course of these 4 years, what had Qianxia truly accomplished? Surely, she hadn't merely been treading water for 4 years. Throughout this time, Qianxia had diligently sought to uncover what was missing between herself and the throne of the emperor, namely the crucial cog in the machine. At long last, through an unexpected turn of events, Qianxia succeeded in realizing this cog, albeit in an imperfect form, akin to Luffy's Gear 4th, which possesses a time limit and side effects. Nevertheless, by employing this cog, Qianxia undoubtedly bridged the vast chasm that once separated her from the emperor's throne, momentarily stepping into the ranks of the world's pinnacle powers within the realm of pirates. As the blazing inferno enveloped Qianxia, an ominous premonition surged within the Golden Lion. There was no way he would allow Qianxia to thrive effortlessly. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, causing an island to soar above Qianxia's head, subsequently releasing it from its suspended state. The island trembled violently, plummeting toward Qianxia under the force of gravity. Chapter 49. The Awakening of the Fruit. Phoenix. Perhaps many are not particularly familiar with this creature. The immortal bird is not the same as the phoenix. The phoenix's rebirth is not rooted in myth but rather in a novel, where it actually refers to the immortal bird from Western mythology, the phoenix, which embodies Marco's fruit power. In Chinese mythology, the phoenix comprises 2 beings, the male Feng and the female Huang, united as one to form the phoenix. The phoenix is the king of all birds, standing alongside the dragon as the sovereign of avian creatures, symbolizing auspiciousness in mythological contexts. During these 4 years, Qianxia diligently endeavored to comprehend her abilities, gradually developing the essence of her powers from a deeper perspective. Upon truly understanding the phoenix, one day, she experienced a monumental breakthrough in her application of the fruit. This breakthrough marked the awakening of the fruit, revealing its genuine usage and power. The Golden Lion's manipulation of the island collided with the one upon which Qianxia stood, shaking both islands to their cores, dislodging countless fragments that cascaded into the sea below. Believing he had reduced Qianxia to mere pulp, the Golden Lion threw back his head in jubilant laughter, completely oblivious to the severity of the situation. Haha, all you can do is boast. Too bad there won't be a whole corpse left. I would love to see the expression on that old coot carp's face when he learns of his granddaughter's demise. However, the Golden Lion's laughter was abruptly cut short as an unexpected figure appeared behind him. By the time he reacted, he felt a threat to his life. Golden Lion. This power I am about to wield is my first time using it against another. Congratulations, in a certain sense, you are quite fortunate. Qianxia's voice emanated from behind him. The Golden Lion turned sharply, only to discover that it was not Qianxia standing there, but a striking red-haired woman, exuding an aura of authority, with immense crimson wings and the ethereal silhouette of a phoenix behind her. Her beauty was stunning, yet it was her divine presence that truly captivated attention. This was the form Qianxia had assumed. Phoenix Queen's form. In this state, Qianxia resembled a hybrid of human and beast, yet unlike others. Her transformation was solely an embodiment of the mythical beast's traits without diminishing her human characteristics. She existed in a perpetual state of rapid regeneration, her speed, strength, and reflexes experiencing a remarkable enhancement, though this form could only be maintained for a mere 30 seconds, shorter than Luffy's Gear 4th. While Ultraman could sustain his form for 3 minutes, Qianxia could only manage 30 seconds. Fortunately, that brief span was ample time for her to accomplish much. For Qianxia was swift. In an instant, Qianxia's figure vanished from the Golden Lion's sight, and before he could react, she delivered a powerful kick to his head from behind. Bang! The force of her strike left the Golden Lion questioning his very existence. Almost, for the true challenge of his life lay ahead. Bang! 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 Countless firebirds erupted from all directions, relentlessly assaulting the Golden Lion and propelling him backward. Despite his ability to manipulate all objects except living beings, akin to telekinesis, he was utterly unable to control the barrage of firebirds. Did these firebirds possess life? The Golden Lion could scarcely believe that such a young girl had grown to this extent. Even at his peak, he might have struggled against her, and now, he found himself devoid of any means to retaliate. Damn it! In his fury, the Golden Lion unleashed his powers to their fullest. directing the floating islands around him to charge at Qianxia. Unfortunately, his efforts were too slow. Qianxia could evade them in an instant, and in her current state, there was no need for her to dodge, for she could resolve the Golden Lion's fate before the islands reached her. Phoenix Blazing Sun. With a single finger pointed at the Golden Lion, Qianxia gradually condensed a fireball the size of a fingernail at her fingertip. Upon completion of this fireball in a mere breath, it shot forth, piercing through the Golden Lion's flesh and igniting every cell within him. Not even the privilege of a scream was afforded to him, as the Golden Lion disintegrated into dust amidst a blaze, vanishing from this world. Thus fell a legendary figure of piracy, quietly and without fanfare. With the demise of the Golden Lion, the surrounding floating islands lost their support and rapidly descended from the sky. Qianxia sought a suitable place to land, but with her powers exhausted, she could not maintain her transformation. As she plummeted alongside the islands, she managed to grasp a large tree on one of the islands just before impact. With a resounding crash, Qianxia, along with the islands, landed upon the ocean's surface. Fortunately, she emerged unscathed. Breathless, Qianxia lay atop the shattered remnants of the island, gasping for air. The previous moments had been perilously close. Despite her strength, encountering seawater would have spelled disaster. Thankfully, she had not lost consciousness. The last time she fell from the sky, Vivi had been there to catch her. This time, had an unscrupulous individual taken advantage of her unconscious state to cast her into the sea, it would have been utterly unjust. Struggling to rise, Qianxia lifted a hand to her head, mumbling incoherently. Yet, who among the scoundrels would dare to take such liberties with a beauty of her caliber while she was unconscious? Such depravity was unfathomable. But she was fortunate not to have succumbed to unconsciousness. Panting heavily, Qianxia felt drenched, and with no sustenance in sight. Her life-saving abilities were rendered ineffective. Qianxia, in a state of weakness, turned her gaze toward the surrounding sea, her attention captured by a distant island. It couldn't possibly be the island I fell from, could it? Perhaps I could find something to eat there. But first, let me rest for a while longer. With a soft gulp, Qianxia swallowed hard. The stark contrast between her current frailty and her previous prowess in defeating the Golden Lion was palpable. The side effects were indeed overwhelming. While Luffy could take a moment to recuperate and return to battle, if Qianxia could not resolve her situation within 30 seconds, it would surely be game over for her. As Qianxia panted to catch her breath, a noticeable wave line appeared on the surface of the water beside her, and the head of an octopus gradually emerged. Chapter 50, The Fishman. Qianxia was left speechless by the form of the phoenix. This was the culmination of her 4 years of effort. While one might argue that this transformation was indeed formidable, Qianxia believed its monstrous nature rivaled Luffy's fifth gear. Her entire being was in a state of hyper-regeneration, her speed likely second only to Kazara's light-speed movement, with her power surging dramatically, instantly transforming her into a diamond-like figure, and the capabilities of the Phoenix Flames were boundless. However, it was only 30 seconds. Could she truly contend with Kaido, who was also a mythical Zoan? Even if Qianxia managed to subdue Kaido, should he decide to perform a few sit-ups like Luffy, she would be doomed after 30 seconds. It wasn't a matter of insufficient strength. The time constraint was simply too brief. The revolution had yet to succeed. Comrades must persevere. Gasping for air. Unlike Luffy's fourth gear, Qianxia's dual-colored haki had not been overexerted. It was merely a depletion of stamina. After several deep breaths, she managed to recover a meager 1% of her energy. She cautiously released a hint of observation haki, and to her surprise, it had immediate effects. A humanoid figure with an octopus head? Perhaps it was Octopus Xiaoba? Qianxia was uncertain, as she could only utilize a limited degree of observation haki. But being in the East Blue, it was likely him. At that moment, Qianxia had no desire to engage in combat. She lacked both strength and will. All she wished for was something to eat, and octopus seemed quite delectable. A trickle of saliva escaped the corner of her mouth, but recalling the foolish visage of Octopus Xiaoba, she quickly shook her head to dispel such wicked cravings. She had no intention of diminishing her 250 IQ. Thus, with the scant strength remaining, truly reminiscent of a delicate girl, Qianxia slowly unsheathed the demon blade strapped to her waist. Although she couldn't utilize haki, the demonic energy was not her own power. As she drew the blade, a surge of demonic energy erupted, instantly overwhelming the hesitant Xiaoba, who, despite being a fishman, nearly drowned in fear. Once Xiaoba was dispelled, Qianxia exhaled deeply. She hastily sheathed her demon blade. In her usual state, it posed little threat to her, but her current condition was precarious. After resting for 5 or 6 minutes, Qianxia rose from the ground and observed the nearby island. Connecting it with the earlier sighting of Xiaoba, She immediately deduced that it must be the territory of Fishman Arlong. With a bounty of 20 million berries, to be honest, such a foe would be a trivial matter even for Luffy in his current state. Yet since Xiaoba was still present, it was clear that Luffy had yet to deal with Arlong. Was it that the plot had not progressed to that point, or had her interference altered the narrative? Regardless, as a member of the Navy, now that she had come this far, it was only fitting to deal with Arlong. Qianxia rubbed her stomach and casually picked up a floating object, slowly drifting toward the island. Upon arriving, she wandered for quite some time without encountering a single soul. However, as someone who had seen the anime, Qianxia understood this scenario and was further convinced that Arlong was still causing mischief here. She needed to find something to eat quickly. With one hand clutching her stomach, she scanned her surroundings, and with each step, her strength waned further, her stomach growling like a ravenous wolf. Finally, after trudging a kilometer, she stumbled over a small stone, the pain causing tears to well up in her eyes. In such moments, Qianxiao exhibited a more feminine side. Usually, her demeanor was more masculine than many men's, and had it not been for her striking beauty, she would undoubtedly have been labeled a tomboy. Just as she was about to push herself off the ground, a hand grasped her arm, helping her up. Qianxia turned in confusion to see a blue-haired woman. Though her memory was hazy, she vaguely recognized a connection to Nami. "Are you alright? How could such a beautiful girl like you end up in our village? You must leave quickly before the fishmen discover you. If they do, it would be catastrophic." The blue-haired girl, upon seeing Qianxia's appearance, hesitated momentarily. Their village had never seen a beauty of such caliber. Once she regained her composure, she pointed toward the quickest and safest route off the island while preparing to remove her jacket to offer to the drenched Qianxia. However, Qianxia did not accept the coat. Instead, she grasped the girl's wrist with one hand and gasped, "Give me something to eat." As soon as she finished speaking, her stomach emitted an earth-shattering growl, causing Qianxia's face to flush with embarrassment. The blue-haired girl, witnessing this, couldn't help but laugh. Faced with such an adorably hungry request from a beautiful girl, she readily agreed, and led Qianxia back to her home, where she procured some food. The provisions were nothing extravagant, merely common fruits, predominantly oranges. The blue-haired girl intended to apologize for not providing better hospitality, but Qianxia had already begun devouring them voraciously. Fruits? What of it? Qianxia held no disdain for fruits. Their nutritional and energetic value was significant. As she ate, she activated her life return ability, gradually restoring her strength and vitality. The blue-haired girl observed her, suddenly realizing that watching a beautiful girl eat with such fervor was a unique pleasure. "Once you finish eating, you should leave quickly. You may not know this, but our village is overrun by a group of evil fishman pirates. Even notifying the Navy is futile. It is said that some colluding Navy personnel are among them. It is far too dangerous for a beauty like you to remain here. I will help you leave." "No need. Notifying the Navy isn't useless. We VE just arrived," Qianxia replied after finishing the last orange, licking her lips. "Huh, what are you saying?" The girl looked at Qianxia in confusion, thinking perhaps she had lost her senses. However, as Qianxia continued, the aura of weakness surrounding her gradually dissipated, as if she had transformed into a different person. This level of recovery was sufficient. After all, it was merely Arlong. Since Luffy hadn't progressed through this part of the story, let me clear it up. As Qianxia spoke, she licked the orange juice off her fingers. Compared to her battle with the Golden Lion, facing Fishman Arlong felt akin to playing house. Chapter 51. Arlong is done. Arlong has fallen. Noki Gao, Nami's elder sister. After conversing with the girl possessing azure locks, Qianxia finally realized her identity. After all, it had been 8 years since her transmigration. During these 8 years, Qianxia had increasingly integrated into this world, rendering her memories of her previous life increasingly nebulous, with only the broad strokes of the original narrative remaining vividly etched in her mind. "Noki Gao, you stay here. I shall deal with that Arlong," Qianxia declared, patting her abdomen. Though she had only regained a fraction of her strength, it would suffice. Noki Gao still found it hard to believe that the Qianxia before her was indeed a member of the Navy, willing to stand up for herself and their village. Coco West. "Qianxia, don't be impulsive. Arlong is formidable. He is of the Fishman tribe. You are so slender. How could you possibly contend with him? Perhaps it would be wiser to fetch your Navy comrades for assistance?" Noki Gao proposed, believing it to be a sound idea. However, if she were to summon her colleagues merely to confront Arlong, she wondered if they might not laugh at her. Qianxia would undoubtedly find it amusing. "Rest assured, I can handle this," Qianxia replied, her smile playful as she waved a hand dismissively at Noki Gao. signaling her not to worry too much before striding toward Arlong's location alone. Qianxia pondered Nokigao's concern, realizing it must stem from her lack of an imposing aura that would easily convey strength. She gazed down at her limbs, which, despite their muscularity, appeared quite slender, oblivious to the fact that countless girls would envy her physique, even dreaming of it and smiling foolishly in their slumber. Before long, Qianxiao arrived at Arlong's lair, where an imposing gate barred her entry. Unceremoniously, she lifted one leg and, akin to a gang leader, kicked the iron gate aside with a forceful thrust. Arlong and your fishmen, you are surrounded. Surrender now, and I can guarantee your safety, Qianxiao announced as she stepped inside, her hands tucked in her pockets, speaking nonchalantly. However, her well-intentioned warning proved to be of little consequence. Ha! Human, do you comprehend your own words? Surrounded? It is you who is ensnared. Arlong scoffed, regarding Qianxiao with incredulity as she dared to invade his den alone. Yet, by human standards of beauty, this fool could indeed be considered charming. Destroying her might seem rather regrettable. Arlong found himself contemplating how best to exploit Qianxia, momentarily distracted by his own thoughts. Unfortunately for him, he had failed to assess her true strength. Observing the group of adversaries around her who underestimated her, Qianxia decided not to linger. If they did not advance, she would take the initiative. Raging foot. With a swift kick, she unleashed a crescent-shaped blast of energy that soared past Arlong's ear and struck the palace behind him. Boom. The palace was not cleaved in two, but it came perilously close. Debris rained down, striking several fishmen. What? Arlong's eyes widened in disbelief. When he turned to face Qianxiao again, he found his companions all sprawled on the ground, incapacitated. To handle them, merely a fraction of her regained strength sufficed. Qianxia, assuming the role of a faux villain in a novice village, transformed into a one-punch hero, dispatching foes with effortless blows. Temper? What temper? It was enough that they would not experience the stench of her feet. Do you now comprehend the disparity between us? When I said you were surrounded, I was entirely serious. What purpose would there be in deceiving you? Qianxia grinned at Arlong. Gritting his teeth, Arlong beheld his allies, all felled by Qianxia, their fates uncertain. In that moment, fury eclipsed fear. He bared his proud fishman teeth and lunged at her. Qianxia raised her arm, and Arlong's teeth clamped down hard on her flesh. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes as he exerted force, attempting to rend her arm asunder. However, in that instant he froze. Unable to bite down? The sensation where his teeth met her skin felt nothing like human flesh. It was so hard that it ached his jaw. What's the matter? Continue to exert yourself, Qianxia remarked, her gaze steady upon the stunned Arlong, fanning the flames of his frustration. Unyielding, he gathered all his strength and bit down harder, simultaneously pulling in one direction. The result was a series of sharp cracking sounds. Was Qianxia's arm being torn apart? No, it was Arlong's teeth that shattered. Staring blankly, he could hardly believe that his prideful teeth could not even penetrate a human's arm. Armament hockey? Surely he had heard of such a thing before. Qianxia waved her arm, which had just been bitten by the fishman, but as she did so, she suddenly froze. How filthy! Although her arm bore no marks, her aversion to saliva made her skin crawl, and she rushed to a nearby basin to wash her arm before Arlong's eyes. Arlong stood dumbfounded, muttering about armament hockey. As a pirate from the Sun Pirates, he had indeed heard of the concept. Yet in the weakest sea, the East Blue, how could there be a hockey user? Drawing upon his racial abilities, Arlong's shattered teeth rapidly regenerated, his eyes filled with envy. Yet as a racial supremacist, he still could not fathom losing to a human in a one-on-one confrontation. Approaching his throne, he seized his most formidable weapon, the shark-tooth blade, a serrated long knife, far superior in durability and sharpness to his teeth. I can do this. Arlong gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on the shark-tooth blade as he charged at Qianxia with ferocity. His speed, however, was painfully slow. Just as Arlong reached her back, poised to swing the shark-tooth blade, Qianxia effortlessly evaded the strike and spun around to deliver a swift blow to his forehead. Smack! Arlong felt a jarring impact to his head, and in an instant his vision blurred, foam bubbling from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Done, that's a wrap. Chapter 52. The Feast and Nami's Bewilderment. The resolution of Arlong was nothing short of a delightful surprise for Cocoa West Village. No, it was more akin to astonishment. Initially, the villagers believed that another tyrant had taken down Arlong, fearing that their new ruler might be even worse than before. This distrust was exacerbated by a certain Navy officer who had been bribed by Arlong, fueling their skepticism toward the Navy. Fortunately, thanks to Nokigao's explanation, the villagers came to believe that the Navy had indeed come to their rescue. leading to an outpouring of gratitude akin to the sea and 3 days and nights of feasting. Within this banquet, Qianxia truly grasped the overwhelming nature of what a feast represented. Miss Qianxia, I am immensely grateful to you. Under the relentless persecution of Arlong, we were on the brink of collapse. We were prepared to wield our pots and pans in a desperate struggle against him. This rascal possesses no remarkable skills, yet he does have a unique talent. Allow him to perform a belly dance for Miss Chica. A drunken man, clutching a bottle of liquor in one hand while tugging at his shirt to reveal his round, protruding belly with the other, began to dance. Meanwhile, Chica, despite observing this belly dancer before her, had her mind adrift in an entirely different realm. She too had partaken in alcohol, well, to be precise, half a cup. Burp. This drink, it lacks flavor. This marked Chica's inaugural experience with alcohol, a true first in both her past and present lives. In her previous life, she never had the opportunity to indulge in spirits. Soft drinks were her only companions. In this life, there was never a chance to drink, as none of her fellow Navy comrades partook, resulting in the absence of any alcoholic beverages in Inyo's entire food supplies. Initially, Chica had no intention of drinking, but the villagers' warm hospitality was irresistible. Moreover, her curiosity about the taste of alcohol compelled her to sample half a cup, only to find herself ensnared by its effects. Chica felt as though everyone she knew was sprouting wings and flitting about before her, a whimsical sensation akin to that of little sprites. Yet she perceived this as a form of mental pollution, especially when prominent figures like Carp, Zephyr, and Dragon emerged. Unable to endure until the conclusion of the first night's feast, Chica succumbed to nausea. The celebration spanned 3 days. On the first day, Chica vomited, unable to last until the end. On the second day, defying the odds, she graduated from half a cup to a full cup, only to lose consciousness on the spot. By the third day, Chica hesitated, opting for fruit wine instead. After a tentative sip, she found it rather pleasant. 3 cups later, she was left spinning beneath a multitude of twinkling stars. On the fourth day, morning arrived. Oh dear, what a miscalculation. I had not anticipated my low alcohol tolerance. Did I say anything shameful during my intoxicated stupor? Chica murmured softly, one hand pressed against her forehead. In truth, she had indeed mumbled in her sleep. However, the chaos of the banquet rendered her words largely inaudible, with only Noki catching a few fragments, either concerning her 3 troublesome brothers or her grievances regarding Zephyr's beatings. After lingering for 3 days, Chica finally prepared to depart, as her purpose was to retrieve those 3 rascals. Yet, 3 days had elapsed without any sign of Luffy. She presumed he had circumvented this storyline entirely. After bidding farewell to the villagers of Kokoshiya, she departed, and as she left, all the villagers emerged to see her off, even crafting a small boat for her. Chica, when we first met, you were drenched. I presume your boat must have encountered some mishap? Please take this small vessel. It should suffice to reach the nearest Navy outpost. Thank you, Chica replied, initially inclined to refuse but ultimately succumbing to their heartfelt generosity. She climbed aboard the little wooden boat, suddenly enveloped by a wave of nostalgia, as if returning to a bygone era. Farewell, everyone. She called out to the villagers of Kokoshiya, and then she set forth on her journey to locate the 3 brothers of Luffy. With no trace of Arlong in sight, her sights were now fixed on the next pivotal location in the original narrative, Alabasta, Vivi's homeland. Unexpectedly, according to Inyo's investigations, Crocodile had yet to initiate any actions, remaining elusive thus far. Oh well, let's go ahead and see what unfolds. Planning ahead does not align with my nature. Just hours after Chica's departure, a small wooden boat appeared in the waters near Kokoshiya, where Nami, clutching money and rowing vigorously toward her village, was aboard. I'm sorry, Luffy, everyone, but Arlong is not a foe you can easily defeat. With this money, Nami bit her lip, hastening her pace toward Kokoshiya. With her short orange hair and an Arlong pirate's tattoo etched on one arm, Nami had joined Arlong's crew to protect her village, charting maps for him under the condition that if she saved up 100 million berries, Arlong would free Kokoshiya and herself. Of course, this was merely a ruse, as Arlong would never relinquish someone as talented as Nami. Now, with Luffy's trio setting sail ahead of schedule, it seemed as if the timeline had been condensed. For Luffy still encountered Nami, Sanji, and Zoro, although he did not cross paths with Krieg, who had been defeated by Chica 8 years prior, and remained imprisoned in Impel Down. After successfully reaching shore, Nami, adhering to her previous habits, navigated a safe route that would not lead her to other villagers, and quickly made her way to Arlong's paradise. What in the world happened here? Nami gasped as the bag of money she held fell to the ground, her eyes trembling as she beheld the scene before her. Arlong's paradise had been reduced to ruins. There was no sign of Arlong, or even a mermaid in sight. Heavens! What transpired during my absence? Chapter 53. The woman named Chika. Bewildered, Nami returned to her home village of Kokushiya, only to find the villagers no longer cowering in their homes, but strolling freely outside. The atmosphere on the streets had transformed. Soon, many villagers recognized Nami, but instead of complaints, they greeted her with joy and warmth. Although many villagers held grievances against Nami during Arlong's reign, these feelings were mere facades. With Arlong gone, those issues seemed even less significant, especially with Nami's sister Noki and Chika mediating relations. Overwhelmed by this drastic change, Nami was startled when a hand suddenly patted her shoulder from behind. Turning around, she found her sister, Noki. "You must have many questions. Let us discuss this at home." Noki led Nami back to their house, recounting the events that transpired during her absence. "Sister, are you saying that this girl named Chika single-handedly dealt with Arlong?" No. No, she not only faced Arlong but his entire crew. Noki corrected Nami with a hint of pride, arms crossed. Nami could hardly believe it. After all, Arlong was the tyrant of the East Blue, with a bounty of 20 million berries, a monster capable of snapping pillars with a single bite. How could such a creature have been effortlessly defeated by a girl named Chika? Chika? Why does that name sound so familiar? Suddenly, Nami fell into contemplation, feeling as if she had heard it somewhere before. Suddenly, Luffy's image flashed in her mind. "Luffy, I didn't realize you were so formidable." "Me? Ha. I am indeed quite impressive, but my sister is even more so. I've never won against her in my life." Luffy chuckled as he spoke, piquing the interest of Zoro, who wondered aloud if such an impressive man indeed had a woman even more formidable than himself. "What's your sister's name? Is she also a pirate?" Zoro inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. "A pirate? If only. My sister is in the Navy, and she seems to hold quite a high rank. She forced me to join the Navy when I was little, but I suppose being a pirate suits me much better." Luffy replied casually. Sanji, who had just joined the crew, was struck by the revelation of Luffy having a sister, and immediately envisioned a woman resembling Luffy. "Hey Luffy, you still haven't told us your sister's name." "Hee, it's Monkey D. Kyoka. You'll definitely have a chance to meet her someday, but when that time comes, everyone better remember to run. My sister can be exceedingly ruthless." At that moment, Zoro's body shuddered, while the others silently etched the name into their memories. Nami recalled a conversation from when Sanji had just joined, firmly believing she was not mistaken. Luffy's sister was indeed Kyoka. The same individual? The name matched, the gender matched, the identity matched. Goodness, what an extraordinary coincidence this world presented. Nami had not intended to involve Luffy in her affairs, but it seemed his sister had preemptively resolved her issues. A few days later, Luffy and his crew arrived at the island. Luffy leaped from the ship, eager to find Nami, but suddenly froze, sniffing the air intently. "Oh no, it's my sister's scent." Luffy's expression shifted dramatically, a primal fear coursing through him, causing his legs to tremble. Unbeknownst to him, Kyoka had long since departed this place and was now near the waters of Alabasta. Aboard a small wooden boat from Kokushiya village, reclined almost lazily, using her two cursed swords as paddles, gliding effortlessly across the sea's surface. Those who witnessed this scene were left dumbfounded, not merely by the act itself, but by the jarring contrast of such a display being executed by a stunning beauty. "I am the cursed blade Shirari. I, too, am the cursed blade, Sandai Katetsu. Protest? Keep protesting, and I'll toss you into the sea to feed the sea kings." Under Kyoka's meticulous guidance, the two cursed swords dared not rebel, obediently following her commands, much like a loyal dog, albeit one of the mischievous husky breed, occasionally causing Kyoka a minor headache, though she always managed to educate the disobedient blades effectively. Upon reaching Alabasta, Kyoka anchored her small vessel in a secluded spot, then proceeded on foot into the country. Alabasta, a realm reminiscent of Egypt, was predominantly desert terrain, and its vast geographical expanse was the largest Kyoka had encountered among all nations. As Kyoka traversed the streets, the unique attire of the locals rendered her conspicuously noticeable, which was not her intention. Scanning her surroundings, she quickly spotted a clothing store and hurried inside. When Kyoka emerged from the store, she donned an outfit rich in exotic flair. Judging by the aesthetic appeal of the design, she was quite satisfied, though it was a tad revealing. No sooner had she stepped out than she felt an even greater influx of gazes upon her, more ardent than before. Changing her attire had seemingly backfired. Kyoka was accustomed to wearing more modest clothing, favoring long skirts, a point that Aine had previously teased her about, claiming she wasted her stunning figure. Biting her lip, Kyoka contemplated returning to the store to swap back to her previous outfit, But at that moment, a veiled girl appeared beside her and suddenly grasped her wrist. Sister, sister? Kyoka turned, puzzled, towards the veiled girl. Despite the obscuring fabric, only a handful of individuals called her sister, and they were all female. Vivi. As Kyoka began to speak, Vivi hastily covered her mouth with one hand while extending a finger with the other, urging silence. Shoo. Sister, let us talk somewhere else. With that, Vivi gleefully tugged Kyoka's hand, leading her away from the bustling street. Did anyone remember that Kyoka had come to find Luffy? Perhaps they did. But at that moment, Kyoka had entirely forgotten. Chapter 54. The Pitiful Sand Crocodile. Sister, you finally came to see me, Vivi exclaimed, leading Kyoka to a deserted area before swiftly removing her veil to reveal an exquisite visage. Unlike in the original narrative, where Vivi appeared more mature, the Vivi before Kyoka radiated innocence and exuberance. Was this the Vivi untainted by the trials of the sand crocodile? Kyoka gently lifted her hand to caress Vivi's head, and Vivi relished the affectionate gesture. Since Kyoka's last departure, Vivi had kept a close watch on her sister's news, filling a shelf in her room with clippings about Kyoka, which was now nearly overflowing. Sister, are you busy now? Come play with me. I'll let you in on a secret. I snuck out this time. Though I don't have much time to play, having you here makes a minute feel like an hour, Vivi said with a beaming smile. Throughout the past 4 years, Vivi had come to regard Kyoka as a spiritual role model, even imagining herself as Kyoka while practicing her punches in solitude, dreaming of fighting pirates. Unfortunately, after so much time, not only had she failed to develop her skills, but she hadn't even built much muscle. Kyoka had no qualms about accompanying Vivi on her shopping spree, but the thought of the sand crocodile potentially lurking somewhere in this country unsettled her. By the way, Vivi, have you heard of the Baroque works? Kyoka reiterated a question she had asked 4 years prior when they first met, but once again, Vivi shook her head in response. Huh. That is quite strange. Kyoka furrowed her brow, raising a hand to her forehead. Was her presence interfering with the original narrative? That couldn't be right. She hadn't meddled with the Alabasta arc at all. A hint of distress crossed Kyoka's features, prompting Vivi to touch her lips thoughtfully before murmuring, Sister, although I haven't heard of Baroque works, I was wondering if you might be thinking about the warlord of the sea, Crocodile? What? Crocodile? What about him? Kyoka was taken aback. While she had not heard of Baroque works, she was aware of Crocodile, but what incident were they discussing? It wasn't that Kyoka was ignorant. She often read newspapers. However, upon listening to Vivi, she realized that the events in question coincided with a particularly busy period for both her and Aine. The sand crocodile. Crocodile had not remained hidden forever. He had recently made a move, but unfortunately, he crossed paths with Ace at sea. Ace invited Crocodile to join his crew, to which Crocodile retorted, "Are you an idiot?" The two dim-witted individuals then engaged in a fierce quarrel, leading to a brawl. Fortunately, at this moment, Crocodile's strength had not been drastically enhanced as it was in the later parts of the original narrative. Thus he remained at the same level as when he previously battled Luffy. For Ace, Crocodile hardly qualified as a formidable adversary, given that he had acquired the powers of the Mera Mera no Mi and possessed the complete mastery of Haki, effectively overpowering Crocodile across all fronts. After an intense struggle lasting 2 to 3 hours, the residents witnessed a series of sandstorm tornadoes being engulfed by a colossal sun, marking Ace's victory. Crocodile lay on the ground, severely burned, unconscious for several minutes before vanishing from sight. This battle significantly boosted Ace's bounty, catapulting him to the position of the highest bounty among the current generation of supernovas, with rumors swirling that the world government had extended an invitation for him to join the ranks of the new warlords of the sea. Listening to Vivi's account, Chika was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that Crocodile had not been inactive, but was rather intercepted by Ace almost immediately upon making a move. Poor Crocodile. Had he encountered Chika, she would undoubtedly have knocked him out and captured him for Impel down. However, with Crocodile already dealt with, there was no need for further concern. A great weight lifted from Chika's heart, bringing her a sense of relief. Vivi, I have nothing planned for today. How would you like to spend the day together? I'm all yours. Wonderful. I love you, sis. Vivi exclaimed joyously as she embraced Chika. Chika smiled gently, though she felt an odd sense of having forgotten something. She swiftly dismissed it from her mind. Luffy? Sorry, I'm not familiar with him. Thus, Chika and Vivi enjoyed a day that could only be described as perfect. In reality, Vivi was being followed by guards after her escape, but upon seeing Chika accompany her, they hesitated to proceed, knowing well that Chika's strength far surpassed theirs. Sis, let us go shopping. I'll pay. Cease. Why not stay in my room tonight? I have so much I want to share with you. Cease. Do you have a boyfriend? Vivi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Chika found herself somewhat overwhelmed, especially by the inquiry about a boyfriend. She explained that she was single and had no immediate plans for romance, but Vivi looked at her in disbelief. That seems impossible. How can such a beautiful sister like you not have a boyfriend? Chika struggled under Vivi's intense gaze, turning her head slightly to the side, and in that moment, a blurred figure caught her eye in the distance. Sorry Vivi, wait for me. Chika patted Vivi's shoulder, and then swiftly disappeared from her sight. Vivi stood there, puffing her cheeks in displeasure, stamping her foot as she waited for Chika's return. Meanwhile, Chika had already closed the distance to the figure she had seen. Nico Robin. Chika stood before a striking woman, whose expression shifted to one of surprise. She had merely wished to glimpse the renowned figure frequently featured in the news. Yet she had been so easily cornered. Apologies, but I'm not ready to be captured. Nico Robin crossed her arms, preparing to use her abilities. But Chika raised a hand, signaling her to pause. However, Robin did not trust her and immediately activated her powers, summoning several arms from Chika's body in an attempt to bind her. Yet, to her astonishment, she found she could not twist them at all. In that fleeting moment, Chika had already closed in with her sword, Snowwalk, poised less than a centimeter from Robin's neck. Let us take a breath. I'm not here to capture you, Chika said calmly. Chapter 55, Recruiting Robin. Chika had no intention of harming Robin. She aimed to expose the malevolence behind the world government, and to decipher the century-long void in history. The only one capable of this in the world was Nico Robin, the child of the devil. Therefore, prior to their meeting, Chika had discussed with Ein the necessity of recruiting Robin into Inyo, ensuring not only her safety, but also leveraging Inyo's intelligence network to aid in her research. Naturally, Inyo's information network could not compare to Chika's own as a time traveler. She was well aware of the locations of the ancient weapons, such as Pluton, which currently lay beneath Wano. However, her inability to comprehend ancient scripts was a significant drawback, making Robin, who could decipher them, all the more vital. Nico Robin, will you join my ranks? Robin paused for a moment, reluctantly pointing at the blade of Snowwalk resting perilously close to her neck. Setting aside whether I will join, the fact that your sword is at my throat makes it difficult for me to respond rationally. Apologies. Chika chuckled as she removed her sword, but to her surprise, Robin raised her hand to activate her powers again, this time not to attack but to escape. However, a second later, Chika's Snowwalk was again pressed against Robin's neck. It was a jest. Allowing Robin to flee would nullify the efforts of her 8 years of training. Sweat beaded on Robin's forehead. If her first close encounter had been due to carelessness, then the second attempt to escape was met with a desperation that rendered her efforts futile. This overwhelming strength was something Crocodile could never hope to match. In truth, Robin remained aligned with Crocodile as in the original story. However, after being defeated by Ace, who had appeared out of nowhere, she was now at liberty once more. She had not abandoned Alabasta, because she had not given up on uncovering the hidden information regarding Pluton. Her encounter with Chika was entirely accidental, merely a chance to observe the formidable figure within the Navy, only to find herself ensnared moments later. Gazing at the sword at her throat, Robin sighed in resignation, realizing that she might indeed be in grave trouble. Are you trying to recruit me into the Navy? I'm sorry, but even if I agreed, the Navy would likely not accept my presence, Robin replied softly. Yet Chika's response took her by surprise. I'm not asking you to join the Navy. Have you heard of Inyo? I want you to join Inyo. We will provide you with intelligence, and you will translate the ancient texts for us, all while ensuring your safety. How does that sound? For a little wildcat like you, it seems like a deal with little risk, Chika said with a smile, then lowered Snowwalk, confident that Robin would not attempt to flee again. Even if she did, she could not escape Chika's grasp. Nah, that bounty organization? Robin's expression shifted to one of astonishment. She had certainly heard of this organization, known for its sudden emergence and for hunting pirates to exchange for bounties, boasting members of formidable strength, with even pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions as their targets. Robin had previously investigated Inyo, but ultimately returned empty-handed. The information regarding Inyo seemed to be locked away, as she was plagued by a nagging sense of insufficient permissions throughout her inquiry. Thus, Robin speculated that Inyo was certainly more complex than it appeared on the surface, yet she never anticipated that it would be connected to the Navy. Could you possibly be that significant figure? She'll just keep it to yourself. So what do you say? Would you like to collaborate with me? I can offer you the most generous benefits, Chika said, extending a finger with a smile. As Robin gazed at Chika, she felt a peculiar sensation within her. for she found Chika inscrutable. From any angle, Chika did not resemble a shrewd, cunning individual, but rather seemed more like a small rogue filled with contradictions. Indeed, the current Chika bore no semblance to a vice admiral of the navy, nor did she exude the commanding presence of a general from Inyo. If one disregarded appearances, her demeanor was more akin to that of a petty delinquent found on the streets. Are you being polite? In the next moment, Robin suddenly slapped her own face, instantly dismissing her prior thoughts, even finding them laughable. After all, her counterpart was a high-ranking general of Inyo, possessing strength rivaling that of Mihawk, and held dual identities within the Navy and Inyo. Such a person was certainly not ordinary. This cheerful facade must have been a facade, and this individual was undoubtedly dangerous. However, it seemed she had little choice. The assistance and clues offered were immensely tempting, and she recognized that relying solely on herself would not reveal the truth of the past century anytime soon. Dangerous or not, she would take the plunge. All right. I agree to join Inyo. A wise choice. This communication snail is for you. It imposes no restrictions on your freedom, but do remember to answer when I call. Chika handed Robin the communication snail. Only a select few could connect through this personal communication device, so Chika was not concerned about any potential issues in giving it to her. Robin nodded, taking the communication snail, and immediately pointed toward the distance. Can I leave now? Of course, feel free. Upon hearing Chika's words, Robin did not dare to linger, promptly distancing herself from Chika. Chika chuckled and shook her head. It seemed that earning Robin's trust would require a bit more time. Once Robin's matter was resolved, Chika felt a refreshing surge of clarity, stretching her arms and exhaling deeply. Suddenly she froze. Wait, did I forget something? Luffy, indeed that's right. Wendy, it's me. Wendy. Oh no, it seems I have spent too much time. Chika hurriedly turned back, only to find Wendy standing in place, gazing forlornly in the direction where Chika had departed. Her once fair skin had darkened under the harsh sun, and the water she had brought with her was entirely consumed. Sister, why haven't you returned? You aren't off chasing after men, are you? Chapter 56. Wendy aspires to join the Navy. Having fled from Chika, Robin found it difficult to calm her racing thoughts. She stared at the communication snail Chika had entrusted to her, contemplating the transaction that had just transpired. It was not that Robin was overly suspicious. Her nature had allowed her to survive thus far. She had believed she would never trust anyone again, yet now. Manchi di Chika. That's right. During the battle between Ace and Crocodile, it seemed he mentioned a sister named Chika and a brother named Luffy. Robin quickly retrieved information about Luffy from her memory. Although his combat prowess was not as striking as Ace's, it certainly surpassed that of an average pirate. Whether Chika was trustworthy would require further investigation, and Robin decided to seek information through her brother, Luffy. With a plan in mind, she swiftly vanished into the streets. Meanwhile, as Chika reunited with Wendy, she noticed Wendy's cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk. Despite her best efforts, Chika could only manage to comfort Wendy with great difficulty. However, due to the time Chika had spent with Robin, their playtime was abruptly cut short by the onset of night. Goodness, the day turns dark too quickly. Sister, why don't you come back to the palace with me? Wendy tugged at Chika's sleeve, trying to coax her. But this time Chika stood firm. I'm sorry, Wendy. But I still have tasks to attend to, so I can't stay and play with you. Chika gently ruffled Wendy's hair. No matter how frivolous she might seem, the time had come for her to remember precisely why she had departed from Inyo headquarters. Luffy and his crew were still at large, and while spending time with Wendy could serve as a form of stress relief from her work, it was impossible for her to remain with Wendy indefinitely. Wendy was not unreasonable, but given that Chika had come only once, she didn't know when she would return again. Pouting, Wendy tugged at her own clothes with reluctance. Finally, overwhelmed by her emotions and her clever mind working overtime, she suddenly lifted her head and earnestly declared, Sister, I want to become a Navy officer too. Upon hearing this, not only Chika but also the guards stationed nearby could hardly believe their ears and rushed forth, exclaiming, Princess Wendy, this is absolutely out of the question. A princess joining the Navy was utterly ludicrous, and Chika naturally opposed the idea. Why not? At my age, I should be eligible to enlist. Wendy insisted, puffing out her cheeks in determination. Chika helplessly raised a hand to her forehead. While it was indeed possible to enlist, Wendy's delicate frame would not fare well. Resorting to her last tactic, Chika beckoned to Wendy, who blinked in confusion before leaning in closer. Well, you see, new recruits in the Navy don't have their own dormitories. You would have to sleep with a bunch of burly men, endure 12 hours of intense training every day, and there would be no cakes or sweets. Only hardtack to stave off hunger. Most importantly, you wouldn't be able to bathe every day. Chica's words were like a demonic incantation. Upon hearing them, Wendy shivered. Not to mention the thought of not being able to bathe daily, and sharing a dorm with a group of men was more than enough to terrify a young girl of her age. Sister. Alright. So you should really forget about the Navy. It's not as easy as you think. However, if the seas were rid of pirates, I would finally have the time to relax, and I could accompany you for as long as you wished. Chica bent down, smiling as she extended her pinky finger toward Wendy. Promise. Wendy, sniffling and with tears glistening in her eyes, also extended her pinky, witnessing Chica's gesture. The guards surrounding Wendy felt as though they were witnessing an angel. Angel? Not quite. Just don't call me a rogue and we'll be fine. After making their promise, Chica turned to leave Alabasta, but her destination remained a mystery for now. Meanwhile, on Luffy's pirate ship, the crew was sailing smoothly, and the misunderstandings between Nami and Luffy were resolved once they disembarked in Kokushiya village and exchanged their stories. Upon learning that his sister had dealt with the tyrannical Arlong, Luffy felt an immense swell of pride and boasted about Chica repeatedly in front of his companions. Unacquainted with Chica's companions, each time they overheard Luffy's boastful tales, their curiosity about Luffy's sister intensified. They yearned to behold her in person, yet simultaneously harbored trepidation, for Luffy's sister was a member of the Navy. However, among Luffy's crew, one individual possessed an entirely different sentiment, Zoro. Whenever he heard about Luffy's sister, Chica, an involuntary shiver coursed through him as he recalled the demon who, despite her lack of swordsmanship, consistently triumphed over him in their duels with effortless ease. Zoro. What's wrong? Nothing at all. Zoro remained silent, even closing his eyes, retreating into a meditative state. The others were puzzled by Zoro's recent peculiar behavior. Yet since he chose not to elaborate, they refrained from asking further. Continuing their journey towards the latter half of the Grand Line, and the fabled treasure of the pirate realm, One Piece. Before embarking on that adventure, however, they arrived in Alabasta, a formidable nation in the first half of the Grand Line, which warranted a visit for both emotional and logical reasons. Yet, as Luffy and his companions had never encountered Vivi, nor did they come across Crocodile, no incidents transpired. They merely resupplied with food before returning to their ship, preparing to set sail. At the moment they were about to depart, they suddenly discovered an unexpected addition aboard their vessel. Ah, you found me. Robin leaped down from the ship's upper deck, prompting Zoro to immediately draw his weapon, ready to engage in combat, while Sanji, upon laying eyes on the stunning Robin, lost his will to fight. Simultaneously, Luffy's resolve began to wane as well. Luffy caught a whiff of a familiar scent emanating from Robin, and his expression shifted dramatically. He would never mistake the fragrance of his sister. Why do you smell like my sister? Luffy exclaimed, pointing a finger at Robin in astonishment. With a soft smile, Robin gradually removed her hat and placed it over her heart, inquiring playfully, "Would you mind if I hitch a ride on your ship, Chica's brother?" "Of course not. I am an archaeologist, you know." "Ah, well, I might consider it." Luffy's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, leaving Zoro nearly stumbling in disbelief, reflecting on how easily Luffy's resolve appeared to waver. "Hey, Luffy!" Zoro shouted, witnessing Luffy cross his arms and lower his head, deep in thought about whether to accept Robin's proposal. While Luffy was indecisive, Robin had already set her sights on the other crew members. With a charming smile directed at Sanji, he immediately surrendered, his eyes filled with pink hearts, collapsing stiffly to the ground. "Sanji!" Nami exclaimed, observing the fallen cook, swallowing hard before turning to Robin with a serious expression. "Don't think I'll be as easily swayed as Sanji." Before Nami could finish her sentence, Robin produced a large bag of berries from seemingly nowhere, and dropped it at her feet with a thud. Several tens of millions of berries? No, based on Nami's expertise, it must be close to 100 million. Nami-san, can I hitch a ride on your ship?" "Yes. Absolutely." Nami, entranced by the bounty, instantly capitulated. Usopp, beads of sweat forming on his brow, realized how swiftly Sanji and Nami had turned against him. This woman was indeed formidable. Yet, he vowed not to succumb to such obvious weaknesses. With a determined step forward, Usopp declared, "Ah, brave warrior of the seas, what do you intend to do with me?" Robin's presence caused Usopp to tremble, his stern expression softening as he scratched the back of his head, sheepishly muttering, well, yes. I am indeed a brave warrior of the sea. You have quite an eye." Alas, Usopp too fell under her spell. Zoro turned to survey his companions, each succumbing one by one, while Luffy remained lost in thought, entirely oblivious. A sense of darkness loomed over Zoro, accompanied by an overwhelming feeling of helplessness. Before long, the decision to temporarily welcome Robin aboard was solidified, and under her charismatic influence, she quickly acclimated to the crew, save for Zoro. "Hey Luffy, are you sure it's alright to let her stay?" Zoro quietly inquired. "Of course. Robin knows my sister. If she's a friend of my sister, then there's no problem." Luffy expressed unwavering trust in his sister. Yet, this only deepened Zoro's concerns, for Luffy's sister Chika was a member of the Navy and likely connected to the enigmatic Inyo. Could a friend of such a person truly pose no threat to pirates? As the sole individual aboard privy to Chika's dual identity, Zoro felt an immense weight of anxiety. Meanwhile, Chika had returned to the Inyo headquarters, intending to inform Ein about her phone snail being given to Robin. However, she was unexpectedly assigned a new mission and soon left the Inyo headquarters, heading towards Impel Down. Hadn't it been mentioned that Ace's battle with Crocodile was reported in the news? During that time, Chika and Ein, along with other Inyo soldiers, were exceedingly busy dealing with a particular pirate. What manner of pirate warranted such a grand effort, consuming their time and resources? This pirate was known as Edward Weevil, who claimed to be the son of Whitebeard, and bore the title of Whitebeard too. He was the very pirate responsible for severing Chika's mentor, Zephyr's arm, and was recognized by Kizaru as possessing the terrifying power of a youthful Whitebeard. This was no exaggeration. His strength was indeed formidable, albeit limited to sheer power. However, thanks to the seamless cooperation of Chika and Ein, they ultimately managed to apprehend him without incident and deliver him to Impel Down. Recently, however, this individual had caused quite a stir, inciting a riot within Impel Down, granting several extremely dangerous pirates an opportunity to attempt a jailbreak. Yet, escaping from Impel Down was no easy feat as these ruffians neared success in their escape. They were ultimately subdued by the Warden, Magellan, though he sustained significant injuries in the process. After reporting to his superiors, it was decided that Chika would temporarily assume the Warden's duties. Faced with this sudden and arduous task, Chika lamented, "Whitebeard too, I should have reduced you to ashes on the spot." A prison. The eerie environment was suffused with an oppressive and despairing atmosphere. For Chika, this felt less like an inspection and more akin to serving time herself. Chika found herself in a predicament, but such a position was not one to be taken lightly. Given that the Navy's elite forces were ostensibly represented by Chika, it was only logical and reasonable for her to undertake this role. Donning her Navy uniform and justice cloak after a long absence, Chika approached the gates of Impel Down, whereupon the guards, upon seeing her Vice Admiral insignia, immediately recognized her as the newly appointed Warden. After a salute, Chika hastily entered the confines of Impel Down. The Push City is an immense tower-like structure submerged in the ocean, its foundation resting upon the seabed. Situated within a windless zone, the entire Push City is encircled by colossal sea creatures, effectively serving as an additional layer of defense. The city comprises 6 levels. The first level, the Hell of Crimson Lotuses; the second level, the Hell of Beasts; the third level, the Hell of Hunger; the fourth level, the Hell of Scorching Flames; the fifth level, the Hell of Extreme Cold; and the legendary 6th level, which houses notorious criminals whose heinous acts have led to their erasure from history. Their fates are either execution or life imprisonment. Due to the egregious deeds committed by the inmates on this level, numerous heinous incidents have been concealed by the government, with even the press deliberately omitting them from reports. Recently, Qianxia has found herself in this very place, and as she approaches the 6th level, the harshness of the environment becomes increasingly evident. It is only upon entering the director's office that she senses a slight improvement in the atmosphere. Just as Qianxia prepares to settle into the chair at the desk and take a few deep breaths, a knock sounds at the office door. "Come in." The door swings open, revealing a man reminiscent of an Egyptian pharaoh. He stands straight with an air of respect, raising his hand in salute while exclaiming, "Vice Director of Push City, Hannibal, extends greetings to the new director." Chapter 58. The most malevolent criminals. Qianxia regards Hannibal as he enters, displaying complete indifference to his presence, and continues to immerse herself in the chair, relishing its softness as she relaxes completely. A soft, endearing expression graces her face, leaving Hannibal feeling awkward and somewhat at a loss. After a moment of hesitation, he salutes her once more and exits the room. "Just passing the time, please?" Observing criminals is the Warden's duty. The director's role is to intervene only when chaos ensues. Since there is no uproar, what harm is there in taking a break? Perhaps being in Push City is not a punishment after all, but rather a tranquil respite. Before long, Qianxia feels herself drifting towards slumber. Yet just as her consciousness begins to fade, an unusual aura jolts her awake. She blinks drowsily, glancing around the empty room. Still not fully awake, Qianxia attempts to lie back down and reclaim her sleep, but once again, she is startled awake. "Damn it, who is disturbing my sleep?" with her limbs stretched out. She is truly awake now. She leaps from her chair and forcefully flings open the door. Was that observation hockey? Someone had been using it to disturb her. It would be one thing if Qianxia were dull-witted, but as a wielder of hockey at her level, such blatant harassment is impossible to overlook. Director. Where are you off to? To the prison, the 6th level. Without pausing for Hannibal, Qianxia strides purposefully towards the 6th level of the prison. This section houses legendary pirates. While the 5th level contains pirates with bounties over 100 million, the 6th level is reserved for those starting at 500 million, with no upper limit known. Upon entering the 6th level, Qianxia is immediately met with numerous gazes from all directions, a plethora of hockey pressures converging upon her. Any ordinary individual would likely faint beneath such overwhelming force. Yet Qianxia, feeling quite irked, grants no respect to these inmates. She unleashes the full power of her demon blades, repelling the hockey interference from the throng around her. Who was it that disturbed my sleep? With a stern glare, Qianxia scans her surroundings, her ire palpable. How dare they disrupt her slumber? As she raises her voice, a cacophony of responses erupts, replete with insults, though Qianxia remains unfazed. These individuals, bound by seastone and imprisoned within a cell constructed entirely of 100 seastone, are utterly powerless. Girl, let me out. I can grant you any wish. Even the location of Roger's great treasure. A particularly unique voice captures Qianxia's attention, and she is not the only one drawn by it. Other pirates in the 6th level of the prison are also intrigued. Great treasure? Do you know where it is? Stop boasting. Only Roger knows the treasure's location. Unperturbed by the taunts and skepticism, the speaker remains resolute, his face brimming with confidence. Ha ha ha, boasting? Though we share this level, you are merely a rabble. What use is treasure? Absolute strength is paramount. With sufficient power, one can acquire anything in this world. A powerful wave of conquerors' hockey erupts forth, compelling even Qianxia to raise a hand, her body partially shifting into a mythical beast form while enveloped in protective energy to withstand the force. Such a formidable display of conquerors' hockey, coupled with an apparent disregard for the great treasure, and an unwavering confidence in personal strength. Even though the prison cell from which the voice emanates is shrouded in darkness, Qianxia can surmise the identity of its occupant. Steeling herself against the potent hockey, she advances step by step towards the source. Conqueror's hockey is an extraordinary power, awakened in one among a million. It is undeniably formidable. Yet, Qianxia cannot be vanquished by mere hockey alone. Before long, she arrives at the front of the cell, raising her hand to summon a brilliant flame that illuminates the darkness within. A robust figure, towering at 3 times her height, materializes before her. Douglas Bullet, a crewmate of Pirate King Roger, known as the successor to the demon, a hero regarded as a monster by his comrades aboard Roger's ship. Following Roger's death, Bullet wreaked havoc across the seas, ultimately captured by the Navy and imprisoned in the 6th level of Push City. Even within this level, Bullet is among the most formidable inmates, his character in the film suggesting he is on the verge of becoming Pirate King. With a condescending gaze, Bullet regards Qianxia, unperturbed by her ability to resist his conqueror's hockey. After all, as the new director, it would be disheartening if she lacked such strength. Let me out. I can grant you anything you desire, Bullet proclaims confidently. Qianxia silently observes Bullet, then languidly extends a finger towards her own head. Are you out of your mind? What? Unmoved by Bullet's temptations, Qianxia remains steadfast. Wealth, men, fame, status. Sorry, Qianxia is entirely uninterested. Not everyone in this world is so avaricious, yearning for everything. She stands apart, content to desire nothing. In some respects, she possesses even more freedom than the Pirate King. The most liberated woman in the world? Qianxia's gaze collides with Bullet's. Were it not for the seastone cage separating them, Bullet might have already acted. Child, do you truly believe you are formidable? A weakling who cannot even wield the conqueror's hockey. With Barrett's scornful taunt, Qianxia gradually became enveloped in the flames of the Phoenix. Phoenix Monarch-S form. In an instant, Qianxia's aura underwent a complete transformation. Her blood-red eyes and flowing locks, complemented by a pair of wings that subtly compensated for her physical disparity. At this moment, Barrett found himself unable to suppress Qianxia's burgeoning presence. Remember, you are merely a criminal confined within these prison walls, while I am the warden of this establishment. As long as I remain, do not even entertain the thought of escaping. Resign yourself to languishing in this prison until your dying day. Qianxia's words reverberated, not only shaking Barrett but also silencing all the pirates present. Chapter 59. Confusion and Guidance. The Conqueror's hockey is a rare ability awakened only by those among millions. granted solely to the free-spirited. Due to the shackles of justice, few in the Navy have awakened this power, with only Sengoku publicly recognized as possessing this aptitude. Is it truly impossible to ascend to the pinnacle of strength without the conqueror's haki? Qianxia vehemently disagreed with this notion. I shall return to see you. With that declaration, she turned and walked away, while Barrett, teeth clenched, gripped the cage made of sea stone tightly, shouting angrily at Qianxia. She pretended not to hear him, gradually vanishing from his sight. Damn it! How dare you disregard me? Even Sengoku and Garp would not dare to treat me with such disdain. Infuriating. Barrett roared in rage, prompting the pirates on the 6th floor to instinctively cover their ears. You shut your mouth, he bellowed. What? Do you wish to fight? If it weren't for this sea stone cage, I would have smashed you to pieces long ago. The pirates on the 6th floor began to hurl insults at one another, while Qianxia, stepping out from the 6th level, gradually withdrew from the Phoenix Monarch-S form. Although she had successfully subdued Barrett and the other pirates, she found no joy in her victory. Barrett's words had struck a deep chord within her, questioning whether it was indeed impossible to become a top-tier warrior without the Conqueror's haki. Must she pursue the power of the Conqueror's haki? No. It is innate. One either possesses it or does not. Unless, perhaps, there lies untapped potential within her. But did she truly possess it? Qianxia pressed a hand to her forehead, feeling unsettled. As her strength increased, she sensed her progress slowing, yet to others her speed still appeared astonishing. Phoenix Monarch-S form. The 5 tiers within 30 seconds. While formidable, were insufficient to defeat an Emperor-level opponent. They could only be employed to dispatch those below that rank. Now with Ace, Sabo, and Luffy setting sail, despite her interventions, they seem to be following the original narrative. Wait, Ace has become a supernova, Luffy has already set sail. What about Sabo? Qianxia's mind momentarily froze. Oh no. I completely forgot about him. In the original story, Sabo accidentally encountered a celestial dragon while at sea, leading to his ship being sunk, but fortunately, he was rescued by his father, Dragon, and became the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. Perhaps I should visit my father's Revolutionary Army base. Sighing in resignation, Qianxia slowly made her way back to her office. Along the way, she encountered Hannibal, who, noticing her pensive expression, approached her and asked, Director, did something happen on the 6th floor? It's nothing, just a minor annoyance. By the way, you must not venture to the 6th floor. That group of pirates is perilous, even if they cannot escape. Director, I don't have the clearance to enter the 6th floor, Hannibal replied, scratching the back of his head awkwardly, and Qianxia suddenly realized. Hannibal's duty was to guard the lower levels, and despite being the deputy warden, he had never set foot in the 6th floor. Was it because he was too weak, or was the prison's defense truly inadequate? Should she assist them? Perhaps train them like she did with the Inyo soldiers? What am I thinking? I haven't even resolved my own issues, let alone have the energy to help others. Upon returning to her office, Qianxia reclined in her spacious chair, but this time sleep eluded her. Reflecting on the formidable conqueror's haki, her desire to advance her strength intensified. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the office door. Qianxia assumed it was Hannibal and casually replied, Is there something important? If not, could you let me have some peace? Qianxia, it's your grandfather. Huh, grandfather? Who? Wait, grandfather? Garp. Although it was something she should have instinctively recognized, it took her a considerable time to comprehend. Qianxia sprang from her chair and hurried to the door, just as Garp burst in, nearly slamming the door into her face. Whoosh. The door swung open, narrowly missing her, but she dodged in time. Grandfather Garp. Ha ha ha, my apologies, I barged in unannounced, Garp chuckled as he entered, casually choosing a seat. Qianxia was perplexed by Garp's unexpected visit, considering it had been ages since they had been alone together, only having exchanged words over the transponder snail regarding dragon and work matters. Qianxia, that expression of yours, are you not pleased to see me? How could I be? In this dreary Impel down, I would be overjoyed to have company. Then why the long face? Speak to me. If my granddaughter has troubles, perhaps this grandfather can offer some assistance, Garp replied with a smile. Qianxia fell silent before sharing the events that had transpired and her growing anxiety. She anticipated Garp would offer consolation and guidance like a mentor, but to her surprise, he erupted into laughter. Not just any laughter, but a hearty one. Am I really that amusing? Qianxia pouted, casting a deadpan stare at her grandfather, who continued to chuckle and waved his hand dismissively. Ha ha ha, it truly is amusing. I never expected my brilliant granddaughter, Qianxia, to entertain such thoughts. How delightful. Garp laughed for nearly 5 minutes, leaving Qianxia bewildered as to how he could maintain such mirth without succumbing to a dry throat. Once Garp regained his composure, he wore a confident smile and raised his fist. Qianxia, do you know what my title is? A hero, Garp? Incorrect, there is another. Iron Fist? Are you suggesting I specialize in armament hockey? That reply was not entirely accurate. Garp clenched his raised right hand, the pinnacle of armament hockey enveloping his fist. The prowess of Conqueror's hockey is indeed formidable. Yet one must comprehend that mastering any ability to its utmost limits is sufficient to elevate oneself into the realm of the elite. Chapter 60. The Retreat and Training in Impel Down. Garp's words illuminated Qianxia's mind. Indeed, why had she been so preoccupied with this? Conqueror's hockey, while a potent skill, is merely one among many. Since she does not possess such a formidable ability, it would be prudent to pursue other powerful techniques. The pinnacle of armament hockey, the ultimate mastery of observation hockey, the flawless awakening of a devil fruit, or even the zenith of swordsmanship. Presently, Qianxia possesses a modicum of knowledge in various domains. Henceforth, she need only identify one or two areas to specialize in, and strive to reach the apex of those fields. Who would have thought that Grandpa Garp could sometimes be quite reliable? A smile graced Qianxia's face, and Garp was momentarily taken aback. For it was the first time she had genuinely laughed in his presence. Truly, children ought to laugh more often. Qianxia, I am 18 now, not a child. Garp, I am 74 this year. Not to mention you. Even your father appears as a mere child before me. Qianxia, that's a valid point. The rare moment of solitude between Qianxia and Garp was unexpectedly pleasant. Such is the bond between a grandparent and grandchild. Until Garp began to speak of Luffy and his brothers. So, Grandpa Garp, how come you can't keep an eye on those three little rascals? Qianxia inquired with a playful squint and a tilted head. Garp's body involuntarily trembled, and he awkwardly turned his head aside, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly he recalled. I have some matters to attend to. Ahem, I shall take my leave now. Magellan should be resting for a month or two. And I trust you will soon find your way out of Impel Down. With that, Garp rose to depart, but just as he reached the doorway he paused. Turning back to Qianxia, his expression uncharacteristically serious. By the way, Qianxia, I nearly forgot to mention something important. What is it? It concerns the world government and NE. Oh. Upon hearing this, Qianxia's demeanor shifted, her expression growing grave. She understood that Garp was typically irreverent, but when he turned serious, it was no trifling matter. The world government has recently increased its scrutiny of you, even dispatching CP0 to investigate. You must exercise caution. If you reveal even the slightest weakness, all your years of effort may be in vain. CP0, a special agency directly under the world government, is known as its strongest shield. Due to their distinct hierarchy, even the Marine Admiral cannot command CP0, whose members possess exceptional strength and operate under enigmatic circumstances, making them elusive to capture. After listening to Garp's words, Qianxia lowered her head in contemplation. If CP0 were to intervene, caution was indeed warranted. However, that did not imply she should act timidly. If CP0 were to uncover anything, it would be best to eliminate them before they could report. Qianxia's mindset had already evolved from when she first traversed into this world. She had become far more decisive, or perhaps even more ruthless. Of course, the essence of her laziness remained unchanged. As Qianxia emerged from her contemplation, she realized Garp had already vanished from the room. The door was left ajar. She understood that the old man had likely fled, probably well beyond the confines of Impel Down by now. Nonetheless, in her good spirits, she refrained from pursuing Grandpa Garp. Just as he had said, while Conqueror's hockey is undeniably powerful, its advanced technique, Conqueror's hockey embodiment, is a remarkable skill, yet it is not strictly necessary. Grandpa Garp traverses the world relying solely on his two fists and an extraordinary mastery of armament hockey. Once Qianxia had come to terms with this, she felt invigorated. Reflecting on how she had been troubled by such matters, it hardly seemed like her at all. Douglas Bullet, you nearly drove me to madness. Qianxia mused, contemplating how to deal with Bullet, but prior to that, she felt that the oppressive aura exuded by the prisoners of the 6th level might be advantageous. Within Impel Down, several awakened Zoan-type beasts possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. The oppressive aura from the criminals on the 6th level could potentially aid Qianxia in enhancing her mental resilience. If she could extract useful information and knowledge from them, it would be even better. The environment of Impel Down was eerily foreboding, or rather, it could be described as exceedingly tranquil, free from disturbances. In a sense, Impel Down was not merely a holiday destination, but rather a sanctuary for cultivation. At this thought, Qianxia couldn't help but chuckle softly, her laughter reminiscent of a witch from the depths of hell. Outside the door, Hannibal, who had intended to report on the conditions of the various levels, involuntarily shuddered upon hearing her laughter. Indeed, this new warden was far more terrifying than Magellan. Unbeknownst to Qianxia, her fearsome reputation was gradually spreading throughout Impel Down. Meanwhile, the convergence of the world lines was occurring once more. Ace had once again sought trouble with Whitebeard, even with Qianxia's assistance, making him stronger than in the original timeline. He still could not contend with the sheer might of Whitebeard. A punch, a kick, a slash. Ace was sent flying numerous times. Yet the fire within his eyes remained undiminished as the other captains of Whitebeard's crew silently observed Ace's foolish endeavor, gradually sensing his unusual tenacity. This Ace is stronger than we anticipated. Indeed, while Father may not be taking this seriously, it's remarkable that Ace hasn't given up after all this time. His recovery is astonishing. How has he achieved such strength at his age? The captains observed Ace, who was akin to an indestructible insect, perpetually rising only to be knocked down again. Some captains had begun to feel inferior to Ace. Whitebeard himself displayed a look of surprise, preparing to apply a bit more force, yet after taking a blow, Ace merely lay on the ground for a moment before rising once more. How is this strength cultivated? Whitebeard pondered. Why did Qianxiao assert that the trio of brothers were stronger than their original counterparts? Surely, it was not solely due to their early training in dual hockey. In the original narrative, Carp's training methods for Luffy were already quite severe, but Qianxia's approach to the trio was even more extreme. Coupled with years of relentless beating, the brothers had undergone a transformative evolution, not merely a mutation. If one were to seek other reasons, it might be attributed to Ace's lineage. After all, his father was none other than the Pirate King, Gold Roger. Chapter 61. The Convergence of World Lines. Impel Down 6th Level Hell. Just a few hours later, Qianxia returned to this place, leaving the pirates of the 6th level puzzled by her sudden reappearance. Naturally, the jeers were plentiful, with Bullet being the most vociferous. You dare to return, you brat? I am the warden of Impel Down. Why would I fear returning? Qianxia replied coolly as she approached Bullet's cell. Despite Bullet's towering stature, it did not deter her disdain for him. Observing the contempt in Qianxia's eyes, Bullet struck the sea prism stone cage with a fist, producing a deafening sound accompanied by a violent shockwave. The advanced application of armament hockey allows for attacks from a distance. However, Qianxiao adeptly evaded this formidable strike. Any pirate from the prison across from Barrett who was caught off guard by a sudden blow collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Tsh, dare you not to dodge? If you have the guts, come and hit me. Qianxia's lips curled into a slight smirk as she provocatively pointed a finger at Barrett. Barrett, infuriated, had his face redden like a ripe tomato. Yet he was powerless to retaliate. The sea stone had sealed his abilities and most of his strength, and the hardness of the sea stone was terrifying. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Barrett had no chance of breaking free from Impel Down. Predictably, the other pirates on the 6th level faced the same plight. Though Qianxia's finger was not aimed at them, their frustration was palpable. As Qianxia's overwhelming conqueror's hockey surged around her, precisely the spectacle she desired to witness. Excellent, bring it on. If you don't make my head pound today, I will find you all contemptible. Thus, a new chapter was etched into the history of Impel Down, heralding the birth of the most bizarre warden in its annals, who spent 20 out of 24 hours daily enduring the torment of those wicked pirates. In reality, it was the notorious pirates who were the ones truly tormented. This situation persisted for nearly half a month, culminating in the defeat of the pirates on the 6th level. Notorious pirates, pervert, demon, witch. Qianxia. I can accept demon and witch, but calling me a pervert seems a bit excessive. Under Qianxia's mental torment, nearly 1/3 of the pirates on the 6th level developed severe psychological disorders and depression. Even Barrett, once vigorous and relentless in his daily training, seemed hollow-eyed and listless, neglecting his regimen for almost a month after Qianxia's departure, before he began to recover slightly. Upon returning from her training on the 6th level, Qianxia felt invigorated, both mentally and physically lighter. She stretched her limbs, pondering what exactly she had gained during this time. While the improvements were not immediately apparent, they were undoubtedly significant. As Qianxia exited the 6th level, she encountered a towering figure clad in black, with a pair of black wings protruding from his back. It was the former warden of Impel Down, Magellan. Vice Admiral Qianxia. I appreciate your assistance in my absence, Magellan stated, lowering his gaze awkwardly while scratching the back of his head. The man, regarded as the strongest in the prison, felt humiliated for nearly failing to oversee it and sustaining such severe injuries, requiring him to request a replacement from the Navy. It's quite alright, truly. I have no concerns. This grim place, Impel down, I doubt many would find it appealing. I assure you, I genuinely do not mind. By the way, there's one more thing. Please refrain from visiting the 6th level for the next few days. Let them have a brief respite. Qianxia waved her hand with a cheerful smile, and sauntered away from Impel down. Magellan, utterly baffled, was left with a head full of questions. Why should he avoid the 6th level? What was wrong with those pirates down there? Just as Magellan was pondering, Hannibal strolled over, prompting Magellan to inquire about Qianxia's remarks. After a moment of silence, Hannibal gravely responded, Boss Magellan, Warden Qianxia has avenged you. Upon leaving Impel down, Qianxia shed her military attire and donned casual clothes. Although her time there had been fruitful, sunshine was essential. With a sigh of relief, she embarked on her journey back to Inyo, glancing at the recent newspapers along the way. Excellent, the world appears peaceful. Qianxia nodded in satisfaction. It would have been disastrous if the original storyline had progressed rapidly during her stay at Impel down. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated from afar. Though the sound had diminished by the time it reached Qianxia, her keen ears detected it. She swiftly turned to face the direction of the noise. Although she could not see it clearly from such a distance, as a naval officer trained in systematic cultivation and learning, she recalled that direction pointed to a significant location. Wait, could it be? Has the plot progressed to this point already? Qianxia dropped the newspaper in her hands, her form transforming into that of a phoenix as she sped toward the source of the commotion. Under the world government, 3 major institutions exist: the Navy headquarters, Impel down, and Enies Lobby. In the original storyline, Luffy stormed into Enies Lobby to rescue Robin, even piercing the world government's flag, causing immense humiliation to the government. Had the plot truly reached this juncture? It couldn't be. Robin was not even present. Wait, she is. As Qianxia approached Enies Lobby, her eyes widened in shock upon witnessing the central building. Until this moment, she had assumed the convergence of the world lines was merely coincidence. But now she realized a profound truth. Perhaps the concept of world line convergence indeed existed. For she was now witnessing one of the most iconic scenes in the entire One Piece saga. A colossal firebird soared forth, piercing the emblematic flag of the world government, suspended above Enies Lobby, while the voice she knew all too well rang out. Robin! I haven't heard you say it yet. Hurry, tell me you want to live. Luffy's voice echoed throughout Enies Lobby, followed by Robin's desperate cries. Hearing these shouts from a distance, Qianxia was left face-palming in exasperation. She had inadvertently interrupted a moment of solitude. This damned convergence of world lines. Chapter 62. The most dire development. What is the convergence of world lines? It is the phenomenon whereby, regardless of one's actions, the world forcefully nullifies those actions, dragging the narrative back to its original course. Qianxia lamented her efforts. Despite having taken significant steps, Luffy had set sail early, Nami had defeated Arlong on her own, Crocodile had been vanquished by Ace ahead of schedule, and Sanji's storyline involving Kuro was resolved long ago. Having interfered so drastically, how could the story still unfold in the same manner as the original? Qianxia was perplexed. If there truly existed such a thing as world line convergence, then Zephy's lost arm should not have been able to prevent it. In fact, Qianxia had obstructed Zephy's departure, and subsequently imprisoned Whitebeard too, successfully resolving that issue. Could it be that Zephy's storyline was merely a theatrical adaptation? Hence it posed no issues? Was the original plot immune to her interventions? Impossible. She refused to believe it. Qianxia pondered deeply, her hand resting on her chin, while she had no intention of intervening to assist Luffy and the others. After all, if the original plot were to unfold, it would merely be a thrilling adventure. Luffy was stronger than in the original, and defeating Lucci should not result in near-death circumstances. Suddenly, the transponder snail in her possession began to emit a series of beeping sounds, shattering Qianxia's contemplations. She picked up the transponder snail and queried, "What's the matter? Is there something you need? Is this Vice Admiral Qianxia? May I inquire if you are near Enies Lobby? On Judicial Island, chaos has erupted due to a pirate invasion. Admiral Akonu has set off from headquarters, armed with the demon-slaying order. It is reported that Vice Admiral Chika, who was previously in Impel down, is now in proximity to Judicial Island. Could she possibly come to assist?" As a flurry of inquiries from the Marines flooded in through the Den Mushi, Chika found herself momentarily paralyzed, her mind a complete blank. What had she just heard? Akonu with the demon-slaying order was en route to their location? Forget about 3 perplexed emojis. At this moment, Chika's head was filled with an overwhelming swarm of them. What on earth? Why on earth would Akonu bring the demon-slaying order here? In the original narrative, it was already miraculous that Luffy and his crew managed to escape from the demon-slaying order. And now, with Akonu making an appearance, what was the implication? Did he intend to take Luffy's life? Moreover, why Akonu? If memory serves, the demon-slaying order was activated under Akiji's authority in the original story. If anyone were to come, it should be him. After her mind rebooted, Chika's thoughts began to race once more, but the more she pondered, the more absurd the situation appeared. Would Akonu show any deference to Garp? If he encountered Luffy, would he not charge directly at him, prepared to unleash hell? No, it was equally plausible that he would launch the demon-slaying order simultaneously with a barrage of meteoric fire. What chance did Luffy have of surviving such an onslaught? Would he even have a complete corpse left? Chika? Chika? Are you there? The incessant voice of the Den Den Mushi continued, and after what felt like an eternity, Chika finally managed to regain her composure. Understood. I can come to assist, but I am not currently near Judicial Island, so it may take some time. She hastily responded. Acknowledged. With that, the Den Den Mushi connection was severed, and Chika's train of thought abruptly derailed. Oh no, what should I do? There was no other option. She would have to rely on a lesser plan. Chika bit her lip, having made up her mind. She would single-handedly confront Akonu. As for the demon-slaying order, that was beyond her purview. After all, merely halting Akonu alone was already a daunting challenge. However, upon making this decision, rather than feeling anxious, Chika found herself inexplicably exhilarated. Fighting against Zephyr, her mentor, was a challenge made easier by his age and diminished prowess. Engaging Akiji was more about evasion. She had managed to escape by a hair. But now, she was set to confront Akonu. Luffy, you've put me in quite the predicament. Clenching her fists, she vowed that when she eventually captured Luffy, she would unleash Garp's iron fist of love upon him. Luffy had effectively closed the door on his naval career. There was no choice but to be tossed back to his father and join the Revolutionary Army. With such thoughts, Chika prepared herself for the worst. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the turmoil unfolding, Luffy was causing a ruckus on Judicial Island. Unfazed even when facing CP9, he was already stronger than in the original tale, and, with the enhancements of Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd, he was a force to be reckoned with. His opponent, Lucci, could only lament, questioning why, despite being an 800-year genius, he was being so thoroughly overwhelmed. With a furious roar, Lucci recklessly engaged Luffy in a brutal close-quarters battle. Typically, Zoan-type users possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, making blood exchange tactics advantageous. Unfortunately for him, his opponent was no ordinary rubber fruit user. Luffy excelled at the sit-up. Damn it! The cacophony of their roars signaled that the outcome was imminent. Luffy emerged victorious, and unlike in the original narrative, he had not lost his ability to act. He had merely sustained minor injuries which, for him, were negligible. Meanwhile, over a dozen naval warships approached from the distance, with the foremost ship carrying Admiral Akonu, who stood with arms crossed on the deck, his expression grave as he surveyed Judicial Island. The audacity of this fledgling pirate crew to bring such disgrace upon Judicial Island, a key institution under the world government, was utterly shameful. Gritting his teeth, Akonu muttered under his breath. His deployment was entirely spontaneous, driven by his fury. Judicial Island, one of the three principal institutions under the world government, on par with Marine headquarters, had been reduced to this state by a mere rookie pirate crew, prompting the activation of the demon-slaying order. Soon, the forces under Akonu's command arrived at the vicinity of Judicial Island. The demon-slaying order representing the pinnacle of naval combat orders, designed to annihilate the target completely. Just as Akonu was about to issue the command to fire, a woman with crimson eyes and fiery red hair dashed forward with incredible speed, delivering a kick towards him. True Phoenix strike. Boom! Although Akonu attempted to defend at the last moment, he was still sent flying, his feet screeching across the deck of the naval warship until he came to a halt at the stern. Who are you? Akonu exclaimed, raising his head to scrutinize the unexpected assailant. It was Chika, transformed into a striking form. Her appearance so altered that it would be difficult for anyone unfamiliar with her to recognize her. I won't tell you my name, but I do have a remarkable title. The most dangerous criminal in history. Heard of me? Chika struck a pose with one hand on her hip, a seductive smile gracing her face. Chapter 63, Cerberus vs. Phoenix. Akonu truly proved to be a formidable opponent. His magma fruit heralded as the apex of offensive capabilities among devil fruits. Yet, when the battle commenced, Chika remained unfazed. She possessed regenerative abilities comparable to Marco's. If Marco could hold his own against Akonu, then surely she could as well. However, as she engaged Akonu in close quarters, A sudden determination to defeat him surged within her. Akonu was undeniably powerful, but did that mean she was weak? Impossible. Taking a deep breath, Chika raised a finger, beckoning him forth in a taunting manner. Is he really not as formidable as I imagined? Is the legendary monster Akonu Sakazuki merely a fabrication? Or are all admirals of this caliber? Chika raised her chin slightly, deliberately provoking him. Flames ignited in Akonu's eyes. With his pride at stake, he could not tolerate such humiliation. The temperature around him soared rapidly, half of his body transforming into magma, the naval warship beneath him beginning to melt away, prompting terrified sailors to abandon ship and leap into the sea. Admiral Akonu was enraged. Great eruption. Akonu's fist swelled to an enormous size, rivaling Luffy's giant punches, and he swung it ferociously at Chika. She nimbly dodged the attack, soaring into the air with ease. The strike landed vertically upon his own naval vessel, rendering it utterly destroyed amidst a cacophony of explosions and the sound of melting magma. Thinking of escaping, Akonu's feet morphed into magma as he launched himself into the sky, his presence commanding. Had this been the Chika from before her encounters in Impel Down, she might have been intimidated. However, after facing the immense pressure of the 6th-level pirates, she had become entirely immune. You think you can escape? Perhaps there's still time for you now. With a smile, Qianxia clenched her fist and unleashed a phoenix fire fist, which collided fiercely with Akonu's magma fist, momentarily painting the vast sky in shades of crimson. Suddenly, from the inferno and magma, a grotesque canine head erupted, its gaping maw aimed directly at Qianxia. Her gaze sharpened as she summoned countless firebirds to collide with the menacing canine head, just as Akonu and Qianxia clashed once more, resulting in another violent explosion. Molten lava splattered across the sky, raining down into the sea and nearly striking the fleeing navy ships. The details of their battle remained obscured, as the crimson haze lingered, until suddenly, a multitude of stars appeared within it. What is that? Everyone run. It's Admiral Akonu's meteor volcano. Countless molten rocks plummeted from the heavens, and any navy ship struck by even one would face utter annihilation. Amidst the falling magma rocks, Akonu's figure was intermingled. Damn it. What kind of power does this guy possess? Akonu tumbled through the air, managing to stabilize himself after several rotations, while Qianxiao emerged from the crimson clouds, gazing down at him from her elevated position. No way. Admiral Akonu is being suppressed. Impossible. Is there truly someone capable of restraining Admiral Akonu? The navy below watched in disbelief. Akonu Sakazuki, mentored by Zephyr, had borne the title of monster since his entry into the navy, always swift and decisive in hunting pirates. Defeats? Perhaps, but they certainly had never witnessed one. As Qianxia and Akonu hovered in the sky, locked in a stalemate, Akonu clenched his teeth, contemplating his next move, while Qianxia appeared calm, though internally she was in a state of panic. How many seconds have passed? How much longer do I have? Qianxia was anxious, fearing that if 30 seconds elapsed suddenly, she might perish on the spot, unaware that, combined with her earlier posturing and banter, she had long surpassed that threshold. Unbeknownst to her, she had transcended her limits. Yet she remained oblivious, preparing her next move to determine the outcome, resolved to incapacitate Akonu, at least momentarily. Akonu shared the same thought. The most dangerous criminal in history? I concede. You are indeed perilous, hence I must arrest you here. Akonu tightened his fist, the magma enveloping his body growing even more fervent, and Qianxia understood his next attack. Cerberus. Akonu's eyes narrowed, and his magma fist extended at an astonishing speed, hurtling toward Qianxia. This attack was Akonu's fastest and most powerful single-target strike, but Qianxia, already prepared, swiftly brought her fingers together and waved them at the incoming Cerberus. Suddenly, that Cerberus was cleaved in two, not by any external force, but by Qianxia forcibly tearing it apart. Simultaneously, true phoenix stamp. Qianxia bent her body, channeling all her remaining strength into this kick, which surged forth with a speed surpassing that of Cerberus. In an instant, Qianxia became a shooting star. Without a blink, Akonu felt her kick collide with his face, propelling him into the sea. Boom! Admiral Akonu. The surrounding navy hurried to submerge and rescue their fruit ability-wielding admiral, while Qianxia gasped for breath, turning to fly towards Judicial Island. In the shadows of the navy, she exited her phoenix form, quickly tidying her disheveled hair, and donning the navy uniform and justice cloak. The world's most dangerous criminal exits the stage. The youngest vice admiral of the navy makes her entrance. My body feels better than I expected. Perhaps I'll ponder that after this matter concludes. Qianxia pressed a hand to her chest, exhaling deeply, realizing that according to her original plan, She should be unable to use haki now. Yet it appeared she could still manage it, at least not to the extent of becoming incapacitated as before. She unsheathed her 2 cursed blades, having delayed long enough. Luffy and the others should have boarded the ship by now. Akonu would likely soon be retrieved by the other navy. She understood she might need to execute a maneuver reminiscent of Kizaru's during the Marineford War. Chapter 64, The Actor. Luffy had observed the battle between Qianxia and Akonu closely, though he could not discern much, only seeing 2 red figures clashing at high speed, painting the sky red. What exactly transpired just now? Luffy gazed in astonishment at the still lingering crimson clouds, recalling his earlier battle with Rob Lucci, and comparing it made his own struggle seem like childish play. One of the combatants was evidently Admiral Akonu Sakazuki of the Navy. Robin, well versed in such matters, recognized Akonu, but the other figure remained a mystery to her, invoking a peculiar sentiment. Upon hearing Robin's words, a wave of relief washed over the crew, realizing it was indeed an admiral. No wonder he was so formidable. Luffy sniffed the air, suddenly freezing in place. The others regarded him with confusion, inquiring, "What's wrong, Luffy?" "The scent of my sister." "What?" The crew immediately grew vigilant, scanning their surroundings, especially Zoro. "Luffy, is your nose a dog's nose? You can smell that." Qianxia's voice drifted from nearby, prompting everyone to turn in her direction, where they beheld Qianxia clad in a navy cloak atop the Judicial Island buildings. "Sister." Luffy's eyes widened. He longed to see his sister, but this was hardly the time for a sibling reunion. Luffy was a pirate, while Qianxia was a navy officer. In regards to his sister, Luffy truly could not fathom a chance of victory, yet he could not abandon his comrades. Just as Luffy prepared to shout for his sister to let him off the hook, he saw Qianxia slowly raise her blade. "Luffy, get down." Zoro quickly pressed Luffy's head to the ground, while everyone on the ship ducked down. In the next moment, a terrifying sword aura flew over their heads and, after a brief distance, struck the distant sea, erupting in a massive column of water. "Luffy, sister, are you trying to kill me?" "Qianxia, I told you, don't become a pirate. I have no choice but to uphold justice." With a smile, Qianxia swung her sword again. This time the sword energy sliced past the Mary, nearly capsizing the ship with the waves it generated. "Everyone, run. She's really serious." Luffy, clutching his straw hat, shouted nervously. In an instant, all hands were on high alert, quickly maneuvering the Mary away from Qianxia's direction. However, one person remained entirely unperturbed. Seeing Qianxia, Robin actually breathed a sigh of relief. Initially calm, it didn't take long for Robin to become anxious as well. The sword energy erupted with reckless abandon from behind, akin to an unrestrained torrent. Although most of it landed in the vicinity of the Mary, some truly grazed past them. Robin exclaimed, "You can't be serious." Chica retorted, "Guess." "Oh no, Luffy. There's a dead end ahead." Nami cried, her gaze fixed on the colossal structure before them. Luffy was poised to shatter it with his giant fist. But just as he was about to strike, a blade of energy shot out from behind them, instantly reducing the edifice before them to rubble. Luffy remarked, "Sister, you can't be holding back." Just as this thought crossed his mind, another surge of sword energy whizzed past his ear, landing less than 10 meters ahead of the Mary. The ship rocked violently, nearly sending Luffy tumbling into the sea. "She really is serious," Luffy declared. The Mary continued its frantic escape, while at the same time, Akonu was fished out of the water. As a devil fruit user, he had an inherent weakness to seawater, yet his pace remained unrelenting. "Damn it. I was actually knocked into the water. Where's that guy?" Akonu shouted, surveying the area now devoid of Chica. "Admiral Akonu, that person seemed to have fled towards Enies Lobby," a nearby marine reported, trembling in fear. "Why would they head there?" Akonu furrowed his brow, perplexed by the motivation behind such a move. However, since they were heading to Enies Lobby, he resolved to capture them all. "Prepare the buster call," he commanded. "Understood." In response to Akonu's booming voice, the remaining naval vessels opened their cannon ports and began to load ammunition. Meanwhile, Akonu raised his arms, preparing to unleash the devastating magma fruit technique. "Buster call, meteor volcano. A descent into hell," he proclaimed. In an instant, countless cannons fired, and the molten projectiles from Akonu's meteor volcano shot forth with tremendous speed, igniting the skies above Enies Lobby with a multitude of fiery stars. Should all of these projectiles strike, it was undeniable that within a minute, Enies Lobby would be reduced to ruins. Chica gazed at the raining projectiles and molten shells above her, her mouth agape in disbelief. The speed was astonishing, far beyond her expectations. Can Luffy and the others escape Enies Lobby in a minute? With the Mary's current speed, it seems unlikely. With a resigned sigh, Chica realized she had no choice but to resort to her ultimate technique. Luffy, I can't guarantee your survival this time. It all depends on how strong your protagonist's aura is. Taking a deep breath, she gripped her sword, Snow Walk, firmly. Although using her demon blade would have made it easier to execute the maneuver, she had to make do with just Snow Walk due to the Inyo Admiral's configuration requiring 2 demon blades. Phoenix Tornado. Chica swung Snow Walk with exaggerated fervor, causing the Mary to ascend into the air. Not just the Mary, but the surrounding seawater and debris from the ruins of Enies Lobby were swept up, forming a terrifying vortex. Let us fly, Chica shouted, propelling the tornado beyond Enies Lobby, to the Marines watching from Akonu's side. All they could see was an immensely destructive whirlwind, oblivious to the pirate ship concealed within. Yet, as previously mentioned, the destructive power of this technique left Chica uncertain about their survival. However, if there truly was such a thing as a protagonist's aura, they should be fine, right? Before she could exhale in relief after executing her attack, the rain of projectiles and molten shells began to descend. Damn it, am I finished? Boom, 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 boom. Within a minute, Enies Lobby had been transformed into ruins by the relentless barrage of cannon fire and molten shells. Chica, relying on her armament and observation haki, managed to endure, though she had sustained injuries. Strangely enough, she felt that being wounded was preferable. Once the buster call concluded, Marines began to disembark from their warships, traversing the devastated Enies Lobby. Before long, they discovered the battered Chica. You are. I am Vice Admiral Chica. I rushed here upon receiving a distress signal, but I couldn't escape the range of the buster call in time and barely survived, she said, clutching her wounds with a pitiable demeanor, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at the surrounding Marines. Though lacking the sweet fruit, Chica's ability to feign vulnerability was formidable. The surrounding Marines, without inquiring into the specifics, hurriedly urged her to return to the warship to rest and recuperate. However, just as Chica was about to successfully board the naval vessel, a voice called out, halting her in her tracks. Wait. Recognizing the voice, Chica sighed in resignation and turned to see Akonu, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon her. What are you doing on Enies Lobby? He demanded. Chica, unfazed, replied with calm composure. I was originally stationed near Impel Down. After your incident, I was contacted to provide assistance, so my presence here is quite natural, isn't it? Fortunately, she had communicated with the snail prior. Otherwise, explaining her appearance on Enies Lobby would have been challenging. However, there was no avoiding the fact that the criminal she masqueraded as had vanished from Enies Lobby, and her presence there was unavoidable, leaving her to concoct a justification. Admiral Akonu, judging by your expression, it seems you've been bested by that person, right? It's nothing to be ashamed of. That individual is indeed formidable, and they managed to defeat me as well, Chica said, waving her hand dismissively with a smile. Akonu's brow furrowed further as he inquired, what do you mean? You fought that person? Indeed. Shortly after I arrived at Enies Lobby, that individual charged at me like a madman, eager to engage in combat. When I asked why, they simply stated a desire to challenge a strong opponent. By the way, did you see that tornado? That was my trump card. I intended to use it to defeat them, but alas, I failed and ended up getting beaten, Chica recounted, slightly adjusting her clothing to reveal visible signs of injury on her skin. See, this is from that person's attack, she exclaimed, though in reality, the injury was from a misstep while dodging the cannon and molten projectiles. Chica looked up at him with her big, watery eyes, attempting to evoke sympathy. Unfortunately, Akonu was not swayed by her act, but her outrageous claims at least allowed her to navigate the situation. You fought that person? Do you possess such strength? Akonu questioned skeptically. Chica bristled at the insinuation, thinking, even without my phoenix form, I am still among the strongest beneath the emperors. How can I lack strength? Seeing Chica's indignant reaction, Akonu refrained from arguing further, shaking his head as he turned away. However, a seed of doubt regarding Chica had been planted in his mind. Should similar circumstances arise again, he might take drastic measures. Yet, Chica was unconcerned at least for the moment, as she had managed to evade suspicion. Upon entering the rest area of the naval ship, Chica collapsed onto the sofa with a heavy sigh. I'm utterly exhausted. She stretched languidly, though she remained unaware of Luffy's fate. At this moment, she lacked the energy to worry about it. Gradually, the overwhelming power of haki and the side effects of the devil fruit began to manifest, and Qianxia felt her eyelids growing heavier. Before long, she succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, the chaos at Judicial Island and Akanu's embarrassing defeat had become a hot topic in the media. Now, Akonu found himself unable to condemn his failure to capture Qianxia 4 years prior, especially since he had suffered a more humiliating fate, being unceremoniously kicked into the sea. The fact that someone could defeat Sakazuki, the world's most dangerous criminal, was indeed terrifying. At the Marine headquarters, in the highest office, Kizaru observed Akanu's return, coincidentally reading the freshly printed newspaper, and couldn't he help but scoff. Akiji was equally surprised. For years ago, he had deliberately let the other escape. Yet now Sakazuki had fallen to this individual. Akiji did not believe Akonu would show any mercy, as he was known for his ruthless approach to adversaries. This indicated that this criminal truly possessed power surpassing that of a Marine admiral. It seemed the title of the world's most dangerous criminal was indeed well deserved. And a bounty of 2.1 billion? That hardly seemed sufficient. Before long, the bounty on Qianxia, the world's most dangerous criminal, was updated, soaring from the original 2.12 billion berries to a staggering 3.2 billion berries, an amount that firmly placed her among the ranks of the 4 emperors, reflecting the world government's grave concern regarding her. Originally, CP0 was investigating Inyo, but now they were diverted to track the movements of this formidable criminal. Unfortunately for them, locating her was impossible, as Qianxia was currently aboard a Marine battleship, not as a criminal, but rather as a Marine, even as a hero. When Qianxia awoke from her dreams, the battleship had already anchored near the Marine headquarters. Drowsily stepping off the ship, she was immediately met with a multitude of gazes. Her heart raced, for she feared that her clandestine deeds had been discovered. She turned her gaze towards the direction of the most intense scrutiny, only to find a group of Marine recruits. "Look, it's Vice Admiral Qianxia," one exclaimed. "The pirate from my hometown was driven away by Vice Admiral Qianxia." "Really? You too?" Another chimed in. "I joined the Marines because I admire Vice Admiral Qianxia. My goal is to become a powerful Marine like her." The recruits, filled with dreams, entered the new recruit training camp, and unbeknownst to her, Qianxia had amassed considerable popularity, becoming an idol for many. She lingered on the deck of the battleship, allowing the sea breeze to caress her face. "So tiring. I just want to be a lazy fish," she sighed. Chapter 66. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Was Qianxia too frivolous? She believed this was her true self. Marines? No. Revolutionary army? Criminal? Since her arrival in this world, no. Even before that, Qianxia harbored an unchanging dream. To live an ordinary, leisurely life. Yet in the world of One Piece, lacking strength was not an option. Especially with her identity as Luffy's sister, Dragon's daughter, and Garp's granddaughter. Without power, such a lineage would undoubtedly lead to an early demise. Thus, in addition to her ultimate dream, Qianxia set another goal: to conquer the perilous quest of becoming the Pirate King. Once her father, Dragon, overthrew the world government, and she dealt with a few emperors, the seas would be at peace, allowing her to retire. With her father as support, wouldn't she be free to be as lazy as she wished? That was the essence of Qianxia's true thoughts. The revolution had not yet succeeded. Comrades must strive diligently. Standing on the battleship's deck, Qianxia sighed heavily, while nearby recruits mistakenly believed she was contemplating something profoundly serious. However, in a sense, reflecting on one's life could indeed be considered a serious matter. After about half an hour of daydreaming, Qianxia descended from the battleship. But scarcely had she walked for long when the Marine headquarters erupted. "Sakazuki, how dare you lay a hand on my granddaughter?" "Garp, don't think your status as a Marine hero intimidates me. This is the demon-slaying order. Unconditional, comprehensive annihilation." Molten lava and a tremendous shockwave created a gaping hole in one of the headquarters buildings, as Garp and Akonu engaged in a fierce battle. The two exchanged blows. The specifics were unclear, but Akonu bore wounds on both cheeks, one likely from Qianxia's kick and the other from Garp's fist. Their sudden bout startled the surrounding Marines, who retreated to give these titans space to clash. After Akonu's return, Garp had learned of the events at Judicial Island and, enraged, tossed aside the senbei he was eating and charged at Akonu to confront him. In the ensuing argument, they began to fight. Fortunately, neither was using lethal force. Otherwise, considering Garp's ability to flatten mountains with a single swing and Akonu's volcanic eruptions, much of the Marine headquarters would likely be obliterated. Qianxia observed the scene of their Hollywood-style brawl, and quietly slipped away from the Marine headquarters. Once outside, she recalled her previous battle with Akonu at Judicial Island, feeling that something was amiss. Hadn't it been over 30 seconds? Suspended in midair, she blinked in confusion. There was no doubt it had exceeded 30 seconds. First, there was the sudden ambush on Akonu, followed by verbally luring him into revealing the identity of the most dangerous criminal. This likely took around 10 seconds. Then, the aerial combat with Akonu clearly surpassed 20 seconds, and most crucially, defeating him and flying back to Judicial Island left her with negligible aftereffects compared to before. Could it be? Qianxia pondered, glancing around before selecting a small island. Ensuring the coast was clear, she closed her eyes, allowing her aura to gradually transform. When she opened her eyes again, she had shifted into her phoenix form. In this state, her appearance, demeanor, and powers underwent a dramatic transformation, with the only noticeable constants being her height and a slight change in her voice. Overall, in her regular state, Qianxia was a strikingly beautiful young woman, exuding an aura that compelled one to protect her, yet she seemed perfectly capable of safeguarding herself. In her phoenix form, she emanated a breathtaking majesty, akin to a queen reigning supreme. Lowering her head to appraise her current form, she patiently awaited the passage of time. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 30 seconds, 60 seconds, 90 seconds. As time flowed, the phoenix form showed no signs of dissipating, and Qianxia's expression lit up with delight. Yet this was merely the beginning. After all, she had done nothing but remain still. Taking a deep breath, Qianxia unleashed a torrent of energy towards the sea, causing numerous towering columns of water to surge upwards, and the previously tranquil waves erupted into fierce, tumultuous tides. 176, 177, 178, 179, 180. Qianxia exhaled heavily, and as the 180 seconds elapsed, she finally relinquished the phoenix form, her face glistening with perspiration. The test had finally borne fruit. Presently, the phoenix form could be sustained almost indefinitely without launching powerful attacks. When exerting full power, it could last for 180 seconds, 3 minutes. A remarkable increase from 30 seconds to 180 seconds. Could this be the result of her training in Push City? Heh. Your sacrifices were worth it. I love you all. Qianxia clenched her fists in exhilaration, having ascended from the 30-second girl to the ultra girl. This monumental breakthrough suggested that she might truly be able to engage opponents of the 4 Emperors level. What a splendid day it was. With a resounding thud, Qianxia collapsed onto the ground, not caring about the dirt, as there was no one else around. Speaking of which, for years ago, she had discussed the crusade against the 4 Emperors with Ein. The initial target had been Big Mom, yet her terrifying defensive capabilities had rendered her unbeatable at that time, necessitating reliance on her weaknesses, which required 4 years of preparation to approach her. By now it should be close, right? Perhaps she could genuinely contend with Big Mom now. As Qianxia contemplated this, she slowly closed her eyes. Perhaps due to the fatigue from the battle at Judicial Island, after resting for a while, she activated the phoenix form once more. The continuous use and mental strain had left her utterly exhausted. Her mind went blank, and within mere seconds, she fell asleep. Consequently, she remained oblivious to the approach of a ship until she opened her eyes, discovering that night had fallen. A campfire flickered beside her, and a peculiar group surrounded her. Chapter 67. The 4 Emperors, red-haired. How is their fire? How is their fire? Qianxia groggily opened her eyes, the campfire's brightness striking her. However, what truly tantalized her senses was the sight of skewers of roasted meat beside the fire, the aroma overwhelmingly rich, causing her mouth to involuntarily water as she awoke. Gulp. Ah, boss, the girl is awake, a hefty figure shouted, gnawing on a piece of roasted meat. The surrounding crowd turned their heads toward Qianxia, who immediately inspected her attire, relieved to find no issues. She exhaled in relief, and then scrutinized the unfamiliar faces around her. None seemed recognizable, though a few sparked a flicker of familiarity. Qianxia pinched her chin, surveying the likely pirates surrounding her. Red-haired pirates. Enlightenment struck as she clapped her hands together. At that moment, a one-armed red-haired man stepped forward from the crowd. None other than Shanks, one of the 4 Emperors, whose crew was renowned for their formidable strength. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Qianxia swiftly drew her sword, Snow, and warily regarded the band of pirates. Is Shanks a good person? From Luffy's perspective, he might undoubtedly be considered good. However, after spending considerable time within the Navy's ranks, Qianxia found it difficult to trust the sovereign of the pirate world, especially since Shanks had often been labeled a figure of conspiracy in her original world. There were whispers that Shanks was not a good person, that he was exploiting Luffy, and even theories of him possessing a dual personality, or being 2 individuals. Though Qianxia found such rumors hard to believe, as a Navy officer, she had to remain vigilant. Shanks, observing Qianxia's wariness, was not surprised. It would indeed be abnormal for the Navy to drop their guard against pirates. Rest assured, we mean you no harm. Would you care for some roasted meat? Shanks, with his remaining arm unarmed, offered a skewer toward Qianxia. Her mind raced, presenting her with 3 distinct choices. 1. Charge in recklessly. However, the likelihood of being swiftly overwhelmed was high, considering their numbers. 2. Trust Shanks. Qianxia hesitated at this option, perhaps as Admiral Inyo. She could attempt to win Shanks over, but alas, she was merely Navy Qianxia at present. 3. Turn and flee. This option seemed more viable, but would necessitate activating the Phoenix form to enhance her basic speed and recovery capabilities, lest she be overwhelmed by the throng. Especially with Shanks' famed conqueror's haki that could reach far and wide. Do not presume that your connection with Luffy grants you proximity to me. Haha. I'm not asking for your trust, yet I've long desired to meet you. Would you mind having a private conversation? Shanks smiled at Qianxia. If it were merely a private chat, it should pose no significant issue. Qianxia nodded cautiously, and soon the two of them retreated to a nearby grove. After a suitable distance, they settled on a large stone, engaging in a dialogue between Navy and pirate. Their conversation remained mundane. Yet Qianxia could discern Shanks was attempting to extract information from her, though the specifics eluded her. The discussion then shifted to the topic of Shanks' daughter, which momentarily stunned Qianxia, for when she had transmigrated, Shanks' major film had yet to even release a trailer, leaving her unaware of this development. My daughter is slightly younger than you, but around Luffy's age. She played with Luffy when they were little. I wonder if Luffy has mentioned her to you? Not at all. Qianxia could not help but clench her fists, thinking, Luffy, you're impressive, wooing a girl at such a young age and never mentioning it. Quite the secret keeper you are. Shanks' daughter was named Yuta, a world-renowned songstress. Shanks only touched lightly on the subject of Yuta, yet Qianxia sensed that he intended for her to be aware of Yuta's existence. What do you want from me? Perhaps it would be prudent to investigate Yuta upon her return. Qianxia, you must be preparing to strike against the 4 emperors, correct? Suddenly, a crack appeared in Qianxia's defenses. Her expression faltered for a moment, as she quickly stabilized her demeanor, responding. It is only natural for the Navy to seek to confront the 4 emperors, is it not? To her surprise, Shanks' subsequent remark not only shattered her newly constructed defenses, but utterly obliterated them. I believe it is not merely the Navy that seeks to confront the 4 emperors. Shanks' aura gradually shifted. Qianxia understood that Shanks had discerned something. Even CP0 had only harbored the faintest suspicion. Yet how had Shanks uncovered it? Indeed. Did Shanks have ties to the world government? So what is it you wish to convey? Qianxia resolved to abandon her defenses. Her gaze fixed intently on Shanks as she inquired. Now that she had ascended from the 32nd girl to the Ultra girl, she did not doubt her chances in a confrontation with Shanks. Yet, in the next instant, Shanks' demeanor underwent a complete transformation. He raised his remaining arm with a semblance of surrender, a gesture of wanting to yield without a second arm to do so. Ha ha ha, I harbor no ill will. And what benefit would there be in striking against you? To be targeted by Garp and Dragon? I yearn to continue my adventures upon the vast ocean with my companions. Yet I do not wish for the subsequent days to be fraught with anxiety, the red-haired individual replied half-jokingly, though his next words turned grave. However, I strongly advise against any rash actions. The depths of this sea are truly profound. Merely possessing the strength to confront a single emperor will not suffice to quell the current turmoil of the ocean. It could even backfire. Presently, the seas are under the watchful eyes of 4 maritime emperors guarding the latter half of the Grand Line, while the Marine headquarters, the most formidable singular force, looms over the former half. The hidden military power of the world government is not to be underestimated, and the Revolutionary Army is ever poised to sound the horn of counterattack. Throughout years of conflict, a delicate balance among various factions has gradually emerged, and none dare to disrupt the tranquility of the sea. Either refrain from making a move altogether, or if one must strike, it must be a decisive blow. Otherwise, a far more terrifying era than that of the great pirates will dawn. The Inyo that Qianxiao embodies possesses the potential to shatter this fragile equilibrium. And should she truly engage in this game, the entire world will undergo a cataclysmic transformation. Chapter 68. An invitation from all nations. The red-haired individual speaks with considerable insight. In the face of such chaotic times of piracy, one must either abstain from action, or ensure that any strike is fatal. Yet the difficulty of this is exceedingly high. Otherwise, the world government would have intervened long ago. Qianxiao agrees with this perspective, but from the standpoint of the red-haired individual, to imply such a statement to her suggests a belittling of her capabilities, as if he believes she lacks the strength to stir the ocean. In this regard, Qianxia can only conclude that he underestimates her. Though she can barely be considered an emperor-level force, according to the red-haired individual's reasoning, one must possess the strength of at least 2 emperors to shake this tumultuous sea. However, Qianxiao is not alone. she has the seasoned Zephyr at her back. Her grandfather is the naval hero Garp, and her father is the revolutionary dragon. Furthermore, she is determined to locate the recluse Fujitora. Is that not sufficient? In her past life, Qianxia had heard a saying. Background is also a form of power, often uttered by the children of the affluent and powerful. She had thought she would never utter such words, merely wishing that others would refrain from saying them to her. Yet here she stands, finding the courage to express such sentiments. With a sigh of resignation, Qianxia smiled at the red-haired individual and said, "You speak wisely. I shall take your words into consideration." Having said that, she rose from the large rock upon which she had been seated, sensing that continuing the conversation might lead to an unfavorable outcome, and decided to conclude the discussion for the day. As she departed, the red-haired individual unexpectedly remained silent, simply smiling as he quietly watched her leave. It was evident that he concealed some secrets, though Qianxia was still unaware and lacked the capacity to delve into them. At the Inyo headquarters, Qianxia returned to the place she knew best, finding solace here, far removed from the painful memories of the marine headquarters. "Qianxia, it has been a while," exclaimed Ain, her eyes widening in surprise as Qianxia entered the room. "Oh, is that all you have to say after nearly 2 months away? I am quite disappointed." Qianxia pouted as she collapsed onto the sofa opposite Ain. It was quite disappointing to receive such a lackluster greeting after such an absence, and she cast a slightly resentful glance at Ain. Ain could not maintain her serious demeanor for long. Her stern expression cracked, and she broke into a joyful laugh. "Qianxia, it truly has been a long time. How have you been? I have never been to Impel down. Those imprisoned pirates must be rather unruly. Have you taught them a lesson?" Ain's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly moved to sit beside Qianxia. Originally, she had not intended to be so forward, but she could not help herself. Aware of Ain's personality, Qianxia found herself smiling at Ain's uncharacteristic enthusiasm. The two engaged in lively conversation, the scene resembling that of close friends discussing romantic matters rather than the leaders of Inyo. However, their topic of discussion did possess a rather bloody undertone. "Did you know? Those criminals on the 6th level are actually quite interesting. Watching them trapped in their cages, yet still defiant, is truly amusing. I would love to see it, but honestly, I would prefer to execute the pirates on the spot," Ain remarked, her hand covering one side of her face. She had previously submitted a proposal advocating for this very notion, though it had yet to be approved. Typically, when Ain personally apprehended pirates, they rarely made it alive to Impel down, whereas Qianxia showed a modicum of mercy, often leaving them half alive before tossing them into the prison. Yet in some respects, that might seem more ruthless, wouldn't it? The two conversed for several hours about what Qianxia had been up to during her absence. Once that topic concluded, they simultaneously lifted their teacups for a sip of water, before transitioning to a more serious conversation. "Qianxia, do you remember our discussions 4 years ago, regarding the campaign against the 4 emperors? Initially, we set our sights on one of them, Big Mom. After 4 years of preparation, we finally have made some progress," Ain said excitedly, cradling her teacup. "Big Mom. 4 years ago, we lacked the strength to target her directly, so we focused on her 2 significant weaknesses: her obsession with food and her photo album of nuns. To exploit these weaknesses, we must accomplish 3 steps. First, Big Mom must host a banquet, as the photo album will be displayed on the table, making it easier to strike. Second, we must safely infiltrate Whole Cake Island and the banquet venue. Direct confrontation is not an option. Only protagonists like Luffy can recklessly storm in. Third, we must participate in the banquet and evade all obstacles to forcibly shatter Big Mom's photo album. Achieving these 3 steps will render her proud defensive capabilities null, and at that moment, Qianxia will have a significant opportunity to defeat the 4 Emperor, Big Mom. To accomplish these objectives over the past 4 years, Inyo has traversed various renowned eateries, investing and establishing numerous dining establishments. Since a direct assault is not feasible, we will enter the banquet with legitimate invitations. Just a week ago, one of our restaurants caught Big Mom's attention. Not only did she make a large purchase of food, but she also invited the chefs to the banquet at Whole Cake Island. The opportunity has finally arrived. The banquet is scheduled for 14 days from now, and we must make thorough preparations. Our campaign against the 4 emperors is about to commence," Ain declared, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Qianxia pondered deeply, and seeing her in thought, Ain playfully tapped her on the head. "I know what you're thinking. When fighting on someone else's turf, one must be well prepared. Now, look at this," Ain said, producing a document and handing it to Qianxia. With a puzzled expression, Qianxia accepted the document, and upon reading its contents, her face lit up with surprise. "Ain, you have truly given me a delightful surprise. Hey, you previously asked me to find this person, and fortunately, I managed to track them down at the last moment. Ein exclaimed, extending a finger triumphantly. The hidden master, wielder of the gravity fruit. Admiral Fujitora, a smile. Chapter 69. Winning over Fujitora. To ensure the success of this plan, it is imperative to bring Fujitora into our fold. The power of the gravity fruit is capable of pulling down meteors from beyond the heavens. With Fujitora's assistance, the margin for error in the Battle of the Nations can be significantly enhanced. The blind swordsman, fond of gambling, and somewhat advanced in years. The information you initially provided me was far too scant, resulting in the prolonged duration of my search. Ein chuckled to himself, praising his own efforts while producing more data. However, at this stage, we have merely located Fujitora. We have yet to successfully persuade him to join our ranks. Ein, you have done splendidly. Leave the rest to me. Qianxiao exclaimed, her fists clenched in excitement. In her view, winning over Fujitora was not a daunting task, especially at this critical juncture. It had to come to fruition, no matter the difficulty. In truth, persuading Fujitora should not prove overly challenging. Each admiral in the Navy possesses their own sense of justice. In the original narrative, when Sengoku resigned from his position as fleet admiral, he famously remarked, "Justice is a worldview, a barrier of the times." Sengoku's justice is that of dominion over the world. Akainu's justice is absolute. Kizaru's justice is ambiguous. Akiji's justice is lethargic. And Fujitora's justice is that of benevolence. With such a worldview, Fujitora should not be too difficult to sway. After perusing this dossier, Qianxia wasted no time leaving the Inyo headquarters to head towards Fujitora's location. Although she yearned for a moment's respite, duty took precedence. Upon reaching Fujitora's residence, she knocked on the door, rapping insistently for several minutes without a response. Qianxia promptly turned on her heel, making her way to Fujitora's second frequent haunt, the casino. Old man, choose, black or white. White. Wrong, it's black. A blind elder sat on a small stool in the casino, the card before him clearly white, yet the person opposite him insisted it was black, evidently taking advantage of the elder's blindness. The old man, convinced by his opponent's judgment, wore a disheartened expression, lamenting his misfortune. Old man, still playing? I want to. But I'm out of money. Out of money? Ah, no worries. As long as you're still here, there's value in you. So, what do you say? Are you coming back in? The rogue opposite grinned at Fujitora, clearly intent on emptying his pockets. Fujitora raised an eyebrow. Just as he was about to rise and grasp his katana, a hand from behind patted his shoulder, forcibly returning him to his seat. He continue. Don't worry. I'll cover you. A young girl's voice chimed from behind Fujitora. He turned slightly to regard Qianxia, and despite his blindness, his prowess in observation haki granted him an advantage that sometimes surpassed sight. If he were to use his haki in gambling, he would undoubtedly become the king of the casino. However, Fujitora refrained from doing so. He would only employ his haki to discern if an opponent was cheating after experiencing a streak of losses. Girl, what are you up to? Fujitora inquired, puzzled. Qianxia, cloaked in a black coat and hood, merely smiled without answering. Instead, she produced a substantial amount of berries from her pocket, not only covering the previous debts but also providing ample funds to continue gambling. Old man, you may be blind, but I can see. Qianxia smiled at Fujitora, her expression shifting to one of disdain as she regarded the other gamblers. The gamblers were taken aback. They were not fools. Ordinary individuals could not possibly produce such a sum. It was evident that this young lady was either wealthy or of noble birth. Miss, continue. All right. But don't regret it later. Qianxia took on the role of Fujitora's eyes, rendering any previous tricks employed against him futile. However, the ensuing rounds shattered Qianxia's earlier composure. Loss, more loss, an unending string of defeats. My heavens! The opponent isn't even cheating. Old man, can't you win just once? Had it not been for the substantial amount of money Qianxia brought, which allowed her to recover her losses with each bet, after enduring double-digit defeats, Fujitora finally achieved his first victory. I won. I finally won. Fujitora shouted with elation, while Qianxia beside him was drenched in sweat, exhaling a sigh of relief at their triumph. They had finally secured a win. Had they lost a few more times, her supply of berries would have been exhausted. Yet, the casino was decidedly displeased. They had forfeited billions of berries in the process. Just as Qianxia celebrated her win, the casino doors were abruptly shut, and the surrounding gamblers began rising from their seats, swiftly converging towards Qianxia and Fujitora. Does the entire casino belong to them? Are they really just here to fleece Fujitora? How utterly low. Qianxia sighed, initially hoping to resolve matters peacefully, but it seemed she had no choice. Where are they? In the blink of an eye, the gamblers who had been at eye level with her suddenly vanished from her sight. Glancing downwards, Qianxiao observed the group sprawled on the ground, heads down, the floor beneath them cracked with numerous fissures. Old man Fujitora, your speed is impressive, Qianxiao remarked in astonishment. Stealing a glance at the composed Fujitora, one could never have guessed from the anime that he could wield his abilities with such swiftness. These fellows hadn't even uttered a villainous line before being face down in the dirt. Girl, it's time to go. Oh, all right. With Fujitora's words, the two exited the casino. After leaving, Qianxia naturally followed Fujitora, who accepted her presence without objection, leading her back to his home in the area. Girl, you aren't simply here to lend a hand out of a sense of justice, are you? Speak plainly. By the way, it seems someone has been investigating me. Is it your faction behind this? Once home, Fujitora poured himself a cup of tea, sipping while inquiring. As a subject of investigation, it was impossible for him to be entirely oblivious. He simply felt that those probing into his affairs bore no ill intent and allowed them to proceed. Moreover, he was curious as to why, at his advanced age and having committed no grand deeds, he was suddenly under scrutiny. In response to Fujitora's query, Qianxia opted for straightforwardness, directly revealing her purpose for visiting him. Upon hearing her explanation, Fujitora trembled slightly, nearly choking on his tea. Cough. You want me to battle the 4 emperors? He had initially assumed the Navy was summoning him for military service, but to be invited to confront the 4 emperors directly left him somewhat apprehensive about whether his old bones could withstand such a challenge. Noticing Fujitora's astonished expression, Qianxia realized he had misunderstood. Placing a hand over her chest, she clarified, you might be mistaken. It's not about you fighting the 4 emperors, but rather assisting me in combating them. The adversary of the Sea Emperors is none other than me. Chapter 70. Preparations before heading to the nations. You intend to confront the 4 emperors? Perhaps I truly am getting old. Do you really have the confidence? Toguro listened intently to Chika's elaboration and inquired, without you, I would have merely a 50% chance, but if Mr. Ishao could assist me, it would rise to at least 80%. Chika, with one hand pressed against her chest, replied earnestly. Naturally, this was merely Chika's conjecture, and she possessed no absolute certainty regarding any percentage. Victory in this battle was imperative, and she had never entertained the notion of defeat. After all, considering the possibility of failure before a grand conflict seemed exceedingly ominous. Toguro gazed thoughtfully at Chika, initially believing she was merely inviting him to join the military. To his surprise, this enigmatic young girl was proposing a direct confrontation with the 4 emperors, confidently asserting that she could contend with them. Am I truly aging, or has this world changed? Toguro pondered, preparing to test Chika's capabilities. He slowly revealed a seam at the center of his cane, exposing the hidden blade within. Gravity manipulation. Instantly, an overwhelming force of gravity descended upon Chika, who, prior to experiencing this technique, had assumed it would feel akin to mere pressure. However, upon fully absorbing its effects, she realized her error. The sensation of gravitational oppression far surpassed that of simple intimidation. The ground beneath her feet fractured instantly, and the very structure they occupied trembled, threatening to collapse at any moment. Endured it. Let us intensify it further. Toguro opened his eyes, now devoid of sight, concentrating the gravitational force entirely upon Chika. The sensation was exhilarating. However, do not misunderstand. Chika was not a masochist. The exhilaration was synonymous with pain. In that instant of intensified gravity, she felt as though her bones might shatter. Testing me, are you? Very well, let the trial commence. Chika closed her eyes, enveloped in crimson flames. Upon entering her phoenix form, the once oppressive weight was considerably diminished by the flames, allowing Chika's bright red eyes to regard Toguro with an air of ease. What do you think? Am I qualified now? With a casual flick of her hand, Toguro's gravitational effect dissipated entirely. Has she truly reached such a level? Indeed. I am growing old. The realm I only recently entered has already been traversed by this young girl. Very well, young lady, I shall consent to join your ranks. Toguro closed his eyes and retracted his cane, which had revealed its blade. There was no need for further testing. It was clear from that brief encounter that Chika's strength had surpassed his own. Toguro was not foolish. He was well aware of his own limitations. Moreover, when Chika initially mentioned inviting him to assault the 4 emperors, Toguro had refrained from outright refusal, concerned that he might not be able to defeat them. The 4 emperors have already been reserved for me. Mr. Ishao merely needs to help contain those troublesome generals. Chika was confident that these foes would not pose a challenge for her. Toguro nodded. Although he had never encountered the so-called Three Calamities generals, he believed he would not be outmatched by mere subordinates of the Four Emperors. Seeing Toguro's agreement to join, Chika's spirit soared. Both Inyo and the Revolutionary Army shared a common flaw. Their core strength was lacking. If one were to compare it to the Four Emperors' crew, they were missing adversaries of the Three Calamities level. Inyo could not possibly recruit the Marine Headquarters Vice Admirals, but with Toguro's inclusion, that concern was alleviated. Then I shall look forward to your guidance. Chika joyfully extended her hand toward Toguro, and upon their handshake, the Admiral-level expert Toguro successfully joined the Inyo faction. Without much ado, Toguro followed Chika back to the Inyo headquarters, as there remained 14 days before their operation commenced, allowing time for him to familiarize himself with the other members involved. Upon bringing Toguro to Inyo, Chika initiated specialized training, not concerning strength, but rather a crash course in culinary knowledge. After all, during their expedition to the Land of Nations, her identity would be that of a chef. And should she be queried about how a particular dish was prepared, any hesitation in her response could lead to suspicion. In addition to bolstering her culinary knowledge, Chika prepared an array of beverages nearby. Though the banquet's theme centered on desserts, drinks were also a staple at such gatherings. Chika vividly recalled her experience in Cocoa Village, where she had succumbed after merely half a cup. She certainly did not wish to find herself incapacitated while the others acted, especially since she was no master of drunken boxing. Thus, she needed to train her tolerance. After perusing a tome on desserts, Chika turned her gaze to the plethora of alcoholic beverages beside her. After a moment's hesitation, she took a deep breath and unscrewed the cap of a bottle, gulping it down. 1 second later, bang! With a resounding thud as her head met the table, Chika met an unfortunate demise. Her alcohol tolerance was remarkably poor, a deficiency that seemed to transcend the boundaries of humanity. Ain initially struggled to believe that a human could possess such a dismal capacity for alcohol. Surely not, Chika. You can do it. Hang in there. Amidst a myriad of encouraging words, it all coalesced into a singular cheer, and Chika sensed Ain's exasperation. What could Chika do? She could only brace herself and drink. Thus, over the ensuing 14 days, Chika engaged in two primary activities: memorizing texts and consuming alcohol. If one were to account for the periods she spent unconscious from drinking, she could be said to have been in a state of slumber for 12 hours of each day. Yet, heaven does not forsake the diligent. Chika's reckless drinking regimen bore fruit, as she progressed from collapsing after half a cup to the ability to consume half a bottle of beer, a cause for celebration. However, such festivities would have to wait until after they triumphed over the Four Emperors. On the 15th day, Chika, along with Ain, Toguro, and Kuina, prepared themselves donning chef uniforms. To avoid recognition, Ain had intentionally applied a hideous disguise on Chika, reducing her appearance from above 90 to around 60 or 70. Ain, did you perhaps overdo it? This looks terrible. Chika pouted, gazing into the mirror at her now altered visage. Perfect. This is the average level. Now hush. Our pirate comrades from the Four Emperors are arriving. Ain motioned for silence as a group of pirates from Big Mom's crew approached. Chapter 71. Entering the Land of Nations. Is it truly alright for us to dress like this? By the way, why are our outfits different? Kuina gazed at Chika with a hint of resentment, puffing her cheeks in discontent. Toguro wore a head chef's uniform, while Chika and Ain donned standard chef attire. Kuina's garb, however, clearly resembled that of a kitchen apprentice. Don't sweat the details. Fine. Kuina fell silent, although she recognized that among them, she was indeed the least skilled. Over 4 years, Kuina's growth had been nothing short of astonishing. With Chika and Ain's assistance in mastering her dual hockey, coupled with her own exceptional swordsmanship, her strength had reached a level where she would not be a liability in battles against the Four Emperors. Of course, they could not confront Big Mom with just the 4 of them. The remaining soldiers of Inyo had already infiltrated the Land of Nations, ready to spring into action at the first sign of conflict during the banquet. Everything was in place. Let us hope that no issues arise. Soon, the Big Mom pirates approached Chika and her companions. With professional smiles gracing their faces, they conducted a cursory inspection of the desserts destined for the banquet in Whole Cake Island before gesturing for Chika and her friends to board their pirate ship. Once aboard, the group maintained their professional demeanor. Chika felt relatively composed, but Ain, standing beside her, struggled to contain her smile, her desire to annihilate the entire crew palpable. Stay calm. Keep your composure, Chika urged. I'm on the verge of losing control of my hands, Ain exclaimed, closing her eyes as her trembling hand tightened around Chika's. The pressure so intense that Chika feared her bones might shatter. Ain's hatred for pirates was far more formidable than she had anticipated. Having always obliterated enemies on sight, this quietude was a novel experience for her. You two seem quite close childhood friends? A rogue pirate swaggered over, his demeanor reeking of carnal intentions. Did he think this was merely a casual inquiry? No. Chica sensed his ulterior motives, his entire being suffused with lust. Although Chica's attractiveness had waned to a mere 60 or 70, Ian had refrained from self-deprecation, perhaps due to her long-standing overshadowing by Chica, forgetting that she too was a strikingly beautiful maiden. Normally, Chica would have dispatched him with a swift kick, but in this moment, was restraint the only option? Chica's mind raced, while Fujitora, observing from a distance, furrowed his brow. Suddenly, the entire pirate ship shook violently. The once tranquil sea erupting into tumultuous waves that rocked the vessel from side to side, causing the pirate to stumble and crash to the deck. What is happening? With waves of this magnitude, we must inspect the desserts for any damage, Fujitora declared, approaching Chica and Ian before leading them towards the ship's aft, leaving the bewildered pirate behind. Well done, Fujitora, Chica praised as they entered the ship's rear. Finally, they could breathe a sigh of relief. While the pirates on deck assumed Chica and her companions were merely checking on the desserts, coupled with an instinctive fear of their formidable presence. Did you see that little girl? She's quite the looker. Indeed, but the one beside her is rather average despite her decent figure. Let's not discuss that. They are esteemed guests invited by Mama. We should at least treat them respectfully and not frighten them. Despite this admonition, the pirates continued their idle chatter. While the subjects of their discussion were busy communicating with members already embedded within Whole Cake Island via the Den Den Mushi. Is everyone ready? Team 1, prepared. Team 2, ready. Team 3 set. The operation mobilized nearly all members of Inyo, comprising 10 teams, each member possessing a strength no less than that of a lieutenant, with several boasting rear admiral level prowess. Everyone was eager, having bided their time for this moment to finally engage in proper action. As their departure point was not far from Whole Cake Island, they arrived the very next day. Whole Cake Island, the domain of the Yonko Big Mom, was centered around Cake Island, surrounded by 34 scattered islands. Big Mom aspired to create a sanctuary where nearly every race and tribe could coexist harmoniously. To reside within her territory, inhabitants were required to offer a month of their lifespan every 6 months, and once settled, they could never leave, destined to dwell in Whole Cake Island eternally. As the pirate ship entered the territory of Whole Cake Island, Chica and her companions could no longer remain in the aft. They gradually returned to the deck. Upon emerging, they were immediately enveloped by an overwhelming aura of oppression. This was the oppressive presence of Big Mom. What a terrifying woman. It seemed she had recently succumbed to a hunger-induced frenzy. Look, there are still houses in disrepair around here, Chica remarked, pointing towards nearby structures. Though repairs were swift, remnants of a fierce battle were still evident. Ian nodded in agreement, though she remained puzzled as to how Chica was aware of the recent events involving Big Mom and the Sweet Commanders. Chica remained as enigmatic as ever. At times, Ian felt as though Chica was an angel descended upon the world. Yet every time she entertained such thoughts, Chica's rogue antics dragged that celestial image into disarray. Let us focus. We're approaching Cake Island, Chica said, her expression turning serious. As they neared the island, the air thickened with Big Mom's formidable presence. This was the Yonko, the adversary she was about to confront. Chica placed a hand over her heart, striving for tranquility, for she could not afford to exhibit fear in the face of Big Mom, lest she be affected by the powers of her Saru no Mi. We will adhere to the plan. I trust you all. Rest assured, we will not allow anyone to interfere with your duel against Big Mom. The ultimate chaos of the banquet at Whole Cake Island was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 72. The banquet commences. 1. Remember, although you are invited to the banquet, it is imperative to remain cognizant of your identities. Do not provoke Mama, for even at a celebratory gathering, your fragile lives are at stake. As they disembarked, the pirates made numerous demands of Chica and her companions, including a reminder about their identity. Even Ian, with her veins visibly throbbing, could not help but feel a twitch at the corner of Chica's mouth. What an audacious bunch, lecturing about identity as if piracy were a noble profession. Chica felt a surge of irritation. In this chaotic era, many people's values had warped, blurring the lines between good and evil. If one day, children aspired to be pirates, wreaking havoc and plundering, the world would indeed be doomed. Yet, despite her dissatisfaction, Chica forced a smile and nodded, recognizing that now was not the time for confrontation. Patience was required. The pirates, observing Chica and her companions' compliance, dared not say more and led them deeper into Cake Island. Along the way, they encountered numerous non-human races, most of which were well known to Chica, but she did not spot any giants. However, it made sense. Chica recalled that Big Mom had wreaked havoc in the giant's village during her childhood due to her hunger-induced rampage, forging a bitter enmity. Had Big Mom gained the giant's power, she might have already taken action against the other Yonko. As Chica pondered, they finally arrived at the banquet venue. The hall was adorned not just with a singular table, but surrounded by several others, all encircling a central position. At the heart of this grand arrangement sat a notably oversized chair, undoubtedly designated for the Yonko Big Mom. One of the individuals accompanying Qianxia could occupy a seat at the same table as Big Mom. Naturally, it would be Qianxia who represented her side, while Fujitora and others sat at different tables, quietly awaiting the proceedings. During the wait, the seat beside Qianxia was continuously taken by various patrons. In a world like that of One Piece, where the average height exceeds 2 meters, Qianxia felt acutely aware of her own modest stature at 1.7 meters. Are you the proprietress of Xiaqian Dessert Shop? Your desserts are absolutely delectable. We often visit your establishment to indulge in your sweets. The proprietress of Xiaqian Dessert Shop had also arrived. I am the owner of the Sun Dessert Shop, and I hope to collaborate with you on a dessert venture. I have a humble request. Might I be allowed to set up shop in your dessert store? I can offer additional compensation. Upon confirming Qianxia's identity, merchants and fellow industry players flocked to her side one after another. The hands-off manager, Qianxia, suddenly realized the influence her dessert shop wielded, and it made sense why Big Mom had extended an invitation, allowing her to sit at the central table. Nearby, Ain and her companions observed Qianxia's somewhat flustered, yet earnest attempts to engage with the surrounding crowd, unable to suppress their quiet laughter. This situation, no matter how much preparation one undertakes, must be overwhelming. Fortunately, the people surrounding them were mostly casual onlookers, and would not impede the plan's progression. Qianxia understood this. Yet she couldn't help but internally grumble about why everyone insisted on calling her proprietress. Couldn't they just refer to her as boss? It made her feel as though she had a male counterpart. Just as the conversation grew lively, a group of individuals abruptly entered the banquet from outside, instantly altering the atmosphere. Those who had vacated their seats promptly returned to their places. Ah, has the Empress of the Sea arrived? Not quite, it was her children. The leading man was tall, with crimson short hair, a muscular build, long legs, and scars marring both cheeks, concealed beneath a massive scarf that veiled his mouth. This was Charlotte Katakuri, referred to simply as Katakuri. He was the strongest member of the Big Mom Pirates, second only to Big Mom herself, possessing the advanced observation haki that allowed him to foresee the future. He was also the individual Qianxia most feared could obstruct her plans during this endeavor. Katakuri took a seat at a table adjacent to Big Mom's, coincidentally sitting near Fujitora. Katakuri furrowed his brow slightly as he glanced at Fujitora, who was bowing his head. Though there was no overtly dangerous aura emanating from him, Katakuri found himself inexplicably drawn to this individual. Brother? What's wrong? Nothing. It might just be my imagination, Katakuri replied, shaking his head, believing he might be overly sensitive. Unbeknownst to him, just as he noted Fujitora, the blade concealed within Fujitora's cane had revealed itself by about a centimeter. This must be the star Katakuri that the girl Qianxia spoke of. Quite an astute observation. Considering I've concealed my presence so well and still caught his attention, Fujitora mused silently. The mightiest of the stars, Katakuri. Fujitora finally comprehended the caution Qianxia had imparted to him prior to their departure. Underestimating this ability could indeed result in grave consequences. He resolved to show Katakuri the respect he deserved, and prepared to incapacitate him at the earliest opportunity once the action commenced. As time passed, a palpable sense of pressure filled the air, signaling the arrival of the woman. Towering in stature, nearly akin to a giant, she was renowned for her formidable defensive capabilities, accompanied by a blazing sun and a tempestuous cloud of lightning. The world's strongest female pirate, the Empress of the Sea, Big Mom. Everyone has arrived. How splendid! Since our last banquet, my family has welcomed several new races, and I am certain the nuns will be delighted to see this. Big Mom beamed, holding an album in her hands. The attendees exchanged peculiar glances at the album, their intrigue piqued, as it was their first encounter with the nun's album that Qianxia had mentioned. Could such a trivial item incite Big Mom's wrath? Though somewhat incredulous, they trusted Qianxia's word. In an instant, the collective hearts of the crowd were united, while Qianxia felt a surge of anticipation, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to shatter the nun's album. Chapter 73. The chaos begins. You are the proprietress of Xiaqian Dessert Shop, correct? Though this is our first meeting, I frequently indulge in the delights from your establishment. They are among my favorites, Big Mom remarked, turning to the only unfamiliar face at her table. immediately deducing that Qianxia was indeed the owner of the dessert shop making her debut at the banquet. Ha ha ha. Thank you for the compliment. In truth, our desserts have much room for improvement. I've heard that there's an exceptionally talented chef among the 4 emperors. If given the chance, I would love to discuss how to create even better desserts. Qianxia responded with poise. Nervousness aside, once in the zone, Qianxia's acting was unparalleled. If she claimed second place, who would dare to call themselves first? You must be referring to the long bread? He is indeed remarkable. After all these years, he remains my favorite chef. Big Mom laughed heartily, simultaneously placing the nun's album on the table. Qianxia was now a mere meter away from the nun's album, yet she could not act directly. Kuina, it's up to you. Qianxia subtly signaled to the 2 at the nearby table, and they immediately understood. One feigned choking and began to pound on their chest, while the other accidentally dropped a cup, producing a sharp crash. What happened? Big Mom's expression shifted to one of gravity as she turned her gaze to the source of the commotion caused by Ain and Kuina. As a perfectionist, she detested any disturbances at her cherished banquet. Ain and Kuina hastily stood and bowed apologetically to Big Mom. Why yes, we are so sorry. Big Mom frowned slightly in displeasure. And at that very moment, as all eyes were on Ain and Kuina, Qianxia cast a sidelong glance at the nun's album. Perfect, this is my opportunity. Just as Qianxia prepared to act, an ominous premonition surged within Katakuri, triggering his advanced observation haki. What? The nun's album? Katakuri gasped, quickly turning to face Qianxia. He opened his mouth to shout a warning, but before he could move, an overwhelming force descended upon him, rendering his body immobile. Simultaneously, Fujitora rose from his seat, eyes closed as he unsheathed the blade hidden within his cane. This is bad. The thought flashed through the minds of everyone present, and Big Mom quickly reacted, clenching her fists and hurriedly directing her wrath toward Qianxia. Do not touch the nun's album. Fire fist. Qianxia would not let this chance slip away. She had no intention of clashing fists with Big Mom. Her sole focus was on that album. Flames erupted violently, igniting an explosive conflagration that rapidly spread around them. Big Mom was formidable, but could an album withstand the force of Qianxia's fire fist? The answer was an unequivocal no. Nuns. Amidst the flickering flames, the piercing screams emanating from Big Mom reverberated through the air. Not just any ordinary scream, but one imbued with the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's haki. The less formidable attendees at the banquet were rendered unconscious, rolling their eyes in shock, while Chica and her companions swiftly produced specially designed earplugs to shield themselves from the auditory onslaught. For them, Big Mom's cries transformed into mere manifestations of her conqueror's aura. The sound itself rendered null and void. Curse be it, an enemy attack. Rush to protect Mother. The sons of Big Mom hastily surged towards her, their faces etched with urgency. Fujitora furrowed his brow, expanding the radius of his gravitational pressure. While he could not entirely immobilize their movements, their strides were significantly hampered, making even the simplest step a Herculean task. Who exactly are you? I have never heard of your kind. Karasu gazed intently at Fujitora, his expression grave. Having encountered many formidable figures, including the officers of the other Yonkos and admirals of the Marines, he found none who could compare to the elder before him. Fujitora opened his pale eyes and replied solemnly, just a gambling old man, but even such a man is formidable enough for you. What did you say? Karasu clenched his teeth, his entire being surging with haki, momentarily negating the gravitational pull. His fists, transformed into glutinous rice, were reinforced with armament haki as he charged at Fujitora with fierce velocity. Fujitora, wielding his cane sword, inhaled deeply and unleashed a powerful strike. Gravitational blade, fierce tiger. As the sword energy soared forth, everything in its path was distorted by its terrifying gravitational interference. Karasu's glutinous fists collided with the blade, warping under the immense pressure, while the gravitational sword energy continued its relentless trajectory towards his body. Upon witnessing this, Karasu activated his foresight, anticipating the precise point of impact, and deftly contorting his body to evade. He effectively created an opening for the gravitational sword energy to pass through, striking the ground far behind him. The special Paramecia-type ability resembled a Logia in its nature. Fujitora remained unfazed, as Chika had already informed him of this peculiar capability. With such elemental-like powers and his keen observation haki, Fujitora understood that dealing with this adversary would require a measure of time. In contrast, Karasu felt a sense of urgency. He yearned to break free from Fujitora's grasp and rush to assist Big Mom, knowing that in her rampaging state, she had lost her once invincible defenses. Get away from me, he shouted, launching into cutting rice cake, transforming his arm into a rice cake state that rapidly expanded and hardened into a spiked club, spinning violently as he charged at Fujitora. Hell Journey! Fujitora plunged his gravitational sword into the ground, amplifying the gravitational pressure to its zenith. The force was no longer merely a hindrance to movement. The ground itself began to buckle under the oppressive weight, creating massive craters. Kurasu's assault was abruptly interrupted, forcing him to retreat hastily. Did he think he could escape Fujitora's grasp as easily as Luffy? In that moment, Fujitora showed no mercy, unleashing full force. Meanwhile, amidst the explosive flames, Chika and Big Mom were engulfed in a cacophony of anguished cries, giving rise to an overwhelming fury. Napoleon! Big Mom's hat soared into the air, transforming into a sharp sword, while Prometheus and Zeus sprang into action, dispersing the flames in an instant. The now gaunt Big Mom stood resolutely before Chika. Without a moment's hesitation, she gripped Napoleon tightly and swung it towards Chika. Kingdom of Power. Chapter 74, Rampaging Big Mom. The Kingdom of Power. This was the pinnacle of Big Mom's swordsmanship, a strike born from her soul fruit, unleashing a devastating slash. Yet, rather than a mere cut, this technique resembled a shockwave, immensely powerful, widely encompassing, and remarkably swift. Could Chika evade it? At this distance, evasion was impossible. Chika closed her eyes, resolutely entering her phoenix form and bracing herself to withstand the onslaught of the Kingdom of Power. As Big Mom unleashed her strike, the shockwave radiated across an area spanning hundreds, if not thousands of meters, obliterating everything in its path into mere dust. However, Chika was an exception. Her body rapidly oscillated between destruction and regeneration, and she soared beyond the reach of Big Mom's attack. Under normal circumstances, Chika adhered to strict limitations regarding her multifaceted identity. As a Navy officer, she primarily wielded the famed sword Snow Walk, her fruit abilities akin to those of Marco. In her Inyo identity, she favored dual demon blades, though this form was seldom utilized, minimizing the risk of exposure. Lastly, as the world's most dangerous criminal, this identity posed the greatest risk of revelation, with her only constraint being the phoenix form, eschewing any other tactics. Yet facing Big Mom, such considerations fell by the wayside. All manner of tactics were to be employed, for the stakes were life and death. When confronting a Yonko, Chika could not afford to hold back. However, there was one phrase she desperately wished to utter, a potential flag. In this round, the advantage is mine. Chika summoned the phoenix flames to her feet and from her elevated position, launched a powerful kick towards Big Mom. With both hands gripping Napoleon, Big Mom fearlessly swung her sword in response. The clash of conquerors' hockey erupted as black lightning ignited at the point of contact between Chika's foot and the sword. This was Chika's first encounter with the skill of conquerors' hockey. It was indeed extraordinary, but the power she wielded in her phoenix form was even more so. With a fierce cry, Chika forcibly redirected Napoleon, and flames surged in her hands. With a sweeping motion, torrential fire rained down upon the Yonko Big Mom. Boom, 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 boom. Prometheus. Yes, mother. Big Mom, with fiery determination, summoned Prometheus to her side, her fists igniting with flames as she clashed head-on with Chika's barrage of fire. Zeus. The confrontation of flames reached a stalemate, prompting Big Mom to shout as she unleashed another of her homies. Zeus surged forward, ascending to the area above Chika, and a colossal bolt of lightning descended upon her. Chika swiftly drew her dual demon blades. With the legacy of Dragon Slash and the legendary feats of Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks echoing in her mind, cleaving through lightning was scarcely an insurmountable task. A surge of dark demonic energy erupted as the descending lightning was forcefully split in twain. Zuh! Prometheus. This is bad, I can't hold on much longer. Napoleon, mother! Mother! Wake up! Wake up! Enveloped in her frenzy, Big Mom was solely driven by her instinct to fight, unable to regain her composure. Her body grew increasingly emaciated, her once impenetrable defenses dissipating, yet in its place she gained an agility surpassing her normal state. Zeus the Almighty Thunderer. The stolen fire of Prometheus. Upon hearing these words, both Zeus and Prometheus sprang into immediate action. In the heavens, Zeus's form began to swell, accumulating an ever-increasing intensity of lightning, which he unleashed in a moment, releasing countless bolts of lightning, each imbued with a consciousness of its own, capable of veering off course, locking onto targets, and moving with unparalleled speed. Meanwhile, Prometheus, refusing to follow the chaos, maneuvered independently through the sky, resembling a crimson meteor. An encounter with him at such velocity would be nothing short of catastrophic. Big Mom wielded her remaining Mihawk Napoleon, radiating an aura of terrifying conqueror's hockey. The battle between her and Chika continued, while the phoenix form had already persisted for 30 seconds. Fortunately, this form had evolved. Had it been the previous version, she would likely have been rendered powerless by now. Outside their battlefield, Fujitora and his allies were engaged in holding back the pirates, seeking to disrupt the one-on-one duel between Big Mom and Chica. Among the 4 commanders, Katakuri found himself completely restrained by Fujitora, while the other 3 were similarly oppressed by the gravitational force, their speed significantly diminished and stamina rapidly depleting. Beyond the banquet, the soldiers of Inyo surged into the fray, transforming the entire venue into a chaotic battleground. To the untrained eye, the scene was utterly bewildering. However, Katakuri was acutely aware of the dire circumstances. Who is that woman? Although Big Mom had succumbed to her rage, she remained a formidable adversary, yet she found herself at a disadvantage. Katakuri gazed at the hellish landscape of the battlefield, his frustration mounting under the oppressive presence of the elder before him. Despite his strong observation haki, the sheer scale of the gravitational force rendered all beings equal. Proximity meant entrapment, while distance precluded victory against Fujitora, who possessed formidable offensive capabilities alongside his gravitational control. As Katakuri's mind raced with calculations, Fujitora slowly sheathed his blade, performing a motion reminiscent of a draw. What was he planning? Was the chaos not sufficient? If that were the case, he would bestow yet another grand gift upon them, perhaps even assisting that lady in the process. With that, Fujitora conjured several gravitational circles around him, which surged skyward with a sudden whoosh, piercing the clouds above. Within moments, the sky darkened ominously. Katakuri tilted his head upwards, activating his precognition once more. Yet the shock of what ensued would not be assuaged simply by foreknowledge. Several colossal meteorites hurtled down from the heavens, accompanied by the sound of shattering air and the searing heat of atmospheric entry. This was Fujitora's most outrageous maneuver, forcibly yanking meteorites from space using the gravity of his devil fruit. Ein and Kuina stood frozen in awe at the spectacle, while the pirates near Big Mom were equally dumbfounded, their eyes wide as they beheld the meteors that would soon plummet to the ground. Pulling down meteorites? This was utterly absurd. Chapter 75. The Great Melee. Fujitora's powers were indeed terrifying. For him, pulling meteorites was hardly a grand feat, as it required little exertion. Merely a flick of his blade sufficed. He could pull down even more meteorites if he desired. Truly, this was madness. Katakuri ascended into the air, enveloping his glutinous form in armament haki, akin to the properties of a gum-gum fruit, unleashing a barrage of strikes like a machine gun. Boom! 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 The sound of destruction echoed continuously. Though these meteorites appeared formidable, even Doflamingo could shatter them. Katakuri could do so even more forcefully. Yet Fujitora asserted, one is manageable. But what of 2, 3, or 10? As Katakuri obliterated one meteorite, Fujitora manipulated the remaining ones, causing them to merge into a larger mass, increasing both their size and velocity. Should Katakuri fail to destroy the meteorites, their impact would unleash a devastating wave of destruction upon the ground. Even if Katakuri could withstand it, his family certainly could not. He realized he was thoroughly constrained. Thoughts of aiding Big Mom were futile. If this continued, his own survival would be in jeopardy. Brother! Observing Katakuri's struggle, the other commanders and pirates rushed to assist him. However, under Fujitora's restrictions, their abilities were severely diminished. Kuina and Ein stood resolutely in front of them, weapons drawn. Though not particularly strong, they understood the danger of being ignored. Kuina fixed her serious gaze upon the approaching pirates, feeling a wave of anxiety. This was her first encounter with such a formidable group. In contrast, Ein felt no trepidation, her mind racing with strategies to confront the adversaries. Stand aside! A pirate bellowed, brandishing a long sword as he charged at the two. Kuina stepped forward without hesitation to intercept him, their swords clashing as they engaged in a contest of haki. Girl, your haki is no match for mine. The pirate taunted. Perhaps, but it's not far off, Kuina retorted. In that case, Ein. As their blades locked, Ein darted to the side of the pirate and, with a swift motion, slapped his shoulder. Instantly, the pirate's physical prowess waned, and before he could react, Kuina followed up with a decisive slash, blood spraying as the pirate crumpled to the ground. A perfect collaboration. Ein's devil fruit ability seemed akin to mine? A long-legged woman watching the scene furrowed her brow, having missed the details due to the speed of events. It appeared that upon contact, the pirate had undergone some transformation. Though the specifics eluded her, it was evident that those touched would weaken. This transformation was the result of Ein's reverse fruit ability. Through years of diligent training, she had honed her power to a level surpassing that in the original storyline, capable of reversing an entity's age by up to 20 years. While this alteration would not affect Haki capabilities, it could enhance physical attributes. And the most terrifying aspect was that by repeatedly activating her ability, she could regress a target to infancy, effectively erasing them from existence. However, there were limitations. Haki could interfere. Thus, Ein utilized Kuina as a reference point, ensuring that as long as their Haki levels were not too disparate, her powers could be successfully executed. The synergy between the two, combined with Fujitora's gravitational suppression, was sufficient to momentarily contend with the pirates before them. Commander Smoothie hesitated, pondering her next move, while her companion, Cracker, dismissed contemplation entirely. "Come on everyone, follow me." Cracker unleashed his abilities, instantly conjuring a multitude of biscuit soldiers. These soldiers should not be underestimated, as their defenses could withstand even Luffy's Gear 4th state, presenting a formidable challenge. Unfortunately for them, their opponent was Ein. Reverse fire. Ein crossed his arms, and in an instant, his hands were engulfed in a rosy flame. With a swift motion, he sent forth countless waves of retrogressive fire, striking each and every cookie soldier, returning them to their state before creation, causing them to vanish into thin air. Ein's retrogressive ability was a natural counter to any ability that relied on immediate creation. What? My cookie soldiers are gone just like that? Clea was stupefied. He clapped his hands and summoned dozens of cookie soldiers anew, but as soon as they materialized, they too disappeared in a flash of pink fire. Gritting his teeth, Clea scratched his head in frustration. Although he was skilled in swordsmanship and didn't he necessarily have to rely on cookie soldiers, he had an intense fear of pain, leaving him in a state of hesitation. It was utterly humiliating for a commander of his stature to be thwarted by two young girls. Meanwhile, the chaos of the battle between Chica and Big Mom was even more tumultuous. Chica darted through the air at high speed, as Zeus's lightning was alarmingly dense. Coupled with the freely moving Prometheus, Chica felt as though she was not merely battling Big Mom, but three opponents simultaneously. With 3 minutes of activity time, she was already nearing the 2-minute mark, and Chica was not far from triggering a warning signal. A swift resolution was imperative. Chica launched herself into the sky, ascending to a higher vantage point above Zeus's storm clouds. She raised one hand, gathering a searing orb of flame in her palm, which rapidly expanded at an astonishing rate. Mom, something's off with her," Zeus shouted to Big Mom while directing the unleashed thunder towards the elevated Chica. In response, Chica lifted her other hand, conjuring countless fiery birds that clashed with the incoming lightning. "Come back, Zeus. Prometheus, you too," Big Mom shouted through gritted teeth, urging Zeus and Prometheus to return. Merging with Napoleon's sword, Prometheus transformed into a colossal form, while Zeus morphed into a thundercloud. Big Mom leaped atop Zeus, her presence reaching its zenith. Phoenix Flame Ring. Flame Emperor. Wicked Nation. The solar-like fireball collided with Big Mom's sword strike at close range, enveloping the entirety of Cake Island in a cacophony of crimson and explosive sound. Amidst this inferno, a sudden wisp of dark energy emerged, revealing Chica drawing forth her 2 cursed blades, their surfaces emanating a torrent of malevolent energy. Cursed Energy Ultimate, Feast of 1,000 Demons. Chapter 76, Mere Emperors. Cursed Energy Ultimate, Feast of 1,000 Demons. This was Chica's most formidable technique with her cursed blades, as the released energy conjured countless grotesque apparitions. Each of these entities possessed unique abilities, some inducing hallucinations, others exacerbating injuries, and many capable of forcibly repelling foes. The anguished cries of these creatures filled the air, creating a soundscape that rivaled Big Mom's own screams in terms of psychological torment. With gritted teeth, Big Mom swung Napoleon at these apparitions, but her strikes had no effect. The demons gnawed at her, inflicting various negative effects upon her. Were it not for Zeus's autopilot, Big Mom would have surely fallen from his back to the ground below. "You wretched girl!" Big Mom roared in fury, her fearsome conqueror's haki radiating outward, overwhelming those nearby. Even Fujitora frowned, and weaker pirates collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth. "A year of life? No, 10 years of life. You must perish today, girl." A peculiar glow, reminiscent of flames, emanated from Big Mom's body, astonishingly healing her wounds, and her already gigantic form grew even larger. As an emperor, Big Mom, a user of the soul fruit, commanded souls and life, capable of both taking and bestowing them. Moreover, she could sacrifice her own life force to temporarily enhance her power. Zeus, Prometheus, and Napoleon all transformed into colossal forms, mirroring their titan of a master. Witnessing this transformation, Chica felt beads of sweat trickling down her face. Truth be told, she had only seen such a move in manga, yet it had been defeated by Law and Kid, leaving her uncertain about its amplification effects. Observing Big Mom's changes firsthand, Chica could only curse silently. Law and kid, how on earth did you defeat such a monstrosity? Nevertheless, Chica was not at a disadvantage in pure strength. Her phoenix form was more than sufficient. The main concern was the dwindling time. The boss was entering the second phase. What should she do next? Meanwhile, on the ground, spectators displayed a range of expressions. The pirates aligned with Big Mom felt their anxiety dissipate as they witnessed their mother's overwhelming power. Indeed, she was invincible. Conversely, Fujitora and the others on Chica's side wore grave expressions, acutely aware of Big Mom's formidable strength, even from a distance. I leave this to you, I will assist. Fujitora slightly eased the gravitational pressure, allowing Kaku to rush over to entangle him. But Fujitora immediately reinstated the gravity, pinning Kaku down once more. He understood that he could not afford to relent. If he did, Ein and Kuina would unleash their remaining commanders, and their side would likely crumble. For now, all he could do was place his faith in Chica. As she soared above, Chica swallowed hard, a single minute remaining. Her mind raced as she contemplated any means to defeat Big Mom, who was overextending her life. Yet after only 3 seconds of deliberation, she abandoned such thoughts, recalling Carp's words. Rather than pondering the improbable, it was better to trust in her inherent power. Just as Carp believed in his unmatched iron fist, Chica had faith in her own fruit abilities. Taking a deep breath, she cast aside her pride and shouted with determination, I am invincible. Confidence is paramount. Unbeknownst to her, the influence of the soul fruit had seeped into her psyche. Should she perceive herself as the weaker party against Big Mom, she would indeed become one. She absolutely could not falter. She resolved to act. Jinbei once said, how could one fear mere emperors? Although the first half of his statement was in reference to being a crewmate of the Pirate King, Chica thought to amend it. As the sister of the sun god Luffy, Flame Emperor Sabo, and the Pirate King's son Ace, how could she fear mere emperors? In an instant, Chica's fighting spirit ignited, her blood surging with fervor, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fierce flames. Gripping her dual blades, which had temporarily exhausted their cursed energy after unleashing the feast of 1,000 demons, she enveloped them in phoenix flames, transforming her dark blades into radiant crimson. The ethereal silhouettes of a phoenix and a phoenixess, once faint, grew increasingly vivid behind her. Qianxia gripped her twin blades tightly, propelling herself forward through the air, channeling her energy as she charged towards Big Mom, leaving a trail of dazzling effects in her wake. Big Mom, standing firm upon Zeus, utilized him as a springboard, wielding the Emperor's sword, an amalgamation of Prometheus and Napoleon's powers, to charge directly at the oncoming Qianxia. Once towering at 88 meters, Big Mom now loomed over 10 meters tall, brandishing the uniformly sized Emperor's sword against Qianxia, who stood merely 1.7 meters. The sheer spectacle was enough to invoke awe, irrespective of the ensuing clash. Big Mom cried out, die you little brat. To which Qianxia retorted, the one who should die is you. As the Emperor's sword clashed with Qianxia's dual blades, a fierce wave of heat engulfed the surroundings, and in that moment of collision, Qianxia felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through her, while Big Mom too drew upon her life force, her own power intensifying. The previous battle between Luffy and Kaido that nearly obliterated Onigashima echoed in the background, as did the impending mutual destruction between Qianxia and Big Mom in this clash on Cake Island. Just as the possibility of mutual annihilation loomed, two figures suddenly materialized to either side of Big Mom. Zeus. Prometheus? Although Zeus remained, Prometheus was still in his fused state with Napoleon, and the figures flanking Big Mom were certainly not her two homies. Casting a sidelong glance, Big Mom froze in astonishment. To her left and right were two magnificent creatures she had never encountered before. Two resplendent, fire-hued birds soared in the air, their brilliant crimson tails and perfect physiques exuding the majesty of the avian royal lineage. What are these creatures? Big Mom's pupils trembled violently, and as the twin phoenixes let out their melodious cries, they flapped their wings and collided with Big Mom's massive body, erupting in a cascade of splendid flames. Mother! The three homies and the pirates below uttered incredulous cries, while Qianxia herself was momentarily dazed. Could it be? Are these phoenixes mine? Chapter 77. A sudden arrival of reinforcements. Awakened to unexpected new powers, Qianxia felt somewhat bewildered as she beheld the circling phoenixes in the sky. She sensed they were summoned by her, yet she could not control them. What is going on? Can mythical Zoan fruits truly summon mythical beasts directly? Surely not. Qianxia's expression fell as she dismissed the thought that had momentarily crossed her mind. It seemed that the phoenix fruit she had consumed was indeed a remarkable mythical Zoan, worthy of being a totemic divine beast from our great Huaxia. As she pondered, Qianxia soared closer to the phoenixes. The one with a more slender form, its bifurcated tail feathers, approached her, extending its long neck affectionately towards Qianxia. The other phoenix, however, treated Qianxia as if she were invisible, ignoring her completely. This must be the phoenixes, while the indifferent one is the phoenix. Why is it ignoring me? Qianxia tilted her head in confusion, reaching out to touch the phoenix, only for it to turn away with an air of haughty disdain, refusing her touch. Witnessing this, Qianxia felt a vain throb on her forehead. If circumstances allowed, she would have relished a spar with the phoenix, yet it was evidently not the right moment. Lowering her gaze, she observed Zeus gently lowering Big Mom, who was now staggering, her eyes clouded. If her previous state had been one of sheer rage, intent on annihilating Qianxia, she now teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. The side effects of life force depletion were beginning to manifest. Big Mom's aura was waning, considerably diminished compared to her earlier battle with Qianxia. Had the battle concluded? Mother! 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 The three homies anxiously circled around Big Mom, chirping in a frantic attempt to rouse her. Big Mom's eyes flickered between consciousness and oblivion. Zeus, Prometheus, Napoleon. I understand now. Mother! The three homies instantly grasped Big Mom's intent. They swiftly dove into her body, seeking to reclaim the soul power of the homies to restore her state. Qianxiao exclaimed, "No way? You're back. I'm not tired of this." But the readers surely are. Gritting her teeth, Qianxia yearned to land a final blow on Big Mom. Yet she too was nearing her limits, only marginally better off than Big Mom, who lay weak and semi-conscious on the ground. Just as Big Mom was about to fully reclaim the homies' power and rise, suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck down, directly hitting Big Mom. Boom! Zeus. No. Zeus was still within Big Mom, and why would he harm her? As Qianxia gazed at the ominous clouds above, she sensed the surrounding air currents shifting, and soon, a violent tornado manifested beside Big Mom, lifting her off the ground. Witnessing this unfold, Qianxia finally comprehended the situation, lowering her head with a smile, muttering, "So? You're stealing my kill. Well, fine, I won't hold it against you." Amidst the tempest, a figure clad in a black cloak emerged, his hand contorting into a unique shape, striking Big Mom with a powerful blow. Dragon Claw Hand Extreme. Big Mom was swiftly propelled away, skidding across the ground for dozens, if not hundreds of meters, before finally coming to a halt. Her recovery was interrupted, and the three homies were ejected weakly from her body, leaving Big Mom utterly unconscious, devoid of combat capability. The individual who had usurped the kill landed beside Qianxia. "Didn't you say you couldn't come? I wasn't supposed to. But my daughter wished to confront an emperor. Even if I couldn't come, I had to find a way. Am I wrong?" The man beneath the black cloak raised a hand as he uttered words that made Qianxia blush with embarrassment. Revolutionary Dragon. The foremost figure of the Revolutionary Army, and its mightiest force. Prior to the assault on Big Mom, Qianxia had informed her estranged father about her impending battle. It wasn't a plea for blessings. She merely felt it necessary to notify her parents. Just a simple notification, certainly not a request for aid. Upon hearing Qianxia's words, Dragon paused, then revealed that the world government and navy had been keeping a close watch on him, making it difficult for him to assist her. Qianxia merely responded with an indifferent "oh," not a trace of disappointment in her demeanor, for her plan had never included enlisting the Revolutionary Army's help. In truth, upon receiving Qianxia's call, Dragon had immediately plunged into work mode, resolving tasks that would have otherwise taken considerable time with astonishing speed. The Revolutionary Army couldn't mobilize to aid Qianxia, so Dragon had come alone, not as the Revolutionary Dragon, but merely as Qianxia's father, arriving in Tato Land. "It seems my timing is impeccable. Your timing could not be better." Qianxia stood with her hands on her hips, gazing at the figure clad in a black cloak before her. Although his face was mostly obscured, there was no mistaking him for anyone but her father, Dragon. Nearby, a throng of pirates watched in dismay as their mother was defeated, instantly thrown into disarray. Some sought to flee while others, in a frenzy, attempted to rush to her aid. However, with Fujitora present, such attempts were evidently futile. Fujitora and his companions were perplexed by the sudden appearance of this individual. Fujitora remarked, "Given this person's aura, in conjunction with Miss Qianxia's presence, it seems unlikely he is an adversary." Kazuki Kuina added, "I have never encountered this individual before. Yet I can sense that he poses a significant threat." Ein exclaimed, "A man in a black cloak? Could he possibly have a close relationship with Qianxia?" Qianxia shouted, "Father! Father! Father!" From a distance, she noticed Ein's shifting expression and understood that he was likely lost in romantic fantasies. Now was not the time for idle chatter. They needed to clean up the aftermath of the battle first. After all, her father probably had little time to spare. Once the situation was resolved, he would need to return to the Revolutionary Army base promptly. With this thought, Qianxia prepared to muster her remaining strength to assist Fujitora and the others in tidying up the scene, but her father, Dragon, remained unresponsive to her musings. Father? Qianxia turned in confusion to glance at Dragon, who calmly replied, "There is ample time. I am in no rush to return to the base. Once this situation is resolved, Qianxia, let us take the time to converse as father and daughter, as we have not done in a long while." "Oh, certainly. Wait." Qianxia blinked in astonishment. When she turned back to look at him, Dragon had vanished, swiftly charging towards the remaining pirates. Chapter 78. Dragon and Qianxia with Dragoness intervention. The tide of battle underwent a dramatic reversal. Initially, it was Fujitora leading the charge against the stars and high-ranking pirates, while the Inyo forces, led by several Vice Admiral-level warriors, suppressed the lower-tier pirates. It was merely suppression, as the disparity in forces rendered the prospect of annihilation impossible. The original plan was for Qianxia to eliminate Big Mom, and then promptly join the fray to reap the rewards of the ensuing chaos. However, with Dragon's arrival, Qianxia realized her role had diminished. Dragon moved with remarkable speed, effortlessly dispatching a multitude of pirates, each punch sending them sprawling and revealing their utter lack of professionalism. Keidu, who found himself restrained by Fujitora, gritted his teeth, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. The so-called strongest observation haki proved useless at that moment. Even if one could foresee the future, without the power to alter it, such foresight was rendered meaningless. Witnessing Dragon's one-sided thrashing of his comrades, Keidu clenched his jaw, pressing his hands to the ground as he activated his Devil Fruit's awakened abilities. Instantly, the ground transformed into a sticky rice cake, forming a glutinous fist that lunged toward Dragon. Yet, this attack posed no threat to Dragon, as Keidu was but a shadow of his former self, while Dragon remained at full strength after claiming ahead. After deftly evading Keidu's strike, Fujitora renewed his efforts, compressing Keidu's glutinous fist until it collapsed against the ground. The Big Mom pirates were utterly obliterated. One of the 4 emperors of the sea was thus erased from existence. Some lower-ranking pirates managed to escape from Whole Cake Island, but the majority of high-ranking pirates were eliminated on the spot, with not a single officer managing to flee. Who could have anticipated that the once boisterous banquet, presided over by the pirates who wielded imperial-like authority, would vanish from the public eye? In its place, a deluge of sensational news articles flooded the media, all centered around Inyo. Shocking. The elusive Inyo organization unexpectedly launched an assault on the territory of the 4 emperors, annihilating them? Chaos reigns across the world. The Navy headquarters may classify Inyo among the ranks of pirates. The world government seeks to ally with Inyo to establish an even more formidable defense organization. Various sensational headlines proliferated, with some outlets even claiming Inyo had infiltrated the ranks of the new 4 emperors. This was absurd, thankfully. Inyo's public relations department promptly issued a cease and desist letter to the offending media. Inyo, this is slander. Slander. Media, we saw nothing, we posted nothing. It's deleted. It's deleted. It was a jest. Inyo could be misrepresented as any organization, but being misidentified as a pirate organization was absolutely intolerable. This was Inyo's bottom line. Or perhaps Ines' bottom line. A multitude of unscrupulous media outlets were bombarded with legal notices. No mercy was spared. While seated in the office managing the aftermath, Ein waved his hand, controlling the narrative in the media. The seas were in turmoil. If these statements were left unchecked, the consequences would be dire. What? So many legal notices? Can the lawyers handle this? Ein expressed no concern. Although numerous cease and desist letters had been dispatched, most recipients would cower in fear and retract their news upon receiving such correspondence. Moreover, if it came to a legal battle, Ein had complete confidence that his professional team would prevail. The entire Inyo organization was engulfed in a flurry of activity, addressing the aftermath of the battle, dealing with the remnants of the Big Mom pirates, managing the media, treating the injured, and most importantly, contending with the investigation initiated by CP0 from the world government. Ein was exceedingly busy, even nursing her own wounds. Yet, as Qianxia's aide, she pressed on. And where was Qianxia, the greatest contributor to this conflict? A pertinent question indeed. She had been whisked away by her father to the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, situated in a desolate desert, specifically to her father's personal office. The office contained 2 standard sofas. Qianxia occupied one while Dragon reclined on the other. Qianxia kept her head lowered, her hands resting on her thighs in a perfectly proper posture, while Dragon perused the news articles. The atmosphere was palpably awkward. Perhaps it was not merely awkward, rather. Qianxia felt an acute sense of discomfort, for seated opposite her was her father, and the weight of their shared bloodline bore down upon her, transforming the once proud phoenix into a mere sparrow. Well, father? Do you need something? Qianxia forced a somewhat stiff smile, thinking, what do you mean? Do you need something? Did you not summon me here to converse? Nothing. Once again, Qianxia lowered her head, wishing fervently that her toes could burrow deep into the earth, perhaps 5,000 meters down. Meanwhile, Dragon was grappling with his own internal dilemma. How should I be the first to speak? This atmosphere is so awkward. If it continues, Qianxia might just get up and leave. Dragon was not socially inept, nor was he unskilled in communication. After all, he was the leader of the Revolutionary Army. If he lacked the ability to converse, he could not have forged such a formidable organization. He was a capable leader, yet he did not necessarily excel as a father. His time spent with Qianxia had been fleeting, particularly before her arrival in this world. Thus, when faced with his daughter, Dragon found himself bereft of conversational skills, as if they had been cast into a river, rendering him utterly helpless, akin to a fish out of water. The situation mirrored their first encounter in Foosha village. It was not that he was pressed for time, but rather that he simply did not know what to say to his daughter, resulting in a hasty departure. It was once believed that the awkwardness of communication would dissipate as his daughter reached adulthood, or at least lighten considerably. However, to his surprise, the situation had intensified. After receiving a call from Ivankov, Dragon hastily resolved the matters at hand, drawing the attention of his colleagues, who exchanged knowing glances that suggested he was a doting father. Dragon vehemently denied being a doting father. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and at Dragon's command, a uniquely striking woman entered. Upon spotting Chica on the sofa, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she rushed over in a flurry, arms wide open to embrace Chica. You must be Dragon's daughter. I've heard so much about you from him. He often speaks of you with such pride. The woman exclaimed with a beaming smile. Chica, taken aback, turned to glance at Dragon, who was using a newspaper to shield his face from view. Close your mouth, Ivankov. Ivankov, colloquially known as the Okama King, was one of the commanders of the Revolutionary Army. Unlike the four military leaders, Ivankov resembled more of a friend to Dragon than a subordinate. His ability, derived from the hormone fruit, allowed him to manipulate human body temperature, pigmentation, growth, emotions, and even change a person's gender, as well as utilize life force to heal injuries temporarily. Embraced by Ivankov, Chica immediately recognized her as the person she had heard of before. Indeed, Ivankov's presence alone was a formidable psychological assault. However, what had Ivankov just said? A sudden, incredulous thought crossed her mind as she glanced at the man beside her, who was still engrossed in the newspaper. Father, you can't be a doting father, can you? It was hard to believe, utterly unbelievable. Setting aside the fact that the original narrative did not hint at his paternal fondness, Chica had little memory of her relationship with Dragon, and their numerous interactions had not touched upon any father-daughter affection, leading her to conclude that their relationship was quite strained. In truth, the original Chica had shared a similar sentiment. Due to Dragon's ineptitude in communicating with his daughter, their exchanges had been scarce. As a child in the Revolutionary Army, Chica did not learn the 6 forms from Dragon, but rather from several elder members of the army. Nevertheless, she had always yearned for Dragon's attention and recognition, striving to excel in her training despite societal expectations of her gender. She not only mastered the 6 forms at a tender age, earning the title of a once-in-a-century genius within the Revolutionary Army, yet still, she failed to gain Dragon's acknowledgement. Eventually, driven almost to obsession, Chica intensified her training, her strength soaring to the point where she began participating in certain Revolutionary Army missions alongside her peers. Finally, she received Dragon's recognition and consumed the phoenix fruit. That day, Chica was so exhilarated that she bounced around her room, tossing and turning with a large pillow, unable to sleep from sheer joy. However, it was during this time of elation that tragedy struck. Perhaps due to the sudden release of tension after prolonged stress, she unfortunately fell into the water during a mission. Having consumed a devil fruit, the fall left her utterly drained of strength, and thus, the original Chica's story came to a tragic end. Until the present Chica inherited most of her memories, and was reborn in this new world. The original Chica's experiences were indeed lamentable. The current Chica had never contemplated such a direction before. Upon her reincarnation, the original Chica had already perished, having been merely 10 years old at the time. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, her expression darkened, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks like beads. Dragon, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of concern, wondering what had caused her sudden tears. Ivankov, you frightened Chica, he exclaimed, adamant that it was not his fault. I am the embodiment of art. Chica clearly appreciates me. It must be your attitude towards her that is the issue. Were you cold to her just now? Ivankov scoffed, completely unperturbed by his attire, leaving Dragon momentarily speechless, realizing that he had indeed been somewhat indifferent towards Chica. Despite Ivankov's bravado, he worried for Chica, perplexed as to why she was crying. Perhaps, Chica, you should join as a newcomer. Ivankov. Amidst their bickering, the remnants of Chica's untransferred memories finally surged forth. That emotion, that tenacity, that strength. Chica and the original Chica, despite their contrasting personalities, shared an uncanny resemblance. It was as if they were standing before a mirror, gazing into one another's eyes. The original Chica extended a hand towards the current Chica, offering something of profound value. I'm sorry, I leave the rest to you. Though I've found myself here in a rather bewildering manner, since you've entrusted me, I will take it on with confidence. Thus, the 10-year-old Chica passed everything on to the present Chica, resulting in a complete reversal of her story. Entrusted to Carp for recuperation under the guise of rest, she was instead recruited into the Navy, where she encountered her mentor Zephyr, not only revitalizing her dormant abilities, but also transforming into a formidable presence upon the seas. Suddenly, in the real world, Chica shut her eyes tightly, extending her arms to forcefully wipe away her tears. Crying was not characteristic of Chica, neither in her past nor present self. Observing her emotional stabilization, the quarrel between Ivankov and Dragon fell silent. Chica, are you alright? Dragon inquired. Concern etched on his face as he placed the newspaper, which had served as a shield, onto the table. I'm fine, father. I wasn't crying really. Chica replied defiantly, gently patting Ivankov, who still held on to her. Ivankov paused, then slowly released his grip, while Chica pressed a hand to her chest, exhaling softly. She then turned to face Dragon, who wore an expression of bewilderment. Father, thank you, Chica exclaimed, bringing her palms together in a gesture akin to worship. Bowing to her father, Dragon was left utterly perplexed. Why are you bowing to me? This was not an act of gratitude for nurturing. Rather, it stemmed from a rather peculiar memory Chica had inherited. The original Chica had once contemplated asking Ivankov for assistance in transforming her into a boy to become stronger. However, this notion had only been spoken of once, overheard by a colleague in the Revolutionary Army, who promptly informed Dragon. Upon hearing this, Dragon had urgently instructed Ivankov to refuse Chica's request. If it were merely a matter of preference, the open-minded Dragon might have considered it. But if it was solely for the sake of power, he would vehemently oppose it. Faced with her father's resolute stance, the original Chica had no choice but to relinquish the idea. Upon inheriting this memory, Qianxia was genuinely taken aback. The original owner's actions were utterly outrageous. Had they succeeded, the implications were unfathomable. Father, you truly are a wise ruler. Chapter 80. A reunion with Sabo. After realizing that Long was likely a doting father, Qianxia felt considerably less anxious. However, the bloodline suppression still lingered, making casual conversation akin to that of friends unattainable. Nonetheless, engaging in dialogue was certainly feasible. For Long, simply achieving this was a source of great satisfaction. Despite their identities as the leaders of the Revolutionary Army and Inyo, both of whom the world government regarded with trepidation, their conversation strayed far from politics, focusing instead on trivial matters, such as Qianxia's troublesome brother, Luffy. Father, you ought to meet Luffy. You know, when I first encountered him, he believed he had sprung forth from a rock. Ah. The burdens of duty, the burdens of duty. Oh, by the way, Sabo. Is Sabo here? Qianxia suddenly recalled this brother, whom she hadn't seen in 4 years. According to the timeline's convergence, Sabo was probably still under the care of the Revolutionary Army. Indeed, upon hearing Qianxia's words, Long paused, recognizing the name. Sabo. I seem to remember. A boy who had lost his memory. We took him in out of pity. Exactly. That's him, father. He is my brother. Qianxia beamed, pointing a finger at herself, while Long blinked in confusion, wondering when he had acquired another son. After Qianxia clarified her relationship with Sabo, Long exhaled in relief and contacted the Revolutionary Army outside the office, instructing them to bring Sabo in. Unlike the original narrative, Sabo had not lost his memory during childhood before being taken in by the Revolutionary Army. Yet he was indeed taken in. During his amnesiac period, Sabo had been entrusted with numerous menial tasks within the Revolutionary Army, working tirelessly without complaint. Not only meeting deadlines but also managing to carve out a considerable amount of free time. With Long's communication, Sabo entered the office accompanied by a group. Now, Sabo sported short, wavy golden hair and donned a simple coat. Compared to the self-assured demeanor he exhibited in the original work, the current Sabo appeared more bewildered. Cautiously entering the office and even bowing slightly in greeting upon seeing Long and Qianxia. It seemed the trauma from his amnesia had yet to subside. Sabo, your sister. Qianxia rose from the sofa, arms outstretched in a gesture of embrace. However, her demeanor resembled that of someone playfully teasing a golden retriever. Sister? I have a sister? Ah. You still haven't regained your memory upon seeing me? Qianxia paused, recalling that in the original tale, Sabo had instantly regained his memory upon seeing a photo of Ace. Why then did her presence have no effect? The corners of Qianxia's mouth twitched slightly as she mused that perhaps her impact was not as profound as Ace's. Regardless, she inhaled deeply, striding purposefully towards Sabo, balling her fist, and delivered a playful yet forceful punch to his head. Bang! Ah! Sabo winced in pain, tears almost spilling from his eyes as he instinctively covered the spot where Qianxia's fist had landed. A strangely familiar sound, and an even more familiar sensation of pain flooding his consciousness. Remembering now, Sabo opened one eye slowly, gazing at the smiling Qianxia, who was raising her fist. Memories cascaded back like a waterfall. Clutching his head, Sabo collapsed to the ground, rolling in agony. Ace Luffy sister Qianxia. Ah, you finally remember me? Crouching beside him, Qianxia observed Sabo, who was now gasping for air, having regained his memories. Was the pain shorter than anticipated? In the original narrative, it had brought him to tears, startling his colleagues and even causing him to faint. Was it truly because Ace had not died? Sister Qianxia. Your punches still hurt just as much as before, Sabo remarked weakly. Of course. If your sister's punches weren't formidable, you'd all be staging a rebellion. Qianxia replied nonchalantly, while playfully waving her fist. True enough. What of Luffy and Ace? Should we still worry about them? They are faring much better than you can imagine. Qianxia crossed her arms defiantly, eager to interject. One has already joined the Whitebeard pirates, while the other has become a supernova. Clearly, that incident at Enies Lobby could not extinguish Luffy's spirit. The protagonist's halo is indeed formidable. Fortunately, Qianxia was not overly concerned about the impending war at Marineford. She had devised a plan to seek out the Whitebeard pirates and find a way to overthrow Blackbeard. As for Luffy, he was likely safe as long as he didn't act recklessly. Qianxia had relinquished her worries for Luffy. If he aspired to become a pirate, so be it. First, she would resolve the matters at hand, dismantle the world government, and then attend to Luffy's affairs. Luffy's safety? Qianxia did not dwell on this. He was already stronger than in the original tale, and if incited, Luffy could unleash his Gear 5th transformation and humorously pummel anyone who dared oppose him. Observing Qianxia nodding to herself, Sabo realized his sister had once again become lost in her own thoughts. Speaking of which, Sister Qianxia, how did you come to know I was here? Sabo suddenly posed a rather alarming question. At the same time Long, standing behind Qianxia, wore a look of curiosity. Intelligence within the Revolutionary Army was notoriously hard to come by. How did Qianxia know of Sabo's presence there? Had Inyo's intelligence capabilities grown this formidable? This inquiry jolted Qianxia from her reverie. She blinked in surprise, awkwardly scratching her cheek with a finger. Ahem. Why are you all looking at me like that? I also possess intelligence capabilities, you know? Qianxia placed a hand over her heart, speaking earnestly. Not believing. Long. Isn't Qianxia a user of the phoenix fruit? How could a Zoan type have intelligence capabilities? Sabo. I've never seen it. I only know that Sister Qianxia is formidable in combat. Faced with their skeptical gazes, Qianxia puffed out her cheeks and shouted, I'll demonstrate for you. She then swiftly departed the base, heading towards the desert beyond. Indeed, Qianxia possessed intelligence capabilities. Initially, she had intended to leverage this skill for covert operations. But having been engaged in frontline battles for so long, she had not utilized it in quite some time. The phoenix, the king of all birds, can summon the birds of the world. Qianxia placed 2 fingers in her mouth and blew forcefully, producing a sharp whistle. Instantly, the once tranquil sky above the desert was filled with a multitude of colorful specks that rapidly soared towards Qianxia. Chapter 81. The True Identity of Shanks. The Phoenix, the king of all birds, can summon the birds. As Qianxia released her whistle, within mere seconds, the vast white expanse of sky over the desert was filled with a multitude of vibrant birds. Everyone, let us put on a little acrobatic show for them. Qianxia clapped her hands with a smile, and these beautiful little birds began to dance in the air, flapping their wings. This dance is not a human performance, but rather a mesmerizing display of avian choreography. The little birds spiral gracefully in the sky, akin to a professional dance troupe, exuding poise and elegance. All members of the Revolutionary Army within the base were left in awe. Their hideout was strategically positioned in the desolate heart of the desert to evade the scrutiny of the world government. Rarely had they encountered any birds here, save for the occasional carrier pigeon. "Qianxia, can you command birds?" The inquiry was somewhat imprecise. Qianxia slowly raised a hand, and a vibrant, feathered bird gracefully detached from the flock, landing delicately on her fingertip. It was not so much a matter of control, but rather an act of command. In the eyes of these birds, I am their sovereign, and thus they heed my words. Smiling, Qianxia gently stroked the little bird's head with her fingertip. This remarkable ability was indeed extraordinary. Long observed the affectionate interaction between Qianxia and the myriad of birds. Although this talent lacked immediate combat enhancements, it possessed significant strategic value. What manner of creature is the phoenix? Even Long, despite his draconic lineage, was not particularly well acquainted with such mythical beasts, having only assumed that the phoenix was akin to an immortal bird, a top-tier mythical entity, hence bestowing it upon his daughter. It now appeared that its significance was far more profound than mere superiority. "Apologies for summoning you all suddenly. You may return now." Qianxia softly addressed the colorful bird perched on her finger. With a graceful lift of her arm, the bird unfurled its wings and soared back into the swirling congregation above. The kaleidoscopic avians, akin to blooming flowers, performed a final flourish before dispersing in various directions. The sky above the desert regained its tranquility, as if nothing had transpired at all. Qianxia closed her eyes, exhaling slowly. The preceding scene had been truly enchanting, and if given the choice, she would have relished the company of the birds a while longer. However, given the Revolutionary Army's base was not a place for prolonged displays of such miraculous beauty, it was far too perilous. Turning to Long and Sabo, with her hands clasped behind her back, she smiled. "What do you think?" The myriad of birds bowing to the phoenix. "Beautiful, I assenti it." A gentle breeze caressed Qianxia, causing her long hair to flutter slightly. She instinctively covered a part of it, pondering whether it was time for a trim. The onlookers, captivated by Qianxia's presence, were momentarily spellbound. While the earlier spectacle was indeed breathtaking, Qianxia herself was even more enchanting. "So beautiful," Sabo exclaimed involuntarily, while Long cast a sidelong glance at him, mentally categorizing Sabo as a potential threat. "Ahem. Enough lingering outside. Let us return to the office." Long coughed twice, swiftly regaining his composure and turning towards the base. Qianxia nodded serenely, following in light steps, leaving Sabo standing in a daze. Inside Long's office, Qianxia and Long resumed their seats on opposing sofas. This time, their conversation transcended familial matters, delving into serious discussions befitting the leaders of the Revolutionary Army and Inyo. "Have you encountered one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks?" "Yes, I have." "Why do you ask? What are your thoughts on him?" "What thoughts? I have none really. If pressed, I would say he appears quite dangerous. If not thoroughly investigated, I would prefer not to make an enemy of him." Qianxia articulated her sincere thoughts with a wave of her hand. She was well aware of Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom's backgrounds, yet red-haired Shanks remained an enigma. His ability to engage in discussions with the world government and the Gorosei, coupled with the fact that he was the one who bestowed the Nika fruit upon Luffy, rendered him shrouded in mystery. Without a proper investigation, I would rather not oppose him. Pleased with Qianxia's stance on Shanks, Long nodded approvingly. Big Mom is formidable, though not particularly astute. Kaido is powerful as well, yet similarly lacking in intellect, and rumor has it he has a rather filial son. Whitebeard was strong, yet age and illness have rendered him less of a threat. He will not be around much longer. However, the youngest of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, warrants our utmost vigilance. Do you know Shanks' full name? Red-haired? Shanks, of course. Shanks is a given name, not a surname. Qianxia was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. What was Shanks' full name? She was unaware, as this information had not been disclosed prior to her reincarnation. But Long's next statement jolted her back to reality. Figler. Ha. What? Figler Shanks, that is his full name. Long's tone was grave as he intertwined his fingers, resting his head upon them. Qianxia mumbled the name Figler Shanks, pondering its implications. What significance did knowing his surname hold? Wait, could it be an important surname? Long would not casually mention a trivial detail. If Shanks' surname was indeed significant, the identity it represented would be unmistakable. A look of astonishment crossed Qianxia's face, revealing information that transcended her understanding of the original narrative. However, she recalled encountering a similar hypothesis in her previous life online, and it seemed utterly absurd. Seeing the astonishment etched on Qianxia's face, Long understood she had grasped his meaning. With a resigned sigh, he added, "Indeed, you surmised correctly. The surname Fiegler is not just any surname, but one associated with the celestial dragons. Our intelligence within the world government has confirmed that red-haired Shanks is, in fact, a descendant of the celestial dragons." Chapter 82, For a Bright Future. Red-haired is a celestial dragon? Initially taken aback, Qianxia quickly regained her composure. She had suspected Shanks possessed a unique identity, and when considering his lineage as a celestial dragon, many previously perplexing circumstances suddenly became coherent. Red-haired, your connections are truly remarkable, Long continued. It is said that he was the infant fostered by the pirate King Roger during the Battle of God Valley. The specifics elude me, but one thing is certain, that battle was pivotal. Long, with his arms crossed and head resting on his hands, spoke gravely. The Battle of God Valley was a legendary confrontation. Roger and Garp united to thwart Rox, who sought to become the king of the world. Initially perceived as mere chaos between the Navy and pirates, it now seems that the celestial dragons and the world government were intricately involved. Qianxia cradled her head with one hand, contemplating the chaos of it all. Was this truly the narrative crafted by Oda? Could he ensure that it wouldn't unravel in the end? She recalled Oda mentioning something about concluding One Piece within 5 years before her reincarnation. Lost in her thoughts, Qianxia reflected on matters only she comprehended, while her father assumed she was mulling over the prior discussion. Indeed, the revelation of Shanks as a celestial dragon was absurd enough to warrant time for contemplation and amusement. If only she could uncover the secrets of that missing century, perhaps it would allow them to strike a significant blow against the world government without relying solely on force. Rather than engaging in a deadly struggle, Dragon actually yearns for the power of the populace to overthrow the world government, rather than merely dismantling it. The latter is a daunting task, whereas the former is comparatively simpler. If the century of blank history proves detrimental to the world government, then the hearts of the people will undoubtedly be firmly in the hands of the Revolutionary Army. In such a scenario, the world government would no longer be able to claim the title of world. It would be reduced to merely a government. A blank history? I have a plan for that, said Chica, her consciousness drifting from her own world as she instinctively responded. Ha, you have a plan? Dragon was startled out of his reverie by Chica's words, his eyes widening with excitement as he placed both hands on her shoulders. Ah, that son of the devil, Robin, she is actually on my side. I even gave her one of my Den Den Mushi. Observing her father's animated demeanor, Chica slightly turned her head away, awkwardly extending a finger as she explained. Den Den Mushi? Robin? Oh, that person. Dragon's expression shifted to one of realization. He recalled having previously contacted Chica, only to be met with a strange woman's voice and the sounds of others chatting and laughing, which were clearly not reflective of Chica's environment. Hence, he had refrained from revealing his identity and instead posed a tentative question. The other party, not overly cautious, responded in kind, but the conversation ended abruptly, with Dragon unilaterally disconnecting the Den Den Mushi. After all, he was part of the Revolutionary Army and had to exercise caution. Initially, he thought Chica had lost her Den Den Mushi, but now he surmised that the unfamiliar woman must have been the infamous son of the devil, Nico Robin. A look of relief crossed Dragon's face as he returned to his seat. You gave that Den Den Mushi to someone else? You should have informed me beforehand. I thought you lost it. Haha, my apologies, Chica chuckled, clapping her hands together in jest. The father-daughter duo discussed the situation of the seas in the office, but whenever the conversation turned to such topics, Chica could not help but feel drowsy, akin to being in a math class. Father, perhaps you should discuss these matters with Ein instead. Chica languidly slumped on the sofa, yawning heavily, tears springing to her eyes. Dragon wanted to comment on this scene, but found himself momentarily speechless. You seem rather dependent on Ein. What is he to you? A brain substitute? Chica answered uncertainly. Did she rely on Ein? Indeed, she did, as she genuinely wished to avoid overexerting her mind. If she had to think, she would be faced with considerations regarding the likes of Pluton, Uranus, Poseidon, the Gorosei, and Emu. Far too many thoughts to ponder. I am not Oda. Chica stretched her arms energetically, shaking off her lethargy before rising from the sofa. Father, I am ready to leave. Already? That seems rather swift. Not too swift. I still have plenty to do. If I wish to lounge like a lazy fish in the future, I must work hard now, Chica proclaimed, her fists clenched with determination. her eyes seemingly reflecting a vision of her future self basking in sunlight on a folding chair. Just the thought of that blissful future filled her with vigor, her spirit ablaze with a multitude of miniature universes. For the future, onward we strive. Be cautious in the meantime. With the recent success of Inyo's campaign against the Big Mom pirates, the world is in turmoil, and you may easily attract unwanted attention. Be sure not to expose any weaknesses. Rest assured, I am human, with no weaknesses to reveal. Dragon found himself at a loss for words in response to Chica's banter, though he noted that at least she seemed brighter than before. Chica soon departed from the Revolutionary Army base, and as she did, many comrades attempted to persuade her to stay. However, Sabo chose to remain, determined to continue his endeavors within the Revolutionary Army. With Ace and Luffy making such a stir, I must achieve something significant too, otherwise, I will surely be mocked by them. Chica recognized that if this continued, the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army from the original storyline might soon be born. Yet, she had no desire to meddle further, except in that one matter. She patted Sabo on the shoulder, commending his resolve before transforming into her phoenix form and soaring out of the desert. Due to her interference, the timeline had become completely disordered. However, upon reading the news, it was clear that Ace had indeed become the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. I should still make it in time, Chica murmured, accelerating her flight through the skies, her destination clear: to find the Whitebeard pirates and prevent the impending war at Marineford. Chapter 83. Reunion with Whitebeard. Father, how have you been feeling lately? Gurur Marco, you should know my condition best. I won't be kicking the bucket anytime soon. On board a massive ship adorned in blue and white, an elderly man, resembling Big Mom yet distinctly human in form, sat within. This man was none other than Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, a title earned not solely through his formidable strength, but also due to his unique approach to life as a pirate. At 70 years of age, beset by illness and tethered to numerous tubes for medical support, Whitebeard might have already passed had it not been for these special treatments and the care of ship's Dr. Marco. However, Whitebeard was largely indifferent to the inevitability of aging and death. His dreams had already been realized, and now he only concerned himself with one matter. It seems we have a visitor. Suddenly, Whitebeard spoke with a calm demeanor, leaving those around him puzzled. One by one, they activated their observation haki, but only a few, including Marco and Jozu, turned to gaze at a specific corner of the sky. That presence. It must be a formidable foe, Marco declared, leaping into the air with a gentle push, his hands transforming into the wings of the phoenix as he ascended, gazing at the approaching crimson dot. He spread his wings wide. Apologies, but this path is off limits, huh? Marco's words faltered as he froze, witnessing a massive bird, strikingly similar to his own form, hurtling towards him at breakneck speed without a hint of deceleration. Access denied. Access denied. Sorry, but it seems I can't stop. Bang! The clash of red and blue flames erupted violently, as Marco had assumed he could withstand the impact, but he was gravely mistaken. The phoenix collided with the immortal bird, sending Marco's glasses flying off, which then struck the deck of the Moby Dick from a precarious height, leaving only a massive hole and a cloud of smoke in their wake. Cough cough. What on earth was that sudden rush? Don't you know how slow you are to stop? A languid yet distinctly unique voice emerged from the smoke. Upon hearing it, Whitebeard's brow furrowed slightly, as if recalling something. As the surrounding individuals immediately assumed a defensive posture, Marco soon rose to his feet, relying on his remarkable regenerative abilities. The impact had evidently caused him no harm, albeit it was rather unexpected. Instead of tending to his abdomen, he instinctively placed a hand on his head. What on earth was that? It was all too swift. As the smoke dissipated, Marco found himself seated on the ground, alongside a young girl with flowing hair. Who are you? He inquired. Oh, Whitebeard, it's been years. Have you forgotten me? Chica playfully tucked her hair, which the sea breeze had tousled, while smiling at the now focused Whitebeard. You are Carp's granddaughter? Indeed, Chica replied, snapping her fingers cheerfully, causing the surrounding pirates, still on high alert, to slowly recall the past. 7 years prior, Marco had pulled a sleeping little girl from a small wooden boat. That girl was none other than Carp's granddaughter, who had already been a prodigious marine major back then, and was now a marine vice admiral. Could it truly be the same person after just 7 years? The transformation was not merely in strength, but in presence as well. How could someone who was not a conqueror emanate such an aura of authority? Chica stood with her hands on her hips among the Whitebeard pirates, casting a discerning glance at the crew, pondering whether she was being polite enough. Especially since in the original narrative, Shanks had made quite the entrance with his conqueror as haki. So Carp's granddaughter, What brings you here? Is the Navy seeking to take action against me? Whitebeard remarked, drawing his massive sword. Fear not, you seem to be on borrowed time. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Navy will likely not intervene in your affairs. Given that, I have come to prevent the very unforeseen circumstances I just mentioned. Chika's demeanor abruptly shifted, her expression turning grave. The surrounding pirates trembled at her intensity, contemplating whether this girl truly lacked the powers of Conqueror's Haki. I've heard that Ace is with you. Where is he? Is he still asleep? Ace. What do you want with him? Oh dear, hasn't he mentioned me? I'm his sister, the one who used to beat him up when we were kids, Chika replied, puffing her cheeks and crossing her arms. At her revelation, the pirates collectively gasped in disbelief. Ace is your brother. Which means Ace is also Carp's grandson. No way. As the astonished murmurs spread, they finally comprehended the source of Ace's extraordinary vitality and rapid recovery. Growing up under her tutelage, it was no wonder he thrived. Ace had evidently been reticent about this aspect, fearing embarrassment. So where is Ace? Wait, what's this atmosphere? He hasn't gone after Blackbeard, has he? Sensing the tension, Chika felt an ominous premonition arise. Out of respect for Whitebeard, she refrained from using her observation haki, assuming Ace might simply be napping, much like Luffy and Carp occasionally did. However, the atmosphere was palpably wrong, and Blackbeard was nowhere to be seen. Whitebeard remained silent, while Marco scratched the back of his head, contemplating for a moment before releasing a sigh. Ace has indeed gone after Blackbeard, but how do you know this? This matter before Marco could finish, Chika gritted her teeth and, without further ado, transformed into her mythical beast form, soaring into the sky before the astonished crowd, heading towards the horizon. Damn. This plot is advancing far too quickly. Sweat beads formed on Chika's forehead. If a full-scale war were to erupt, she would have no choice but to resort to the most drastic measures. Chapter 84. Ace vs. Blackbeard. Ace, come join us as our ally. I am well aware of your strength, and if you agree, I could offer you a position as my second-in-command. You know I can never become your ally. The only ship I'm willing to board is my father's, Whitebeard's. Ace replied, one hand shielding his hat, standing on a rooftop, his gaze fixed intently on Blackbeard and his assembled crew below. One of Blackbeard's crew, frowning, decisively drew a gun and fired at Ace. Unfortunately, ordinary bullets were ineffective against a Logia user, passing harmlessly through Ace's form. Looks like your crew isn't very impressive, Blackbeard, Ace remarked from his vantage point, observing the man who had just fired. TCH, Logia types are troublesome, the pirate muttered under his breath. The complications of Logia types were numerous, especially when it came to fire guns. Suddenly, Ace raised both hands, forming them into the shape of pistols. Fiery projectiles quickly coalesced at his fingertips, hurtling towards the pirate. Startled, the man turned to flee, but the flames pursued relentlessly, striking his legs and causing him to tumble to the ground. In an instant, Ace had appeared beside him, pressing his hand down on the pirate's head forcefully, making intimate contact with the ground. Ah, let him go, a burly man shouted, hurling a massive wooden structure towards Ace. Without breaking a sweat, Ace merely glanced at it, his fists clenched, unleashing a torrent of flames that obliterated the wooden house into splinters. Blackbeard, your crew is far too weak. Ace clenched his fist and unleashed his signature move, Fire Fist. The ferocious flames surged toward Blackbeard and his crew, who were left agape, followed by an explosive sound that reverberated throughout the island. Ace, now significantly stronger than in the original narrative, had not only mastered the dual haki, but had also enhanced the potency of his Mera Mera no Mi abilities. Alas, this truly hurts. As the flames subsided, Blackbeard bore a grimace of pain, yet his body bore no wounds. Ace's expression turned to one of astonishment. Although his Fire Fist had not been unleashed at full strength, it should have caused significant damage. However, it was futile, for Ace's opponent was Blackbeard, the wielder of the Yami Yami no Mi. The Yami Yami no Mi, heralded as the most malevolent of powers, was also deemed the most unique among Logia types. It possessed an ominous gravitational pull, summoning an abyss of darkness capable of compressing and shattering objects, as well as the ability to seize enemies from a distance. Being struck at close range by its power would render the victim temporarily unable to utilize their abilities. And the most terrifying aspect was that it could absorb damage at the cost of experiencing twice the pain. In other words, as long as one could endure the mental strain, they could maintain an invincible form. Do you think I would betray Whitebeard, who I've followed for decades, for the sake of this fruit? With this power, I could conquer not just the seas, but the entire world. Blackbeard extended his hands, dark smoke swirling ominously from his palms, enveloping him in an aura of dread. Ace slightly furrowed his brow, acutely aware of how formidable Blackbeard had become. However, this realization could not serve as a justification for his retreat. What an ambitious individual he is. In that case, I shall exert all my strength to capture you. Flames erupted fiercely from Ace's entire being, transforming him into a manifestation of the fire deity. Fire Dragon. Ace's flames coalesced into a colossal dragon of fire, its gaping maw menacingly fixed upon Blackbeard below. Blackbeard, tilting his head to gaze upon this regal dragon of flames, began to sweat profusely. What an astonishing character. I never anticipated you concealed such power. Aren't you the same Marshal D. Teach? Ace shouted, prompting Blackbeard to exhale slowly, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Dark hole. An infinite darkness surged forth from Blackbeard, with the fire dragon occupying the skies above while an endless abyss of darkness loomed below. As Ace focused his mind, the fire dragon charged ferociously, colliding with the dark sea. The sheer magnitude of this confrontation was extraordinary. Blackbeard's subordinates stood in awe, questioning whether such power could truly belong to a mere human. The clash between the dark sea and the sunlit dragon produced shockwaves rivaling, if not surpassing, the monumental confrontations depicted in the original narrative. Yet, the unique nature of the dark fruit's abilities could not be compensated for by Ace's slight increase in strength. Blackbeard grimly endured the searing pain, while Ace endured the injuries inflicted by the darkness upon his physical form. What kind of ability is this? Ace gritted his teeth, pushing his powers to their utmost limits. Yet it was evident that his flames still lacked the necessary intensity. Suddenly, the fire dragon was engulfed by the dark sea, as Blackbeard clasped his hands together, seemingly preparing to hurl something downward. Bang! The heavy impact of the dark water crashed onto the ground, resembling a waterfall cascading from the heavens, the black torrent plunging straight down. Captain Ace, your strength truly exceeds my expectations. If only you would heed my call and join my ranks. However, never mind. I shall use you as bait, for Whitebeard's tremor fruit is what I truly desire. Blackbeard, slightly disheveled, brushed himself off, while Ace lay on the ground, conscious but feeling as though he were ensnared by sea prism stone, utterly drained of strength. Damn it, Blackbeard. What are you plotting? Rest assured, within my plan, there remains a chance for your survival. After all, dear father will undoubtedly come to rescue you. Blackbeard approached Ace's side, crouching slightly, and reached out to grasp Ace's hair. Ace's pupils trembled, though he could not comprehend Blackbeard's precise intentions. He understood that Blackbeard aimed to target his father. Damn it, move, body. Ace clenched his teeth and closed his eyes as the Conqueror's haki, inherited from the lineage of Pirate King Roger, erupted forth. Blackbeard. Chapter 85. Ace, my brother, understand? In the original narrative, Ace awakened his Conqueror's haki during a fire incident, but he only utilized it that once, never again showcasing such power. Nevertheless, Ace's Conqueror's haki was undeniably potent. While bloodline theory is often discouraged, it holds considerable weight in the world of One Piece. Whitebeard and Big Mom possess extraordinary talents, their human forms nearing that of giants, while Kaido belongs to the Oni tribe. Even Shanks, seemingly the most ordinary among the Yonko, was revealed to be a descendant of the celestial dragons. In the realm of One Piece, the mightiest bloodlines undoubtedly belong to Garp, Dragon, and Luffy. Ace's father is the Pirate King Roger, and thus, his awakening of Conqueror's haki carries far greater potential than that of an ordinary individual. Ace's Conqueror's haki radiated outward, a force that could hardly be attributed to someone who had rarely utilized such power. Regrettably for Blackbeard, this Conqueror's haki remained within acceptable limits. So, you too possess this power, Conqueror's haki, but alas, this is merely the extent of it. Blackbeard furrowed his brow slightly, raising a foot and forcefully stomping down on Ace's back. Ace's body shuddered, a torrent of blood erupting from his mouth, the intimidation of his Conqueror's haki dissipating. Fear not. I shall not kill you, Basis. Come carry our Captain Ace. We are headed to the Navy headquarters for a transaction. As Blackbeard spoke, he laughed sinisterly, while a burly man hurriedly approached, hoisting Ace onto his shoulder. Just as Blackbeard and his crew prepared to depart, Blackbeard abruptly halted and shouted, "Get down." Though uncertain of the reason behind his command, they complied swiftly. Within moments, searing flames erupted from the sky, soaring over Blackbeard and his crew, igniting a few sparks in Blackbeard's hair, transforming it into a peculiar explosion. The flames then struck a distant mountain with tremendous force. In an instant, a gaping hole was melted into the heart of the mountain, and the flames surged onward without the slightest deceleration, ultimately crashing into the sea. Bang! With a thunderous wave rising, Blackbeard's subordinates swallowed hard, their eyes wide in disbelief at the devastation wrought upon the mountain, and the towering waves ignited by the flames. Is that fire from Akonu? Blackbeard paused, recalling the flames of such magnitude, instantly associating them with Admiral Akonu, though he quickly dismissed the thought. Akonu wielded magma, and there was no way he could appear here. Yet if it is not Akonu, who in this world possesses such flames? Kaido? Blackbeard turned anxiously to the direction from which the flames had originated, only to behold a woman with flowing crimson hair, her furious gaze fixated upon him from above. You are the criminal who defeated Akonu a while back. Blackbeard, being well informed, recognized the description of the most dangerous criminal from the news, the fiery red eyes and bloodstained hair matching the reports. This criminal had wreaked havoc at the Holy Land for years prior under Admiral Akiji's watch, and recently appeared near Enies Lobby, engaging in a fierce battle with Admiral Akonu, ultimately triumphing over him. If one were to compile a list of the world's strongest, this criminal would undoubtedly secure a significant ranking. I bear no grudge against you. Why do you attack me? Blackbeard inquired nervously, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. The woman hovering in midair, Qianxia, offered no response. Instead, she vanished from Blackbeard's sight in the blink of an eye. By the time Blackbeard regained his composure, Qianxia had already appeared behind his crew, her sharp hand pressing down upon the shoulders of Sabas, who was carrying Ace. Boom! The searing flame struck Sabas in the kidneys, rendering him momentarily dazed. He was not flung away. Instead, the blaze erupting from Chica's palm pierced through his body, creating a gaping wound. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, while Ace, whom he had been carrying, was caught by Chica. "See, Chica, you actually recognized me in this state. That's commendable. At least you're more conscientious than that scoundrel Sabo," Sabas murmured. Chica, gazing at the weakened Ace, extended a hand and placed it upon him. With a resounding bang, Ace was instantaneously transformed into a being of flame. His eyes widened with agony as he cried out in pain. Chica, observing this scene, coldly delivered a punch to his head. "Endure it. This will heal your wounds," she admonished. "But it truly hurts," Ace replied, writhing in distress. Finding his writhing bothersome, Chica unceremoniously tossed him onto the ground, reassured by the phoenix fire that Ace's life was no longer in jeopardy. "Honestly, why must I worry? If only you had listened to me from the beginning and not become a pirate," Chica grumbled, resembling a mother scolding her child while watching Ace squirm on the ground. However, having indulged in reminiscence, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. Chica turned and squinted at Blackbeard and his cohorts, who were now sweating profusely, and smiled. "Did you enjoy beating Ace? Do you relish playing the fool? You should have no qualms about embracing the role of a pig then." Blackbeard remained silent, his gaze fixed warily upon Chica, already contemplating an escape. His current strength was insufficient to defeat Akonu, let alone confront the notorious criminal who had recently vanquished him. "Preserve the Green Mountains, and there will be no fear of firewood," Blackbeard declared, steeling himself. "Sabas, I shall avenge you." He drew in a deep breath, unleashing a torrent of dark water from beneath his feet. Raising one hand, he emitted an immense gravitational pull that drew in debris, stones, shattered wood, and fragments of buildings, much like the gravity manipulation of Fujitora. "Release," Blackbeard bellowed, as the chaotic assortment of matter surged toward Chica. Chica regarded the approaching debris with indifference, lifting a finger and giving a gentle wave. In an instant, the scattered objects were cleaved in two, and as Blackbeard gaped in astonishment, Chica had vanished from his sight. When Blackbeard regained his focus, Chica stood before him, gripping his face and forcefully pressing it into the ground. "I bear no grudge against you. Ace is my brother, understand?" Her eyes glinted with a fierce crimson light, and as she exerted her strength, the ground around Blackbeard's head fractured, splitting open with massive crevices. Bang! Chapter 86. The Ignored Blackbeard. "What is this? This woman is Ace's sister? I've never heard of such a sister." Blackbeard gritted his teeth as he was pinned to the ground by Chica's hand, though he bore no visible wounds. The pain was intensified by his own dark fruit's absorption abilities. Dark water. A burning black aura erupted around Blackbeard, and Chica's phoenix form exhibited signs of imminent withdrawal. It was indeed a peculiar power. Chica released her grip, allowing Blackbeard to rise, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with trepidation. Damn, this woman is somewhat terrifying. However, her abilities seemed to possess great value. A glimmer of greed flickered in Blackbeard's eyes. Due to his unique constitution, he could acquire the abilities of two devil fruits. The first choice was naturally the Tremor fruit, but now it appeared that this woman's powers were also quite formidable. Although he was uncertain of the exact nature of her abilities, he could sense that she was an extraordinary master. "Ace's sister, how about we join forces? Together, we could form an unparalleled pirate crew," Blackbeard exclaimed, extending his hands and revealing his crooked teeth, exposing his nefarious intentions. Chika listened to his proposition but offered no response, merely gazing at him with cold disdain. Blackbeard awkwardly maintained his stance, realizing that the first to speak would be the more embarrassed. Yet, he had no genuine desire to ally with Chika. The shadows produced by his power began to creep around and behind her, inching closer. Gotcha. Blackbeard smirked as the shadow behind Chika surged forward. In an instant, a dazzling flame erupted, consuming the shadow in a blaze. Chika, watch your back! Ace shouted, triumphantly raising his flaming fist. Chika turned her head, giving Ace a sardonic look. Did you think I was unaware? Ah, you noticed after all? Ace, taken aback, recalled his earlier smug expression, his face flushing with embarrassment. Of course I noticed. Did you think I was oblivious to your observation, Hockey? Then why didn't you say anything? I thought if I didn't act, you would be caught off guard. Quite impressive, far more considerate than that brat Sabo. Chika approached Ace, casually patting his back. Sabo, Chika, you still don't know that Sabo. He with the Revolutionary Army. Wait, what? Ace gasped, jumping in shock. Since the three brothers set sail, he had completely lost contact with Sabo, and there had been no news of him at sea. Ace had become the captain of the Whitebeard 2nd Division, while Luffy emerged as the most notorious supernova of his generation, renowned as the worst of the worst. Yet, there was not a shred of information about Sabo, as if he had perished. Ace had sought information about Sabo, but had returned empty-handed, leading him to believe that Sabo might have died. After all, one could not embark on a pirate's life without preparing for death. Chika, you mean Sabo is alive? Ace exclaimed, gripping Chika's shoulders and shaking her vigorously. Chika felt a wave of nausea from the shaking and, without hesitation, retaliated with a punch to Ace's gut. See, Chika, Sabo is fine. Why must I repeat myself? You brothers share a strong bond, don't you? Now stay put and let me take care of business first. Chika placed her hands on her hips, huffing. Ace, with tears in his eyes, cradled his abdomen, slowly collapsing to the ground. Ace, Chika, it's your violence that makes our relationship so awkward. Chika, nonsense. If I were a bit softer, wouldn't you rebel and expect me to call you brother? Chika waved her oversized fist, asserting her dignity as an elder sister. Now then, Blackbeard, shall we continue? Where did he go? Chika turned back to where Blackbeard had been standing, only to find he had vanished along with his companions. Chika let out a resigned sigh. Escape? It was indeed a wise choice, but with such limited time, how could they possibly flee? She closed her eyes, unleashing her observation haki, which instantaneously enveloped the entire island beneath her feet. Blackbeard, successfully locked on. Perhaps I should exercise caution and opt for a ranged attack? Chika muttered to herself, as a blazing spear of flame began to coalesce in her hand. With the aid of her observation haki for targeting, coupled with her self-assured precision, she believed she could hurl this fiery spear from an extraordinary distance and bring an end to Blackbeard. However, after a moment of contemplation, she ultimately abandoned this notion. Dispersing the spear she had gathered and clapping her hands together, ranged attacks were best left unattempted. In countless novels, many villains, brimming with confidence, attempted to resolve matters with long-range moves, only to have the protagonists escape, subsequently turning the tables. Being truly cautious meant she should handle this personally. After all, Blackbeard was the ultimate boss of the Pirate King, and the priority regarding Imu was indeterminate. Such a figure likely possessed a protagonist's halo. Ranged attacks were a gamble she could not afford to take. I must not tempt fate. Taking a deep breath, Chika unfurled her phoenix wings, her foot striking the ground as she transformed into a crimson streak of light, dashing toward the Blackbeard she had locked onto with her observation haki. At that moment, Blackbeard and his crew had already reached their ship, scrambling to make their escape. Damn it, they blatantly ignored me. But perhaps this is for the best. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear for firewood. I, Blackbeard, shall surely return. Blackbeard, with a mouthful of defiance, activated his ship, hastily navigating the vast ocean. He sat at the rear of the vessel, nervously watching the direction from which he had fled until a flash of red caught his eye. Chapter 87, Changing the World Line. Damn it, she caught up so quickly. Blackbeard gritted his teeth as the red in his line of sight grew larger, and Chika's form became increasingly distinct. Initially, he had merely intended to capture Ace for a trade and seize Whitebeard's tremor fruit in the process. How did it come to this? Isn't Ace supposed to be dead? Now he is as lively as ever thanks to you. Is this really necessary? Chasing me so relentlessly. Are you a brother complex? Blackbeard was filled with exasperation. He had no desire to engage Chika in battle. At present, his strength was nowhere near that of an emperor. In the original story, he was obliterated by Magellan in Impel Down and severely injured by Sengoku during the Marineford War. His candidacy as the ultimate villain stemmed from his possession of the power of 2 devil fruits, but now, with only the dark fruit, he could hardly endure. Van Auger. Sniper him. Understood. Van Auger, visibly tense, retrieved his sniper rifle and aimed at Chica, firing 3 shots in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. Van Auger was an elite sharpshooter. His bullets could silently eliminate foes from kilometers away, and the 3 shots sped toward Chica, striking her with unwavering accuracy. No, is she unharmed? Ew. Is a Logia user? Van Auger furrowed his brow, his face contorting in a mask of anguish. Blackbeard shook his head in response, saying, "She should not be a Logia. Though it appears similar, I believe she is likely a Paramecia or a Zoan. This means I am utterly useless." Van Auger sulkily set down his sniper rifle. Chica drew ever closer, her aura radiating a murderous intent that left Blackbeard and his crew paralyzed with fear. Damn it! How can I, Blackbeard, in like this? In the realm of pirates, you are undoubtedly a formidable figure. But you must understand that the fates of most formidable figures do not end well. Suddenly Chica, who had seemed to be some distance away, flickered and appeared on the deck of Blackbeard's ship. The crew swiftly turned to gaze upon Chica, who had materialized before them. However, as they turned their heads, Chica delivered a kick to each of them, sending all the pirates, save Blackbeard, tumbling into the sea. Chica remarked, "Thinking of escaping already? Isn't that rather dismissive of me?" Blackbeard retorted, "It is clearly you who underestimates me." Gritting his teeth, Blackbeard scrutinized Chica, desperately contemplating the possibilities of surviving her grasp. Yet, without exception, every option yielded a probability of 0. I concede defeat. I never anticipated that Ace would have such a sister. This completely overturned my plans. If given another chance, I would abandon Ace. Blackbeard raised his hands, sighing as he spoke. What if I were to give you another chance, and you had to abandon the dark fruit to continue following Whitebeard? Would you do it? Absolutely not. I truly do not understand where you emerged from, resembling a parasite within my very being, as if you know everything about me. Yet you are correct. Even if given another opportunity, I would never forsake the dark fruit. Blackbeard's eyes gleamed with ambition. After following Whitebeard for decades, he would continue to do so until death if he lacked the dark fruit. But the moment the dark fruit entered the fray, he would unhesitatingly forsake everything else. This sea requires a new master. Upon hearing Blackbeard's response, Chica was entirely unperturbed. However, she felt a slight aversion to being likened to a parasite. What an impolite fellow. Yet considering your imminent demise, allow me to show you who I truly am. Chica closed her eyes, her blood-red hair, stirred by the breeze, gradually transformed to black. As flames flickered, Chica withdrew from her phoenix form. What do you think? Do you recognize me in this guise? Chica tilted her head slightly, gazing at Blackbeard with a teasing glint in her eyes. At that moment, Blackbeard appeared utterly bewildered. His mind raced as disparate pieces of information coalesced like a jigsaw puzzle. So that is how it is. You call me ambitious, yet the true ambition lies within your navy. Blackbeard threw back his head and laughed heartily. Observing the deranged Blackbeard, Chica calmly approached him step by step, gradually unsheathing the cursed blade at her waist. Blackbeard also closed his eyes, adopting a posture of resignation. As Chica raised her cursed blade, just as she was about to strike from above, a sharp iron claw suddenly extended from the sleeve of Blackbeard's clothing, swiftly plunging into Chica's chest. Did I succeed? There was not a trace of joy on Blackbeard's face, though his iron claw was imbued with haki. Upon piercing Chica's body, it felt akin to penetrating the body of a Logia user. This sensation indicated that his attack bore no effect whatsoever. Could it be a power similar to Marco's? Correct. Unfortunately, there is no reward. Chica's cursed blade sliced downwards with lethal precision, the malevolent energy surging forth unabashedly. The weapon was not merely called a cursed blade, due to its propensity to curse its wielder. It inflicted greater suffering upon those it struck, absorbing such emotions to grow stronger. Although Chica's crimson-hued blade had already earned the title of the mightiest cursed blade. Swish. Blood gushed forth, and in that moment, Qianxia comprehended that she had finally altered one of the pivotal storylines of the Pirate King. With this realization, she felt a wave of emotion wash over her, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. The convergence of timelines? Are you truly converging? You've wiped out the people. How can you converge? Qianxia sharply flicked her enchanted blade, and as blood splattered from the weapon, she sheathed it once more. Rather than departing immediately, she soared into the air, finishing off those whom she had previously kicked into the sea before returning to Blackbeard's pirate ship, extracting all the fruit reserves on board. Time passed second by second, as Qianxia casually found a chair to sit upon, watching the sun ascend high into the sky until the moon began its ascent from below. Just as she was dozing off, her head involuntarily drooping, a faint black glow suddenly emanated from among the pile of fruit before her. One piece transformed into a devil fruit adorned with purple stripes, resembling a pineapple. Blackbeard, perish. The fruit, reborn. Chapter 88. The actors take the stage. Dawn has arrived. The rebirth of the devil fruit took longer than I expected. Let me see if this is indeed the dark fruit. Qianxiao approached the pile of fruit, and retrieved the most unique one. The dark fruit, a particularly rare natural type fruit. Its abilities are, to be frank, remarkable. Regrettably, Qianxia had already consumed a phoenix fruit, rendering this dark fruit merely a collectible in her possession. As for giving it to someone else, she pondered. There was no suitable candidate. After all, she didn't want to bestow such power upon another, lest it lead to the emergence of a new foe akin to Blackbeard. Whispering softly, Qianxiao expressed her hope that Blackbeard's demise would not give rise to another like him. Perhaps with black hair, a black nose, and black lips. Cough. Those names seem rather hasty. Cradling the dark fruit, a sense of tranquility enveloped Qianxia. At last, she could return to rest. After swiftly dealing with the Empress Big Mom, she had engaged in a battle of wits with her father, Dragon, and then hurried back to the New World to locate the Whitebeard pirates, subsequently racing back to the first half of the Grand Line in search of Ace. Qianxia was no lazy fish. If she were considered a lazy fish, then surely 99 of the world would be as well. Why rush back to Inyo? I might as well find a place to rest. With a languid expression, Qianxia stuffed the dark fruit into her pocket and leaped into the air, unleashing a fiery punch upon Blackbeard's pirate ship. Annihilation. Alright, time to leave. It seems there's a stretch of beach nearby. Perhaps I can find a folding chair and some sunglasses for a sunbathing session. Wait, it feels like I've forgotten something. Oh well. It can't be anything too significant. With a languid gaze, Qianxia drifted towards the horizon. While not far from her, on an island where battles had once raged, Ace sat cross-legged on the ground, awaiting Qianxia's return. Why hasn't Sister Qianxia returned yet? Could she have fallen victim to Blackbeard's schemes? Ace mused, but quickly dismissed the thought. No, Sister Qianxia is likely tormenting Blackbeard. After all, if she is brutal towards her own brothers, she must be exceedingly merciless to her enemies. With his eyes closed, Ace nodded to himself, his mind filled with vivid images of Qianxia wielding a spiked club, laughing devilishly as she pummeled Blackbeard. Speaking of which, why does Qianxia possess a spiked club? Ace's imagination seemed to be running amok. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luffy and his companions had gathered in Sabo archipelago. With the plot elevated, this generation of supernovas did not include Law and Kid, as Luffy's bounty soared, elevating the entire generation's bounties in his wake. Consequently, Luffy earned a unique title, the worst of the worst, with his bounty now reaching 500 million. However, the storyline in Sabo archipelago appeared to have reached its conclusion, as a group of pacifists confronted Luffy and his crew. Yet, these pacifists proved no match for Luffy's formidable haki. With merely a few strikes, they were swiftly dispatched to the ground. His fellow supernovas watched in bewilderment. We're frantically fleeing, and you are effortlessly dominating. I've heard of this before from my sister, but it doesn't seem that impressive, Luffy chuckled, waving his armored fists. Just then, another pacifist appeared before them. Luffy charged ahead, stepping forward to unleash a rubber bullet, but this time, his fist did not penetrate the pacifist. The pacifist raised a hand, and Luffy's rubber fist landed softly in his palm. Luffy felt as if his strength had been sapped away. You must be Straw Hat Luffy's crew, the pacifist declared. What? The robot can talk. No wait, that's the real deal. Warlord of the Sea, Tyrant Kuma, the one who had consumed the pawpaw fruit. A human with the ability to create paw-shaped orbs from his palms, capable of repelling and compressing various things, not limited to objects but even injuries, making it one of the few bug-level fruits in the main storyline of One Piece. This is bad. Luffy immediately retracted his arm. If his opponent was Tyrant Kuma, the battle would be drastically different. Gear Forth. Luffy instantly transformed into his bound man state, a form that should have been honed under Rayleigh's guidance. However, Qianxia had claimed that teaching this form was quite challenging. Under her loving tutelage, Luffy had mastered Gear Third before setting sail, and he had even grasped the form of Gear Fourth, awaiting the strengthening of his haki to activate it fully. Once in Gear Fourth, Luffy charged towards Tyrant Kuma, delivering rapid punches. Yet Kuma effortlessly blocked and absorbed each attack with the paw-shaped orbs. Rubber King Kong gun. Luffy unleashed a powerful punch again, But it was once more thwarted by Kuma's paw. After withstanding numerous strikes, Kuma released the accumulated force with a resounding bang. Luffy was sent flying. In an instant, Luffy deflated, returning to his normal state. Zoro and the others rushed to protect him. Yet Kuma remained silent, steadily advancing towards them. Luffy and his crew found themselves in dire straits. Hope, was there any hope left? Luffy and his companions sweat profusely, yearning for salvation. Just then, a radiant light appeared before them. Is hope finally here? The group gazed excitedly at the sudden golden glow, but as it dissipated, a lecherous face emerged. Kuma, you really are fast, almost quicker than me, the shining man, a languid voice remarked. It was none other than Admiral Kizaru, who had traveled from the Navy headquarters. Upon witnessing Kizaru's arrival, the group donned expressions of despair. Oh dear, we could barely handle one tyrant Kuma, and now there's a Kizaru too. Luffy cried, sister. Help. Tianxia replied, Kizaru? Kuma? Oh, worry not, they're merely actors. What? What do you mean? The sight of the yellow monkey and bear standing before each other led to a moment of stillness, both men momentarily frozen in their actions. Chapter 89, The Clash of Actors. Bear thought, what is this guy doing here? I originally intended to simply handle things lightly and send the young master and his companions on their way. Yellow Monkey mused, oh my goodness, Luffy? The grandson of Garp? I can't afford to go all out against him. I must find a way to protect him. As they exchanged glances, one was a Revolutionary Army undercover agent, and the other a seasoned veteran of lethargy, both contemplating how to ease the pressure. Meanwhile, Luffy, the intended target of this leniency, was in a state of utter panic. He found himself struggling even against Bear, let alone the yellow monkey. Mastering Gear Fourth demanded immense strength. Suddenly, Luffy recalled a remark his sister had once made quite by chance. Gum-gum fruit? Do you truly believe that what you consumed is merely an ordinary gum-gum fruit? Expand your imagination. You possess the most outrageous power in the world. At that moment, Luffy had not grasped the meaning behind his sister's words, and even now, it remained elusive. However, perhaps he could push himself a bit further. Gear Fourth. Luffy transformed into his Gear Fourth state once more, perhaps due to the previous instant defeat. His haki consumption had not been severe. With a moment of endurance, he activated it again. Luffy exhaled a large plume of white vapor, his expression filled with determination. Ignite, my little universe. With his legs coiling and propelling him forward with astonishing speed, Luffy charged towards Bear and Yellow Monkey. Both men were momentarily taken aback by the sight. Yellow Monkey extended a finger, charging a laser beam. In response, Bear quickly unleashed a powerful slap towards Luffy's direction. Bear's impact. A massive shockwave of a bear paw surged towards Luffy, who, undaunted, collided with the oncoming force. Boom. Luffy was once again sent hurtling away. Damn it, sister, you deceived me QEQ. Crashing to the ground, having already pushed himself to the brink with his second Gear Fourth. Luffy found himself truly incapacitated. Bear and Yellow Monkey exchanged glances once more, with Yellow Monkey silently retracting the laser he had just charged. This bear is too ruthless. I must seize control. What if he kills Garp's grandson? Bear thought, fortunately, if I act a bit more slowly, Yellow Monkey will intervene. I need to act swiftly to ensure the young master and his companions can escape. With their ulterior motives, the two men shared a knowing look before both instantly teleported to Luffy's side. Bear moved with unprecedented speed, slapping each of Luffy's companions away one by one, while Yellow Monkey, internally tormented, lifted his leg, continuing to charge the laser that was already at 100. I'll handle this, Bear. You can step back, Yellow Monkey remarked, somewhat exasperated by Bear's diligence. I arrived first, Bear retorted, slapping another of Luffy's companions away. Yellow Monkey, in a moment of resignation, sent Luffy flying with a kick, then pursued him at light speed. Just as Yellow Monkey pondered how to ease the situation, a peculiar energy entered his Kenbunchaku haki perception. Oh splendid! Hurry over. With Bear here, I can hardly continue my act. Yellow Monkey flew to Luffy's side, lifting his leg once more, charging the laser that could have been unleashed instantly. Watching the laser leg flickering in and out without striking, Luffy suddenly realized, he can't possibly be holding back, can he? As time passed, at last, a streak of white light emerged from the distance, striking Yellow Monkey's leg and redirecting the charged laser far away, resulting in a violent explosion. Oh, what a surprise! How did you end up here, Dark King Rayleigh? Despite his outward dissatisfaction, Yellow Monkey felt a wave of relief within. Upon seeing Rayleigh's appearance, Luffy recognized that his hope had finally arrived. He quickly sprang to his feet, scanning for his companions as he hastened forward. However, before he could take more than a few steps, Bear appeared at his side. Apologies, young master. Damn. With a swift slap from Bear, Luffy vanished from sight, leaving Yellow Monkey, who had just relaxed, with a grimace of pain and fury on his face. Bear. Must you be so dedicated to your work? Meanwhile, Qianxia unknowingly arrived at a foreboding island. Initially, she sought a place to purchase sunglasses and a folding chair for sunbathing. To her dismay, there was nothing of the sort available, and as dusk approached, her desire for sunbathing faded. This island seems oddly familiar. As Qianxia strolled through the eerie landscape, she noted that many of the trees were dead, and crows circled ominously overhead, creating a distinctly unsettling atmosphere. Yet being someone who had witnessed much of the world, she was not easily intimidated. Still, she felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu wrapping her arms around herself. Qianxia leisurely made her way towards the island's center. Although she did not employ her Kinbuncha kohaki, she perceptibly sensed numerous eyes observing her. These were not human gazes. What could they be? Just as Qianxia began to recall something, a dazzling star suddenly shot from the sky, hurtling towards her at an incredible speed. Ha! What on earth? Looking up at the approaching star, she gradually discerned its true nature. Oh my goodness, Zoro! Alarmed, Qianxia took 2 steps back, quickly calculating Zoro's landing position. Confirming he would land face down, she inhaled deeply and extended her iron fist. Target locked, launch! With a swing of her fist, she manipulated the air, forcibly altering Zoro's trajectory as he descended like a meteor. With a splash, Zoro landed in the nearby lake. Gurgle, 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 splash! Zoro emerged from the water, coughing vigorously. Are you alright? The water's rather dirty, but it's better than landing face first, Qianxia remarked, squatting by the lake's edge, observing Zoro now drenched. As Zoro rubbed his eyes and saw Qianxia, he was so startled that he fell back into the lake with a splash. Gurgle, 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 splash. Chapter 90, A Reunion with Zoro. Qianxia, is that really you? Zoro exclaimed, his head emerging once more from the lake, astonished as he gazed at her. How long had it been since their last formal meeting? Certainly, the pursuit at Judicial Island could hardly count. It's me, Zoro. It's been a while, Qianxia replied. Still crouched by the edge of the lake, her gaze fixed on the now-soaked swordsman. Zoro, still spluttering, crawled out of the water, lying flat on the ground as he gasped for breath. Surprisingly, he is still alive. That slap certainly appeared to be delivered with lethal intent. On another note, where exactly are we, and how did Qianxia end up here? Zoro turned his gaze toward Qianxia, who seemed to discern his thoughts. With a playful smile, she extended a finger and said, hee. I have some good news for you, my hawk might be here. Oh. Qianxia blinked in astonishment, even reaching out to feel Zoro's forehead, pondering whether he was feverish or had suffered a blow to the head. Isn't my hawk your lifelong aspiration? Are you eager to challenge him? Of course. Is your mind not functioning properly? Why the indifferent attitude? With one hand on her forehead and the other on Zoro's, Qianxia murmured in confusion. Zoro, feeling embarrassed, quickly grabbed her hand and pulled it away. Let's set that aside for now. What about Luffy and the others? Since you were flung away, it's likely related to the Sabaody archipelago plot. Don't worry, the one who sent you flying was Kuma, an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army, a subordinate of your father, and he did it to save you. Zoro was taken aback. What does Sabaody archipelago plot even mean? How do you know so much about what happened to us? Indeed, this woman is quite formidable. However, hearing Qianxia's words did provide Zoro with some reassurance, as it was unlikely that a sister would harm her brother. As for Mihawk, Zoro had not yet shifted his focus toward him. In fact, Zoro's goal had already transformed into Qianxia. The moment she arrived at his dojo and defeated him marked the change. If I can't defeat her, what hope do I have of becoming the world's strongest swordsman? Initially, Zoro viewed Qianxia merely as a stepping stone, intending to shift his focus to Mihawk after defeating her. However, after Qianxia, a general of Inyo, reached a stalemate with the world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk, her status in his mind evolved into that of a final target. The pursuit on Judiciary Island, where he felt the sharp sword energy approach from behind, made Zoro acutely aware of the gap between himself and the strongest. As Zoro gazed at Qianxia, just as he was about to speak, she suddenly turned her head and surveyed the surroundings, a hint of intrigue dancing on her lips. Zoro, your experience package has arrived. Huh? Zoro tilted his head in confusion. But within a second, he sensed the formidable presence emanating from all directions. Are there enemies? He hastily drew his swords, positioning himself for a three-sword style stance. As time ticked by, a horde of shadows began to emerge from the surrounding forest. Zoro nervously scanned the area, and when the true forms of these shadows were revealed, he was left dumbfounded. Gorillas? These are not ordinary gorillas. What kind of gorillas are these? They are the gorillas residing near Mihawk's home. What's the difference? Zoro roared internally, but in the next moment he understood the distinction. One of the gorillas wielded a sword akin to Mihawk's and launched a downward strike at Zoro. The green sword energy surged toward him, and Zoro hastily countered with all three swords, barely managing to deflect the energy at the cost of being pushed back a meter, nearly tumbling into the lake. What on earth? It's been said that these gorillas, residing near Mihawk, are exceptional mimics, all proficient in swordsmanship, with some even emulating Mihawk's techniques. Oh, and a rare few among them can also utilize haki. So why aren't they attacking you? Zoro exclaimed as he engaged in a fierce battle with the oncoming gorillas. While his enhanced abilities at this stage allowed him to defeat ordinary gorillas without issue, the king gorilla, who mimicked Mihawk's swordsmanship, had also joined the fray. Zoro was on the run while trying to counterattack. Standing still would yield no chance of victory. It was a struggle, but given some time, Zoro believed he still had a fighting chance. However, amidst the battle he glanced over at Qianxia, who, despite being surrounded by gorillas, was not being attacked at all. Instead, they appeared quite docile. Look, Qianxia is even petting one of the gorillas. It didn't resist but instead leaned in closer. I don't know why they aren't attacking me. Perhaps it's because I have good rapport? Qianxia mused, pointing a finger at her lips. Good rapport? The issue is, these are gorillas. Zoro had no strength left to retort, redirecting his focus entirely to the battle with the gorillas. Compared to her imitation of the three-sword style, Zoro's authentic technique was like an undiscovered continent for Qianxia. Impressive. Zoro, go for it. Qianxia cheered for him as if watching a popcorn movie. Zoro felt his scalp tingle at her encouragement, and the strength of the king gorilla before him left him astounded. How can there be such a formidable gorilla? Just as Zoro found himself in a tough spot, a third figure on the island finally made a move, emerging from the castle at the island's center. Oh, have you finally decided to show yourself? I thought you didn't wish to see me. Qianxia turned leisurely toward that direction. What do you mean by finally came out? Wasn't it you who intruded? Are you here to challenge me to a duel? If so, I welcome your arrival. A man with short black hair, sharp yellow eyes reminiscent of an eagle, adorned with a cross necklace around his neck and a black sword resembling a cross on his back, approached with a deliberate gait. The warlord of the sea, the world's strongest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Chapter 91. Qianxia and Zoro. Do you wish to duel with me? I would be honored. But I'm afraid I'm currently in sloth mode, and have no desire to engage. As she spoke, Qianxia extended a finger to her eyes, hoping to convey her slothful state through her slothful eyes. Mihawk furrowed his brow slightly, stepping closer. His gaze fixated on Qianxia's eyes for nearly 10 seconds before he replied. Is there a difference? When we first met, didn't you have those slothful eyes? Qianxia's lips twitched. Although she indeed had slothful eyes during their first encounter, when she later faced him as a general of Inyo, her eyes were in a state of awakened sloth. Mihawk, is there a difference? Aren't they all slothful? Qianxia. There is a significant difference. Okay. Mihawk. Alright. There is a significant difference. As Mihawk and Qianxia bantered, Zoro was still entangled in a playful skirmish with the gorillas. The atmosphere entirely disconnected from the less than 10-meter distance between them. Damn it, is the disparity in the world truly this vast? Zoro exerted himself against the gorillas. Now finding his strength in a precarious position, he could handle these ordinary individuals with ease, but getting entangled with them became troublesome, and the king gorilla left him feeling as though he couldn't afford to clash head-on without being overwhelmed by brute strength. Zoro, I never anticipated that I would find myself entangled with a group of gorillas. Over here, Zoro is engaged in a fierce battle while Chica and Mihawk, two old friends, are reminiscing. If only there were tables, chairs, and tea around, they might have enjoyed a drink right in front of Zoro. If you didn't come to challenge me in swordsmanship, what brings you here? I've already stated that I am currently in a state of inertia. My presence here is purely coincidental. As she stretched lazily, Chica was reluctant to expend her long-awaited leisure time on a duel with Mihawk. Nevertheless, speaking of which, the main storyline has progressed to the Sabaody archipelago, hasn't it? Surely, they won't allow Luffy and his crew to train for 2 years? Not to mention, it seems Mihawk is struggling with Zoro's training dungeon. Chica cast a sidelong glance at Mihawk. Truth be told, communicating with him is rather challenging, as his mind is consumed with swordsmanship. Swordsmanship. It's no wonder he has so few friends. Mihawk, why don't you join us in Inyo? We are currently gearing up to confront the 4 emperors, and I could certainly use some combat prowess. Chica herself was taken aback by her sudden proposition, as Mihawk, ever composed, finally displayed a hint of unusual expression. I do not enjoy joining others. My sole desire is to spar with those who are proficient in swordsmanship, thereby continuously honing my own skills. Mihawk took a deep breath, quickly regaining his usual composure. Chika was not surprised by his response. She never truly believed Mihawk would join her unless she was willing to make sacrifices, such as tirelessly training alongside him, which might present an opportunity. Chika's gaze returned to Zoro, who through relentless effort, had temporarily repelled the gorillas. However, if Zoro remained on this island, it wouldn't be long before the gorillas launched another attack. After all, Zoro lacked overwhelming strength, unlike Mihawk, who instilled fear in the gorillas to the point they wouldn't dare approach him. Chika, while the gorillas didn't flee, they also refrained from attacking her. Whether it was due to her formidable strength or her captivating charisma, the gorillas seemed utterly enchanted by her. Zoro, however, was perceived as a challenge, as the gorillas still believed that with enough persistence, they could overpower him, and in reality, they might just succeed. Panting heavily, Zoro had successfully driven back the gorillas, his clothing torn in numerous places, yet his back bore only a thin layer of dust. The scars on one's back are a swordsman's disgrace. Indeed, Zoro remains the same Zoro. Chika approached him step by step. Well done. You're faster than I imagined. Zoro, feeling a surge of dark thoughts, mused that she must be complimenting him. Yet he couldn't shake off the feeling of humiliation. Zoro, would you like me to offer you some guidance? Huh? Zoro could hardly believe his ears. Chika was offering to teach him swordsmanship? This was an option he had never even dreamt of. Is it really that surprising? If you don't want it, then forget it. Do you think I relish teaching others? Chika crossed her arms and turned away with a huff. Her words stemmed from the realization that, due to her interference in the plot, it was now impossible for Mihawk to teach Zoro. Chika felt a twinge of guilt about disrupting Zoro's potential. However, since Zoro seemed disinterested, she decided to let it go. Zoro stood in silence, recalling 4 years prior when Chika trained alongside him in the dojo, where they sparred hundreds of times, and he never once emerged victorious. During the Enies Lobby incident, Chika had effortlessly demonstrated her terrifying prowess by unleashing formidable sword energy. Now, as the gorillas brandished their great swords against him, he couldn't help but notice their contrasting demeanor towards Chika, leading to a plethora of reflections in his mind. Did you teach Luffy when he was a child? Luffy. Kind of. I did beat him up while he was growing up, Chika instinctively replied. Zoro took a deep breath, clearly having made a decision. Even if it meant accepting guidance from an opponent, he was determined to grow stronger. Luffy is truly exceptional. Although they sail on the same ship, Luffy's strength stands in a league of its own, so formidable that the combined efforts of the crew cannot hope to defeat him alone. In this state, he felt powerless to assist Luffy, let alone fulfill his own ambitions. Chika, I entrust my training to you. Zoro pressed his lips together and shouted. Chika sighed inwardly at Zoro's sudden change. Luffy, you truly are a man of great sin. Just look at how you've captivated Zoro. This was true in the original story, and it remains so now. Rest assured, it won't take 2 years. In just 2 months, I will transform you completely. As she spoke, Chika unsheathed the 2 cursed blades at her waist. The inertia mode she had just activated was promptly switched off again. After all, your childhood friend Kuina is still working under me. I might just grant you a slight favor. Thus, Zoro's devilish training commenced. Chapter 92. 2 months. A haunting wail echoed across the island, and the source of this despairing cry was none other than Zoro, elicited by none other than Chika. Chika showed no mercy even to her own brother, let alone Zoro, as she struck him with such precision that each blow was excruciating yet not fatal. To grow stronger, one must teeter on the brink of life and death. This was a lesson imparted to Chika by her mentor, Zephyr. Although she had not encountered many battles of such peril, and had already grown quite formidable, she resonated deeply with this sentiment. So Zoro endure it. Under Chika's dual sword technique, Zoro's 3-sword style found itself at a disadvantage in terms of frequency. It is known that while 3-sword style lacks the raw power of 1 or 2 sword styles, its attack frequency is undoubtedly superior. After all, having an extra blade makes a difference. Zoro, how can this woman be so strong? Though they were simulating a duel, it felt like a war, with explosive sounds reverberating across the island. Meanwhile, as the island's master, Mihawk reclined in a folding chair atop the castle, leisurely observing Chika and Zoro's intense training. Chika's swordsmanship has indeed grown sharper and more refined. While this young man is quite intriguing, Mihawk evaluated them quietly. In truth, witnessing Chika's improvement made him wish to push Zoro aside and take his place. However, seeing the determination in Chika's eyes, devoid of any hint of inertia. As she earnestly sought to teach Zoro, Mihawk silently quelled this desire within him. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. After all, they have exchanged contact information through the snail. It won't take 2 years, just 2 months. Thanks to Luffy's introduction and haphazard guidance, Zoro had already grasped the basics of armament haki and observation haki. Thus, much time could be saved in this regard. And Chika's task was to continuously make Zoro feel the threat of death. Zoro, is this how Luffy grew up? No wonder he is so strong. Luffy, Suddenly I feel like my sister was so gentle back then. Zoro found himself knocked down countless times, only to rise again. Facing the specter of death 7 or 8 times a day becoming the norm. This led to the final days of the past 2 months, during which Zoro had attained the remarkable ability to calmly slap death after catching sight of him, confidently commanding, "Send me back, I have no time to waste here." While somewhat abstract, it aptly encapsulated his state of mind. Before long, the 2 months had elapsed. Zoro's physique had not undergone significant changes, as he was already a muscular individual, but his entire demeanor had transformed considerably. If one were to inquire about the most striking difference between Zoro and his counterpart 2 years later in the original narrative, Qianxia would respond succinctly, "He has grown stronger. And his eyes are not blind." This concise statement paints a vivid picture of Zoro's evolution. Is this sufficient? Zoro found it hard to believe that his intense training had concluded so abruptly. He even began to doubt whether he had truly grown stronger, especially given that he had been on the receiving end of relentless beatings throughout this period. Not to mention Mihawk's unexpected participation along the way. Had he truly become stronger? The sensation was utterly elusive. Rest assured, although we have been pummeling you for a while, it does not imply that anyone could defeat you now. You are indeed much stronger. Have some confidence. Qianxia patted Zoro on the shoulder, her thumb raised in a gesture of encouragement. Zoro nodded, inhaling deeply. He was now eager to reunite with Luffy and the others, to wield this newfound strength against formidable foes. Naturally, he harbored no desire to battle Qianxia or Mihawk in the near future. "The ship is ready," Qianxia said, squinting her eyes as she pointed towards the direction of the wooden vessel. "All right, thank you." Zoro immediately turned and strode towards the direction she indicated. But after taking a dozen steps, he halted, glancing back over his shoulder to find Qianxia trailing closely behind him. "What are you following me for?" "I'm accompanying you back to Sabo Archipelago. Are you planning to go back alone?" "I'm worried you might lose your way and end up paddling back to East Blue." Zoro longed to retort, yet he was well aware of his poor sense of direction, even if he refused to admit he was hopelessly directionally challenged. "What? Reluctant? Don't want to share a boat with me? That's fine, I can fly. You can just take the boat by yourself." Fine. Zoro turned and resumed his march towards the shore, while Qianxia observed him with a slight smirk, musing that Zoro was not particularly endearing. Unbeknownst to her, she had already categorized Zoro alongside Luffy, Ace, and Sabo as a group of rebellious younger brothers. Thus, under Qianxia's guidance, Zoro swiftly rowed the small wooden boat towards Sabo Archipelago. Meanwhile, on Sabo Archipelago, Luffy and his companions had gathered, eagerly anticipating the arrival of their final crew member. Inside Rayleigh's bar, Sanji, cigarette dangling from his lips, glanced boredly at the ceiling. "Where on earth is that green-haired guy? Has he gotten lost? Goodness. Asking for directions shouldn't take this long. He'll be fine. I believe in Zoro," Luffy replied, though he too felt the weight of impatience. He was convinced Zoro would return, despite the need to prepare himself for an extended wait. Time passed slowly, and while other pirate crews might not wait several months for a single member, Luffy and his crew would. They were a united front, steadfast in their commitment to never abandon any member. "I'll go get some fresh air," Sanji declared, rising from his seat and making his way towards the bar's entrance. However, before he could open the door, it swung open on its own, revealing none other than the angelic figure of Qianxia. "Sister!" Luffy exclaimed, startled, tumbling from his chair while instinctively touching his nose, as if questioning why he had not detected his sister's presence sooner. The others, too, adopted a defensive stance, their memories of the recent incident at Enies Lobby still vivid. As Qianxia entered, she observed their expressions of shock and displeasure. "Come on, am I really that terrifying?" Upon hearing this, the group nodded in unison, leaving Qianxia bewildered, pondering whether they truly remembered her formidable display during the Enies Lobby pursuit. "Forget it, I won't stoop to your level. Aren't you coming in?" she called out, turning to the door. Moments later, Zoro stepped inside. "Everyone, it's been a while," Zoro waved, but before he could finish his sentence, Luffy, having recovered from his earlier tumble, excitedly leapt onto Zoro, exclaiming, "It's been so long, Zoro."